Chapter 1 Transmigrated into a rich family's true young master. Do you want treatment? Do you want to have more women? Do you want to climb to the pinnacle of life and humiliate those who wronged you? Do you want to make this world bow at your feet? Bind with the ultimate ace system 077 to claim all rewards. I was reading a novel when this pop-up ad appeared, making me scoff. How boring. What era do they think this is, still pulling this kind of nonsense? This damn pop-up ad was just like those shady websites. Clicking the X did nothing. In a fit of anger, I accidentally hit the confirm button, and just like that, I stupidly transmigrated into a novel. When I opened my eyes, I found myself face to face with a woman, our noses nearly touching, her ample chest pressing against mine. I swear I could feel my eyes getting infected just from looking. Before me crouched a completely naked girl, hands and feet tied with ropes, mouth sealed with tape. Her beautiful eyes stared at me in terror while I held a pair of scissors in my hand. Where the hell have they sent me? They're practically treating me like a damn beast. The world doesn't revolve around me? Fine, but it's making me spin in circles too. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in my mind. You are Shin Xingling, a cold, aloof academic genius born into poverty yet blessed with heavenly looks. Enough girls in school have secretly crushed on you to form a line stretching to France. Female classmates would literally fight for a glimpse of you in classrooms. You've received more love letters than completed test papers, and every mention of you draws envy from male students. What you don't know yet is that you possess an absolutely legendary family background. Your relatives are about to find you. Unfortunately, in 1 hour you will face complete ruin. Host, please alter Shin Xingling's fate and complete the mission of turning your life around. Frowning at the system's voice, I thought this plot sounded strangely familiar. Suddenly it hit me, this was the outrageous novel I'd been reading before I died, titled The Fake Young Master of a Wealthy Family Also Deserves a Perfect Life. I'd actually transmigrated into the world of that novel, becoming Shin Xingling, the tragic true young master who shared both my name and my doomed fate. In this novel, my childhood sweetheart treats me as a backup and lapdog. My fiancé would rather die than call off the engagement for the sake of the fake young master. My older sister sees me as the family's shame. My father cares only for money and power, and my weak-willed mother has no standing at all. A heartless father, an incompetent mother, a biased older sister, and a scheming younger brother, while I was left with nothing. My vision went dark, and I couldn't help but mutter, "Take me home, just send me home already, kid." System 077 replied to me, "Apologies, the system is only responsible for transporting you into the book, not for sending you back. Please hurry, host. You only have 1 hour left before your downfall begins." I quickly looked around and realized this was the abandoned restroom at the protagonist's university. I still remember this plot. Just as the Gu family was about to find the original host, the male lead Guijin framed him to ruin his reputation. Guijin had people lure the original host to the restroom, knock him unconscious, and tied up a naked girl with signs of abuse in one of the stalls. According to the original plot, in about an hour someone would arrive with police and reporters. The original host would be falsely accused of kidnapping and attempted rape. Though lacking evidence would spare him jail time, his reputation would be destroyed, precisely the outcome Guijin wanted. The original protagonist, once a male idol, fell from grace and became a universally despised scoundrel, a downfall that marked the beginning of my tragic life. No matter what, I couldn't let this happen. As I gazed at the terrified, innocent girl before me, a digital screen appeared in my mind. Seeing the bound girl before you, your choices are, A. Smirk and threaten her. Miss Song, you wouldn't want anyone to see you like this, would you? Be a good girl and cooperate with me. B. Flash a domineering smile, grip her chin, and say, "Woman, you've successfully caught my interest." C. Reach out with wicked hands toward the girl, show no mercy to this delicate flower, fully embrace villainy and become a ruthless antagonist. D. Be a Sigma male, ignore the beauty before you, and walk away without hesitation. I was speechless and said, I choose E. It seemed like this definitely wasn't a proper system. Funny, because neither was I. None of these options seemed great. I still prefer my own choice. I reached out my hand toward her. Her eyes were filled with terror, those beautiful orbs brimming with tears. When my fingers neared, she squeezed her eyes shut in fear. The expected slap did not materialize. Instead, I ripped the tape from her mouth and covered her exposed body with a coat, concealing the bruises that marred her skin. She stared at me in astonishment, her fearful eyes shifting to confusion. I spoke calmly, "We only have an hour." To be brief, those injuries weren't my doing. I was lured here and knocked out too. There's only one reason behind this. Someone wants to frame me for kidnapping you. If I truly intended to harm you, I wouldn't be stupid enough to do it at school. Miss Song, you wouldn't want anyone to see you like this, would you? She asked. You know my identity? Of course I knew. The girl before me was the eldest daughter of the Song group. If reporters hadn't exposed her identity afterward, no one at school would have known. In the original story, Song Jining encountered a girl on the street who lied about needing help due to her period. Naively, she followed her to the restroom without any suspicion, only to wake up tied up. Moreover, in the original story, she knew I wasn't the one who kidnapped her, but no one believed her explanations. To make matters worse, reporters bribed by Gui Jean released doctored photos, fake images of me and her. Those photos spread everywhere, leading to gossip and scorn at school. Even after the Song family managed to take down the posts and pictures, she couldn't recover. She retreated into herself, locking herself at home and never returning to school. In the end, she succumbed to depression and ended her life by jumping from a high-rise. I continued, I know, so you should also understand that I have no reason to kidnap you unless I've grown tired of living. Song Jining's eyes flickered slightly as she began to ponder rapidly. She knew I was the famously aloof top student at school, with no grudges between us. There was truly no reason for me to jeopardize my future like this. There was no time now to wonder how I knew her identity. Getting out of this immediate predicament was more urgent. Seeing her remain silent, I pressed on, if you still don't believe me, soon the police and reporters will arrive with the sole purpose of ruining my reputation. When that happens, your standing will also be damaged. If my words prove true, just follow my instructions. How about that? Song Jining nodded and said, alright, I believe you. What do you need me to do? An hour later, police sirens blared across the school campus, attracting swarms of reporters with cameras, which sparked heated discussions among the students. What happened? Why are there so many police and journalists? I heard a female student was kidnapped, so someone called the police. What? A kidnapping case in our school? That sounds downright horrifying. This is Jiangchun University. Who would dare kidnap someone here? How would someone so stupid even get admitted in the first place? Looks like they found him, said to be in the restroom at West Building 3. Come on, let's go check it out. The restroom was surrounded by a crowd. By the time the police and reporters got wind of the incident, the news had already spread throughout the school precisely to draw students in for a spectacle. The police arrived on the scene intending to disperse the crowd, but before they could act, the restroom door swung open by itself. At this moment, the reporters had already turned their cameras toward the entrance, all eager to capture the breaking news. The kidnapping case at Jiangchun University was a bombshell story. There I stood, clad in a white shirt, tall and strikingly handsome, carrying the young girl out in my arms. Chapter 2, Unparalleled Attributes. The girl, dressed in a full-length black coat, leaned pale-faced against my chest, her arms wrapped tightly around my neck with complete trust and dependence. A gentle breeze brushed through my hair, as if even the wind favored me. My deep, captivating eyes filled with solemnity only heightened my aura of restrained allure. My pair of extraordinarily long legs drew everyone's attention, and my fingers cradling the girl were clearly defined, like slender bamboo. The camera tends to magnify flaws, yet I remained flawlessly refined in every aspect. Reporters kept pressing their shutter buttons. Any bystander might mistake this for a red carpet event. The police rushed forward immediately, but Song Jining refused to let go of me. She looked at me and pleaded softly, I want him to stay with me. I'm scared. The officers exchanged glances before asking, was he the one who saved you? Song Jining nodded and held me tighter. This time, though still surrounded by onlookers, his clothes remained intact with no visible injuries, averting the tragic ending from the novel. The crowd of students buzzed with gossip, but their focus wasn't on Song Jining. Every bit of attention landed on my face instead. Shin Xingling is too handsome. Men go crazy at the sight of him, women swoon until their periods stop. He's the antidote to depression, the alarm clock for coma patients, the savior of delicate ladies. Shin Xingling's reputation is ruined. He claims to love little animals but won't even spare a glance for this loyal lapdog of his. Oh my god, Shin Xingling is so handsome. What's the difference between him and a novel's male lead? If I were that girl, I'd never forget him for the rest of my life. So gorgeous. I used to think Shin Xingling was good-looking too, but he seemed like a flower without fragrance. I just couldn't sense his charm. Yet today, I fell for him at first sight. Shin Xingling isn't just handsome and academically brilliant, he's also incredibly kind. I wonder how he found that girl and rescued her. I guarantee this photo will trend online once it's posted. Shin Xingling is about to go viral. After leaving the police station early upon completing my statement, I sat on a bench outside, pondering what to do next. My biggest regret now is not finishing that novel, mainly because the plot was too outrageous, and I disliked the male lead's personality. I stopped halfway through, never imagining I'd get bound to this wretched system and transmigrate into it. The novel's male lead, Gui Jean, had the classic villainous personality, selfish and scrupulous in his pursuit of power, responsible for numerous deaths. I was just one of his many victims. Though I've altered the original character's fate of utter ruin, Gui Jean won't let me off lightly. When I return to the Gu family, I'm likely walking into more traps. Moreover, the plot may have changed due to my arrival and might not follow the original novel's trajectory. Everything is unknown to me. Right now, aside from this handsome face, I truly have nothing. Host, don't worry. You've already successfully taken the first step and altered the original character's fate. As a reward, you've earned 3,000 points. Speaking of which, I haven't even asked yet, what kind of system are you? What can these points do? I am Goddess System 077. You can call me 77. As long as the host earns affection points from the opposite sex, the system will provide corresponding rewards. These points can be exchanged in the mall for various cheat skills to help you complete tasks more effectively. It turns out 077 specifically chose me. With top-tier looks, meticulous thinking, the ability to portray aloofness and feign innocence, plus my past life as an actor handsome with superb acting skills, I dated enough goddesses to fill a room, with countless women pining after me. I was literally the ultimate playboy, the perfect host born for a goddess system, so my selection wasn't surprising at all. A status panel appeared before my eyes. Name, Shin Qingling, age, 18. Height, 188 centimeters, appearance, 94, XX, 25. HP, 60, combat power, 65, reputation, 20. Heartbeat value, 50 points, 3805 golden finger, none. Goddess conquest, 0 counterattack progress, 10% main story progress, 1% side quests, unlocked. My gaze was instantly drawn to that 25. Chi-Chi, is this 25 what I think it is? Exactly, host, it's precisely what you're thinking. This is 2. Not only that, the host also possesses the ability to go 18 rounds in one night. So this must be a female-oriented novel. Only an extraordinary expert could write about someone capable of 18 rounds in a night. With Chi-Chi here, the host can even surpass that number of 18. Hold on, let's talk about serious matters. Explain the rest to me. Good. Your main mission as the host is to reverse the original host's fate and achieve a life turnaround for them. Side missions will randomly unlock, and completing one will grant you corresponding rewards. Conquering a goddess refers to the host obtaining affection points from the opposite sex. Affection points provided by ordinary individuals can be ignored and are directly converted into points, but the goddesses designated by the system must be conquered. You need to get their affection points to reach the maximum. What if I don't romance them? The system will lose its energy and vanish, and you will die too. That's serious? Because these goddesses are closely tied to the novel's plot. By romancing them, you're also changing their fates. The system's explanation gave me a rough idea. These goddesses probably met tragic endings, likely related to the male lead Gui Jin. By romancing them, I could change their fates. I haven't started pursuing anyone yet. Where did these 50 affection points come from? And what about these extra few hundred points? The points come from observing the affection values of ordinary girls, classified as C tier. They don't need to be romanced, their affection spontaneously converts to points, which benefits you. That 50 affection points were provided by Song Jining. Though she isn't one of the system-designated goddesses, she's a B-tier character. The higher a character's involvement in the plot, the higher their tier, and the more affection points they provide. B-tier characters can be pursued at your discretion. And so on upwards. There are A rank, S rank, SS rank, and SSS rank goddesses above that. A rank and above goddesses must be conquered. I finally figured out how the system operates and what I need to do next. Winning favor from the opposite sex is my specialty. After all, that was my bread and butter in my past life, not to mention how ridiculously good-looking the original host is. I know all too well how much of an advantage such exceptional looks give with women. This face is even more handsome than mine was in my past life. Talk about adding wings to a tiger. Host attributes are so god-tier, no woman could resist your body. Somehow I feel you're not a proper system. I'm just stating the facts. Come on, even without all this, your 93-point looks would drive women crazy. With the original host's face value already at 93, I wonder just how perfect a score of 100 would look. The host can strive to earn points. 100,000 points can be exchanged for 1 attribute point, which can be allocated to various attributes, looks, combat skills, and more can all be enhanced. At this point, 077 added another line, oh, and the length can increase too. Then I'll have to work hard to earn points. For max level looks, go for it. Shun Xiaokue. I automatically ignored the system's latter remark, always feeling this system had a shamelessly cheeky and unreliable vibe. Just then, someone tapped my shoulder. Looking up, I saw the girl standing there with a radiant smile. Thank you, Shin Qingling. Seeing my handsome face, the girl blushed instantly. This face left an indelible mark in her mind. She remembered how I'd held her and thought to herself that this must be what it feels like when a novel's male lead steps into reality. Rumors said I was an aloof and proud campus heartthrob who kept girls at arm's length, an unattainable flower on a high peak. Countless goddesses had tried and failed to conquer me. I'd never been in a relationship, remaining everyone's unreachable white moonlight. Yet when our names appeared together in the news, with people shipping us as a couple, she couldn't help feeling a secret little thrill. 077 reminded me, Song Jining's affection points for you have increased by another 5. I had no idea what this girl was imagining again, but her already slightly flushed face turned even redder. Her long eyelashes fluttered adorably. Thinking about Song Jining's eventual fate, then looking at this girl before me smiling like warm spring sunshine, I gave a faint smile, considering it a good deed done. I'm glad you're okay. Song Jining couldn't bring herself to meet my gaze. Just looking at my face made her heart race nervously. She pointed tentatively at the seat beside me. Could I sit next to you? She seemed to regard me with an almost sacred reverence, cautiously measuring every movement when approaching me. I smiled faintly. Have a seat. Actually, there's no need to thank me. It's very likely you got caught up in this because of me, so helping you is only right. Hearing this, Song Jining's favorability points surged by another 5. She thought it was incredible that I knew my status yet didn't take advantage of her gratitude, even soothing her and taking all the blame, truly worthy of being her idol. The young girl sat down beside me and said softly, "This thank you is necessary. No matter what, you saved me and protected my reputation." With a serious expression, I asked Song Jining, "Is everything clear now? Who was it that kidnapped you?" She propped her chin and shook her head, sighing, "Nothing's been found out yet. We only know it was a girl, kidnapped in an abandoned restroom with no cameras and hardly any foot traffic. It'll be hard to uncover anything quickly, we'll just have to wait for the police results. If I'd known better, I wouldn't have trusted her lies so easily. It's terrifying in hindsight. Now I can't even bring myself to trust others. But at least you helped me, thank you for the clothes." Suddenly, she paused. I noticed her sneak a glance at me from the corner of her eye before stifling a giggle, and only then did I realize my ears had turned slightly red. "How embarrassing," I replied awkwardly, "just forget about that incident. I didn't really see anything. Don't dwell on it." The more I talked, the more awkward I felt, but her eyes curved into crescents. She probably thought I was adorable. Didn't expect my unintentionally innocent side to be seen by her. Right then, 077's voice chimed in my head. Song Jining's affection points increased by 5. "Seriously, this girl's imagination is off the charts. I bet she's about to fall for you any second now." I thought to myself, well, it wasn't surprising. The original host's public persona was that of an aloof male god. Seeing this contrasting side of me naturally piqued her interest. Like I told 077, no woman could refuse a handsome yet pure-hearted good man like me, especially not a wealthy heiress who's grown up seeing nothing but playboys. You should be thanking the original host for setting up such an impeccably good image for me. Don't worry, even if the original host had been a philandering scumbag, I'd still be able to win them over. After all, I can fake whatever kind of image they're into. While I was lost in thought, Song Jining's phone rang. She excused herself and stepped aside to take the call. Within minutes, she returned to her seat. "My dad wants to invite you over for dinner this weekend to thank you for saving me. Are you free?" She looked at me with hopeful eyes. I maintained an aloof demeanor and replied, "Sorry Miss Song, I'm not sure if I'll be available this weekend." An unattainable male god must act the part. If I seem too approachable, girls would think I'm easily won over. It's the elusive ones they can't forget. I've already shown her enough gentleness today. Any more would make it seem cheap. Song Jining was first surprised, never expecting her affection points to increase again. Indeed, how many people dream of climbing the social ladder through the Song family yet never get the chance? Here I am, turning it down, truly unique. Puzzled, she asked, "What do you have going on this weekend?" I answered with complete composure, "I have a part-time job to attend. My reputation for poverty is as famous as my heavenly good looks and outstanding grades. Though everyone merely assumes my family is struggling, no one knows I'm actually an orphan." Upon hearing I was working part-time to earn money, Song Jining's affection points rose yet again. 077 was utterly exasperated. Seriously, what's up with this girl? Did you slip her something? Is she really this easy to win over? I analyzed, she probably thinks I'm independent and self-reliant. After all, she's a flower that grew up in a greenhouse, completely unaware of life's hardships. Someone like me who earns money with my own hands and can say it so openly would naturally make her admire me. To put it plainly, she's viewing me through rose-tinted glasses right now, thinking everything about me is wonderful. No wonder her affection points are skyrocketing. This also shows that Song Jining has strong moral principles and wouldn't look down on me just because of my humble background. Looking slightly disappointed, she then ventured to ask, "Could we exchange WeChat contacts, then? If you have time, talk to me, alright? Don't worry, I won't bother you." Under her hopeful gaze, I took out my phone and opened my WeChat QR code. With a mix of nervousness and excitement, she added me on WeChat. After that, I made an excuse to leave. After I left, she probably stared at my retreating figure for a long time, unable to snap out of it. Once I completely disappeared from view, she couldn't help but jump up on the spot, exclaiming happily, "Yes! I got my crush's WeChat." She immediately changed her chat background to that amazing photo of me carrying her out. That picture went viral on the hot search list, and I completely blew up too, with all the comments praising me. When she saw the handsome face in my phone, she probably thought again, how can there be such a handsome man, and one who's held me before? Just thinking about it makes me weak. I got on the bus and heard the system announcement again. Song Jining's affection points increased by 5. I find Song Jining quite interesting, not at all like the haughty young lady I had imagined. I sat by the window watching the scenery. With some time left before returning to school, I put on my earphones to listen to music, shutting out the noise from the outside world. 077 said to me, "Host, Song Jining's affection level for you has already reached 85. I have to admit, you've got some skills. This girl is pretty good. You can practically woo her just by letting her imagination run wild. After all, she's a B-tier character, unaffected by the male lead yet, so there's still a good chance to win her over. A simple-minded girl like this is easy to handle. Complicated people, though, are a different story." I was chatting casually with 077 when someone unexpectedly recognized me and secretly took my photo, posting it online without my knowledge. Jiangcheng is the second largest city in China after the capital, prosperous with a thriving economy and numerous universities, making encounters with college students a common sight everywhere. There's a college forum app here called Encounters. Initially used only by Jiangcheng students, it has now evolved into a nationwide platform where university students gossip, socialize, and discuss trending topics, from celebrity scandals to paranormal phenomena. The app somewhat resembles the fusion of Tieba and Tianya, popular discussion forums from my original world. I was deep in thought when my phone suddenly rang. It was a message from Chu Jiajiao. Ah, Chu Jiajiao, I remember her now. In the original novel, she was my childhood friend. Back then, we were both kids in the orphanage. Once, a couple came to adopt a child, and I let her take the opportunity instead. After she was adopted, we kept in touch. Her new home wasn't far from the orphanage, so I'd wait for her every morning to walk to school together. Her adoptive parents knew me too, and we basically grew up side by side. I treated her exceedingly well, giving her the few gentle moments I possessed, yet she never cherished them. In the original storyline, she accepted Gui Jin's bribes and publicly accused me of sexually assaulting her multiple times after I was framed. Claiming to be timid and weak-willed, she pretended to endure silently, fearing no one would believe her. In her testimony, I became a hypocritical, duplicitous, and twisted rapist utterly selfish beneath the surface. We attended elementary school, junior high, and high school together, only parting ways when we entered college. Many girls had once envied her for receiving my care and affection, so when she spoke, everyone believed her without question. After all, who would doubt a childhood sweetheart? Because of Chu Jiajiao's reckless spreading of rumors, the falsehood became accepted as truth in everyone's eyes. Initially, people still harbored doubts about the accusation that the original protagonist had kidnapped Song Jining and attempted rape, but now they were all utterly convinced. I truly couldn't understand what kind of attitude Chu Jiajiao held toward the original host, nor did I want to figure it out. In the original story, what she did was utterly unforgivable. Although my arrival prevented those events from happening this time, it didn't mean she hadn't secretly colluded with Gui Jin. Given the chance, she would undoubtedly betray the original host again. As far as I was concerned, Chu Jiajiao had already been sentenced in my book. There was absolutely no possibility of forgiveness. I clicked open her message and realized she was still pinned at the top of my WeChat. My brows furrowed, and I immediately unpinned her. She didn't deserve it. Just then, I saw the message she had sent. Jiajiao, Qingling, you're trending at the top of the Chance Encounters hot post. A college classmate of mine took a photo of you on the bus. Everyone's saying how handsome you are. I lowered my gaze and sneered. If I didn't know what happened in the original plot, it would have been hard to see through Chu Jiajiao's true nature. On the surface, she appeared to be a lively, adorable, and innocent young girl, full of admiration and dependence toward me. Yet in reality, a mere 100,000 yuan could buy away her childhood friendship with the original host and drive him to his doom. How cheap this so-called affection was. Just then, the system's voice chimed in, detected a romanceable character, Chu Jiajiao. Before my eyes, Chu Jiajiao's character panel appeared. Name, Chu Jiajiao. Goddess tier, A-rank identity, Shin Qingling's childhood sweetheart. Personality, selfish, vain, and deceitful. Plot relevance, 30%. Outcome, insufficient points, locked. Then came a chime, followed by, ding. Side quest triggered, obtain Chu Jiajiao's remorse value. Reward, 100,000 points. Will the host activate this side quest? Chu Jiajiao's remorse value can be exchanged for 100,000 points? I frowned. Having to pursue someone like Chu Jiajiao was already unpleasant enough, now there's even a side quest related to her? The system replied, that's correct. Chu Jiajiao and the original host shared an extremely close relationship. She was one of the key figures responsible for orchestrating the original host's tragic fate, which makes her repentance score particularly significant to him. Then let's begin. There's no reason to waste 100,000 points. She's bound to cause trouble again later. If Gui Jin wants to target me, she'll definitely bribe her. The system continued, so the host must not only gain her affection points but also her regret points, to make her useful for you. Though with such a selfish and self-serving woman, earning her affection won't be easy. Not a big deal? Actually, it's not that difficult. In my opinion, the original owner had been too kind to her. He should have cooled her off, give her a sharp slap followed by a sweet date, make her realize just how miserable her life would be without me. I simply replied with one sentence, Shin Qingling, got it. Not a single word more. Xu Jiaojiao frowned when she saw my indifferent reply. She wasn't angry, just puzzled. Although I'm usually cold toward other women, I've always been gentle with her and never responded to her messages so curtly. She couldn't help but wonder, what's wrong today? Did something bad happen? But shouldn't saving someone make you happy? She sent another message, Xu Jiaojiao, Qingling, what's wrong? Are you feeling down? I replied, Shin Qingling, no. She continued, Xu Jiaojiao, then why did you only reply with 3 words? You've never been like this before. How about coming to my school this weekend? After sending it, she revealed a disdainful expression. She thought she knew me all too well, that no matter what, I would still be kind to her the moment we met. In her eyes, I was just a simp. A guy countless women couldn't even dream of getting, yet here I was, her backup option. No wonder she was so smug about it. Both Xu Jiaojiao and I attended universities in Jiangchang. Though our schools were some distance apart, it took about an hour and a half to travel between them. I used to go see her whenever she said she wanted to meet. Truth be told, I didn't have romantic feelings for her, I just saw her as a little sister who needed protection. Before that incident came to light, she wasn't exactly wonderful to me, but she provided plenty of emotional support. She encouraged me to apply to Jiangda University, cared about my studies and daily life, and treated me with both admiration and dependence, making me, someone without family, see her as family. Yet she thought of me as her simp, her backup. What was just lip service to her, I took to heart. If it weren't for the fact that I'd given her the adoption opportunity, was easy to fool, and could bring her attention, she wouldn't bother with me at all. Because of me, her childhood friend, she gained plenty of attention and prestige. I'm good-looking and a top student at Jiang University. Every time I visited her at school, she basked in the envious glances from her classmates, feeding her vanity. Just then, her roommate passed by and joked, Jiao Jiao, chatting with that Jiang University genius again? She replied, he said he wants to visit me this weekend. The roommate said, wow, I'm so jealous of you having such a great brother. If I had such a handsome guy as a friend, I'd definitely chase him. The other roommates also chimed in, yeah, Shin Qingling even trended on Weibo today, so many people praising how handsome he is. You better hold on to him tight, don't let someone else snatch him away. Jiao Jiao, if he treats you this well, are you really not dating? Her face instantly reddened. Every time girls asked if we were dating, she'd lower her head shyly. She wanted to prevent other girls from approaching me, neither confirming nor denying our relationship, letting others assume there was something ambiguous between us, making them give up pursuing me. If a guy asked, she would immediately deny it, saying they were just friends. In front of men, she had to maintain her single status, only then could she find a high-quality boyfriend. Truthfully, she never even considered dating me. In her eyes, though I might be handsome, I had no money and a boring personality. I was good enough as a backup option, but dating was out of the question. All she wanted was to enjoy my affection and the attention I brought her. Her roommate advised her, Jiao Jiao, are you really not considering making a move? A guy this good-looking will definitely get snatched up by someone else if you don't hold on to him. Man makes a good point. I also think you shouldn't be so shy. Someone like Shin Qingling, a top student like him, is bound to have a bright future. Marrying him would guarantee you a worry-free life later on. She smiled and said, I know, you don't need to worry about me. I'm aware of my situation. Truthfully, she would never date someone like me thinking good looks can't put food on the table, dismissing those roommates of hers as shallow and brainless. She knows perfectly well that as a top student at Jiang University, my post-graduation income won't be bad. But she looks down on that kind of money. She wants to marry into a wealthy family. Pretty and convinced she's destined for more than mediocrity, her greatest dream is to marry some rich second-generation heir and live a life everyone would envy. For this reason, she spends nearly all her living expenses on clothes and makeup, needing me to give her pocket money every month just to get by. After waiting half the day without getting a reply from me, she didn't think much of it and left me hanging. She didn't believe I could keep treating her this way, convinced that in the end, I'd be the one begging her to talk to me. She planned not to respond to me easily this time, waiting for me to coax her properly before pretending to forgive me. I naturally didn't take her seriously. I downloaded the Omeet app to see what people were saying about me there. The system notified me that I'd earned quite a few points from a single photo. These girls were like fans from my past life. They developed crushes and affection over a handsome picture, and all these heart flutters could be converted into points. For me, it was a risk-free profit. But the system added, host should note that when these people's admiration turns to disgust due to negative news, these points will be deducted. I replied, understood. Of course I knew fans were a double-edged sword. Wielded while they're a sharp blade, mishandled and they'll cut you instead. After downloading the app, I registered a burner account. Upon logging in, I immediately saw that trending post discussing me pinned at the top, with over 1,000 replies about me already. L6, Shin Qingling is pretty low-key. Aside from studying, he's always working part-time jobs. Plus, he's the type that's hard to approach, so people generally keep their distance. Other than his good looks, there's honestly not much to discuss since barely anyone knows him well. My name is Shin Qingling. Scrolling through all those online comments, some praising me, others teasing me, and a few even dropping shockingly bold remarks, I merely raised an eyebrow. It didn't surprise me. In my past life, my fans weren't exactly shy with such comments either. I'd long grown used to it. Truth is, women come in all types. Having dated so many girlfriends, this much I know for sure. Most of my fans are the type who only dare to tease me online but get too nervous to speak when they see me in real life. However, I'm about to meet a woman who's bold enough to say those words to my face. Shin Qingling, your eyelashes are so long. Hey, are you, well endowed down there? I found myself cornered against a wall by a drunk woman with no way to escape. I wonder if she'll be horrified by her own actions when she sobers up. It all started a few hours ago. My part-time job is at a cafe near Zhengzheng University. Normally, I only work weekends, but this weekend I plan to accept Song Jining's invitation for dinner at the Song residence, so I swapped shifts with a colleague in advance. To avoid causing a fuss, I always wear a mask during my part-time shifts, and today was no exception. From Monday to Friday, the crowd isn't too heavy. After keeping busy for a while, I leaned against the counter to rest. Just then, the system's voice rang out, detected target character, Wan Mingy. It also provided her information. I wondered why this name didn't ring a bell. Did she have any plot significance in the original novel? System 077 explained that she and my future fiancé, Shang Xia, were sworn enemies. During a banquet, they had a heated argument where Wan Mingy splashed red wine all over Shang Xia. Guijin stood up for Shang Xia and was scolded by Wan Mingy. Later, Guijin sent someone to disfigure Wan Mingy's face. The subsequent plot would require me to unlock myself. I could pretty much guess what followed. Since Wan Mingy humiliated Guijin, Guijin would undoubtedly seek revenge. I glanced toward the entrance and saw two women walking in, one supporting the other. Their attire immediately marked them as wealthy young ladies. The one being supported was Wan Mingy. She was stunningly beautiful, one of those dazzlingly gorgeous women with delicate features, sapphire blue eyes that hinted at mixed heritage, fiery red lips, and cascading curls spilling over her shoulders, her gaze slightly hazy from drunkenness. Seizing the opportunity while Yi Qiao was ordering, I leaned closer and heard Wan Mingy grumble angrily, "How can I compete with her? Her chest is bigger than my entire head." Yi Qiao said Ruan's chest wasn't small either, then called Shang Xia a brainless bimbo with oversized breasts. Wan Mingy sighed, saying men preferred that type of foolish woman, then uttered something strange that Yi Qiao quickly cut off. Yi Qiao ordered 2 cups of coffee, and when she glanced up to meet my eyes, she froze for a moment. Yi Qiao nudged Wan Mingy, saying she had a hunch that waiter was a total hottie, but Wan Mingy declared she'd given up on men completely. She'd never have her heart stirred by another man in this lifetime. Yi Qiao pursed her lips. She knew her best friend fell for someone new all the time, but her sharp tongue scared every man away. She'd never had a proper relationship to this day. Just then, Yi Qiao's boyfriend called, so she stepped outside to take the call, telling Wan Mingy to sober up a bit. Wan Mingy called her a love-struck fool. After Yi Qiao left, Wan Mingy took out the unfinished bottle of red wine from her bag and kept drinking. 2 men from the neighboring table came over to hit on her. Wan Mingy mocked them, saying they were ugly yet dared to flirt. The 2 men refused to back down and kept pestering her. Wan Mingy unleashed her razor-sharp tongue, leaving them utterly speechless. Now I understand why the system labeled Wan Mingy with abstract and scathing wit tags. The 2 men were still talking to Wan Mingy when I walked over intending to steer them away. Unexpectedly, Wan Mingy started splashing glasses of wine. The red wine meant for those men's faces ended up being blocked by me. Realizing she'd hit the wrong person, she staggered to her feet. With a wild gesture, she knocked over another glass of red wine by her side, spilling it all over herself. Her fury burned even hotter. She raised her eyes, ready to scream at those 2 men, when she happened to see me remove my face mask. Chapter 7, Is yours long enough? The red wine dripped slowly from the young man's hair onto his forehead, then slid down his high-bridged nose as his thin, sensual lips pressed together tightly, clearly revealing his current foul mood. Wan Mingy couldn't care less about his mood. The moment she laid eyes on Shin Qingling, she couldn't help but swallow hard, her dazed eyes widening slightly. 077, Wan Mingy's affection level increased by 30. Shin Qingling, so she's actually a looks-oriented person. She was the one in the original novel who called Guijin a damn sissy. Her standards are anything but ordinary, and she's obsessively appearance-driven. It's perfectly normal for her to like your face. But her infatuation with men is usually fleeting, gone within days. Your goal is to make her continuously intrigued by you, to keep that interest alive. Shin Qingling roughly understood how to approach Wan Mingy after hearing 077's explanation. With such a girl, one shouldn't be all warmth nor too indifferent, keep her at arm's length, like flying a kite, reeling in and letting out, so she'll fall right in. Yi Qiao, who was outside, hurriedly hung up the phone and came in when she noticed something was off inside. As she entered and saw the red wine on Shin Qingling's face, she immediately knew Wan Mingy had caused trouble again. Sorry about this, handsome. My friend isn't in a good mood today, she's drunk so. We're really sorry. Whatever compensation you want. No need. Shin Xingling cut her off coldly. Ruan Mingyi would never like a man without self-respect who grovels before others, so he couldn't debase himself in front of her. The waitress at the cafe had come early, so she recognized Ruan Mingyi. She whispered to Shin Xingling, "This cafe is actually owned by the Ruan family. She's the eldest daughter of the Ruan household, and I've heard this young miss has quite the temper." Another girl who had a crush on Shin Xingling also advised him, "That's right, Shin Xingling. You'd better not argue with her to avoid trouble." The waitress feared Shin Xingling and Ruan Mingyi might quarrel, so she approached with a smile and said, "Miss Ruan, let me take you to change your clothes." But Ruan Mingyi pointed at Shin Xingling and said, "I don't need you. I want him to accompany me." Shin Xingling glanced at the waitress nearby and said, "Forget it. You don't need to worry about me to avoid her making things difficult for you. I'll go instead. I'd feel guilty if I alone affected the entire store's performance." The girl looked at Shin Xingling with astonishment, her face soon flushing red. "I used to think Shin Xingling was too cold and aloof, never daring to approach him. Who knew he'd turn out to be such a gentle person who genuinely cares about others? That kind of icy exterior hiding a warm heart makes him all the more captivating." Yi Chao tugged at her sleeve. "What are you doing, Mingyi? You splashed red wine all over him and still haven't apologized." Ruan Mingyi swayed unsteadily as she grabbed Shin Xingling's arm. "So you're Shin Xingling, right? I'll apologize. I'll go to the restroom to apologize to you." She could barely stand straight, collapsing straight into Shin Xingling's arms the next moment. Shin Xingling frowned. Yi Chao walked over to support Ruan Mingyi's arm and said to Shin Xingling, "I'll help her inside. Come in with us, would that be alright?" Only then did Shin Xingling nod and follow the two into the restroom. Fortunately, the restroom here had individual stalls, otherwise it would have been quite awkward. Yi Chao dragged Ruan Mingyi into the changing booth to get dressed. Shin Xingling stood at the sink, washing the red wine off his face, but the stains on his clothes wouldn't come off anytime soon. He raised his eyes to look at his reflection in the mirror. His face seemed even more striking when wet. Then came Ruan Mingyi's teasing voice, "Whose chest is bigger, mine or that woman's?" Yours is huge, she's flat-chested, yours is the biggest. Then why is he with that woman instead of me? You mocked him like that." Of course he got angry. "What did I say? You said you wanted to be with me forever, yet what should grow doesn't grow and what should last doesn't last." "That's what I said? But I haven't slept with him. I haven't even touched his hand. You went and asked his ex-girlfriend yourself. Then she complained to him, and he had a fight with you before blocking you." "Oh, right. So that's why I felt like drinking today." Yi Chao looked at the drunkard before him and sighed helplessly. After changing clothes, he helped Ruan Mingyi out. Ruan Mingyi grinned mischievously at Shin Xingling, pushing Yi Chao's hand away as she leaned closer to him. "You're really handsome," she said, "much more so than any guy I've ever liked before." When Shin Xingling didn't respond, she pouted and poked his chest in dissatisfaction. Hey, why aren't you talking to me? "Oh, I forgot to apologize. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to splash you earlier, I wanted to splash, those two ugly people. You're handsome, so I wouldn't splash you." Miss Ruan, you've had too much to drink. If there's nothing else, I'll get back to work now." Shin Xingling tried to leave, but Ruan Mingyi grabbed his hand and tumbled into his arms. Shin Xingling feared she might fall, so he instinctively reached out an arm to catch the woman by her waist. A blend of fragrant perfume and red wine wafted into Shin Xingling's nostrils. The woman's body felt as soft as melting wax against him, and with just a slight downward glance, he could glimpse her ample décolletage. "And no, impossible. Are you new here? How come I've never seen you before? If I'd known about you, who would ever like that freeloader?" Ruan Mingyi was clearly heavily intoxicated, swaying unsteadily on her feet as she leaned her full weight against Shin Xingling. Shin Xingling lowered his gaze to the woman in his arms. He had to admit Ruan Mingyi was truly beautiful, and the drunken flush on her cheeks added an indescribable allure to her already captivating charm. With calm detachment, Shin Xingling said, "Miss Ruan, I still have work to do." A drunk like Ruan Mingyi wouldn't listen to reason. She tilted her head up to look at him, her eyes lingering on the beads of water clinging to his lashes, softening the usual coldness in his features and lending him an almost youthful innocence. Blinking slowly, Ruan Mingyi tilted her head and remarked with deliberate innocence, "Shin Xingling, you have such long eyelashes. Hey, is it big down there?" Yi Chao's pupils dilated in shock as he quickly pulled Ruan Mingyi off Shin Xingling. "Sorry about that. My friend's drunk. She's not usually like this, just a bit abstract in temperament." The popularity of the word abstract has saved many idiots from being called out directly. Shin Xingling's tongue was equally unforgiving. Ruan Mingyi was the drunk one, yet it was Yi Chao, the sober bystander, who felt more mortified. Normally, Ruan Mingyi would never behave like this. Had she been sober, encountering a handsome man like Shin Xingling, she'd have simply asked for his contact details, then perhaps thrown money at him to arrange dinners. A few more dates if she fancied him, or a clean break if she didn't. Now, drunkenly spouting bold words at Shin Xingling? Once sober, she'd be digging a hole to crawl into from sheer embarrassment. Ruan Mingyi was someone who valued face above all else. To her, saving face was more important than the sky itself. If someone displeased her, no matter how much affection she'd previously held for them, it would instantly evaporate. Shen Xingling glanced at the red wine stain on her clothes and frowned. Miss, I'll return to work now. You'd better take your friend home before anything else happens. Yi Chao, sorry for the trouble. We'll be leaving now. I'll make sure the shop compensates you for today's incident. Shen Xingling, no need. It's all part of the job. Shen Xingling didn't want their compensation, which made Yi Chao feel even more guilty. Yi Chao took Ruan Mingyi back to the Ruan family home. Ruan Mingyi's father called, and she drowsily answered the phone while lying on the sofa. Hey Dad, just call me when you miss me. Still use the Bank of China account. After saying this, Ruan Mingyi hung up, leaving Yi Chao sighing helplessly. Ruan Mingyi's parents divorced when she was very young. Since then, her father had always been preoccupied with company affairs, scarcely showing concern for her. To this day, their relationship remains strained, with financial transactions being virtually their only contact. Exhausted from the day's events, Yi Chao grew drowsy and eventually fell asleep leaning against the sofa. When Ruan Mingyi woke up, it was already dark outside. She rubbed her head and frowned. Ouch. Why does my head hurt so much? What happened? Today, that freeloader had blocked her. Then she drank a bit with Yi Chao, went to a cafe, drank again, and then Ruan Mingyi abruptly sat up. She flirted with a super handsome guy. Chapter 8, is Shen Xingling actually good looking? Ah, the 500 square meter living room echoed with Ruan Mingyi's frantic scream. She nudged Yi Chao beside her. Xiao Xiao, wake up. Yi Chao drowsily opened his eyes. Mingyi, you're awake. Are you hungry? Should I call the kitchen to make something? Ruan Mingyi was in no mood to think about food right now. She stared blankly ahead and asked, did I do something unforgivable to a handsome guy today? Yi Chao lazily stretched. So you remember now. I thought you'd forgotten. You were spouting nonsense at him, hugging and touching him all over. Thankfully he was good-natured and didn't take it to heart. Ruan Mingyi buried her face in the 80,000 yen pillow, her muffled voice filled with shame. Oh my god, how could I have said those things? She actually asked if he was well endowed? But just how well endowed is Shen Xingling really? Judging by his height, he probably measures up decently. She didn't even think to test the waters back then, all bark and no bite. The moment action was required she chickened out. Ruan Mingyi had a secretly wild temperament. Everything he did to Shen Xingling yesterday could only be described as downright insane. The mere thought of his love-struck behavior in front of Shen Xingling during the day made Ruan Mingyi wish he could travel back in time and strangle his past self. Yi Chao reassured him, hey, don't be too hard on yourself. Just find time to apologize, that's all. It's not like it's a big deal anyway. He works at your family's cafe. No, it's a very big deal. ? Thinking of Shen Xingling's handsome face, her heart raced again. Even when frowning and coldly rejecting her, the young man looked utterly captivating. Xiao Xiao, I genuinely adore that face. If not for these awkward incidents, I could have maintained the graceful dignity of a beautiful heiress in his eyes. Now he probably sees me as some lust-crazed pervert harassing him. Can't argue with that. I couldn't even bear to look at you back then. What should I do? Do you think I still have a chance? You're so beautiful and wealthy. What man could possibly refuse you? If only you weren't so sharp-tongued, I believe there's still hope. After all, you were drunk at the time, it's understandable. It's just that. But what? From what I've seen, Shen Xingling seems quite aloof. He doesn't strike me as the type to mooch off women for money. Probably completely different from the men you used to like. Ruan Mingyi raised an eyebrow. What's wrong with that? That's even better. I wouldn't last long with a man who could be so easily bought by money anyway. Ruan Mingyi quickly had someone obtain Shen Xingling's WeChat and planned to approach him using her usual tactics. However, she got WeChat, but Shen Xingling didn't accept her request. Ruan Mingyi frowned. Was he busy or had he forgotten? So she added a note saying Ruan Mingyi, explaining that she was here to apologize, and sent another friend request to Shen Xingling. Unfortunately, Shen Xingling still didn't accept. Meanwhile, Shen Xingling's phone lit up on the other side. He could tell at a glance that it was Ruan Mingyi sending the friend request. 077. Host doesn't plan to accept Ruan Mingyi's friend request? Shen Xingling, I didn't say we can't accept it. We just can't accept it now. With someone like Ruan Mingyi, you can't let her approach you too smoothly. Otherwise, if she gets you too easily, she'll find it boring, won't cherish it, and definitely won't give any real affection. Ruan Mingyi's personality trait is love-starved. She loves whoever catches her eye. Such liking and love are superficial, hardly sincere at all. She simply needed someone to pour out her affections on because she lacked love. She wanted an outlet for her emotions. To her, who the person was didn't matter at all. That couldn't possibly be genuine affection. Shen Xingling didn't want to become another disposable conquest in Ruan Mingyi's past. What he wanted was her true heart. In fact, this also suggests that Ruan Mingyi must have had a troubled upbringing, not financially, but emotionally. Otherwise, with her family background, how could she possibly be starved for love? Having never received complete or sufficient love within her family, she developed this habit of falling for one person after another, casually shifting her affection. People like her never truly learn how to love someone properly. Ruan Mingyi didn't truly give love, she merely hoped to receive the affection she desired through such means. Yet clearly, her distorted personality of love makes it nearly impossible for her to obtain genuine affection. Thus, she wanders endlessly in pursuit, forever loveless. The more perfect a family, with loving parents who dote on their child, the more likely it is to nurture emotionally healthy children. Such children have a greater capacity to love, with hearts that are brighter and more fulfilled. They don't seek intensely overwhelming love from others but instead are more willing to give love. Why would they crave what they already possess? Shen Qingling had encountered many people like Ruan Mingyi, men and women alike, who in the end would only leave the ones they loved battered and broken. Shen Qingling wished he could change her, provided she was still salvageable. Shen Qingling glanced at the time on his phone. It was almost midnight. He needed to go to bed on time since he had an early class tomorrow morning. As a straight-A student who excelled in both academics and conduct, he absolutely couldn't afford to be late. The original owner had rented a place off campus for the convenience of part-time work. The apartment wasn't far from the university, just a 10-minute walk or so. Early the next morning, when Shen Qingling got up and opened the wardrobe, seeing the uniformly arranged shirts inside, he fell into silence. Fortunately, it was spring, and he still had jackets and trench coats to wear. Otherwise, wearing the same white shirts every day would make people think he never changed his outfit. Shen Qingling put on a face mask, slipped into his trench coat, and headed out. The original owner liked wearing masks, and so did Shen Qingling. The original owner did it to stay low-key. He didn't want to attract too much attention. For Shen Qingling, it was a habit from his former life as a celebrity. He wore masks to avoid being recognized and to prevent paparazzi and obsessive fans from secretly photographing him. Shen Qingling arrived at the classroom early, and the moment he stepped in, everyone's eyes were drawn to him. Shen Qingling was a top-tier actor in his previous life, possessing both popularity and acting chops, while also being one of the few regular stars featured in major fashion magazines. While it's often said that red carpets are where female celebrities shine the brightest, Shen Qingling consistently outshone them every time. He seemed to naturally exude an irresistible charm, especially in the way he walked and carried himself. It was hard to pinpoint why, but he simply moved with more grace and appeal than the average person. To put it poetically, he had that elusive star quality. To put it plainly, his posture and movements were exceptionally striking. In reality, all of this was the result of rigorous training. As a stellar actor, every gesture, every smile of his had been practiced countless times in front of a mirror. He knew how to smile most charmingly and how to cry most movingly. A man like him would be an overwhelming force among ordinary people. Few women could resist his allure. Shen Qingling removed his mask and casually took a seat, as usual, with hardly anyone daring to sit near him. Shen Qingling's aloofness was legendary, which was why people naturally kept their distance. Otherwise, even if you sat beside him, you'd only feel an icy chill, as if humiliating yourself. No one wanted to press closer to that cold indifference. But today, the discussions swirling around him were far more numerous than before. Hey, doesn't anyone else think Shen Qingling looks even more handsome now? I feel like there's something different about him too, but his face is still the same, and he's still the same person. It's really strange. Could it be because we saw that divine photo of him, so now we're viewing him through fan goggles? Does Shen Qingling's face even need fan goggles? Isn't it just objectively good-looking? Even I, a guy, think he's handsome. That's just an indisputable fact. He's handsome, always has been, but today he just seems to have more charm than before. How does the same trench coat look so different on him? When he walked in wearing that mask earlier, it was like a runway show. People probably mistook him for some celebrity. Chapter 9, The Ice-Faced Shen Qingling. Shen Qingling listened to the continuous stream of affection points notifications in his mind, all of which were converting into system points. He opened the system panel and glanced at it. Name, Shen Qingling. Age, 18 years old. Height, 188 centimeters. 25. Appearance, 93. Health points, 60. Combat power, 65. Reputation, 21. Heartbeat value, 117. Points, 29799. Golden finger, none. Goddess conquest, 0. Unfold. Song Jining conquest progress, 85%. Chu Jiajiao conquest progress, 30%. Ruan Mingyi conquest progress, 32%. Counterattack progress, 10%. Main story progress, 3%. Side mission, activated. Expand. Side mission 1, obtain Chu Jiajiao's regret value. Progress, 0%. Shen Qingling originally had just over 3,000 points, but after trending online yesterday and the heart flutter points provided by the girls at school today, his converted points now exceeded 20,000. Just one day and it's already risen this much. Seems like maintaining long-term exposure is really necessary. Even ordinary affection points are quite useful. As long as I can maintain exposure, I should be able to accumulate 100,000 points soon. That's right. Once the host saves enough points, you'll unlock certain plots and character endings. The system store also has plenty of items. Would you like to take a look? Are these items you're talking about the proper kind? Of course they're proper items, though, naturally, there are improper ones too. As long as the host has the points, there's nothing you can't buy. Shin Xingling browsed through the system mall and found it indeed offered an astonishing variety of items. Even adult toys were available. No wonder it's not a decent system, he thought. But with his current point balance, he couldn't afford anything. Window shopping would have to suffice. Before long, the teacher entered the classroom, and Shin Xingling set aside these thoughts to focus on the lecture. Although he had inherited the original host's memories and knowledge, skipping classes would still lead to falling behind. He couldn't let himself go from being a top student to a slacker. On the other side, Ruan Mingyi woke up early in the morning and applied a full face of exquisite makeup before heading to the cafe. Upon learning that Shin Xingling only worked there part-time on weekends, she flashed a disappointed look. Xiao, he's not here today. I told you, today's Thursday. Shin Xingling is a student at Zhang University. He's definitely in class right now. I heard he's a top student. I just saw him trending on Weibo this morning. It was actually him. I saw that Weibo post too. The photo was really handsome. No wonder you fell for him at first sight. Ah, what a pity he didn't even accept my WeChat friend request. Otherwise, we could have just gone to his school to find him. Ah, aren't you afraid he'll ignore you? I'll just say I'm there to apologize to him. Plus, I'll buy him a new set of clothes as compensation. Anyway, I've got my excuses ready. Ruan Mingyi thought her plan was flawless. With a reasonable excuse already prepared, it all depended on whether Shin Xingling would have the heart to refuse her. Ruan Mingyi was quite familiar with Zhang University. After all, the Ruan family had donated an entire building to the school, and she'd even dined with the university's trustees. Getting into Zhang University would be a piece of cake for her. Seeing the youthful faces on campus, she suddenly felt somewhat old, lacking that vibrant aura of youth. Ruan Mingyi sighed with emotion. So young. Yi Chao chuckled. Why the sudden lament? You only graduated 2 years ago. You're talking as if you've reached middle age. It's different though. 2 years after graduation makes you a seasoned veteran. That clear-eyed naivety college students have is something we working folks can never reclaim. Come on, can you even call that working? Sitting there for an hour or two each day just for show, sipping coffee, without even turning on your computer, that's not work. Ugh, can't you just let me vent? If I had to live like that, I might as well jump off a building. Ruan Mingyi and Yi Qiao walked while chatting until they arrived outside Shin Xingling's classroom. At first glance, Ruan Mingyi spotted the rigidly upright young man inside the classroom. Yi Qiao, why does he look so handsome even in class? It's like being on the set of an idol drama. None of those pretty boys could compare to his handsomeness. Ice Prince is still the hottest one. Ice Face was the nickname Ruan Mingyi had given to Shin Xingling. Although Ruan Mingyi was eccentric by nature, she still understood that disrupting someone's class was inappropriate. So she and Yi Qiao leaned against the corridor railing to chat instead. Even so, they still drew quite a few glances in the classroom, like the boy and girl sitting in front of Shin Xingling. Damn, there are two gorgeous girls outside. Their figures are amazing, such fair skin, and those legs, so long. I'm so jealous. Which department is that guy from? With looks like that, he shouldn't be unknown. Probably not from our school. Look at how they're dressed, clearly very wealthy people. Unlikely to be students. I'm just a country bumpkin, can't recognize any of those luxury brands they're wearing. I think that bag costs over 1 million yuan. Shin Xingling didn't even glance up, remaining completely absorbed in his studies. That's how it appeared on the surface, but in truth he already knew exactly who had arrived outside. Maintaining his composure and deliberately ignoring the surrounding gossip, he inadvertently earned the admiration of several female classmates. Look at those other boys in our class, practically drooling. But Shin Xingling didn't even bat an eyelid. It seems beauty holds no allure for him. The fragrance of knowledge proves far more enticing. My idol doesn't even spare a glance for the campus belle. To him, the most beautiful women are merely skin deep. At this point, another male student retorted, isn't it obvious he's got nothing going for him except his face? What woman would want to stare at his emotionless mask every day? Exactly. The guy probably can't even afford to buy his girlfriend clothes, working part-time just to pay tuition. How dare he aim for such beauties? They'd never stoop to associate with a pauper like him. Ha! The total worth of those two beauties' outfits equals his entire life savings. No wonder he avoids relationships. He's probably terrified of embarrassment. If girls knew how stingy he is in private, who'd still worship him as their Prince Charming every day? His entire superiority complex would vanish. Shin Xingling might be broke now, but that doesn't mean he'll stay poor forever. You're just jealous sour grapes. Why don't you go choke on your envy? The male students burst into mocking laughter, while the girls who had been defending Shin Xingling flushed crimson with rage. Damn them! Always attacking Shin Xingling for being poor, what a bunch of pathetic losers. Before long, the bell rang, and students began filing out of the classroom. Some tried to strike up conversations with Ruan Mingyi,
but she remained indifferent. People whispered among themselves, speculating about who Wan Mingi and her companion had come to find.
Who do you think they're here for? Chang Chuan, Xia Jiao, or Shin Qingling? It couldn't be Shin Qingling, who would dare? Aren't they afraid of being publicly humiliated by him? Then it must be Xia Jiao. After all, plenty of beauties are chasing after him. Xia Jiao dating such a beauty? I don't buy it. Well, it must be Chang Chuan then. Chang Chuan is pretty handsome too. Shin Qingling stood up and walked out of the classroom, spotting Wan Mingi at a glance. Their eyes met briefly before he turned to leave, only for Wan Mingi to block his path. Hey, Shin Qingling, remember me? Chapter 10, the rumored poor campus heartthrob who lost his dignity for money. Shin Qingling's face showed little expression as he lowered his gaze to Wan Mingi, his demeanor as cold as ever. The youth's slightly pursed lips betrayed a hint of impatience. Miss Wan, is there something you need? Far from being intimidated by his icy demeanor, Wan Mingi smiled brightly instead. So you still remember me? Shin Qingling's words carried a sarcastic tone. Miss Wan certainly left quite an impression upon me. I came to apologize for what happened yesterday. I'd like to treat you to a meal as my way of making amends. Would that be alright? That won't be necessary, Miss Wan. The best apology would be you staying out of my life. It's just a meal. Surely you wouldn't want to lose your part-time job at the cafe over this. Shin Qingling frowned. Are you threatening me? Wan Mingi blinked innocently. How can this be called a threat? It's just a little trick to make friends with you. Shin Qingling said coolly, then just fire me. Wan Mingi saw that he didn't care for Shin Qingling. This was just a part-time job. At worst, he could switch to another place and wouldn't bother dealing with her. But Wan Mingi didn't back down. She raised an eyebrow and said, surely you wouldn't want everyone in that shop to lose their jobs because of you alone. Wan Mingi could tell that Shin Qingling had been quite protective of those girls yesterday. It seemed he wasn't as cold as he appeared on the surface, likely the type whose icy exterior concealed a warm heart. With such men, if you could just enter their heart, you'd undoubtedly receive all their tenderness and partiality. What Wan Mingi desired most was fiercely extreme love. If it were just ordinary love like everyone else's, she'd rather not have it at all. Indeed, Shin Qingling wavered because of these words. He parted his lips but ultimately didn't voice any refusal. Just this once. Great. I hope Miss Wan will keep her word. Deceiving men is something I could never do. Yi Chao glanced at Wan Mingi. Anyone who believed her words would be a fool. Shin Qingling glanced at his phone to check the time. But I still have one more class. Miss Wan, you should find somewhere to pass the time. Wan Mingi's fox-like alluring eyes curved into a smile. Though he disliked her, he still addressed her politely as Miss Wan. Truth be told, Shin Qingling was oddly easy to bully. As long as you weren't afraid of his icy demeanor and insisted on being shameless, he really couldn't do anything about it. Can I go to class with you? Feel free, Miss Wan. It's not like I own the classroom. Alright, let's go together then. And thus, two stunning beauties followed Shin Qingling as they left together. Those who had been mocking Shin Qingling immediately fell silent. Why is she actually here for Shin Qingling? Who else would she come for if not Shin Qingling? You? Do rich people care that much about looks? Shin Qingling was so cold to her, yet she still went up to him. Stop being sour, of course it's because Shin Qingling is charming. The girl talking to Shin Qingling is so beautiful, no less stunning than our school belle. With the good-looking pair walking together, it's like watching a campus drama unfold. Shin Qingling, 188 centimeters tall, the classic male lead height, unlike someone who'd get tricked into Myanmar to have their tendons sliced, only to realize it was just the heels of their shoes. You! Shin Qingling was photographed walking through the teaching building with Wan Mingi and Yi Chao, and the photos were posted on the campus encounter forum, drawing plenty of replies from spectators. Now Shin Qingling has become a sensation on the forum. Wherever he goes, someone snaps a photo of him. A male student who knew Wan Mingi's background directly posted a rumor, claiming Shin Qingling was a kept man funded by a wealthy heiress. Shocking. Zhengda University heartthrob Shin Qingling exposed as a sugar baby to a rich heiress? Has the poor god of campus sold his dignity for money? This person directly revealed Wan Mingi's identity in the post. Wan Mingi has a rather dubious reputation in high society, often dining with various handsome young men, most of whom are gold diggers, leading to the conclusion that Shin Qingling is also a gold digger who sells his dignity for money. Many jealous males came to mock Shin Qingling below the post, speaking with such certainty as if they had personally witnessed him selling his body. Most girls adopted a bystander attitude just for the drama, while others directly accused the poster of spreading rumors, sparking a fan versus hater war in the comments. In a certain classroom, Song Jining's friend patted him on the shoulder. Ning Ning, Shin Qingling is with two beauties, what's going on? The post says Shin Qingling is being kept by a rich young lady. Song Jining glanced at the post with a frown and sneered, that's impossible. Even though Shin Qingling isn't well off, he'd never do something like this. How can you be so sure? Just because he saved you once? You don't understand, I just know he's not that kind of person. But Shin Qingling has never been this close to girls before.
Perhaps those two young ladies were the ones clinging to Shin Qingling.
It's not like this hasn't happened before. Song Jining pondered for a moment before getting up and walking out directly. Song Jining decided to skip class.
She arrived at Shin Qingling's classroom only to find Wan Mingyi and Yi Qiao sitting on either side of Shin Qingling, while the entire class buzzed with hushed discussions. Shin Qingling remained indifferent, her expression perfectly composed.
Song Jining frowned. It seemed Shin Qingling was still unaware of the rumors circulating about her.
She took a seat behind Shin Qingling and tapped his back with her index finger. Shin Qingling turned around and recognized Song Jining. His stern expression immediately softened.
He offered her a faint smile. It's you. Song Jining blushed instantly. What's wrong with you, Song Jining?
Your heart races at the mere sight of Shin Qingling's smile. How pathetic. Beside them, Wan Mingyi narrowed his eyes at the scene. She had never seen Shin Qingling smile like this before.
What was going on?
Wan Mingyi sized up Song Jining for a long while before finally recognizing her as the girl who Shin Qingling had rescued in those trending hot search posts. She felt both irritated and inexplicably envious of Song Jining. So he wasn't cold to everyone after all. Shin Qingling had never smiled at her like that.
077, Wan Mingyi's affection points increased by 5.
Song Jining's appearance irritated Wan Mingyi, who narrowed her eyes displeasedly as she sized up the two of them.
Shin Qingling asked, did you need something from me? Song Jining almost forgot what she had originally intended to say.
Suppressing her fangirl thoughts, she straightened up and said seriously, someone in Ouli is spreading rumors about you and the young lady beside you. After speaking, she glanced at Wan Mingyi.
Wan Mingyi raised an eyebrow. What rumors about me and him? That Shin Qingling is your kept boy toy.
Wan Mingyi burst into laughter. I wouldn't mind that, but someone's unwilling.
Shin Qingling said calmly, a clear conscience laughs at false accusations. These are just rumors. Song Jining pouted, but I don't want you to be misunderstood.
A hint of surprise flashed through Shin Qingling's eyes, making Song Jining suddenly realize how ambiguous her words sounded. Her face burned crimson as she stammered an explanation. No, what I meant was, you shouldn't be casually accused of things you didn't do. Anyway, I believe your relationship with this young lady is completely innocent. Wan Mingyi was at least a few years older than Song Jining, and the young girl's thoughts were practically written all over her face, painfully obvious. She flashed a dangerous smile. Little girl, this isn't a misunderstanding. I truly do want to keep him. Haven't added to your bookshelf yet? Disapproving look. Not really disapproving. No power. Chapter 11, is Shin Qingling white or pink? Song Jining frowned and said, Miss, whatever you're thinking, your actions will have a negative impact on Shin Qingling.
He's clearly not that kind of person. Wan Mingyi also realized this wasn't proper. She reached out her hand and said, let me see that post. Song Jining opened the post and handed his phone to Wan Mingyi. The woman's red nails slowly scrolled across the screen, and the more she read, the deeper her smile became, her face brimming with undisguised interest. As she read, she recited aloud. Shin Qingling succumbed to the young mistress's tyranny for money. Perhaps the young mistress has already nibbled all over his body. Shin Qingling's disappearance over the weekend was likely because he was moonlighting as a gigolo. How much exactly did the young mistress pay Shin Qingling? If you'd said you were willing to do this, I could have paid you too. Does it have to be Wan Mingyi? Can't you just submit to my domineering charm instead? My family isn't poorer than hers. Shin Qingling looks like he's got great stamina. Can the young mistress handle him alone? Why not take me along? Do you think Shin Qingling is pink or white down there?
The post was originally meant to condemn Shin Qingling, but the comments gradually went off topic, with hardly any women actually scolding him. Instead, most were eagerly wondering when their turn with him would come.
Shin Qingling couldn't bear to hear anymore.
He snatched the phone away and turned off the screen. Stop reading. Wan Mingyi glanced at him, only to see Shin Qingling's ears turning red. The usually indifferent young man was now completely flustered, his fair skin tinged with a delicate flush of embarrassment. She suddenly grew curious as well.
Was Shin Qingling white or pink? Shin Qingling, are you white or?
Shin Qingling reached out to cover her lips. His flustered anger struck Wan Mingyi as full of delightful contrast and charm. 077, increase Wan Mingyi's affection by 10 points. Shin Qingling gained deeper insight into Wan Mingyi's preferences. Apparently she favored this type of demeanor. Wan Mingyi grinned while pushing Shin Qingling's hand away. Are you embarrassed? Nothing. Shin Qingling's stubborn denial was particularly amusing, and seeing everyone discuss what position she and Shin Qingling might use in the comments was equally entertaining. Wan Mingyi sighed and said, I'm pretty unlucky too. I haven't gotten anything, yet it sounds like I've tasted it all. Shin Qingling, enough already. Let's drop this topic. Posts like these will disappear in a couple of days anyway. Wan Mingyi, but you're still going to dinner with me later. Won't that just fuel the rumors even more? Since you know, then we shouldn't eat together. That won't do. How can you go back on your promise to me? Song Jining hadn't expected Wan Mingyi to be so bold. Every single sentence seemed to be teasing Shin Qingling. Gathering her courage, she said, then take me along too. With 4 of us eating together, what's there left to say? Shin Qingling,
but I don't want to drag you into this. It never concerned you in the first place. You saved me, so you're my life's benefactor. Besides, I've already been the subject of gossip these past 2 days, it doesn't matter. Let me join you. Ruan Mingi was slightly annoyed, but since Shin Xingling had indeed been slandered because of her, she couldn't very well refuse. Fine, let her come along then. It's just another mouth to feed, no big deal. Alright. During the following time, Shin Xingling no longer paid attention to Ruan Mingi, focusing diligently on attending the lecture. Ruan Mingi rested his chin on his hand, tilting his face to gaze at him with mesmerizing fox-like eyes that seemed to steal souls. The scorching intensity of that stare simply couldn't be ignored. Shin Xingling sighed helplessly, must you keep looking at me like this? Ruan Mingi, I came specifically to see you. What else would I be sitting here for? Shin Xingling was rendered speechless. After watching for a while, Ruan Mingi grew drowsy, primarily because the teacher's lecture was utterly sleep-inducing. Before long, she had dozed off with her head resting on the desk. It seemed any form of insomnia could be instantly cured simply by sitting in a classroom. The sleeping Ruan Mingi looked very docile, smiling as if dreaming of something pleasant. Shin Xingling listened carefully. Oh, it's actually pink. Shin Xingling didn't hold much dislike for Ruan Mingi's quirky little miss persona, he actually found her rather amusing. Unfortunately, to maintain his character and pursue her, he had to keep up his aloof and godlike persona in the early stages, which meant Ruan Mingi was doomed not to see his warm smile during this period. The Gu household. Chang Wang, when do you plan to bring that child home? Wen Sulan's single sentence instantly froze the previously harmonious dinner atmosphere. The thought of her child suffering outside made Wen Sulan's heart ache. Gu Changwon, we only got the news this afternoon. It's not confirmed yet, so there's no need to rush. Let's wait until we're absolutely certain before bringing him back. I won't let the Gu family's flesh and blood remain abandoned. Wen Sulan exclaimed excitedly, there's no mistake, just look at the photo. That child is the spitting image of his grandfather. Why bring up someone who's been dead for so many years? Let's eat. Mentioning his father-in-law, Gu Changwon's expression darkened. Wen Sulan lowered her head dejectedly, not daring to speak again. Gu Yutong sneered, and one, the child you've raised all these years is still sitting here eating with us. How can you already be thinking about the one who hasn't even returned yet? Wen Sulan was Gu Chengwon's second wife. Gu Yutong had never shown much respect to his stepmother, speaking to her without the slightest courtesy. Gu Yijin sighed, sis, don't talk to mom like that. Ultimately, it's all my fault. If it weren't for me, little brother wouldn't have been wandering outside all this time, nor suffered so much. When he comes back, I'll leave, I just want peace in the family. Gu Yutong was actually quite fond of this considerate and obedient younger brother, Gu Yijin. Hearing him talk about leaving, she naturally disagreed. What nonsense, Jin. The Gu family can certainly afford to keep you. After living together for so many years, even without blood ties, there's still affection. Don't worry, even when he returns, you'll still be my brother. There will always be a room for you at home. And when, don't you agree? Gu Yutong looked at Wen Sulan, who forced a faint smile, her gaze towards Gu Yijin carrying a hint of complexity. Wen Sulan also knew that Gu Yijin was a good child, and that all the blame lay with his mother and grandmother. Yijin was innocent, yet at the same time, it was because of them that her own child had ended up displaced. Now she couldn't quite regard Yijin with the same warmth as she used to. Yijin's grandmother, Fong Mei, used to be the Gus housekeeper. Back when Sulan was pregnant, the Gu family had hired her to look after Sulan and her unborn child. Sulan had always been disregarded in the Gu household, holding little sway there. Fong Mei was attentive to her, so naturally, when Sulan grew to trust her deeply. Who knew Ho Fong Mei, upon seeing the Gu family's wealth, conceived wicked designs? Coupled with her daughter's scandalous premarital pregnancy in the village, Ho Fong Mei decided to go the whole hog and swap the two women's infants after when Sulan gave birth. Ho Fong Mei initially feared exposure and wanted her daughter to drown when Sulan's son in the water. Yet the daughter, having just given birth herself, couldn't bear it when she saw Shin Xingling's tender face, and ultimately abandoned him at an orphanage. Shin Xingling suffered bitterly in the orphanage. Gu Yijin was instead showered with affection in the Gu family. Especially Mei Fonghe, who went out of her way for Yijin Gu, showing even more care than Su Lanwen. Everyone assumed it was out of gratitude towards Su Lanwen, but in truth, it was because Yijin Gu was her own grandson. This year, Fongmei suddenly went mad for some unknown reason and spilled every detail of what had happened back then, making Wen Sulan wish she could strangle her to death. Gu Yijin kept apologizing to Wen Sun Lan, pleading for her to spare Mei Fong. In desperation, Wen Sun Lan slapped him across the face, which led to a heated argument between Gu Changwang and Wen Sun Lan. Wen Sun Lan herself felt extremely awkward around Gu Yijin after this incident. Gu Yijing was originally Gu Chengwang's most promising heir apparent, who could have anticipated such an affair would occur. Gu Changwang still deeply valued blood ties. As long as his biological son wasn't an utterly hopeless incompetent, he would never entrust the Gu family to an outsider like Gu Yijing. After all,
They had been father and son for many years. Gu Chengwang wasn't entirely devoid of affection for Gu Yijing, so he wasn't cruel enough to cast him out of the family.
Handing him a small company to live off in the future wouldn't be an issue. The Gu family had mapped out everything splendidly. Unfortunately, they underestimated Gu Yijing's ambition and resentment, as well as his ruthless, unfeeling nature. Gu Yijing had known since childhood that he wasn't a child of the Gu family. Fangmei's excessive kindness towards him was abnormal. She even privately called him darling grandson, which made Gu Yijing suspect something was amiss early on. Later, after investigating, he confirmed that he wasn't the Gu family's child. He had thought the secret could be kept hidden forever, but that old fool unexpectedly went mad and exposed everything. Gu Yijing looked at Wen Sulan, his eyes filled with hope, and asked, "Mom, do you feel the same as sis?" Wen Sulan forced a smile and replied, "Yes, your sister is right. Even if he comes back, the Gu family will still be your home." Could Gu Yijing not see Wen Sulan's reluctance? The reason he was so desperate to destroy Shen Xingling was precisely because he knew the Gu family would never treat him the way they used to. Moreover, Shen Xingling was so outstanding, Gu Chengwang would surely hand over the family assets to his biological son rather than this counterfeit one. Unless Shen Xingling vanished, there was still a glimmer of hope for him. So, he absolutely couldn't let Shen Xingling earn the Gu family's affection and approval. Chapter 12 Undercurrents Among Women. Gu Yijing wore a gentle, artificial smile. "That's good to hear. When brother returns home, I'll cherish him like a real sibling and compensate him double the love you failed to give him all these years. I'll yield everything to him." After listening quietly for a long time, Lin Qingdai gave a gentle smile. "What do you mean by giving it? Wasn't it always theirs to begin with?" Brother Jean really has a sense of humor. Lin Qingdai was the daughter of Gu Chengwang's close friend. After the Lin family met with misfortune, she was the only daughter left. Before his death, Father Lin entrusted Lin Qingdai to Gu Chengwang, and thus Qingdai grew up in the Gu family. Gu Yijing glanced at Lin Qingdai, then immediately wore a dejected expression. He let out a bitter laugh and said, "Does Qingdai despise me now that she knows I'm not a true child of the Gu family? I never wanted things to turn out this way. If possible, I'd rather be the one suffering outside instead of my brother." At this point, Gu Yijing's eyes reddened, overcome with guilt and anguish. Gu Yutong patted his head. "A Jean is always the sensible one. Where else could I find such a good brother? Don't worry, I'll always be on your side." As for the newcomer, a cold smile tugged at the corner of her lips. How good can a child raised in an orphanage possibly be? Probably no different from some uncouth village brat. Definitely not as good as our Jean. If he doesn't disgrace the Gu family when he returns, that'll be blessing enough. Lin Qingdai frowned slightly and coughed before saying, "Sister, I should head to school first. I'll come back to meet Zhengij when he returns home." Zhengij, that term felt like a knife twisting in Gu Yijing's heart. He couldn't understand why Lin Qingdai had been targeting him all this time when she was just an insignificant, taciturn nobody before. Why on earth? Gu Chengwang had no desire to discuss such matters. If the child was his, he'd acknowledge it. If not, he'd ignore it. Talking any more about it was meaningless. Only when Sulan was concerned about this matter. Upon learning that Shen Xingyi attended Jiang University, she rushed there without even finishing her meal. Shen Xingling was having lunch in the cafeteria with Ruan Mingyi and a few others. Yes, the cafeteria. Although Ruan Mingyi had offered to treat him to a meal off campus, Shen Xingling was adamant about not going to such an expensive restaurant. In the end, Ruan Mingyi had no choice but to accommodate him and join him for a meal at the cafeteria. Ruan Mingyi had lived this long, yet it was his first time eating such simple, ordinary food in a cafeteria. Staring at the bland meal of 2 dishes and 1 soup before him, Ruan Mingyi frowned slightly. "You usually eat like this every day?" He only received the boy's quiet murmur in response, "Yeah." Ruan Mingyi had intended to wine and dine Shen Xingling at an upscale restaurant, flirt over candlelit delicacies, not squeeze into a crowded cafeteria to eat the kind of vegetarian slop health nuts adored. It's utterly devoid of charm. Song Jining couldn't help but chuckle at the sight, thinking, "Let's see how you'll continue flirting with Shen Xingling in the cafeteria now." Although she came from wealth, the Song family had always encouraged independence. She ate the same meals and lived in the same dorms as her classmates, never developing those spoiled habits. "What are you laughing at? Nothing's wrong. I think our Jiang University cuisine is quite delicious," she said. "Shen Xingling and I always eat like this. Maybe as an outsider, you're just not used to student fare." Song Jining's words were quite meaningful, first emphasizing our Jiang University to draw a connection between herself and Shen Xingling, then pointing out that Ruan Mingyi was an outsider and not a student, clearly implying she was older than them. It was outright mockery. Most men wouldn't pick up on the undercurrents between women, but Shen Xingling caught it immediately. "Shen Xingling, Ms. Ruan, if our commoner's food doesn't suit your taste, you shouldn't force yourself." 077, Song Jining's favorability has increased by 5. "You've really thought this through, host, using Song Jining to provoke Ruan Mingyi, then using Ruan Mingyi to provoke Song Jining. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, you've mastered the game." Shin Qingling, in the eyes of the world, anything fought over must be valuable.
Women are even more competitive than men in this regard, though most men fail to perceive their subtle undercurrents. Upon closer inspection, their exchanges are laced with hidden daggers. Ruan Mingyi, fearing Shin Qingling might take offense and wishing to avoid Song Jining's verbal trap, smiled lightly and said, "Not at all.
Trying unconventional flavors occasionally is fine if you can eat it, why shouldn't I? Right, Xiao Xiao? Actually, I used to eat at the cafeteria too." Yi Qiao wasn't as delicate as Ruan Mingyi. Eating cafeteria food was just dieting to her.
She nodded and said, "Yes, Mingyi used to eat at the cafeteria with us too, and she even said the food was very healthy, she lost several pounds after just 3 days.
Ruan Mingyi. Song Jining barely held back her laughter. It seems Ms. Ruan isn't from the same world as us. Ruan Mingyi frowned and said, "What's the big deal about eating in the cafeteria? I'll finish all these dishes today."
Ruan Mingyi shoved the food directly into his mouth. Two extravagantly dressed young ladies, dripping in luxury down to their perfumed hair strands, sat on rough wooden stools eating boiled cabbage and tofu served on battered metal trays. The scene was comical at first glance.
Wasn't it Shin Qingling who supposedly lost his dignity for money? How come it's the young miss who's lost hers, dressing like this to eat in the dining hall? Damn, tossing a $1 million bag carelessly onto a greasy dining table, now that's what I call young mistress privilege. Shin Qingling barely glanced at her and hardly said a word, and they call this giving up dignity for love? Seems like the young mistress is the one abandoning her pride. Don't forget Song Jining is sitting right there too. Didn't people dig up that she's the heiress of Song Corporation? If Shin Qingling were really a kept man, would Song Jining still be laughing and chatting with him? That gossip post is pure slander if you ask me. Pfft, haters gonna hate, only fools believe that nonsense about our idol.
Still, Shin Qingling is really something. Ruan Mingyi's family background is no ordinary wealth. It takes some serious skill to make a young lady of her stature go to such lengths. Ruan Mingyi had encountered aloof men before, but none as uniquely striking as Shin Qingling.
He was truly the first of his kind.
Calling him stubborn would be an understatement, yet he somehow agreed to dinner for the sake of a colleague he barely knew.
They say he's easy to chase, but when it comes to dinner dates, he takes having dinner at face value, just eating, nothing more. Qingling Shin, I don't think this meal counts as the one you promised. Didn't we eat together? Miss Ruan, are you going back on your word now?
No, you clearly know the kind of meal I meant wasn't this purely functional one.
My apologies, I didn't realize.
I thought you simply wanted to experience our Zhejiang University cafeteria.
Alright, even if I wanted to experience the cafeteria, could you have another meal with me outside? A meal won't hurt you. Song Jining blinked. That's not necessarily true.
Today, just walking past the teaching building together sparked rumors. If we're photographed dining at an upscale restaurant, Shin Qingling would never be able to clear his name. Yi Qiao said disapprovingly, "Miss, may I ask what your relationship with Shin Qingling is?"
The implication being that Song Jining was meddling in others' affairs. Song Jining blinked. As classmates, isn't that alright? Ruan Mingyi smirked. Since you're neither his girlfriend nor one of Shin Qingling's admirers, you don't seem qualified to reject offers on his behalf.
Song Jining's breath hitched as she turned to look at Shin Qingling. The youth simply gazed at her, seemingly also curious about why she'd been acting this way.
Song Jining fiddled with his fingers, his heart growing tense. Chapter 13, Chu Jiujiao's acting skills explode. Just as Song Jining was about to speak, another woman suddenly appeared and jumped into the fray. Qingling, are you ignoring me because of them?
Shin Qingling raised his eyes to look at the approaching figure.
It was Chu Jiaojiao.
And not just Chu Jiaojiao, her two roommates were with her too, apparently here to make trouble for Shin Qingling. Ruan Mingyi and Song Jining looked at Chu Jiaojiao and her two companions in confusion, while Yi Qiao wore an expression of amused anticipation, ready to watch the drama unfold.
Another stunning beauty. Shin Qingling's luck with women is truly enviable.
Chu Jiaojiao was the quintessential schoolflower, with her delicate beauty, flowing long hair, and porcelain legs revealed beneath a white sundress. At that moment, she was looking at Shin Qingling with a face full of disappointment and sorrow, her eyes brimming with tears that seemed ready to fall any second. Anyone unaware of the truth would ache for her at this sight, thinking Shin Qingling had callously abandoned her after leading her on. Shin Qingling, however, remained perfectly composed.
He replied flatly, "Do you need something?" Chu Jiaojiao's voice trembled with disbelief. "Qingling, after all these years of friendship, when you see me, is this how coldly you greet me? Could it truly be like they say?" Her lips quivered. "That wealthy lady has bought your affections, and now our childhood bond means nothing? So all those promises you made to me mean nothing now? You said you'd always treat me well, that everyone else would come second to me, but now, you truly disappoint me." Chu Jiaojiao's acting skills erupted dramatically as tears instantly streamed down her face, the picture of inconsolable heartbreak. Jiaojiao's roommate, heart aching for her, supported the swaying young woman while accusing Shin Qingling. "Shin Qingling, how could you do this to Jiaojiao? She loves you so much, why must you hurt her like this?" No wonder you haven't visited Jiao Jiao for so long.
Turns out you've got new playthings, 3 great beauties, quite the enviable fortune you found, oh great college genius.
We actually thought you were sincere towards Jiao Jiao and always encouraged her to take the initiative.
Now it seems it's for the best, someone like you isn't worthy of her genuine feelings. Enough, Jiao Jiao has already given her heart away, but someone failed to cherish it. A decade of affection couldn't compare to the young mistress's gold and silver. Seeing the girl's pitiful look, the onlookers nearby began buzzing with discussion.
Whoa, what the hell? Is this the childhood sweetheart coming to demand answers? Even his childhood sweetheart suspects he's being kept by a sugar daddy. Could it really be true?
He's so gorgeous, it's a pity his heart was toyed with by Shen Xingling like that.
What kind of love and leave drama is this? Shen Xingling clearly doesn't seem like that sort of person at all. Knowing a person's face but not their heart, do you understand? Shen Xingling may appear aloof and abstinent, but who would have thought he's this kind of person in private? Truly an eye-opener. Even the most handsome men still cheat, huh? I bet that girl is his girlfriend. There's no way my idol could be like this. I refuse to believe it. His childhood sweetheart came knocking on his door. Let's see how Shen Xingling explains this. Unexpectedly, Shen Xingling smiled. He didn't panic. Instead, he walked up to Chu Jiaojiao with a smile. The youth's smile didn't reach his eyes, carrying a hint of mockery. Jiaojiao, your acting has improved since we last met. Chu Jiaojiao raised her eyes in disbelief. Xingling, what do you mean by that? Shouldn't Shen Xingling be flustered and rushing to comfort her? He was always most afraid of her tears. Whenever she cried, even if she wanted the moon from the sky, he would find a way to get it for her. These past 2 days, Shen Xingling hadn't just ignored her but had also sparked rumors with other women. Shouldn't he at least give her a proper explanation? She didn't believe a single word from those posts. After all, no one knew Shen Xingling better than she did. But, to secure that money, she had no choice but to frame him. I'm sorry, Shen Xingling. After all, as long as she apologizes to him later, he will forgive her. This is what they call the audacity of being favored. Chu Jiaojiao's roommate, after hearing her exaggerated version of events and seeing Shen Xingling with several women, naturally believed her claims that Shen Xingling was giving her the silent treatment and had abandoned her after taking advantage of her. Shen Xingling, how could you speak to Jiaojiao like that? The 3 of you came here without listening to my side and slandered my innocence. How do you expect me to respond? Slander you? Which word of ours was slander? Weren't you the one who betrayed Jiaojiao and got involved with another woman?
Shen Xingling smiled, but to Chu Jiaojiao's eyes, that smile was terrifying. Shen Xingling had never been like this. Had he changed, or had she never truly understood the real him? From the beginning until now, every reaction of Shen Xingling had been beyond her expectations. If this had happened to the original protagonist, he would indeed have rushed to explain himself to Chu Jiaojiao. Unfortunately, the original protagonist was a man of few words, making it all too easy for Chu Jiaojiao's slander to succeed. It seemed Chu Jiaojiao had accepted some favor from Gui Jin, otherwise, she wouldn't have staged this charade.
Chu Jiaojiao asked nervously, what are you laughing at? Nothing much, I just wanted to ask what our relationship is. We're childhood sweethearts. Stop reading so many novels. Uninstall tomato novels already. Can you speak like a normal person? We've been best friends since childhood. Do best friends deserve words like betrayal and abandonment?
Chu Jiaojiao's breath hitched, panic flashing in her eyes.
Biting her lip, she said, but wasn't our mutual affection and unspoken understanding between us? That's right.
You always come to our school to see Jiaojiao, bringing her so many gifts and spending so much money on her.
Do you treat any other woman with half the attentiveness you show Jiaojiao? If this isn't love, then what is? Shen Xingling nodded. I do treat her exceptionally well. Whatever she wants, she gets. I even wire her monthly allowances. See, you admitted it yourself. So, are we supposed to be in a romantic relationship? Since childhood, I've only ever treated her as a younger sister.
Everything I did for her was out of familial care. There's not an ounce of romantic feeling between us.
Otherwise, she wouldn't have kept telling you all that I'm just her brother. Has she ever admitted to any other kind of relationship before you? Whether she likes me or not, I know the answer clearly. In her heart, I'm just a display piece for showing off. And anytime ATM, Chu Jiaojiao, have you ever held even a shred of sincerity toward me? Shen Xingling lowered his gaze to Chu Jiaojiao.
The sorrow and disappointment in his eyes completely stunned her.
077, Chu Jiaojiao's affection value increased by 10, regret value increased by 10.
Shen Xingling's eyes were too captivating. If Chu Jiaojiao could act, so could he. He was a professional actor, and his performance would only be more brilliant and immersive than hers. No one could remain unmoved by those eyes. Even the onlookers could sense his sorrow, let alone Chu Jiaojiao, who was facing them directly. Had she harbored even the slightest affection for the original host, she wouldn't have been able to stay indifferent. Chu Jiaojiao might be foolish and wicked, but her heart wasn't made of stone.
Chu Jiaojiao's lashes fluttered slightly. Why does seeing Shen Xingling's eyes make her feel so sorrowful? This shouldn't be happening.
She didn't like him. She thought he was rigid and dull, resented his concern, and only used him, not a shred of sincerity in her heart. All the words he'd prepared stuck in his throat.
Chu Jiajiao's conscience was uneasy. He knew everything.
He knew her vanity, knew she was just using him, yet foolishly continued to treat her well. Why be so foolish, Shen Qingling?
Chu Jiajiao's tears unexpectedly fell. She refused to answer this question.
She should have said she had genuine feelings for him, that she truly liked him, that they were devoted to each other, childhood sweethearts who grew up innocently hand in hand. But at this moment, she couldn't utter a single word. Shen Qingling took out his phone and showed his chat history with Chu Jiajia to her two roommates.
See, this is the truth you wanted.
Chapter 14, Shen Qingling, Zhang University's most eligible bachelor number 1.
Shen Qingling scrolled through the records bit by bit.
There was never anything suggestive in them, only the kind of concern one might show to family, along with chat logs and money transfers. However, it was often Chu Jiajia who used every trick to demand money from Shen Qingling, or else made Shen Qingling visit her at school and bring her things, all to feed her vanity and secure the envy of other girls.
Chu Jiajiao's roommates never expected that she would actually use them.
Furious, they ended up slapping her across the face.
This woman doesn't speak a single word of truth.
She acts one way in front of Shen Qingling and another way around them. Before, when they had joked about wanting to add Shen Qingling on WeChat, Chu Jiajia claimed that Shen Qingling was too aloof to agree.
Yet according to the records, it was Chu Jiajia who told Shen Qingling that they were too clingy and bullied her in the dorm, making Shen Qingling cold toward them.
You're saying we bullied you in the dorm? After all the kindness we showed you, this is how you repay us with slander? No wonder you always hesitated when we asked if you and Shen Qingling were together. Turns out he never liked you in the first place.
What were you daydreaming about? I finally see through you.
Wanke told me how you'd deny any connection to Shen Qingling in front of guys but act ambiguous around us. Turns out you were afraid of ruining your chances with a rich heir while keeping other women away from Shen Qingling.
What a sly, calculating woman.
Every time Shen Qingling met a new woman, you'd get angry and manipulate him into keeping his distance, terrified someone might steal him away.
Quite the master of emotional manipulation, aren't you?
After hearing so much, the surrounding onlookers probably understood the situation. Chu Jiajia had only ever used Shen Qingling entirely for her own benefit, treating him as a trophy to flaunt, treating him like a walking ATM, and even fearing that other women might take him away from her, so she persistently schemed to isolate him from any female connections. Chu Jiajiao's face paled. She never expected Shen Qingling to ruthlessly expose the persona she had maintained for years. Shen Qingling put away his phone and said coldly, Jiajiao, this is the last time I'll call you that.
From now on, we're no longer friends. This is the price of your betrayal. You reap what you sow. 077. Chu Jiajiao's affection value increased by 10, regret value increased by 10. From beginning to end, Shen Qingling remained utterly lucid, while Chu Jiajia was completely powerless to retaliate. Shen Qingling turned to leave, but she grabbed his hand. Qingling, listen to me, I didn't mean to treat you this way. Shen Qingling pried her fingers off one by one. You don't need to explain to me, nor do I care about your reasons. You must face the consequences of your own actions. Shen Qingling shook off her hand and walked away without looking back. Ruan Mingyi exclaimed in admiration. Cool, so cool, absolutely drop-dead gorgeous. Song Jining nodded dazedly. More than just cool, it felt like watching the male lead in a blockbuster drama. That icy gaze, that faint smile, I was completely smitten. Yi Qiao, what are you spacing out for? They've already left, aren't you going after them?
Ruan Mingyi stood up to chase after them but paused when passing by Chu Jiajia.
My, no wonder this floor is so spotless. Seems someone's dignity got swept right off it. Chu Jiajia raised pale eyes to meet Ruan Mingyi's gaze. What do we even have to smirk about? Even without me, he'd never fancy you. No one in this world knows him better than I do. His heart's a slab of ice under dust. None but me has ever stepped inside. Ruan Mingyi, ice asterisk? How intriguing.
Well then, I'm determined to melt this block of ice and break into his heart.
Not just break in, I'm going to stir things up so thoroughly I'll broadcast the whole show live. No need to thank me. See ya. Yi Qiao raised an eyebrow and said, no point wasting words with someone like her. Let's go, let's go. Song Jining blared fiercely at Chu Jiajiao. You wicked woman. Taking advantage of Shen Qingling's innocence, you'll get what's coming to you, humph. The three of them took turns making Chu Jiajia burn with rage until her face turned crimson. With a darkened expression, she turned and stormed off. The entire spectacle was live-streamed and topped the trending charts as a viral encounter. Every move Shen Qingling made, even the slightest change in expression, was screenshotted and saved by spectators. How can someone's face be flawlessly perfect from every angle? This angle feels like watching a female-oriented drama, but alas, the actress opposite him is too stunning, I just can't immerse myself in the story. ID Crown Shen Qingling is Zhang University's must-try number 1. Shen Qingling's handsomeness knows no bounds, better than any idol drama. This is the price for your betrayal. What kind of cheesy romance novel line is that? If it were anyone else, I'd call them fake,
but since it's Shin Xingling, it's totally acceptable, okay, I'd love to live with Shin Xingling, even if it meant being a cockroach. After stepping out, Xu Jiaojiao saw the additional 100,000 in her phone but didn't feel particularly happy. Was betraying Shin Xingling really worth it for 100,000? At this moment, she suddenly felt lost. Her phone rang, and Xu Jiaojiao answered the call. Hey, the money's been transferred to you. Keep your mouth shut tight. If even a whisper of this gets out, your life will be on the line. I want to know why you're targeting Shin Xingling. That's none of your business. After saying that, the person hung up the phone. Xu Jiaojiao walked away, utterly dejected. At this moment, Wen Sulan emerged from behind the tree, frowning in deep thought. Why has someone suddenly started targeting Shin Xingling at this time? Who hates him this much? Though she was reluctant to think that way, she couldn't help but suspect Gui Jin. Could it be him? For now, it was just suspicion, she had no evidence. The woman sighed, hoping it wasn't what she feared. The thought of how Shin Xingling was used and betrayed by Xu Jiajiao deepened her guilt and heartache for him. A child raised in an orphanage, whose only childhood friend accepted bribes to hurt him, how devastated must he have been? Though the young man appeared calm throughout, the sorrow in his eyes was so palpable it wrenched her heart. Just like his grandfather, he's cold on the outside but warm within. Wen Sulan's eyes softened with tenderness, now certain that Shin Xingling was indeed her child. No matter what, she had to protect Shin Xingling and never let anyone hurt him again. Wen Sulan made a phone call to arrange for 2 bodyguards to protect Shin Xingling, fearing someone might suddenly target him. She hoped her child would return to the Gu family soon. She would compensate him with double the love he had missed all these years. Gui Jin was drinking with friends at a private club. After watching the live broadcast of the unexpected encounter, he couldn't help but smash his phone again. Useless. One word from Shin Xingling threw her completely off balance. How can someone with such weak nerves for wrongdoing have fooled Shin Xingling into simping for her all these years? I just can't wrap my head around it. Zhang Jing patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, it's just a woman. So what if we fail this time? Once he returns to the Gu family, we'll have plenty of ways to deal with him." Gui Jin gulped down a mouthful of wine. Once he returns to the Gu family, things will get complicated. Wen Sulan feels guilty toward Shin Xingling, so she'll inevitably sideline me. How could I ever compare to her own flesh and blood? Doesn't Wen Sulan lack standing in the Gu family? She's a timid woman. Your father and sister call the shots at home. Her opinion doesn't count for much. That's true. At least Gu Yutang is on my side, but I'm worried she might be swayed by Shin Xingling too. Your sister has always been the type to yield to kindness, not force. After all these years, you've already earned her approval. Shin Xingling's arrogance won't sit well with her. Even with Zhang Jing's reassurance, Gui Jin still felt uneasy. 2 attempts to sabotage Shin Xingling had both failed, proving he was far from incompetent, certainly not the bookish nerd everyone claimed him to be. No, I need a way to utterly ruin Shin Xingling, preferably so he can never hold his head up again. A flicker of malice flashed in Gui Jin's eyes. If all else failed, he'd just have Shin Xingling killed. Zhang Jing's eyes sparkled with a sly idea as he clapped his hands. Young Master Gu, I've got a plan. What is it? Spit it out. Isn't there a variety show that approached your sister recently? Why don't you persuade her to agree? During filming, find some way to make Shin Xingling misbehave on camera. You'd gain fans in the process. Even the slightest mistake Shin Xingling makes would turn public opinion against him. The Gu family would never accept an heir with a tarnished reputation. Gui Jin narrowed his eyes and smiled. That's actually a great idea. Gu Yutang was originally planning to turn down this variety show, but it seems I'll have to persuade her to join now. The variety show Zhang Jing mentioned was called Walking with the X Family. The production team would select families from the entertainment industry and other fields for a fully live-streamed program. Gu Yutang was a hugely popular actress in the entertainment industry who rarely participated in variety shows. Her private life remained a mystery to the public, which was precisely why the director wanted her on the show, essentially to dig up her lesser-known side. The show thrived on drama, practically camping on trending searches throughout its broadcast. Though many stars gained fame from it, most ended up infamous rather than celebrated. But in an era where traffic ruled supreme, producers didn't care as long as it made money. But this variety show has always been full of shady tactics, so Gu Yutang initially planned to reject it. Gui Jin intended to use this show to destroy Shin Xingling, while portraying himself as a victim to gain sympathy. Gui Jin had elaborate plans, but he didn't know he'd be facing Shin Xingling, a seasoned performer who had grown up in the entertainment industry, making acting second nature. Chapter 15, Can we wear gray sweatpants? Mrs., could you please stop following me? Shin Xingling had barely taken a few steps before Wan Mingyi and his companion caught up with him. Shin Xingling looked visibly upset from afar, and Song Jining hesitated to approach, keeping his distance cautiously. Wan Mingyi noticed his bad mood and smiled, saying, "Sure, as long as you accept my friend request, I won't bother you anymore." Shin Xingling took out his phone and tapped accept right in front of her.
Ruan Mingyi also knew when to ease off, so she relented. Alright, I won't bother you anymore. I'll leave now. But what? That meal today doesn't count, you still owe me another one. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as you agreeing.
Shin Qingling didn't object, which could be considered reluctant agreement, making Ruan Mingyi quite pleased. Before leaving, she turned back and patted Shin Qingling's shoulder.
And don't be upset over that unworthy woman anymore.
There are countless women in this world who'd gladly walk to you, let alone those who already adore you.
But you should consider me more.
Other women might have X-shaped or O-shaped legs, but I only offer M-shaped and V-shaped legs. Ruan Mingyi had watched more films than most people had eaten grains of rice, so certain phrases rolled off his tongue with ease, while others spoke with eloquence. Her words were laced with innuendo. Shin Qingling understood, but he feigned ignorance, wearing a puzzled expression.
Ruan Mingyi curved his eyes into a smile. I didn't mean anything by it, just wanted to cheer you up. If you're still upset, just call me on WeChat anytime, alright? I'm always online.
After speaking, the woman even gave him a playful wink, both mischievous and adorable. Shin Qingling rarely cracked a smile, but Ruan Mingyi's heart instantly felt sweet and warm.
Ruan Mingyi's affection value increased by 5.
It seemed like earning Shin Qingling's smile was a rare and precious thing. The more unapproachable someone was, the more thrilling it felt when they revealed a side of themselves that was seldom seen. And Ruan Mingyi felt exactly that way in this moment. Back when she liked a man, even if he grinned ear to ear in front of her, she wouldn't have been nearly this excited. She finally understood what it meant for an iceberg to melt into a smile. Ruan Mingyi now knew. With dazed eyes, Ruan Mingyi gazed at Shin Qingling's retreating figure and murmured, "Damn, he's so hot it's paralyzing." Yi Qiao advised, "You should cut back on that filthy talk. People might mistake you for some wild, promiscuous player when you're actually still a virgin. How embarrassing would that be?"
Ruan Mingyi retorted defiantly, "You wouldn't understand, I'm too intense.
Most men can't handle me. It takes someone like Shin Qingling to match my energy."
You'd know that without even trying? I'm an excellent judge of character. Hey, I've got an idea.
Ruan Mingyi pulled out his phone and sent a message to Shin Qingling.
Ruan Mingyi, next time we meet, can you wear gray sweatpants? Shin Qingling, reason. Ruan Mingyi, I think you'd look really handsome in gray. Just kidding, it's actually because you can see the outline in gray sweatpants. But I won't tell you, hee hee. She could even imagine the expression Shin Qingling would make if she said those words. The young man would surely furrow his brows, hesitating to speak, unable to utter anything too harsh, yet visibly disliking this sense of being provoked, left with no choice but to secretly blush. Just thinking about it felt adorable. Ruan Mingyi chuckled vacantly. Yi Qiao waved a hand in front of her dazed face. What are you grinning about? Shin Qingling is so adorable. Can't understand you. Where's the appeal in an iceberg? Sure, he's handsome, but besides that I don't see anything special. You wouldn't understand. Alright, I don't get it again, but let me tell you, don't get too hung up on him. He's not from our world, don't fall in too deep. Don't worry, sis, this time I won't be fooled by men. I'm just pretending to be head over heels for him, it's all part of my plan. Stop nagging, I've got my own pace. Shin Qingling had no classes in the afternoon, and no part-time work today either, so he planned to rest at home and then deepen his bond with his romance target over WeChat. As expected, Shin Qingling was the first to receive a message from Ruan Mingyi. Though unsure what she meant by gray sweatpants, he knew it couldn't be anything proper. Shin Qingling ignored her. Being too eager would only make Ruan Mingyi's enthusiasm fade quickly. Keeping her at arm's length like this, letting her emotions dance to his every move, that was the way to play it. Before long, Song Jining sent another message. Song Jining, handsome, are you free to come over for dinner this weekend? Pleading, hopeful. Shin Qingling, yes, I swapped shifts with someone for the weekend. Shin Qingling specifically mentioned that he had switched shifts, and as expected, he heard the sound of her affection points increasing. Song Jining's affection points +5. Song Jining jumped with joy upon reading the message. Yes, that's amazing. The girl held her phone, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Shin Qingling actually rearranged his weekend shift just to have dinner with me, he's so wonderful. Song Jining was overjoyed and immediately called home to arrange a weekend dinner. Shin Qingling estimated that Song Jining's affection points would likely max out by the weekend, since the girl was too naive and prone to wild fantasies, making her easy to woo. But Ruan Mingyi was different. Although she appeared outgoing and passionate, her affection points actually rose quite slowly. You had to hit just the right chord to trigger an increase. So with Ruan Mingyi, there were only two approaches, either deliver a major emotional impact or resort to the slow burn method of gradual conquest. Shin Qingling was pondering how to quickly win over Ruan Mingyi when his phone rang again. Chu Jiaojiao, I'm sorry. Narrowing his eyes with a cold smile, Shin Qingling wondered whether this belated apology stemmed from genuine remorse or was merely another act staged to seek his forgiveness. Shin Qingling ignored her. Chu Jiaojiao returned to her dorm room to find everyone giving her strange looks. Knowing she couldn't stay there any longer, she decided to rent an apartment off campus anyway. She had enough money saved up. She didn't have any real affection for these roommates,
It had all been superficial acting and false pleasantries.
Chu Jiaojiao glanced at WeChat. The familiar profile picture remained permanently dark. Could it be that Shen Qingling would never forgive her after all?
She gripped her phone tightly, staring blankly at the profile picture frame as she told herself, "It's fine.
Even without Shen Qingling, my life won't be affected."
She was a hypocritical, selfish person who only wanted to marry someone wealthy. Shen Qingling had never been within her options. Chu Jiaojiao kept repeating to herself that the heartache was only temporary. Money could heal all wounds and past grievances, including her memories with Shen Qingling. In the end, she clenched her teeth and deleted the chat with Shen Qingling.
So long as she didn't see it, she wouldn't feel sad, wouldn't remember.
She must suppress her emotions and resist the urge to message Shen Qingling again. After all, he'd already seen through her and would never forgive her. But on the other side, Shen Qingling heard the system's announcement echoing in his ears.
Chu Jiaojiao's affection value increased by 10, regret value increased by 10. Chapter 16, The Pleasure of Icebergs. Shen Qingling didn't take Chu Jiaojiao's scheming to heart.
To Shen Qingling, as long as he returned to the Gu family, Chu Jiaojiao would inevitably regret her actions. Moreover, she had long grown accustomed to Shen Qingling's care for her. Without him, it was like a fish deprived of water. Sooner or later, she wouldn't be able to resist swimming back. Shen Qingling would make her realize one thing, that she simply couldn't do without him. That night, Shen Qingling posted on WeChat Moments for the first time in ages. The original host rarely posted on WeChat Moments, but Shen Qingling loved using it to craft his persona and reel people in. Given the original host's aloof nature, there were many things and emotions he couldn't bring himself to share privately with anyone, making WeChat Moments the perfect outlet. If it can be lost, it was never truly yours. This copy is simple, but it instantly conveys its message. Soon, many people liked his post and comforted him, telling him not to be upset.
Shen Qingling didn't post this to fish for sympathy but to establish his image while casually sharing his photo.
Accompanying the caption was a photo of himself. This photo was taken by Chu Jiaojiao for him before the aloof male idol and others' eyes seemed to come alive in Chu Jiaojiao's phone. Under the sunset, his stern face revealed a faint smile, perfectly embodying the very essence of the term white moonlight. This was also the Shen Qingling that most people had rarely seen. The moment Chu Jiaojiao saw this photo, she froze in stunned silence. She still remembered this photo was taken outside their high school right after the college entrance exams ended. Shen Qingling stood waiting for her at the end of the road, just like every ordinary day before when he'd always been there waiting for her.
How did Jiaojiao do on the exams? Not great. I'm not a top student like you.
Sigh, I'll probably barely make it into a second-tier college.
It's alright.
Even if Jiaojiao can't do anything, I'll still take care of you.
Alright, you've already been recommended for admission to Zhengde University. Surely your future is boundless. I'll have to make the most of basking in your glory then.
That's not called basking in reflected glory. Jiaojiao stands within my future.
Wherever you are, that's where I'll be.
Chu Jiaojiao thought Shen Qingling liked her because he always told her, no matter what happened, no matter what the future held, he would stand firmly by her side.
What a pity. She didn't want it. Seeing this photo now and remembering Shen Qingling's words, Chu Jiaojiao actually felt sad too.
She opened her phone's photo album. It was full of pictures with Shen Qingling, overflowing with memories.
Chu Jiaojiao, what are you sad about? You gave him up for 100,000, so what right do you have to grieve now? He'll never forgive you again. Shen Qingling used a single photo to reignite Chu Jiaojiao's longing and remorse. Chu Jiaojiao's longing increased by 10 points, remorse increased by 10 points. Chu Jiaojiao looked at the photo and was reminded of Shen Qingling's kindness. But for Wan Mingyi, it was pure temptation. She couldn't resist leaving her signature abstract comment below. Little brother, guess what I'm doing with your photo? Not replying? Then guess what I used to like your post? The hand in this pic looks disproportionate. You should use my proportions instead. I kept losing in the game just now, but after seeing you, I won several rounds in a row. Shen Qingling directly deleted her comments. Wan Mingyi felt a sense of mischievous triumph. She then proceeded to harass Shen Qingling via WeChat again. Wan Mingyi, I want to learn about your childhood, your past sorrows and joys. I secretly listen to the songs you love, quietly memorizing every casually revealed preference and habit of yours, your zodiac sign, favorite flowers, the movies you enjoy. I screenshot and save everything about you, buy you the snacks you crave, research all the good restaurants near your place or photogenic shops worth checking out. I love you, including your fragility, vulgarity, and dark side. Oh, by the way, how big is yours? Shen Qingling, where did you copy this cringeworthy script from? Wan Mingyi, jokes can be copied, but can you? Shen Qingling. Wan Mingyi, you seem to love typing 6 dots. If I were a new Pinduoduo user, would you still act this way? Shen Qingling, do you really have to be this abstract? Can't we just talk about normal topics? Wan Mingyi, actually, I bought a cake earlier and forgot to take a fork. Shen Qingling, just ask the shop to send another 1. Wan Mingyi, the shop is closed already. Could you mail me a fork? Shen Qingling was utterly exasperated by Wan Mingyi.
Ruan Mingyi watched as Shen Xingling fell completely silent, sensing the success of her teasing. With a face mask on, she grinned so wide it felt like her face might split open.
Yuan Mingyi's heartbeat value increased by 10.
Yi Qiao, noticing she was laughing so hard she could barely catch her breath, asked curiously, "What has you so amused?" Ruan Mingyi casually tossed aside the 500 yuan face mask and sat up with a smile. "I've rendered Shen Xingling speechless," he said.
Yi Qiao, isn't this your specialty?
Using that poison-tipped tongue of yours to silence men with your words. Ruan Mingyi shook her head. No, this time it wasn't because I angered him, he got shy. For some reason, she didn't enjoy teasing other men. Those men would immediately get dirty thoughts upon seeing her jokes and respond with even filthier remarks, which instantly made her lose interest. But Shen Xingling was different, he was too proper. So proper that it made people want to strip away that moral gentleman's facade and see him reveal his involuntarily sexy side. Teasing only counts when it's directed at a straight-laced person. Someone like Shen Xingling's personality was practically made for her. Icebergs have the allure of icebergs, and straight-laced people have the appeal of straight-laced people, a famous saying by Ruan Mingyi. Shen Xingling had roughly figured out the preferences of a few of her targets by now. Ruan Mingyi liked the contrasting type, those aloof, self-denying male gods who could still be teased into blushing. Song Jining had a preference for the cool, distant, and rational older types, those who were icy on the surface but warm-hearted inside. Chu Jiaojia loves money yet couldn't let go of Shen Xingling's kindness towards her, torn between regret and committing heartless, irreversible acts. Without a doubt, the one who would suffer the worst fate in all of this was Chu Jiaojia.
Shen Xingling couldn't wait to see Chu Jiaojiao's reaction when he returned to the Gu family and reclaimed his identity.
Shen Xingling fell asleep with beautiful visions of the future.
Meanwhile, someone else tossed and turned, plagued by nightmares.
Lin Xingdai had that dream again, once more dreaming of Gui Jin and Shen Xingling. Half asleep, she woke in a cold sweat, jolting awake from a crimson-lit terror.
No!
She opened her eyes with a scream, finding herself still in the room, gasping for air.
Another one of those dreams. Is this really just a dream, or a warning from the heavens? Lin Xingdai couldn't tell. The answer to all this would only come after that young man returned to the Gu family. Shen Xingling, this time, will you stand by my side? Chapter 17, Little Angel Lin Xingmian. Shen Xingling's life suddenly became very lively. Posts about him would occasionally pop up in random encounters. Girls from other departments would frequently sneak into his class just to catch a glimpse of him. Love letters would constantly be slipped into his hands as he walked down the street. It always felt like someone was shadowing him during his daily commute to and from school. Ruan Mingyi harassed him relentlessly like clockwork every day. Fearful of annoying Shen Xingling lest he grow tired of her, Song Jining dared not message him daily, silently counting down to weekend reunions instead. Yet despite Song Jining's eager anticipation, Shen Xingling got snatched away at the last moment. Ji Yunmiao, Jiang University's legendary campus belle, had approached Shen Xingling the day before. Shen Xingling and Ji Yunmiao had hardly any interactions before, aside from Ji Yunmiao expressing her affection for him during a competition they both participated in. Yet, as a proud and aloof goddess like her wouldn't lower herself to ardently pursue Shen Xingling, she quickly gave up after facing his initial cold shoulder. After class, Ji Yunmiao blocked Shen Xingling's path on the way out. Ji Yunmiao lived up to her name, ethereal as an immortal, radiating an air of scholarly elegance. Without glasses, she had an air of cool detachment that actually mirrored Shen Xingling's own demeanor. Shen Xingling politely greeted him. "Hello, classmate Ji, is there something you need?" Ji Yunmiao frowned uncomfortably and said, "Sorry, classmate Shen, I didn't mean to disturb you, but could we talk privately?" "Don't worry, I'm not trying to pester you, there's just something I really need to ask of you." Shen Xingling gave him a puzzled look. Ji Yunmiao knew her abrupt interruption of Shen Xingling was unreasonable, so she could only cast a pleading look. "Please, just a few minutes, okay?" Seeing how nervous she was, Shen Xingling nodded. "Let's go to that cafe outside the campus then." Finally, Ji Yunmiao flashed a grateful smile. "Thank you." The two arrived at the cafe where Shen Xingling worked part-time. Ji Yunmiao cut straight to the chase. "Here's the thing, I'd like to ask you to teach my little sister how to paint." Shen Xingling looked slightly surprised. Though not an art major, Shen Xingling had a quiet temperament and enjoyed painting. It was one of the few activities that brought him genuine relaxation. This happened to be one of the original host's rare hobbies. He occasionally shared his artwork on social media, where Ji Yunmiao had even liked some posts. But Shen Xingling still didn't understand why Ji Yunmiao wanted to invite him to teach painting. "Do you mean to hire me as a tutor?" "To be precise, it's not just tutoring. My younger sister." Ji Yunmiao briefly explained the situation. Ji Yunmiao's parents divorced. Ji Yunmiao stayed with his father in their home country, while his younger sister Lin Xingmian went abroad with their mother. However, their mother paid little attention to Lin Xingmian. After coming of age, Lin Xingmian was sent back home by her mother, with only a housekeeper to care for her.
No one knows what Lin Xingmian went through overseas. After returning, she was diagnosed with depression and mild autism, becoming extremely withdrawn, with self-harm tendencies during severe episodes.
Ji Yunmiao tried every possible method but still couldn't help her recover.
Now, whenever Lin Xingmian shows interest in something, she spares no effort to obtain it for her. Yesterday I happened to scroll through your social media, and she glanced at it beside me, saying you're good looking.
Nian Nian also enjoys painting.
I showed her your artwork, and she seemed quite fond of it.
So, could you please become Nian Nian's teacher? She's too lonely. I can't reach her world. Could you help me?
Don't worry, I'll pay you triple the usual tutoring rate to teach her. Or if you have any other requests, just name them, and I'll do my best to fulfill them.
Ji Yunmiao's eyes reddened as he spoke.
Shen Qingling hesitated a little. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, but he was afraid that instead of helping, he might end up upsetting her further. If anything were to happen, it would be difficult to explain, and he'd feel guilty about it.
Seeing Shen Qingling's hesitant gaze, Ji Yunmiao continued. Nian Nian is very well behaved even when she's upset. She won't make a fuss.
She just quietly draws her pictures.
You don't have to worry about anything. Even if you fail, it's okay, just give it a try.
I know this isn't an easy thing to ask, but I'm truly at my wit's end. Her condition keeps worsening, and I honestly don't know how to help her anymore. Seeing Ji Yunmiao like this, Shen Qingling found it a bit hard to refuse her. 077, host, Lin Xingmian is your target to conquer, very important.
But I didn't come across this name when I read the book.
She appears much later in the story.
Fine, it seems I'll have to comply then.
Just as Ji Yunmiao was on the brink of despair, Shen Qingling spoke up. Alright, I'll give it a try. Overwhelmed with joy, Ji Yunmiao exclaimed tearfully, thank you, Shen Qingling.
Since Shen Qingling had no classes in the afternoon, Ji Yunmiao took him to Lin Xingmian's residence.
Before them loomed an enormous villa.
But to Lin Xingmian, this vast villa was nothing more than an exquisite cage.
Upon entering the villa, it was eerily quiet, the spacious living room devoid of any presence. Ji Yunmiao whispered softly, Nian Nian rarely stays in the living room.
She's usually in the art studio or music room on the second floor. Come, let's go see Nian Nian. I think she'll be happy. Shen Qingling and Ji Yunmiao went up to the second floor together.
A beautiful melody drifted from the piano room. The moment Shen Qingling laid eyes on Lin Xingmian, a peculiar feeling stirred in his heart. Bathed in the afternoon sunlight, the young girl sat quietly at the piano, playing. Lin Xingmian was beautiful, her beauty carrying an almost surreal quality. The girl's face seemed kissed by divine moonlight, her porcelain white skin glowing with a translucent radiance. When seated, her long black hair nearly brushed the floor, and as sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows onto her shoulders, the dancing light in her tresses resembled a halo around an angel. The girl's delicate brows furrowed slightly, her long lashes casting fragile shadows on her eyelids, giving her an ethereally breakable appearance.
When those eyes gazed over, her gaze revealed a heart-trembling innocence. Lin Xingmian was like an angel described in fairy tales.
077, detecting a romanceable character, Lin Xingmian.
Name, Lin Xingmian. Goddess level, S-class. Identity, depressed girl. Personality, innocent, kind-hearted, flawlessly pure. Plot relevance, 40%. Ending, insufficient points, unable to unlock.
The system's voice snapped Shen Qingling back to reality.
Shen Qingling suddenly felt very curious about her.
She was the first S-ranked goddess he had encountered since arriving in this world.
And her character tag is actually flawless? Does such a person truly exist in this world?
Seeing that 40% connection rate, Shen Qingling couldn't help but wonder what role this girl would play in the subsequent plot.
How many points are needed to unlock a character's ending? 100,000.
Ji Yunmiao walked over to her with a smile and said softly, Nian Nian, I've hired a drawing teacher for you.
You should call him Teacher Shen, okay? Chapter 18, Folding Stars.
The girl's large eyes gazed at him curiously, neither with expectation nor disgust, only pure curiosity. But she remained silent, her fluttering lashes like tiny fans. Shen Qingling thought her eyes resembled colored glass, pure, translucent, radiating a healing power that made it impossible to harbor any ill will.
Lin Xingmian looked up at Ji Yunmiao, the older brother from my phone.
The girl's voice was delicate and soft, as light as a cloud, brushing against the ears like the gentle tickle of a feather.
Ji Yunmiao smiled and patted her head affectionately. That's right, didn't Nian Nian say you liked his paintings? So sister invited him to teach you. How about Nian Nian painting with Teacher Shen this afternoon?
Lin Xingmian remained silent, lowering her head and eyes.
Ji Yunmiao sensed her nervousness and comforted her. Nian Nian, just try one lesson, okay? If you don't like it, we won't continue.
Lin Xingmian shook her head in refusal. Ji Yunmiao sighed and walked to the door, saying to Shen Qingling, as you can see, this is how things are.
She rejects nearly everyone.
Even I struggled to gain her willingness to speak with me.
Shen Qingling replied calmly, it's alright.
If you trust me, leave her to me.
Ji Yunmiao cautioned, fine, but if she truly refuses, then let it be. May I enter these rooms? I'd like to understand her more. Anything is fine, I'll leave it to you, Shin Xingling. Ji Yunmyo went back inside to tell Lin Xingmian something, but Lin Xingmian remained silent as usual.
Meanwhile, Shin Xingling wandered around the Lin residence and eventually peeked into Lin Xingmian's room to observe her daily habits. Lin Xingmian's bedroom was a distinctly girlish pink space, with countless paper cranes and wind chimes hanging by the doorway that gingled melodiously with every breeze. There were many plush toys on Lin Xingmian's bedside: rabbits, bears, cats, all kinds of them. The room was carpeted with a soft rug adorned with star patterns.
On Lin Xingmian's desk stood neatly folded paper stars, carefully stored in transparent glass jars. Not just on the desk, those star-filled jars occupied an entire cabinet.
On the far left of the desk sits a locked safe, with a diary placed in the center. Besides these, there are books like the Cloud Spotter's Guide in the Shapes of Clouds, along with some art-related books. The slightly open drawer reveals colorful candy wrappers peeking out. Lin Xingmian's room opens onto a balcony that overlooks the villa's back garden, offering a stunning view.
The girl's balcony is lush with potted greens and sunflowers, flanked by an array of mysterious jars and bottles whose purpose remains unclear.
He left the room and made his way to Lin Xingmian's art studio. Lin Xingmian's paintings are all beautiful, not gloomy in style. Most of her paintings feature small animals, flowers, clouds, rainbows, green plants, the sky, stars, etc., with almost no human figures. From this, Shin Xingling could deduce that Lin Xingmian enjoys folding paper stars, loves eating candy, delights in collecting cloud patterns and images, and likes tending to plants.
A girl like this doesn't seem at all like someone who would suffer from depression. When Shin Xingling returned to the piano room, Ji Yunmyo had already left. The girl stood alone by the floor-to-ceiling window in a daze, showing no reaction to Shin Xingling's approaching footsteps. Shin Xingling walked over and initiated a conversation with her. May I call you Mian Mian? My name is Shin Xingling. You can call me Teacher Shin.
Your sister mentioned you enjoy painting, which happens to be my hobby too.
Lin Xingmian showed no reaction whatsoever.
In his previous life, Shin Xingling had encountered a similar girl while preparing for a public welfare film, where his co-star happened to be such a young girl. At first, she hardly spoke to anyone, only delivering her lines when acting. Later, Shin Xingling often privately advised her, cracking jokes to amuse her, and gradually she became willing to talk to him, though still sparingly. Shin Xingling found it puzzling, assuming the girl disliked him or found him annoying, so he approached her less often. To his surprise, she then started initiating conversations with him instead. He asked whether she disliked him, which was why she seemed reluctant to speak with him. She explained that she didn't dislike him, she was just used to keeping her thoughts to herself. She said, "Don't judge whether someone likes you by their words, but by their actions." Like how she always preferred sitting next to Shin Xingling. Like how her gaze would unconsciously linger on him. For instance, she would secretly buy the same white shirt as Shin Xingling. Or she'd place her water glass right next to Shin Xingling's cup. Girls of this type often have countless little thoughts and subtle behaviors that most people wouldn't even notice. Their affections are like the wind, they might gently brush past, leaving the object of their admiration completely unaware. Patience is needed when dealing with such a young girl. Shin Xingling had no shortage of patience. Though Lin Xingmian appeared to be staring blankly into the distance, Shin Xingling could sense she was actually listening to her words.
Nian Nian is much like me, I don't talk much either. People always say I'm cold, but the truth is, I just keep my thoughts to myself. I wonder if it's the same for you.
I passed by a pet shop on my way here, and the kittens and puppies inside were so adorable.
There was even a talking kitten.
Next to that pet shop, there's a flower shop, a very special one with many flowers I've never seen before. The most unique one was a flower that refracted a rainbow of colors. And beside the flower shop, there's a big candy store selling sweets from all over the world.
The owner said there's a type of candy that makes you laugh as soon as you eat it. Shin Xingling didn't approach things like previous therapists by starting with drawing.
He only mentioned his own drawing briefly before talking about what he had seen along the way.
Since this is our first meeting, Professor Shin, why not choose one of these items as a welcoming gift?
Lin Xingmian finally moved. She blinked and looked at Shin Xingling. The girl's gaze was innocent, but Shin Xingling couldn't decipher what her eyes were trying to convey.
If Mimi doesn't speak, I'll take it as your agreement. I'll write the numbers 123 on paper and fold them into stars. Whichever star Mimi picks will be your welcoming gift.
Before Lin Xingmian could speak, Shin Xingling took out paper and wrote down the numbers. But Teacher Shin isn't very good at folding stars, so Mimi should do the folding instead.
Lin Xingmian didn't move at first, but Shin Xingling wasn't discouraged.
He deliberately folded a failed paper star. Seeing the sad look in Shin Xingling's eyes, Lin Xingmian pursed his lips slightly. After his long eyelashes fluttered, he silently took the paper from Shin Xingling's hand and started folding a star. System 077 exclaimed in surprise, "I didn't expect you to have the makings of a kindergarten teacher, host." In the system's eyes, Lin Xingmian probably wasn't much different from a child. Shin Xingling smiled as he watched the girl meticulously folding paper stars. Her defining traits are innocence, purity, kindness, and goodness, which means she's willing to help when you're in trouble. If something overcomes her psychological barriers or becomes inexpressible, she'll torment herself inwardly while appearing indifferent or even cold on the surface. But when it comes to things she's capable of and good at, like folding stars, which requires no psychological struggle, she'll probably offer help willingly. Lin Xingnian quietly folded 3 paper stars, then placed them in his palm and reached out to hand them to Shen Xingling.
Chapter 19, Don't want to disappoint your expectations.
Lin Xingnian still didn't speak, only blinking her innocent doe eyes at him.
So obedient. There was a contradictory beauty about her, though outwardly a grown young woman, she carried an air of naive sweetness that didn't belong to her age. Shen Xingling didn't take the star from her hand, instead saying with a smile, "Mian Mian, you choose one yourself, whichever you pick, that's where we'll go." Lin Xingmian shook her head in refusal. She didn't want to go out.
She only wanted to help him fold the stars properly, nothing more.
Shen Xingling didn't pressure her.
He smiled and said, "Then let's go paint in the garden. The weather is lovely today, Mian Mian can collect some new clouds."
Shen Xingling gazed out the window and asked, "Are there any particularly lovely cloud shapes today? Let's draw them and see."
Lin Xingnian was slightly surprised that he knew his preferences, but then it occurred to him that his sister might have told him. She lowered her eyes and fell silent. She didn't want to paint with a stranger, it felt odd.
Shen Xingling didn't force her either.
He stood up and said, "Then Mian Mian can wait here while I go downstairs to paint.
You can come see it after I finish." Lin Xingnian watched Shen Xingling's departing figure with bewildered eyes.
This new teacher seemed very different, and his smile was beautiful and gentle.
The girl felt a little curious about him.
077, Lin Xingnian's affection level increased by 2. As they reached the doorway, Shen Xingling suddenly turned back and met the girl's inquisitive gaze. She immediately averted her eyes in embarrassment, clutching tightly at the white dress by her side.
"Minmin, can I borrow your art supplies?"
Lin Xingnian dared not look at him, giving only a slight nod.
Shen Xingling carried the art supplies downstairs to paint in the garden.
Lin Xingnian sat by the floor-to-ceiling window watching him paint. This newly arrived teacher Shen is like a painting himself, and the way he paints is captivating. For Lin Xingmian, when a stranger suddenly appeared in her silent world, she couldn't help but notice.
Of course, that's assuming she's not someone I particularly dislike. Time passed little by little.
Shen Xingling deliberately painted at a slow pace. He checked today's weather, it would rain soon. Jiangqing's weather was unpredictable, and this season brought frequent rainfall, though the showers often came and went quickly.
Sure enough, before long, the weather shifted.
Dark clouds gathered overhead, yet the young man painting in the garden remained unmoved. The girl's delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly.
It's about to rain, why hasn't he come up yet? Shen Xingling was just wondering whether she would come down.
If she does, it means she's taken the first step. If he didn't come down, he would give her this painting, at least let her see his attitude was completely sincere. A light rain began to fall, but Lin Xingmian still didn't appear. She resisted stepping outside. Leaving this house was an immense struggle for her. She didn't want to face the storm outside. Only by curling up in her little corner could she feel safe. Shen Xingling felt a twinge of disappointment, but he understood this wasn't something that could change overnight.
Lin Xingmian's heart was gentle and easily moved.
When she saw Shen Xingling take off his clothes to shield that painting, a subtle shift flickered in her gaze. Lin Xingmian bit his lip and stepped out of the piano room. Shen Xingling returned to the living room on the first floor. He didn't go upstairs to the second floor. The young man standing in the living room was drenched from head to toe, the only thing unscathed being the painting cradled in his arms.
Shen Xingling took out the painting and smiled. "Won't Nian Nian come down to see? I've finished painting it."
Seeing his sincere and gentle gaze, Lin Xingnian felt as though something had tugged at her heart.
The first reaction was an inexplicable sadness. Why was he so kind to someone like her when they were merely strangers meeting for the first time? In the past, her sister had also invited some people, but they were nothing like him. She could sense they weren't sincere, they only came because of the generous payment her sister offered. But this teacher Shen didn't seem to be here for money. Lin Xingmian wasn't foolish. She knew that Shen Xingling, like her elder sister, was a top student at Jian University. Just yesterday, her sister had mentioned that he was a famously brilliant scholar there. If he were willing to tutor privately, he could earn far more money. Yet here he was, patiently trying every possible way to coax her. Even she had given up on herself, but somehow, her sister and this man she just met refused to do the same. She stood there for 3 full minutes before finally taking quiet steps downstairs. She didn't immediately look at the painting, but instead raised her eyes to gaze at the raindrops on Shen Xingling's face. Why get caught in the rain? It's just a painting.
This was the first time Shen Xingling had heard Lin Xingmian speak such a long sentence since they met. He explained earnestly, "This was my promise to Mian Mian.
As Nian Nian's teacher, how could I teach her properly if I don't keep my word?" She emphasized again, "It's just a painting." Shen Xingling shook his head. "It's not just a painting. Nian Nian is waiting for me there. You should be looking forward to it, Professor Shen. I don't want to let your expectations down."
Lin Xingnian looked at him in surprise, a glimmer of light seeming to spark in his eyes. Shen Xingling suddenly smiled gently again. It's just a little rain.
It's fine. 077. Lin Xingnian's affection level increased by 20.
Damn, host, you're seriously amazing.
Shen Xingling accidentally struck a chord in Lin Xingnian's heart. Daddy will definitely celebrate Nian Nian's birthday this year. Daddy has something to attend to this week and can't celebrate Nian Nian's birthday. Nian Nian got first place this time? Mom will definitely attend the parent-teacher meeting.
Mom has a business meeting tomorrow, so I won't be able to attend the parent-teacher meeting.
A newly opened amusement park? Sure, once your sister has time off, we'll go together with Nian Nian. Sorry Nian Nian, your sister still has extra classes to attend. Let's go to the amusement park together next weekend, okay?
Sleepy, I'm your new dad now, and I'll treat you just as well as your real daddy would. You're not my biological daughter, so you should be grateful for even getting a meal. Even with a new family, mommy still loves you just the same, Sleepy. Mommy is struggling in this household too, just let your younger sister have whatever she wants and don't upset your father.
The new sister is very beautiful, I like this sister.
You're trying to steal daddy from me, I hate you.
Get out of my house. How could mommy ever abandon Nian Nian?
Nian Nian, you're all grown up now and can live on your own.
Go back to your father in China, or if that doesn't work out, there's always Grandma. Grandma will always be with Nian Nian. Grandma has become a star in the sky.
Every single thing she had hoped for fell through. Countless disappointments filled the cracks of her growth, making even her marrow ache with pain. This person, however, didn't want to let her hopes fall because of a painting. Seeing her standing there dumbfounded, Shen Xingling decided to let her collect herself.
Leaving a good first impression was enough for now. Shen Xingling gently placed the painting on the table.
With an embarrassed chuckle, he said, given my current appearance, I'm hardly in a state to give Nian Nian any lessons.
I think I'll take my leave now. Shen Xingling turned and walked to the door. Lin Xingnian finally couldn't resist speaking up. Professor Shen. Shen Xingling turned back to look at her. Will you come again tomorrow? Chapter 20. She really likes Teacher Shen.
Shen Xingling finally won her over. He gave a soft laugh, of course.
Since Nian Nian calls me Teacher Shen now, how could I not come?
Lin Xingnian flashed a shy, flustered smile, her lips curving to reveal two charming dimples that could melt hearts with their sweetness. Shen Xingling raised his gaze to the sky. The previously overcast clouds had completely dispersed, revealing a vast azure expanse where a rainbow now arched across the horizon, a sight so pure it seemed to cleanse the soul.
He spoke to the girl once more. There's a rainbow outside, would Xingnian like to see it?
He stood beyond the doorway while Lin Xingnian remained within its frame. Lin Xingnian hesitated for a moment before carefully walking to the door under Shen Xingling's expectant gaze.
The sky today seems unusually different, and it's also different from the sky she sees through the glass.
Shen Xingling extended her hand. Come outside for a clearer, more beautiful view. Lin Xingnian bit her lip, but still couldn't help shaking her head and taking a step back.
Shen Xingling laughed. Lin Xingnian didn't understand why he was laughing and gave him a bewildered look.
Shen Xingling stood before her, blocking out the light.
If you're afraid to face it, just stand behind me and take a look.
One glance is enough, don't miss the beautiful scenery. There are still many things in life worth looking forward to. Lin Xingnian stared blankly at his tall receding figure. His broad shoulders gave her a false impression, as if he could shield her from all storms.
Lin Xingnian took 2 more steps forward and finally walked out of the main gate.
She hid behind Shen Xingling, cautiously peeking out a small head to glance at the sky.
Shen Xingling turned his face slightly and lowered his eyes, saying, "Isn't it beautiful?"
Lin Xingnian's gaze shifted from the rainbow to Shen Xingling's eyes.
Not as beautiful as Professor Shen's eyes. She gave a slight nod. Shen Xingling crouched down and said gently, "You're very brave, Nian Nian. It's already wonderful that you came out to see the rainbow today. We'll take it step by step going forward, and together we'll see even farther and more beautiful scenery." Lin Xingnian asked that question again. Will Teacher Shen stay with me forever? It will.
Lin Xingnian reached out to wipe the rain from his face. The girl's gaze was earnest, as if performing a precious ritual. Her hand was small and soft, like a feather brushing across his skin. 077. Lin Xingnian's affection points increased by 5. Shen Xingling paused, then laughed. It's fine, Nian Nian. Don't get your hands dirty, I'll just go home and take a shower. Goodbye, Professor Shen. See you tomorrow, Mian Mian. Shen Xingling didn't say goodbye, he said see you tomorrow. Lin Xingnian felt slightly more at ease. Despite having been hurt countless times, she still couldn't help but fall for Teacher Shen's tenderness, nurturing expectations she shouldn't have allowed herself. She didn't want her hopes to be dashed again. This time, would he be the one who's different? After leaving the Lin family, Shen Xingling's smile gradually faded. Being with Lin Xingnian made it easier to let her guard down. She felt more relaxed than usual, unknowingly becoming gentler. Facing her, I always find it impossible to remain cold-hearted, afraid of seeing that sorrowful look in her clear, innocent eyes. Shen Xingling murmured in confusion, just what has she been through? 077, now that she's grown closer to you, her past will be revealed once you fully unlock her heart.
Shin Xingling, her depression must be tied to her family background, why else would she keep asking me if I'd stay with her forever?
077, speaking of which, your performance today was perfect. I couldn't stand hearing those words myself, let alone Lin Xingnian, a girl suffering from depression. Shin Xingling seemed to naturally possess the art of sweet talk, with every word striking a chord in Lin Xingnian's heart.
Shin Xingling raised an eyebrow.
I just genuinely wanted to save her, that's all. So he treated her with extraordinary sincerity, not mere perfunctory gestures.
A girl like Lin Xingnian is exceptionally perceptive, she can intuitively sense whether your affection is genuine.
Therefore, never attempt to deceive her with a mask of hypocrisy.
As dinner time approached, Shin Xingling first stopped by the neighborhood market for groceries before returning to her rented apartment. He planned to make a simple meal, as some dishes outside weren't as tasty as what he could cook himself. Shin Xingling brought out dish after dish, each one a feast for the eyes and palate.
077 exclaimed in surprise, I never expected you to know how to cook, host. Women always say that to capture a man's heart, you must capture his stomach. The same goes for men, being able to cook well is a plus for women too. Even if your cooking skills aren't exceptional, just showing this kind of attitude will earn you extra points in their hearts. Women can be complex at times, yet surprisingly simple in other moments.
077, but wouldn't that mean you'd have to cook for them every day? That sounds exhausting for you. Shin Xingling chuckled and shook his head. No.
For women, this just needs to be an occasional display of my qualities.
Simply knowing I can cook earns me bonus points.
Given my financial situation and that of my previous partners, there was never any need for me to cook daily anyway. If I actually cooked for them frequently, they'd start feeling guilty and worry about me instead. That's why things like this are like medals, everyone just needs to know you have one quality and see it demonstrated once. There's no need to compete for their sake every single day. Shin Xingling was accustomed to rising after their morning tryst to prepare breakfast for the women, who would invariably be moved by the gesture. To Shin Xingling, these were merely cheap gestures, but women would always be moved by such small acts of thoughtfulness.
077, I get it now.
The reason you cooked today was to post on social media and craft your image, so those girls would fall for you even harder.
Am I right? Shin Xingling, congratulations on learning to jump the gun with your answers, but unfortunately, yours is wrong.
I won't post this on social media. If everyone knows about it beforehand, the targets won't feel surprised when they see me cooking. They need to witness it firsthand to be truly moved. Plus, it's better to establish the persona that I don't particularly love cooking, but I'm willing to do it just for her happiness. That'll make her more touched.
077, I see. Then why are you cooking by yourself today, host?
Shin Xingling, haven't done it in too long. Needed to practice first to avoid getting rusty.
077, you must be dreaming.
I have to say, host, you're truly a hardworking man. It seems being a male god requires more effort than an ordinary man.
Shin Xingling, what else? Just like goddesses become goddesses because they put in the effort too.
They have to pay more attention to upkeep than ordinary girls, skincare routines morning and night, regular trips to the salon for beauty treatments. To maintain their figures, they hit the gym or practice yoga, avoiding many fattening foods that cause breakouts or weight gain. Lots of delicious foods are off limits. Simply put, a flawless goddess with a perfect face and figure from every angle is built on a foundation of money and relentless effort. Truly naturally beautiful goddesses do exist, but to maintain such looks effortlessly requires either spending money and time or winning the genetic lottery to stay flawless for life. However, most rely on the former, while the latter is exceedingly rare. The same applies to becoming a male idol. Like his previous life as a male celebrity, maintaining a dazzling appearance also demands such efforts. For example, hitting the gym, learning fashion aesthetics, and even mastering hairstyling and makeup techniques, he taught himself all of it. Thus, the first step to becoming a male idol is to never be lazy. Being poor and lazy is out of the question in this life. Once you become a workhorse, all that's left is wear and tear. Fortunately, this time around, he has a system, so there's no need to grind through all that. The original host's face is a genetic lottery win, effortlessly maintaining this level of handsomeness without lifting a finger.
077, with me, host, you don't have to worry. I can give you anything you want, including the culinary skills you mentioned.
All these cheat abilities are available in the system shop. Anything made by the system must be extraordinary. This was something Shin Xingling firmly believed about 077. After bantering with the system for a while, Shin Xingling checked his phone. Both Ruan Mingyi and Song Jining had sent him messages.
Ruan Mingyi had invited him to dinner the next day. Song Jining mentioned having lunch together at the Song family home tomorrow. Quite unfortunately, Ji Yunmiao also sent him a message.
Xingling, I truly appreciate your willingness to be Nian Nian's tutor.
My younger sister adores you, though she's not very expressive. If it's convenient for you, I'd like to invite you to join us for lunch at Nian Nian's place tomorrow afternoon. Would that work for you?
Ji Yunmiao made this decision precisely because she sensed the change in Lin Xingyan. After class, Ji Yunmiao bought a small cake and came to visit Lin Xingyan. The young girl wasn't playing piano in the music room, nor was she painting. She sat at her bedroom desk, gazing at the painting Shen Xingling had made for her. There are sailboats in the sea of clouds, what could this mean? Ji Yunmiao placed the cake on the table. Big sister bought the little cakes you loved most when you were young, Nian Nian. You should try them later. Lin Xingnian blinked and looked at the cake. Would teacher Shin enjoy eating cake? Ji Yunmiao was accustomed to her silence and smiled as she looked at the painting, asking, did teacher Shin paint this? Yes. So, what does Nian Nian think of the newly arrived teacher Shin today? Would you like him to give you lessons? Lin Xingnian gazed at the painting on the table and said softly, teacher Shin is very good. She liked teacher Shin very much. Chapter 21, Sincerity versus Deception. Professor Gu, our audience truly hopes you'll participate in our program. Please reconsider. This was the third invitation Gu Yutong had received from the show Walking with the X Family. Lounging on the sofa, Gu Yutong narrowed her exquisitely charming eyes slightly, visibly impatient. She mouthed the words, reject. The assistant Wenwen beside her nodded and said, hello, I'm Miss Yutong's assistant. Actually, wait. Gu Yijin suddenly appeared and interrupted Xiao Xiao's words. Wenwen glanced at Gu Yutong, and when the woman made a gesture, she stopped speaking. Wenwen whispered, just a moment, there's something happening here. I'll give you an answer later. Gu Yijin leaned against the edge of the sofa with a slightly ingratiating tone, saying, sis, why not just join this program? It wouldn't hurt. Gu Yutong blinked her eyes. But it wouldn't benefit me either. Plus, it would expose our family under the spotlight. Any unfavorable publicity wouldn't be good for the company either. Gu Yijin gave a bitter smile. Sis, I actually have a bit of selfish motive. Gu Yutong frowned in concern at his pitiful state. What happened? What's going on? As soon as the paternity test results come out, Dad plans to bring Shen Xingling back to the Gu family. After all, I'm just an outsider. With graduation and internships coming up, someone of my status definitely can't work at Gu Corporation, otherwise both Dad and younger brother would become suspicious. Gu Yutong instantly understood what he meant. You want to enter the entertainment industry? Yes, I feel safest following sister. For some reason, these past few days whenever I think about my brother's affairs, I keep having dreams of being kicked out of home with nowhere to go, and even sister ignoring me. Gu Yutong sighed, feeling a headache coming on as she thought about their family situation. Don't overthink it. Like I said, no matter what happens, you'll always be my brother. Wanting to enter the entertainment industry isn't a bad idea either. I have connections and resources at my disposal, and the Gu family has footholds in the industry too. With looks like yours, making it in showbiz would be a breeze. Gu Yijin joyfully said, so you're agreeing to me, sis? Gu Yutong smiled slightly. Consider this as paving the way for you. This show has indeed made many people famous, though mostly through infamy. If you want to emerge spotless, you'll need to be very careful with your words and actions. At this point, Gu Yutong frowned again, but then if Shen Xingling goes home, he'll inevitably be under the camera's gaze too. With his background, wouldn't he just embarrass the Gu family? Gu Yijin lowered his eyes. This was exactly the effect he wanted. The better he performed, the more inferior Shen Xingling would pale in comparison. After all, the entertainment industry was his fallback plan. Even if the Gu family had no place for him anymore, he could still make a living in showbiz in the future. Sis, Dad has already said that as long as Shen Xingling is truly a member of the Gu family, he will announce it to everyone. When that time comes, Shen Xingling will still end up in the news, and our family will still be the subject of gossip. Rather than letting those reporters write nonsense, it's better to let everyone see for themselves on the show. Even if the little brother performs poorly, it's not our fault after all. He wasn't raised in the Gu family. If anything goes wrong, it's on him. As long as my sister and I do well, no one will question the Gu family. After Gu Yijin said so much, Gu Yutong had no choice but to agree. Anyway, she didn't want this new brother either. Gu Yijin had grown up with her, and the two of them were at least of one mind, but who knew what to expect from this new Shen Xingling? Gu Yutong gave Wenwen a knowing look, and Wenwen immediately made a call to the production team. Having worked with Gu Yutong for many years, Wenwen was well aware of her personality and family matters, and knew exactly how to present the requests to the production team. Gu Yutong demanded that the production team give extra attention to Gu Yijin, openly stating she had joined this show solely because of him. Naturally, the production team understood her implication. They were to propel Gu Yijin to stardom. The production team extended another olive branch. There's actually a dating show coming up soon. If young Master Gu performs well, we can reserve a spot for him. Wenwen exclaimed in surprise, is it that popular show Heartbeat Romance from before? Yes, but this season's dating show has revamped its rules. It's going with a more exciting theme. You might want to keep an eye on it. A more exciting theme? How much more exciting can a dating show get? Shen Xingling was surfing the internet when a trending dating show titled Cage of Deceptive Love caught his attention. Truth vs Lies, love or lie? Sincerity is the stake,
Deceit is the weapon, dare you place your bet? Tear apart the sweet nothings, only those who survive will find true love. We kiss with lies and kill with sincerity. When love turns into werewolf, can you trust the last one standing? This is a high-stakes gamble, with millions in prize money and a lifetime of true love on the line. Truth, lies, love, money, confrontation, reality, games, traps, choices. The most dangerous love experiment. Are you ready to be deceived? The show's promotional tagline is quite captivating, just its conceptual pitch alone has drawn in many viewers. The comments below are all filled with anticipation. This year's heartbeat romance is going all out. Just the tagline alone looks intriguing. Finally, it's not another boring love story, I want something thrilling. Looks like a romance version of Werewolf, where someone has to play the wolf deceiving in love. I wonder how the show will choose the guests, really hoping my favorite celeb gets on this. Dream on. Director Jang always goes against the grain, he'll definitely pick unexpected candidates, not who the public anticipates. What would you choose if it were you? Shin Xingling, if it were me, I'd pick the 10 million cash prize, because he's had more than one true love in this lifetime. Had this show existed in his past life, it would have been tailor-made for Shin Xingling, he'd have undoubtedly won the grand prize as the deception player. It's a shame the entertainment industry in his original world wasn't as developed. With more conservative programming, a dating show like this would have been absolutely impossible. Never did he imagine this world's entertainment scene would be so much wilder than his own. In his previous life's entertainment industry, any celebrity daring to play romantic scams on dating shows would have been torn to shreds by public outrage. Shin Xingling merely glanced briefly before losing interest. He planned to turn in early tonight to meet Lin Xingmian tomorrow. The lunch with Song Jining was postponed to the evening, so it didn't count as breaking his promise. As for Ruan Mingyi, that could wait until later. Ruan Mingyi waited and waited but still hadn't received Shin Xingling's reply. Yi Qiao asked beside him, has Stoneface replied to you yet? I looked it up, his zodiac sign is just the type that hates replying to messages. Okay, I'm kidding. I think he probably just fell asleep. Then talk to him properly tomorrow. This time you absolutely can't lose to that bitch Xingxia. Of course I won't lose. Xingxia has Gui Jin, but I have Shin Xingling, total annihilation, humph. Chapter 22, Professor Shin is like an angel. When Shin Xingling woke up the next day, he saw the message Ruan Mingyi had sent him. Ruan Mingyi, if you don't want to have dinner alone with me, how about coming with me to the Shang family's banquet next week? Ruan Mingyi, aren't you about to start your graduation internship? I'll introduce you to a few CEOs from major companies, it'll help your future career. Think about it, ice face. Ruan Mingyi, please, begging, pitiful, come with me. I just want a handsome male companion to show off, and with your looks, you'd absolutely dazzle everyone. Upon seeing the keyword Shang family, Shin Xingling narrowed his eyes. In Jiangchang, there was only one Shang family that Ruan Mingyi cared so much about and wanted to flaunt in front of. The Shang family where Gui Jin's fiancé, Shang Xia, belonged. Gui Jin was Xia Sheng's fiancé, their marriage being an arranged alliance between two families, so the Gu family would definitely attend. Ruan Mingyi and Xia Shang were sworn enemies who couldn't stand each other. When the time came for him and Ruan Mingyi to appear together before Xia Shang and Gui Jin, he could hardly wait to see their reactions. As far as Shin Xingling was concerned, such a sensational event simply couldn't be missed, he absolutely had to go. Shin Xingling accepted Ruan Mingyi's invitation. Ruan Mingyi's affection level has increased. Though he needed to maintain an aloof demeanor toward her, remaining cold forever wouldn't do. Occasionally giving her sweetness would make her immensely happy and doubly appreciative. Shin Xingling got up and tidied himself briefly before heading out. On his way to meet Lin Xingmian, Shin Xingling passed by a flower shop and suddenly recalled the blooms the girl nurtured on her balcony. Perhaps bringing her a bouquet would make her happy. Shin Xingling stepped out of the car and walked into the florist, browsing briefly before settling on a bunch of baby's breath. The Lin household grew unexpectedly lively thanks to Shin Xingling's rare visit. Today, Ji Yunmyo was cooking personally, while Lin Xingmian stood outside the kitchen watching her sister work. The young girl twirled her hair around her finger and asked softly, "Sister, will teacher Shin come?" Ji Yunmyo noticed her unease and smiled reassuringly. "He promised me he'd come for dinner." "Don't worry, Nian Nian. Teacher Shin isn't one to break his word." Ji Yunmyo had a favorable impression of Shin Xingling. During competitions, he had always been meticulous and rigorous in character, someone who always kept his promises. She trusted his integrity completely. Ji Yunmyo could tell her younger sister was in high spirits today, very unlike her usual quiet and reserved self. She must be looking forward to Shin Xingling coming to teach her. She tentatively suggested, "Nian Nian, Professor Shin should be arriving soon. Could you help your sister go check outside the door?" Lin Xingmian recalled Shin Xingling's words from yesterday about taking one step at a time outward to see more distant and beautiful scenery. The young girl nodded gently and turned to walk toward the entrance. Ji Yunmyo froze in place, surprised that she had actually agreed. No matter what she said before, her younger sister had always been resistant to leaving the house. What kind of magic did Shen Xingling possess to bring about such a change in her sister in just one day? But this was a good thing, and Ji Yunmiao was delighted. She smiled with heartfelt emotion. It seemed she really ought to properly thank Shen Xingling. Shen Xingling arrived at the Lin household and immediately spotted the young girl standing at the entrance. Lin Xingmian was wearing a pink plaid dress today, layered with a white knit cardigan that made her appear delicate and fair. Her hands were nervously tucked into her sleeves as she lowered her head and rocked on the balls of her feet. Below, she wore bunny slippers, the floppy ears swaying with each restless movement. Shen Xingling's heart softened at the sight. Sleepyhead. Hearing Shen Xingling's voice, the young girl lifted her head, her eyes gradually lighting up as if illuminated from within. Like magic, Shen Xingling produced a bouquet of baby's breath from behind his back, slightly bending down to offer the flowers to the girl. Bathed in sunlight, he seemed to glow with an angelic halo, even making the flowers in his hands pale in comparison.
Shen Xingling's appearance was truly striking, and Lin Xingmian's eyes flickered with admiration.
For some reason, she felt slightly dizzy, her face inexplicably warm. A sudden thought flashed through her mind. Mr. Shen looks like an angel. It's just that his wings are invisible, unseen by the eye. What's wrong? Doesn't Nian Nian like it? Lin Xingmian shook her head and carefully took the baby's breath from Shen Xingling's hands. Gazing at the flowers in her hands, she couldn't help but curve her eyes into happy crescents. Lin Xingmian's favorability plus 10. Shen Xingling paused for a moment. Just a bouquet of flowers had increased the favorability by so much. Shen Xingling stood much taller than the girl, forcing Lin Xingmian to tilt her head up whenever she wanted to speak to him. She looked up at him with wide, earnest eyes. Teacher Shen. Still that voice, light as the breeze. What is it, Nian Nian? At this moment, she fell silent again. She just wanted to call out to him, to confirm that he was real. He didn't disappoint her, didn't let her expectations fall flat. Lin Xingmian carried the flowers into the kitchen, glancing at Ji Yunmiao before looking down at the bouquet in her hands. Are these flowers Teacher Shen gave to Nian Nian? Yes. He's so handsome. Did Nian Nian say thank you to Teacher Shen? Lin Xingmian shook his head shyly and turned to look at Shen Xingling. Teacher Shen, thank you. You're welcome. Ji Yunmiao wiped her hands and walked out of the kitchen, greeting Shen Xingling with a smile. The two chatted for a while near the kitchen entrance, with Ji Yunmiao primarily expressing her gratitude toward Shen Xingling. After standing behind Shen Xingling and listening for a moment, Lin Xingmian couldn't help but tug at his sleeve. Shen Xingling glanced down at her, and the girl said eagerly, "Look at the painting." Shen Xingling followed her up to the second floor. Lin Xingmian placed the starry asters gifted by Shen Xingling on his bedroom desk, arranging them alongside those star-filled jars. Surprisingly, they complemented each other perfectly. On Lin Xingmian's desk sat yesterday's completed painting. Do you like this painting, Nian Nian? I like it. This painting has a title, The Sail in the Sea of Clouds. The girl asked curiously, Teacher Shen, why is your boat in the clouds? Shen Xingling explained with a smile, because Nian Nian loves clouds. The Sea of Clouds is also a sea, so we can set sail in the Sea of Clouds and journey to farther places. Teacher Shen, where do you most want to go? Shen Xingling hadn't expected her first reaction to be asking him this. He shook his head, I don't know. Shen Xingling lowered his eyes, his slender fingers tracing over the sailboat in the painting. I don't have a home. If I must say, I might want to have a home first. After having a home, the place I'd most want to go is home. Lin Xingmian's large eyes flashed with astonishment. No home? What do you mean? Shen Xingling gave a faint, complicated smile. I'm an orphan. No parents, grew up in an orphanage, drifting from place to place. I've never known what it feels like to have a home. Lin Xingmian never imagined Shen Xingling's background would be even more tragic than hers, yet he remained so strong, so gentle. A glimmer of sorrow appeared in the girl's eyes. 077. Lin Xingmian's affection points increased by 10. This girl either gives no points at all or jumps straight to 10s and 20s in one go. Could her affection possibly rise faster than Song Jining's? Shen Xingling, because she's very similar to me. Shared experiences will make her empathize. Lin Xingmian said gently in comfort. Teacher Shen is wonderful. Teacher Shen will have a home. Then, where would Nian Nian most like to go? I want to go to Grandma's home. Shen Xingling paused for a moment. Ji Yunmiao had never mentioned their grandmother. Is Nian Nian's maternal grandmother's home far from here? We could go visit her together. Lin Xingmian looked at the star-shaped jar on the table. Grandma has become a star now. Shen Xingling's brow twitched slightly. He suddenly understood why she had folded so many paper stars. Each one carried her longing for her grandmother. Before Grandma passed away, she told me that as long as I fold stars and put them in jars, she'll receive my messages. Shen Xingling found it hard to imagine every single star in those countless jars in this room had messages written on their paper. How deep must this longing be to remain so unforgettable? Was Nian Nian raised by her grandmother? Yes, before my parents and older sister were in the city, I lived in the countryside. After Grandma passed away, you moved to the city to live with your parents. Yes, but they're very busy, I'm always alone. Shen Xingling gently patted her head and said,
Grandma has just turned into a star to watch over you.
You're not alone.
A single tear rolled down the girl's cheek. Shen Xingling crouched down and gently wiped away her tears. She suddenly hugged Shen Xingling. Her sobs were delicate, exuding a pitiful aura. He didn't push her away but simply reached out to stroke her back. The girl's tears dripped into the hollow of his neck, scalding hot.
Shen Xingling said softly, "Where is your grandmother's home? Shall I take you there?" Lin Xingnian fell silent. For many years, she hadn't mustered the courage to face it. She simply couldn't bring herself to accept the fact that grandma was truly gone. She feared seeing that little courtyard would flood her with memories of grandma, deepening both her longing and her pain. "Since you folded so many stars with so much to say to her, why not go see her?" Lin Xingnian raised her teary eyes to look at him. "Teacher Shen, am I no good?" Grandma had told her to live well and face life positively, but she'd failed completely. "You're doing just fine, Nian Nian. But I didn't accomplish anything. I didn't make grandma happy." For grandma, just having Nian Nian in her life was happiness enough. Lin Xingnian completely broke down in tears, clutching Shen Xingling's shoulder fabric as she sobbed in anguish. Her long-suppressed emotions could no longer be contained and erupted uncontrollably at this moment. But she could only weep. Weeping was all she could do. For she couldn't see those who had left, couldn't alter life and death, couldn't salvage anything. All her life, she had faced longing and parting. "Come out with me, Nian Nian." "Okay, I want to go see grandma." Chapter 23 Sails in the Sea of Clouds. Ji Yunmiao stood outside the door listening to all this, unable to hold back her tears afterward. She had always carried deep guilt in her heart. Originally, her parents had wanted a son when trying for a second child, but unfortunately they'd had another daughter. They were very disappointed, and because of this, their mother harbored subtle displeasure toward her younger sister. When she was young, her family struggled financially. Being the older sister, her parents sent her to a better school while leaving her younger sister to be raised by their grandmother. The younger sister had always been close to their grandmother, leaving a lingering sense of distance between her and the rest of the family. Their bond was never strong. After their grandmother passed away, their parents wanted to bring the younger sister back to the city. To this day, she still remembers how her little sister clung to their grandmother's coffin, unwilling to let go, her cries heartbreaking. Once her sister moved to the city, their parents were busy working, and she was preoccupied with her studies. No one was there to tend to the younger sister's emotions. After that, her parents divorced. Her younger sister went abroad, and their mother had never cared much for her sister. It was easy to imagine the kind of life she must have endured. Back then, she couldn't do anything, powerless to intervene in her parents' decisions. Now that she's grown up and wants to make amends, she realizes it's too late. Lin Xingnian never blamed anyone, she simply kept shouldering all the reasons onto herself. She felt she was superfluous, because her birth had made her grandmother's life harder, and because she wasn't a boy she caused her parents' divorce. After moving abroad with her mother, she still felt unwanted, because her existence caused her mother to suffer in the new family. Later in the new family, bullied by her stepsister and abused by her stepfather, her mother said it was all her fault. Again and again she asked herself why she wasn't good enough. She felt it was because she wasn't obedient enough, smart enough, perfect enough. She never blamed Ji Yunmiao. Ji Yunmiao was just an older sister. She couldn't shoulder the role of parents, couldn't compensate for the maternal and paternal love she lacked. Lin Xingnian's happiest moments remained frozen on the day her grandmother passed away. From then on, life left her with nothing but endless suffering. After going downstairs, Ji Yunmiao sat quietly at the dining table. Around noon, Shen Xingling came down with Lin Xingnian. The young girl pretended as if nothing had happened and obediently ate her meal. She didn't want Ji Yunmiao to feel sad, nor did she wish her to grieve over herself. The more Lin Xingnian behaved this way, the more Ji Yunmiao felt guilty. Shen Xingling observed the sisters with complicated emotions. Though they dearly loved and cared for each other, both had unresolved knots in their hearts that couldn't be spoken plainly. Shen Xingling sighed, knowing some words would become eternal regrets if left unspoken. In the afternoon, Shen Xingling proposed taking Lin Xingnian out. Ji Yunmiao agreed without a word. Lin Xingnian hadn't stepped outside for a very, very long time. Shen Xingling grasped her hand and said, "Don't be afraid. Just follow Teacher Shen." A faint smile appeared on Lin Xingnian's lips, revealing charming dimples. Shen Xingling gave her an unprecedented sense of security. "Still remember the way? I'll ride you there." "Ride there? Want to ride a motorcycle? Dare you?" "Yes, with Teacher Shen here, I'm not afraid." Shen Xingling patted her head, then went to a rental shop to rent a motorcycle. Shen Xingling put on his helmet and straddled the bike, turning his face slightly to the girl as he said, "Come on, hop on." Lin Xingnian inexplicably felt that this version of Teacher Shen was quite dashing. Without hesitation, Lin Xingnian climbed onto Shen Xingling's motorcycle behind him, and so the two of them set off on their journey to the countryside. To be precise, the vehicle Shen Xingling rented was a motorcycle, and its speed was something she had never experienced before in her life. "If you're scared, hold me tight. Teacher Shen, I would even if you didn't say so."
Lin Xingnian sat on the back seat, hugging Shen Xingling tightly as the speed was so fast she didn't even dare open her eyes. The girl's hair fluttered wildly in the wind as it rushed past her ears, giving her a thrilling sense of freedom.
Shen Xingling suddenly slowed down. Look ahead.
Hearing Shen Xingling's voice, Lin Xingnian slowly opened her eyes to gaze forward.
A sea of flowers came into view. Shen Xingling parked the motorcycle by the roadside and gently lifted Lin Xingnian off the back seat.
Her legs went weak the moment she dismounted, and she slumped trembling into Shen Xingling's arms, her feet still tingling with numbness, too petrified to move.
Sorry about the speed earlier, he said.
I just wanted you to experience the liberating rush of the ride, how it makes troubles fade away. In his previous life, Shen Xingling used to ride motorcycles when he felt stressed. Her eyelashes were still trembling, but she nonetheless whispered softly, It's okay, I was just being too timid. Leaning on Shen Xingling's arm to steady herself, she stood up straight and gazed at the sea of flowers, breathing in the fresh air. Her mood had never been better.
Such a beautiful sea of flowers. Yes, it's beautiful.
So, Mian, there are still many things in this world worth loving.
If you shut yourself in a small corner, you'll miss so much beauty.
Shen Xingling's words carried deeper meaning. Lin Xingnian looked at him and said, But I don't want to go see them alone.
You're not alone. You have me, your sister, and in the future you'll make many friends, meet people who will love you.
Shen Xingling's words filled her with warmth. He was painting a picture of a perfect, warm future for her, hoping she'd learn to trust again. All these intentions Lin Xingnian understood perfectly well.
She didn't want to disappoint Shen Xingling.
I'll try to change.
It's good that you figured it out, Nian.
There's no need to rush, take it step by step.
Will Teacher Shen stay by my side forever?
It will. Lin Xingnian curved his eyes, revealing such a delighted smile for the very first time. She tilted her head shyly and lowered her eyes, asking, Professor Shen, am I your very first student?
Yes.
Professor Shen was also my first teacher.
Didn't your school teachers count?
In my life, only Professor Shen can be considered my true first teacher. She cautiously revealed an innocent smile tinged with the naive infatuation of a young girl in love.
Shen Xingling smiled and said, Let's go, we're moving forward. After driving for a while longer, Shen Xingling arrived at Lin Xingnian's hometown. Upon arriving, both of them fell silent. Nian, are you sure about this?
This is the place.
I couldn't be wrong.
There were no houses in sight now, not a single trace of what once stood here, just endless fields of rapeseed flowers stretching as far as the eye could see.
Lin Xingnian sniffled, a sour ache swelling in his chest. I'm too late.
Once she didn't dare look, didn't dare face it, now when she wants to see, she can't anymore. The two gazed at the endless flower field, sharing a moment of silence. Lin Xingnian was struggling to control her emotions, determined not to cry for fear of affecting Shen Xingling's mood. Shen Xingling pulled her down to sit together on the small slope. I'll sing a song for Mian, and when you learn it, you can sing it to Grandma.
What song is it?
This song is called Sails in the Sea of Clouds. You are like a beam of candlelight, illuminating my heart.
You are like an ocean, lifting my oars.
Until the day you fell silent, freezing the image of you in deep slumber. You turned into a wisp of smoke, drifting far away.
You told me not to be afraid, though the road ahead is unclear. There will always be light to guide the way. Whenever I fall, there's your warm shoulder. Now that I've grown up, I've learned to be strong.
Learn to be as tenacious as wild grass.
Carrying your burden, journey far.
I asked the wind crossing the valley where you are, where you've gone. I asked the water flowing through the sky if those were your tears. I asked the fallen stars, which one in the sky is you? I spoke to you, waiting for your reply. I spoke to you, why do you stay silent without answering? I chased spring where all things grow, and there I saw, there you were. I crossed the wilderness of another spacetime to run to you. Your gentle hands softly stroked my tear-streaked cheeks, whispering not to worry, you'll still protect me. The moonboat docks, the wind stills, the mist clears away. Sails of longing rise from the sea of clouds.
Lotus roots snap, threads cling, heartstrings tug at a single glance.
One day we'll meet again, beyond the shore.
One day we'll meet again. Chapter 24, Unique Tenderness.
The gentle song drifted over the flower fields, carried by the wind, delivering longing to those far away.
Shen Xingling sang beautifully, like a walking CD.
In his past life, although he was primarily an actor, he had received professional vocal training. Coupled with the original host's naturally gifted voice, his singing now surpassed even that of professional singers. But more captivating than these was the nostalgic storytelling woven into the song's melody. The lyrics of this song struck a profound chord in Lin Xingnian's heart. It felt as though every word was something she yearned to say to her grandmother. Grandma had turned to smoke and drifted toward distant skies, yet the love she'd given never faded away. Shen Xingling taught Lin Xingnian this song, and after just a few repetitions, she had almost memorized all the lyrics. Her voice would crack whenever she sang this song, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Memories came flooding back one after another, the weathered face in her mind soft and affectionate, the warm large palm holding her tiny hand, the hunched figure sheltering her from the world. Shin Qingling felt that she sang even more beautifully than him. As she sang the line "I speak to you, why do you stay silent?" without reply, a butterfly landed on Lin Xingmian's hand. Lin Xingmian stared at it in a daze.
Shin Qingling spoke softly, "Someone once told me something.
Departed loved ones have merely stepped out of time, transforming into the universe's most fundamental components, molecules and atoms, slowly reconstructing into other things around you. From now on, she will be the tree sheltering you from the wind and rain, the sweater shielding you from the cold, and even the trinket on your desk when you gaze at it in exhaustion. Her identity as your kin may have vanished, but in truth she will be everywhere hereafter, having departed, yet scattered all around. Like this very butterfly before your eyes, it too is her."
Lin Xingmian took his words to heart.
She closed her eyes and kissed the butterfly. Shin Qingling watched the scene, feeling that Lin Xingmian at this moment truly resembled an angel. After the butterfly flew away, Lin Xingmian whispered, "Teacher Shin, I think she has already given me her answer."
Shin Qingling responded with a tender smile.
He seems to have somewhat grasped the system's intention behind having him pursue the goddess. He saved a maiden shrouded in darkness. Afterwards, the two walked along this path for a while and chatted. Lin Xingmian still spoke sparingly, but compared to when Shin Qingling first met her, she had already improved significantly. As long as she was willing to speak, it was already a step in the right direction.
Shin Qingling said time would heal everything, but the young girl disagreed.
"No, time couldn't, it was Teacher Shin who healed me." Her eyes held a determined yet warm smile, along with unconcealed affection for Shin Qingling. But perhaps, she still didn't quite understand what kind of emotion that was. All she knew was that she really liked Teacher Shin. She enjoyed being with him, talking with him, listening to him sing. Even just quietly watching him made her happy. Being by his side gave her a sense of security. She no longer constantly doubted herself or dwelled on those painful memories and moments of feeling unloved. For a young girl who had never experienced love before, she couldn't distinguish this emotion. She simply defined Shin Qingling as the mentor who saved and healed her life. Seeing a different sparkle in her eyes, Shin Qingling also felt happy for her.
Lin Xingmian tilted her head and continued, "Does Teacher Shin's promise of a gift still stand? 123? Mum, of course it counts." The girl flashed a bashful smile, her large eyes brimming with anticipation. "Can I choose both, Teacher Shin?" She wanted all of 123. Is she being too greedy? She wanted to visit the pet shop with Teacher Shin to see the talking kitten, wanted to go to the flower shop with Teacher Shin to see the rainbow-colored blossoms, wanted to stop by the candy store with Teacher Shin to buy sweets that make you smile when eaten. She wanted to go so many places with Teacher Shin. Shin Qingling agreed without hesitation. "Sure." Lin Xingmian's eyes sparkled like stars, his cheeks flushing with happiness, sweet like a little cupcake. "Will Teacher Shin always come to give me lessons on weekends from now on?" "Mei Shem, weekends have more free time. If we go out to play, we won't have to rush."
Shin Qingling suddenly found it somewhat amusing. Other teachers focus on imparting knowledge during lessons, but I always want to take you out to play.
Am I being a bit unprofessional? Teacher Shin is always right. Nian Nian loves going out with Teacher Shin. We can paint if you want to paint, or go out if you want to go out. Or we could take the drawing board and go sketch outside. Sketching, sounds good. In the blink of an eye, it was already 4 p.m. Shin Qingling brought Lin Xingmian back to the Lin residence.
After sending the little angel home, he had to go to the Song family for dinner.
What a busy day it had been.
After Shin Qingling left the Lin household, Lin Xingmian dug out the phone Ji Yunmiao had given her. Her phone was covered in dust from disuse.
Does it still work?
To stay in contact with Professor Shin, she had to start using it again.
With Ji Yunmiao's help, Lin Xingmian logged into her long-unused WeChat account, which only had a sparse few contacts remaining.
She felt like a caveman who had been disconnected from society for ages, just 1 year away, and she'd already forgotten how to use a phone. The girl puckered her delicate brows in frustration.
Ji Yunmiao comforted her, "It's okay, Nian Nian. We'll take it slow. You'll get the hang of your phone as you play with it.
You're so smart, once you take interest in something, you'll master it in no time." Lin Xingmian gave a soft smile.
I want to add Teacher Shin on WeChat and talk to him." Thinking of something, she worriedly asked again, "When should I talk to Teacher Shin? Is he very busy? Would I be disturbing him?" Well, how should she explain to Mian Mian? In reality, Shin Qingling appeared quite aloof at school. Whether he would even reply to regular people's WeChat messages was uncertain. But she noticed Shin Qingling seemed rather patient with Mian Mian, almost like a different person around her, gentle and approachable. He probably wouldn't mind Mian Mian messaging him. Ji Yunmiao felt somewhat conflicted. Should she remind her sister? "Sis, what's wrong?" "Oh, nothing. I just wanted to tell you that Professor Shin is actually quite aloof at school. Many people want to talk to him, but he's very particular about personal boundaries and usually keeps to himself. But here's the thing, he treats Mian Mian differently. I've never seen him be so gentle with anyone before. So Mian Mian, he probably won't mind if you message him." Lin Xingnian understood Ji Yunmiao's implication. Professor Shen treated her differently from others. She felt a sudden realization. Why was that? And how does he treat my sister? Politely but distantly. So that tenderness he showed was uniquely for her. A peculiar change stirred within Lin Xingnian's heart. It was as if a tiny flower had quietly bloomed within her. She felt both delighted and bashful, yet couldn't comprehend where these emotions came from. The girl returned to her room and buried her face in the quilt. Her face felt burning hot. She bit her lip to calm herself down. But a strange sensation kept swirling through her body, her heart pounding wildly. When she could barely breathe anymore, she finally threw off the quilt and sat up only to see the painting by her bedside at first glance. She got out of bed and walked over, unconsciously tracing Shen Xingling's profile on the boat in the painting with her finger. Cool, sharp and angular features. Yet those striking features were softened by a pair of gentle eyes. Lin Xingnian lost herself in thought. Chapter 25, The Desire to be the Center of Attention. Before going to the Song family for dinner, Shen Xingling bought a gift as a token of respect. He arrived right on time, not too early, nor too late. Shen Xingling finally understood why Song Jining had such a cheerful personality. Song Jining had a harmonious family with loving parents. Though his father was a businessman, he carried an intellectual air, bespectacled and refined. During conversation, it became clear he'd been a university professor in his youth before turning to commerce. Song Jining's mother was a dancer, elegant and witty, her words always carrying a trace of laughter that made people feel as if warmed by spring breeze. One could tell at a glance that Song Jining was a child raised in an abundance of love. Since entering wealthy circles, Song Jining's parents had seen too many spoiled second-generation heirs, so they raised Song Jining with strict discipline. Apart from better food and clothing, she never received any special privileges growing up. Low-key and cheerful by nature, she also worried about not having enough pocket money. No one could tell her family was exceptionally affluent. She faced setbacks and grew up just like any other kid in her class. Her parents never bribed teachers for preferential treatment or schemed to send her abroad for studies. They believed in letting her attend schools befitting her academic results. Ironically, this approach spurred Song Jining to excel, culminating in her admission to Jiang University. If it weren't for Qingling this time, we don't know what might have happened. As parents, we're sincerely grateful to you. This is a small token of our appreciation. Please do accept it. Parents who would disdain bribing teachers with money instead used money to express their gratitude to Shen Qingling. They weren't being pretentious, they understood the importance of money, especially for a child like Shen Qingling. Shen Qingling could tell their sincerity was genuine. From the Song family parents' perspective, other forms of gratitude might be unnecessary. Only money could truly help him. Shen Qingling still chose to refuse. With a faint smile, Shen Qingling said, "Thank you, uncle and aunt. I sincerely appreciate your kindness, but such a generous reward is too much for me. I simply fulfilled my duty, and having the chance to dine at your home has already made me very happy." Since Shen Qingling had spoken thus, Song Jining's parents did not press him further. They could see that Shen Qingling was a principled young man, humble, polite, and measured in speech, destined for a bright future. Watching Shen Qingling chatting pleasantly with his parents, Song Jining's gaze became utterly smitten. Shen Qingling is so adorable. Song Jining harbored very special feelings toward Shen Qingling. She admired him like an idol, yet also ached for him like a mother, wishing to witness his growth, to see him climb to greater heights and achieve the future he desired. In the entertainment industry, such fans are typically called mother fans. Their affection isn't about monopolizing someone, but rather wanting to see him happy, see him grow, achieve a better future, and attain the accomplishments he desires. This is the mindset of a mother looking at her son. Song Jining currently resembles such a fan. He's been completely won over by Shen Qingling. That evening, Shen Qingling and Song Jining took a walk outside. The more they chatted, the more excited Song Jining became, practically wanting to praise Shen Qingling from every angle possible. Like a doting mother looking at her child, the more he looked, the more satisfied he felt. Shen Qingling returned the favor by complimenting Song Jining a few times, causing the young girl's heartbeat meter to skyrocket. The already abundant progress bar was instantly filled to the brim. Before Shen Qingling left, Song Jining asked him about his future aspirations. Under the starry sky, the youth's gaze held a tenderness unlike before. "I want to become someone who stands in the spotlight." Song Jining paused, suddenly comprehending something. All eyes on him meant he could never belong to just one person. She paused just for a moment before breaking into a radiant smile. "You'll definitely succeed. You're Shen Qingling after all, born to be worshipped and admired. So I believe you can absolutely become that person who captures everyone's attention. Even if others might forget, she would always remember the dazzling young man who rescued her from the dark storage room. That photograph remains her phone wallpaper to this day, and she'll never change it." She knew they weren't from the same world. His wings would carry him to distant, vaster skies. But as long as she could still gaze up and see his presence, that was enough for her. Song Jining didn't care about possession. She only wanted to see him, and being able to remain as a friend by his side was already deeply satisfying to her. "Jining, Ha, you're the most radiant person I've ever met. I envy that about you.
Shen Qingling envied her honesty, envied how she could generously offer her love without reservation, no cautious concealment, no calculations of gain or loss, just a maiden's pure admiration and clear-eyed self-awareness. Having grown up surrounded by love, she was more willing to give her sincere affection. So long as the one she liked was happy, she wouldn't cling stubbornly, that would only trap herself in a cage, and Song Jining would never do such a thing, because she loved herself too. She wouldn't allow herself to become a prisoner of love, for she possessed unshakable self-awareness.
The young girl laughed in surprise. Wow, someone as amazing as you actually envies me? But I feel like, there's nothing about me worth envying?
You possess many wonderful qualities, yet you're unaware of them precisely because they come so naturally to you.
Song Jining instantly blushed, asking shyly, is this your way of complimenting me?
It is praise. I hope you'll always maintain this joy.
Coming from my idol, I'll definitely cherish it then. It's getting late, I should head back.
You should rest early too.
See you next time.
Shen Qingling took 2 steps forward, only for Song Jining to catch up to him again.
What happened? Is there something else? Can I ask you one last question?
Sure.
Would you say, we're friends now?
Of course it does. That's great. Goodbye, my idol, farewell, my heartthrob. Song Jining returned home in high spirits, and Shen Qingling's mood also underwent a shift. Thinking of the despairing girl from the original story who ended up committing suicide, and seeing her now so full of life, Shen Qingling suddenly felt that his arrival in this world had meaning. He possessed the power to alter others' fates. 077. Host, Song Jining's affection level for you is maxed out. Truly terrifying, this imaginative girl, her love for you just keeps surging uncontrollably. Shen Qingling, she's a pure-hearted soul. Someone like her naturally falls hard and fast once she develops feelings. 077. Congratulations, host, on successfully winning over Song Jining. Reward, 50,000 points.
Since Song Jining wasn't a system-designated conquest target, the points aren't substantial.
Song Jining is a B-level character, someone who could be romanced or ignored, but her excessive self-delusions kept boosting her affection points, stubbornly turning herself into a romanceable character.
Shen Qingling opened the data panel to take a look. Name, Shen Qingling. Age, 18 years old. Height, 188 centimeters. Length, 25 cm. Appearance, 93. Health, 60. Combat power, 65. Reputation points, 21. Heartbeat points, 245. Points, 81,048. Golden finger, none. Captivating the goddess, 1. Expand. Song Jining's conquest progress, 100%. Zhu Jiaojiao's conquest progress, 35%. Ruan Mingyi's favorability progress, 50%. Lin Xingnian's favorability progress, 70%. Comeback progress, 12%. Main story progress, 4%. Side quest, activated. Details. Side quest 1, obtain Zhu Jiaojiao's regret value. Progress, 20%. After checking the progress bar, Shen Qingling raised an eyebrow with a hint of surprise. Ruan Mingyi's affection level is only slightly higher than Zhu Jiaojiao's. This woman. 077, after all, you haven't exactly given her much friendly attention, host. Compared to the other targets, she's a bit more complicated, so she's not as easy to win over. Shen Qingling curled his lips into a smile. No worries. The Shang family's banquet is coming up soon. I'll make sure her affection meter starts moving. This banquet was destined to be anything but peaceful. Chapter 26. Just a tool for your comparisons. If we were to draw parallels with the entertainment industry, Song Jining would be the mom fan, while Ruan Mingyi is the delusional fangirl turned toxic stan. She wanted Shen Qingling's eyes and heart to belong to her alone, detesting any other woman who coveted Shen Qingling. In Ruan Mingyi's eyes at this moment, Shen Qingling was merely prey she had set her sights on. She didn't particularly care about his feelings. This was the key to Shen Qingling's strategy in pursuing Ruan Mingyi. She didn't understand what true love was. To comprehend this, she would inevitably have to pay the painful price before awakening. 077 had already reserved Ruan Mingyi's place in the chasing husband crematorium in advance. The day before the banquet, Ruan Mingyi came to Zheng University. The meticulously dressed and stunning woman outside the classroom once again caught the classmates' attention, with some recognizing her as the woman who had come looking for Shen Qingling last time. Look, that Miss Ruan is here again. Shen Qingling is so composed, his eyes are fixed on the gray-haired professor. Could it be that the beauty outside is less captivating than the professor? Beautiful women are as common as carp in a river to Shen Qingling, no wonder he stays so unfazed. I saw our school beauty Ji Yinmiao having coffee with Shen Qingling last time. I wish I could have that treatment someday. I'm not greedy, just give me one of the goddesses around Shen Qingling. Yeah right, maybe take a look in the mirror first. The class bell rang as Shen Qingling walked out with his books. Ruan Mingyi was the first to arrive today. Shen Qingling asked casually, why did you come alone today? Ruan Mingyi teased with a smile, what, do you like my chow chow?
Shin Qingling pressed her lips together and remained silent.
Ruan Mingyi burst out laughing. Oh, I was just joking with you. Can't you take a simple joke? Xiao Xiao went on a date, so it's just perfect for us to have some quality time together. I don't like being made the punchline of someone else's joke. Ruan Mingyi suddenly took a step back, sweeping his gaze over Shin Qingling from head to toe. What are you looking at?
Hey, don't deny it, you saying that while keeping a straight face with those frameless glasses looks absolutely dreamy.
Shin Qingling started walking away, while Ruan Mingyi followed and continued joking. Do you know what it feels like?
Shin Qingling already knew her well. Whenever she opened her mouth, it was bound to be dirty.
Shin Qingling scoffed coldly. Do you think I don't know what's in that head of yours?
Ruan Mingyi curved her eyes into crescents. It's filled with you.
Shin Qingling remained silent, his ears slightly red.
Every time Ruan Mingyi saw him like this, he found it amusing.
Alright, I won't tease you anymore. There's a banquet tomorrow night. Let me take you to buy some new clothes. No need. I'll dress formally. That won't do.
You must make the most dazzling appearance.
Let me tell you just how important this banquet is. How important is it?
There's this woman who's my sworn rival. I want you to completely outshine her male companion and help me get back at her.
At the last banquet, she mocked the guy I brought, saying he looked like a duck. It made me furious.
Shin Qingling's eyes turned cold, his tone dropping several degrees colder. So I'm just a tool for you to compare and compete with others.
Ruan Mingyi paused. That's not what I meant.
Well, actually it is, but not exactly.
No, not entirely what I meant.
Shin Qingling replied with a cold expression. I thought you chased me so persistently because you like me.
It seems I misunderstood. Rich young ladies like you don't believe in sincerity.
I refuse to become just another trophy for you to show off. Find someone else. Without acknowledging her explanation, Shin Qingling vanished from her sight in just a few strides. Ruan Mingyi stood frozen in place, murmuring, he got angry so suddenly.
I never said I didn't like you. Does liking you conflict with taking you to the banquet to show you off? Of course not. With your good looks, who else would I take if not you? There's no such thing as sincerity? Her feelings couldn't be more genuine. Ruan Mingyi wore a baffled expression.
Men really are hard to understand. Shin Qingling, with his aloof and godlike demeanor, was even more so in this regard.
Although Ruan Mingyi couldn't comprehend why Shin Qingling was so angry, she knew she had to humble herself.
She immediately took out her phone and sent an apology message to Shin Qingling.
Ruan Mingyi, I'm sorry, I was wrong. That wasn't what I meant.
I wanted to take you because I like you, and of course because you're handsome. It definitely wasn't just to show you off as a trophy.
Please believe me. Shin Qingling, then what's the difference between me and those duck-like escorts you mentioned? Ruan Mingyi, you're handsomer than him. Shin Qingling. Ruan Mingyi, can you come back and listen to my explanation, pleading? I really didn't mean it that way. I just wanted to introduce you to my friends. Even though what I said earlier was to show off a little, I truly wanted them to know that I've fallen for someone truly worth liking now, nothing like those casual flings from before.
On the other end, Shin Qingling stopped responding.
Ruan Mingyi let out a dejected sigh.
For some reason, when other guys were upset before, she only thought they were being overly dramatic, let alone apologizing or coaxing them. Her sharp tongue would have been considered merciful if it didn't tear them apart. But now, faced with Shin Qingling, she felt utterly at a loss. Those harsh, biting words wouldn't come, and when Shin Qingling's expression turned cold, panic set in. Ruan Mingyi gave Yi Qiao a call. After listening to Ruan Mingyi recount the incident, Yi Qiao's speechlessness on the other end of the phone was practically palpable.
Xiao Qiao, why are you so silent too?
Sigh, Mingyi, I'm serious. Shin Qingling isn't someone you can just play around with. He's clearly the type who takes relationships seriously, which is why he got so upset with you. If he were like those men from before who only wanted your money, he'd have calmly accepted everything and used the connections you provided to propel himself forward.
Ruan Mingyi lowered his eyes and said, I know he's different. I just don't understand why he got angry all of a sudden.
I explained so many times, but he wouldn't listen. What angered him is that you seemed unserious about him.
Don't you realize how disrespectful your words sounded to him? Disrespectful? Wasn't it the truth when I said he was handsome? Then tell me, do you truly like this person, or just his face? At first it was the face, but then it wasn't anymore. What was it about him that drew you in? Was it his aloof, rebellious attitude that made you want to conquer him, or was it the desire to be with him, to treat him well and make him happy? I don't know. Ruan Mingyi genuinely didn't know.
Think it over carefully.
Only when you've figured some things out can you move forward. I understand.
Ruan Mingyi hung up the phone and looked up to see Shin Qingling standing not far away. Her eyes lit up with pleasant surprise as she ran up to Shin Qingling with a smile.
You didn't leave. Shin Qingling replied, weren't you going to explain? I'm here to hear your explanation.
Chapter 27, Your innocence has been long lost with me.
Listen to my explanation first, don't be angry yet. Anger hurts your health.
Ruan Mingyi scraped together every sweet phrase she could think of, exhausting all her efforts before finally managing to appease Shin Qingling. Watching as that frosty expression on Shin Qingling's face finally softened, she secretly let out a sigh of relief. There was no doubt that Shen Xingling was doing it on purpose.
He absolutely couldn't allow Wan Mingi to treat him like one of her casual playthings from the past.
If she did, she would inevitably look down on him, and contempt only bred arrogance, never love. He wanted Wan Mingi to understand that some boundaries couldn't be crossed, and some words couldn't be carelessly spoken. She had to learn to respect him.
Wan Mingi ventured cautiously, then, shall we go shopping for clothes?
Shen Xingling glanced over, making her heart tighten. She blinked before continuing, no need to blind the whole room, just wear whatever you like, whatever feels comfortable.
Wan Mingi finally showed some change, and Shen Xingling nodded in approval. Good.
Wan Mingi brought Shen Xingling to a custom-tailored suit boutique. Wan Mingi had the shop manager arrange everything according to Shen Xingling's preferences without interfering in the slightest.
The store manager took Shen Xingling's measurements and couldn't help but compliment, Miss Wan, is your friend a model?
He has such a great figure. No, I think he's even more handsome than models.
That's true, he. This gentleman has striking looks and an excellent physique. Miss Wan, you're truly fortunate.
Having said that, the store manager went into the back room to fill out the paperwork.
Wan Mingi's heart tightened, fearing Shen Xingling might misunderstand.
She hastily explained to him, I've never taken a man shopping for clothes before, you're the first. Shen Xingling found her somewhat amusing.
Lowering his eyes, he said, I didn't say anything. Just, didn't want you getting the wrong idea. I've never put thought into those others. The store manager is my father's friend, so, you don't need to explain so much, I'm not your boyfriend. Then I should explain too, otherwise if you get angry I'll have a hard time coaxing you back. Are you implying I'm being difficult? No. Why do you keep misunderstanding me? You don't need to explain. It's not like that at all. I really didn't mean it that way.
Seeing Wan Mingi grow flustered, Shen Xingling found it amusing. Noticing the faint smile tugging at the young man's lips, Wan Mingi realized Shen Xingling had been teasing her on purpose. Biting her lip, she said, I never thought you'd have such a mischievous side.
Shen Xingling raised an eyebrow. Are you the only one allowed to tease?
Wan Mingi saw this side of Shen Xingling for the first time and was instantly struck by how handsome he looked with that raised eyebrow.
077, Wan Mingi's affection level increased by 5. Wan Mingi was indeed a woman who was brutally honest about looks.
She leaned in close to Shen Xingling and said, I didn't say that, but seeing you like this gives me plenty to think about.
I can't imagine how handsome Shen Xingling would look in a suit.
She licked her lips. Shen Xingling pressed his index finger against her forehead to stop her from coming closer.
Don't imagine it, leave me some dignity.
Wan Mingi curled her lips into a smile, stood on her tiptoes, and whispered softly in his ear, You lost all your dignity in my eyes long ago. I've already done everything worth imagining, dreaming about, and acting upon. Shen Xingling pushed her away, his ears so red they could drip blood.
This woman really is. Wan Mingi laughed uncontrollably. How can she be so easily embarrassed? So adorably innocent. Is this the joy of being a college-aged guy?
Just then, the shopkeeper came out and interrupted their playful moment.
The clothes will be ready tomorrow. When would be convenient for you, Miss Wan?
I'll deliver them to your door on time.
Before 2 p.m. I have an appointment for styling in the afternoon, any later won't work. Alright then, take care on your way. After sorting out the clothes situation, Wan Mingi smiled and said, It's almost evening now that we're already out, how about having dinner together? Wan Mingi was already prepared to cling to Shen Xingling if necessary to secure a definite answer.
To her surprise, Shen Xingling agreed without hesitation, Fine, I'll treat you to dinner today. Wan Mingi was utterly astonished, never expecting Shen Xingling to actually invite her out for a meal.
Why does this feel like winning the lottery? When aloof people show even the slightest hint of softness, it feels overwhelming. 077, Wan Mingi's affection level increased by 3. Wan Mingi asked with a beaming smile, Sure, what would you like to eat? French cuisine, Japanese, or something else? Shen Xingling, the Shaxian place outside our school is pretty good. This was Wan Mingi's first time hearing about it. She gave a puzzled look. What's Shaxian? Is it a local specialty? Fast food. Wan Mingi froze for a moment. Huh? Shen Xingling gave a faint smile. Only you get to joke around? Can't you tell I'm teasing you?
Wan Mingi tossed her hair and said, Even if it really were fast food, I'd gladly eat it. After all, having such a delectable feast for the eyes like you is more than satisfying enough.
Shen Xingling, where did you learn to talk like this? I've never met a young lady quite like you. Wan Mingi, abstraction is an innate talent flowing through one's veins, something others can't grasp even if they tried. You should count yourself lucky having a young lady like me chasing after you. That being said, Wan Mingi made up her mind. She was really going to eat at Shaxian Snacks with Shen Xingling. Come on, Shen Xingling, we're going to Shaxian today. Miss Wan, I was only joking with you. It's fine, if you can eat it then so can I. We had cafeteria food last time, let's try Shaxian this time.
At Wan Mingi's insistence, Shen Xingling had no choice but to take her to the Shaxian eatery. Nearly all the diners at Shaxian were Jiang University students, but fortunately it wasn't the weekend, so the place wasn't crowded. 4 girls sat chatting at the table by the entrance. A girl rested her chin in her hand and said, Mumu, do you think there's any chance that one day in the future, Shen Xingling might suddenly walk into the Shaxian Snacks restaurant and fall in love with me at first sight, a person who loves chicken leg rice? Roommate 1, what's up? Did today's chicken leg rice have mushrooms in it? Roommate 2, looks like you're stuffed from overeating. Roommate 3, too many carbs making you dizzy, huh? How's this any different from the domineering CEO falls for me after menopause? There's no way Shen Xingling would. My roommate's words trailed off as her gaze froze. What's wrong? You turn around. Holy shit, Shen Xingling. Her voice wasn't quiet, instantly drawing the attention of Shen Xingling and Wan Mingyi who had just entered. Shen Xingling glanced over, and the girls at that table immediately lowered their heads to stare at their chicken leg rice. Today's chicken leg is especially chicken leg-like, right, Mumu? Yes, and the soup is also very handsome. I mean, very tasty. Amused by these girls, Shen Xingling cracked a smile before walking ahead with Wan Mingyi to place their orders. The girls were still a bit dazed. Holy shit, did Shen Xingling just smile at me? Probably because we made such fools of ourselves that he couldn't help laughing. So fucking handsome. Is this what they call the melting smile of an ice-cold prince? I'm literally drooling over here. I'll add made Shen Xingling laugh to my resume, then engrave it on my tombstone after I die. Chapter 28, The Sha County Showdown. Shen Xingling appearing in Sha County with Wan Mingyi was far too eye-catching, and soon people in the chance encounter began discussing the matter. The topic of discussion turned out to be, how stingy, Shen Xingling is so poor that he's taking a young lady to eat at Shaxian Snacks. The original poster intended to see Shen Xingling getting criticized, but the thread devolved into utter chaos. Few comments below actually criticized Shen Xingling, the top-liked ones were all roasting the OP. Whoever posted this, needless to say, just admit you're jealous of the male lead. What's wrong with eating at Shaxian? What did Shaxian ever do to you? Does being good-looking mean losing the right to eat at Shaxian Snacks? That's amusing. With my level of looks, I suppose I wouldn't even be allowed in the cafeteria then. Impossible, how could a young lady like her be willing to eat Sha County Snacks with Shen Xingling? Should we go and advise her not to go in? Who cares what we're eating when it's with Shen Xingling? I'd even eat shit if it meant dining with him. I'd rather eat shit with Shen Xingling than have a meal with that jealous lunatic. I'd rather eat shit with Shen Xingling than have a meal with that jealous lunatic. I'd rather eat Shen Xingling's shit than have a meal with that jealous lunatic. I'd rather eat Shen Xingling's shit than dine with a jealous maniac. +1. Song Jining showed the post to Shen Xingling, who was in the middle of a meal. Seeing the comments below, he couldn't help but choke and cough. Wan Mingyi was sipping broth. Truth be told, this black chicken soup wasn't bad at all. What's wrong? Did you choke? No, Jining sent me a post about a chance encounter. Oh ho, you call me Miss Wan but refer to her as Jining, the difference is glaring. You're older than me. It wouldn't be proper to call you by your name directly. Then you can call me sister. Wan Mingyi's eyes sparkled, she truly wanted to hear Shen Xingling call her sister. I refuse. Stingy. How dare you mention that? The comments said I was being cheap bringing you to a Shaxian snack joint. See, because of you, people are misunderstanding me again. Really? Show me. Wan Mingyi took Shen Xingling's phone and burst into laughter at the comments inside. You're really popular, Mr. Campus Heartthrob. Quite the fan following you've got there. I'm not the school heartthrob. Your popularity is practically the same as the school heartthrobs. I don't want excessive attention from everyone. If anyone else said that I'd call them a pretentious show-off, but coming from you? That's different. Maybe this is the sorrow of good-looking people? Ordinary folks just wouldn't understand. Wan Mingyi and Shen Xingling were perfectly happy eating at the Sha County snack shop, showing no signs of holding back. By all appearances, it seemed Wan Mingyi was more proactive, while Shen Xingling merely responded intermittently. Wan Mingyi rarely engineered coincidental encounters in the past, but upon seeing Shen Xingling being criticized, she directly intervened by posting a thread. It was I, Wan Mingyi, who ate at Sha County Snacks with Shen Xingling. Argue if you don't believe me. In response to the post at Cheapskate, Shen Xingling is so poor he takes the heiress to eat at a Shaxian snack shop. Do you know your mere existence is an apology letter from condom companies? Your sensitivity level is like a gal game, choose the wrong option and you'll be found hanging in the bedroom the next day. Just kidding, you're nowhere as gentle and beautiful as the protagonist. Actually, you look like a piece of cured meat dangling from the ceiling, and only the fatty part at that. I actually understand why you posted this. You strike me as the type who gets bored scrolling videos, exits to clear background apps, swipes across your home screen to find no messages, then instinctively opens the app again. You diligently manage your Weibo only to see 0 messages, painstakingly maintain your Twitter only to find 0 messages, earnestly cultivate your WeChat only to get 0 likes, no one cares about you. You realize you're living worse than a cockroach, at least cockroaches make girls scream for them, but you get nothing, how pitiful. Forget it, actually you're doing great. Most people would have jumped off a building by now if they lived like you. After Ron Mingyi's post went up, it quickly soared to the top of the trending list occasionally, drawing in many gossiping bystanders. Haha, the young miss absolutely slays with her savage burns, attack power maxed out. Oh, this is absolutely unparalleled ecstasy. This feeling of being completely seen through is like having a meteor suddenly tear across the pitch-black night sky. I'm enthralled beyond measure. The way her words hit the bullseye and shattered my defenses makes me feel like the Titanic colliding with an iceberg, sinking into the dark depths of the ocean, yet it feels so exhilarating. More, give me more. Let me bask forever in this bliss of being illuminated by the light of truth. Pure ecstasy, like a rat hiding in a dark sewer suddenly caught in a searchlight with nowhere to hide, so damn good. Young miss, could you be my S? I see great potential in you. Looks like the OP deleted their post. I'm dead laughing hahaha dot. Dude, of all people why mess with Shin Xingling? Don't you know her fan club can't even fit in the classroom? To be precise, he shouldn't have provoked Wan Mingyi. Everyone knows she's notoriously sharp-tongued in their circle. Brother here kicked an iron plate. Wan Mingyi became instantly famous after that chance encounter. Some even made posts begging to be roasted, to which she simply replied, freaks. Now I finally understand how Shin Xingling must have felt facing her harassment. Shin Xingling noticed her constantly tapping away at her phone and asked curiously, what are you doing? Are you that busy? Wan Mingyi chuckled, nothing much, just getting you some payback. Shin Xingling opened their chance encounter app to find the screen flooded with requests to be roasted. Scrolling through Wan Mingyi's savage posts, he couldn't help but laugh. Shouldn't the young lady pay attention to her own image? They don't even know if I'm really Wan Mingyi or not. If I can help you vent your anger, that's good enough. Who gave him the courage to gossip about my private affairs? Good. Your talents have finally found their proper use. I'd say you're quite at home in this room too. Likewise. After eating at a Sha County snack shop, Wan Mingyi suddenly felt she had grown a bit closer to Shin Xingling. Apparently, romance isn't exclusive to Western restaurants. Sha County has its own charm. That evening, Wan Mingyi insisted on escorting Shin Xingling home, but Shin stopped her at the entrance of the alley, refusing to let her go further. Wan had wanted to see where Shin lived, but Shin didn't give her the chance. I'll pick you up tomorrow afternoon for a styling session. Rest well tonight. Tomorrow's banquet will be exhausting. I understand. Tomorrow then, Miss Wan. How about changing how you address me? After all the Sha County battle I fought for you. Hearing the words Sha County battle, Shin Xingling nearly lost his composure. He lowered his eyes and murmured softly, goodbye, Mingyi. Wan Mingyi felt his body go weak with delight. How could the heavens be so partial to Shin Xingling? Handsome, top of his class, and with such a melodious voice to boot. I'm leaving if you don't speak. Wait, I was just savoring your Mingyi remark. See you tomorrow, Xingling. Shin Xingling coughed uncomfortably and turned to walk into the alley. Wan Mingyi leaned against the car window, gazing obsessively at Shin Xingling's retreating figure. Really, even his back view is so captivating. Sigh, hopeless. Chapter 29, this fiancé, she'd rather die than trade him. Meanwhile, at the Shang residence. What? You want to change fiancés? Shang Xia stared in disbelief at the impeccably dressed woman in a business suit before her. The woman's indifferent tone sounded heartless. I've already received the news. Gui Jin isn't the biological son of the Gu family. I won't allow you to marry him. How is this possible? I don't believe it. If he's not the Gu family's child, then who else could he be? He's the child born out of wedlock to the daughter of the Gu family's nanny, while the real young master of the Gu family was abandoned in an orphanage. The truth has only just come to light now, and after tomorrow's banquet, the Gu family will go retrieve that child. Xia Shang collapsed onto the carpet in utter despair. Gui Jin was the fiancé she was most proud of, handsome, virtuous, tender and considerate towards her, entirely different from the playboys in their social circle. All her girlfriends envied her for having such a perfect fiancé, and she had always taken great pride in it. They had agreed to marry right after graduating from university. She had finally warmed up to the idea of marriage and accepted this arranged family union, only to be told abruptly that her fiancé was to be replaced? You mean I should marry that real young master instead? You can only marry the heir of the Gu family. No, I won't marry anyone other than Ah Jin. So what if he isn't the true young master of the Gu family? His kindness and love for me are real. I have no interest in discussing love with you. I'm just informing you to keep your distance from Gui Jin at tomorrow's banquet. Don't do anything you shouldn't. The woman lifted her suit sleeve to glance at her watch, frowning slightly. I'm leaving. You have one night to think it over. Xiaxing gritted her teeth, her voice dripping with resentment. Of course not. A heartless woman like you could never understand such things. All you care about are the company, family interests, money, status, and power. You have no clue what love even means. The woman paused by the door. Need I remind you? This marriage was decided by our parents before they passed. Not me. If I hadn't taken over the company after their death, what would you have eaten or drunk? Where do you think the money you squander comes from? I still have to deal with the banquet preparations. I'm warning you, don't cause any trouble for me tomorrow. Even as she was being scolded by Shang Xia, her voice remained as indifferent and icy as ever. The door swung shut slowly, and the click of high heels faded into the distance. Shang Xia, her anger with no outlet, could only grab the nearby lamp and hurl it across the room. She would never marry a worthless orphanage brat.
Even if Guijin wasn't the Gu family's true young master, the education he received was leagues above anything some orphanage trash could ever hope for. How could some orphanage-raised child compare to a true son of heaven? She firmly believed Guijin wouldn't lose to that so-called real young master. This fiancé of hers, she'd rather die than trade him away.
The next night, at the Shang family estate villa, a red carpet stretched from the twin villas resembling ancient castles all the way to the estate's main gate.
Journalists had already set up their cameras, waiting to interview guests attending this banquet.
All walks of life were watching this event closely, and the media naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity for traffic. The technological project launched by a subsidiary of the Shang Group has achieved remarkable success. While this gala appears to be an exchange event, it's actually a celebration of their accomplishment. The Shang family aims to announce their achievements to the elites of Jiangqing's upper society, securing more business partnerships. Tonight, nearly all the influential figures of Jiangchen with notable status have arrived, with luxury cars filling the venue's exterior. Ruan Mingyi and Xin Xingling also arrived at the scene. After stepping out of their car, they noticed the continuous flashing of cameras not far away, with celebrities from various industries taking turns on the red carpet. Even faces typically seen on financial news channels were present.
Xin Xingling suddenly realized this wasn't just an ordinary banquet. Why are there so many business and political figures at the Shang family's banquet? This isn't your typical upper-class party, is it?
Xin Xingling turned his gaze toward the radiant woman beside him. Ruan Mingyi was wearing 15-centimeter Jimmy Choo patent leather red-soled heels today, with her crimson velvet dress erupting into a 3-meter-long train from the waist. The woman's strikingly gorgeous face was as intoxicating as aged red wine, her full crimson lips curving slightly at the corners. Gold powder traced feathered wings at the lifted corners of her eyes, making their upward tilt particularly alluring when she smiled. Snow-white skin spilled forth from the plunging V-neckline, where a Van Cleef & Arpels diamond brooch precariously anchored the sliding fabric. The pigeon blood ruby resting on her collarbone could blind Xin Xingling with its brilliance. Ruan Mingyi absently tossed back the curls cascading over her collarbone, sending the rose-gold fringe earrings chiming with delicate metallic whispers. Of course, according to my father, the Shang Corporation is currently undergoing transformation. The Shang Group is heavily investing in technological R&D, and many have recognized the potential in this sector. Everyone wants to collaborate with the Shang family now, so to be precise, this is actually a business networking event. But as for me, these things are irrelevant, so those who don't care can just treat it as an ordinary banquet. What's wrong? Are you nervous? In Ruan Mingyi's eyes, Xin Xingling was attending such a banquet for the first time. As a college student who hadn't yet entered society, it was natural to feel some degree of apprehension. Little did she know, Xin Xingling had grown up before cameras, spotlights, clinking glasses at bustling banquets. These were simply part of his everyday life before. The glitz and glamour of the entertainment industry is no less extravagant than these wealthy families, so why would he be nervous? Xin Xingling gave a faint smile. It's all right. Ruan Mingyi assumed he was refusing to show weakness for the sake of pride and didn't mock him, instead speaking gently. If you're nervous, just hold my hand tightly. Today, you're my escort, we're in this together. And you're so handsome today, I don't want any other woman stealing you away. Xin Xingling looked so dashing today that even passing dogs would give him a second glance. That afternoon, when he stepped out after finishing his styling and putting on the suit, Ruan Mingyi's heart skipped a beat instantly. The dazzled look in her eyes was utterly impossible to hide. Ruan Mingyi didn't know whether it was love being blind or Xin Xingling being unreasonably handsome. She simply believed him to be the most dashing and charismatic man she'd ever seen. I'm not that kind of casual man, rest assured. Xin Xingling raised his hand to adjust his cufflinks. The deep black suit shimmered with hidden blue patterns, woven from rare fabric made of black pearl oyster nacre. When he moved, it was as if he draped the midnight ocean waves over his body. That single move was so dashing it made Ruan Mingyi's legs go weak. Despite still being a college student, he carried himself with the poised serenity of someone long accustomed to high society. It's strange, utterly captivating. She loved it. Ruan Mingyi held Xin Xingling's hand as they walked down the red carpet, letting the media flash their cameras at them. Truth be told, the reporters' flashes haven't stopped since Ruan Mingyi and Xin Xingling arrived. While such high-society banquets never lack good-looking attendees, a dazzling pair like Ruan Mingyi and Xin Xingling walking in together was truly one of a kind. Moreover, both possessed extraordinary good looks. With his outfit and bearing, Xin Xingling looked no different from your typical wealthy young master. Indeed, he appeared even more like the genuine heir of an aristocratic family. His skin bore the cool blaze of jade, the lines from his brow to nose bridged sharp as if carved by ice shards. Beneath his piercing brow bones rested eyes cold and distant, their unamused gaze carrying an unsettling intensity. After standing together briefly, the two departed.
When reporters tried to interview Ruan Mingyi and Shen Xingling, she flatly refused. Entering the manor, they were greeted by dedicated attendants. Shen Xingling's casual survey of the estate gave her renewed understanding of the Shang family's influence.
The original text described the Shang family as formerly comparable to the Gu family, but with the arrival of a new heir, the Shangs would ultimately surpass them.
It seems the Shang family's new heir is no ordinary person.
How could Shang Xia be so foolish when they're both from the Shang family?
Shen Xingling couldn't understand it. After Ruan Mingyi and Shen Xingling formally entered the main banquet hall, they attracted quite a few gazes.
Chapter 30, Others welcome all comers, he rejects them all. A chandelier composed of 3,000 crystals hung from the villa's domed ceiling, its shimmering reflections gliding across the Italian Carrara marble floor like scattered stardust. Gilded mirrors embedded along every wall multiplied the guests' figures endlessly, their reflections intertwining with reality to form an illusory labyrinth.
The entire eastern wall had been transformed into a champagne tower waterfall.
Waiters wove through the crowd with bottles in hand, the golden liquid filling crystal flutes with a sound like clinking gold coins. A 20-member orchestra played behind the spiral staircase, the tremolo of cellos forming a delicate resonance with the sway of crystal chandeliers. Ruan Mingyi glanced around. The right side was occupied by business negotiators, while young socialites and scions gathered on the left to drink and dance.
Ruan Mingyi led Shen Xingling to the right.
Shen Xingling's strikingly handsome unfamiliar face immediately drew whispers from those clusters of society ladies.
Whose child is that? I don't think I've seen him before. Xian, do you know him? No idea.
Xia mentioned there were several guests from North City this time.
Maybe he's some nouveau riche from up north? He's so handsome. I thought the Shang family had invited some celebrity. Those minor celebrities could never match this aura. You can tell at a glance he's someone important,
though the woman beside him does look somewhat familiar.
Hey, isn't that Ruan Mingyi?
Where did she meet this guy?
Let's go and investigate. 3 women holding champagne glasses suddenly approached.
Ruan Mingyi glanced over. They were her old acquaintances. The Summer Sisterhood, her least favorite group of women.
One of the curly-haired women asked with a smile, Mingyi, is this the arranged marriage partner your father picked for you? Aren't you going to introduce us?
Ruan Mingyi immediately understood what these women were up to, assuming Shen Xingling was some wealthy young master from a prominent family.
They must be seething with jealousy.
She deliberately replied with a smile, that's right. Lu Qianxian gave Shen Xingling a gentle smile, raised an eyebrow, and extended her hand.
Hello, may I ask how to address you? Ruan Mingyi stepped in front of Shen Xingling, leaning down to say to Lu Qianxian, isn't your date waiting over there?
Pardon us, we have other matters to attend to. Ruan Mingyi hooked her arm through Shen Xingling's and walked away without a second glance. She owed these women no courtesy.
Lu Qianxuan's hand froze awkwardly midair as she sneered after Ruan Mingyi's departure. What's there to gloat about? So what if he's good-looking?
Just wait till Xia arrives with Gui Jin, that'll wipe the smirk off your face. But I think this guy's way more handsome than Gui Jin.
Just wonder if his family background measures up to the Gu's.
It's hard to say for sure, but judging by appearances, he comes from a good family.
How could Ruan Mingyi have such good luck? With her temper, how can this man tolerate her? Finding someone so outstanding will just lead to getting dumped sooner or later. I bet she doesn't have what it takes to keep a man like that. Ruan Mingyi and Shen Xingling walked aside to get drinks.
Shen Xingling asked curiously, you seem to really dislike those people. Ruan Mingyi gritted his teeth while clutching the cup and said, more than just dislike, we're at each other's throats every time we meet.
Such deep-seated hatred?
They were the Summer Clique sisters, one a green tea, another cunning, and the last overbearing. When I was little, they mocked me for not having a mother, and now, every time we attend banquets, they ridicule the partners I bring.
No wonder. They did go too far, though I can't help but wonder, why would you bring that kind of man to such an occasion in the first place?
Part of the reason is that many people are close to Xia Sheng's clique, and I can't possibly join them. Another part is that my sharp tongue has offended quite a few men. They take detours just to avoid me.
How could any of them ever agree to be my escort?
Ruan Mingyi could truly be described as notorious far and wide. Even prominent families wouldn't consider her for arranged marriages. To quote those young masters, Ruan Mingyi was a terrifying creature that appears to be a thorny rose but is actually a man-eating flower.
Shen Xingling couldn't help but laugh as she asked, then have you ever thought about changing that? Ruan Mingyi blinked and said, why should I change? I just love speaking my mind. They're too fragile. If they can't handle the truth, that's their problem, not mine.
Shen Xingling recalled Ruan Mingyi's formidable combat prowess and immediately felt a profound respect for her. She curved her eyes into a smile and said, you see, by bringing you here today, they can't mock me anymore. You've outshone all their male companions, and with just your presence, they wouldn't dare utter a single sarcastic word.
Are you measuring against each other with such trivial things? Then what else? When it comes to jewelry, none of them here lack money.
As for beauty, they can always get plastic surgery after that, hardly any stay ugly.
Though it's true I'm prettier than them, they wouldn't dare compete with me, so they just spread rumors that I've had a full body makeover.
So they resort to attacking me over men simply because Shang Xia has an outstanding fiancé, the kind she probably wants to hang around her neck and flaunt every day. Shen Xingling lowered her eyes. Shang Xia should have already found out about the fiancé swap by now. In the original story, she was extremely resistant to this matter and swore she wouldn't comply, and it's likely the same this time.
Yi Chao happened to arrive just then, bringing her boyfriend along as she approached Ruan Mingyi. Mingyi, you're unusually early today. Normally you're fashionably late. What a rare sight to see you on time. Of course I had to come early when it's finally my turn to make them angry. You should have seen their faces earlier, full of jealousy but too afraid to offend me. Absolutely hilarious. Lu Qianxian and that group?
Yes, they assumed Shen Xingling was my arranged marriage partner. Yi Chao also chuckled as she introduced her own partner, Wei Qiha, to Shen Xingling. Seeing Shen Xingling today, Yi Chao was also taken aback, a flash of admiration passing through her eyes. Yi Chao smiled and praised. No wonder you're the school heartthrob, she teased.
Wei Qiha on the side immediately grew wary.
Using the excuse of chatting with Shen Xingling, he maneuvered to separate him from Yi Chao. He couldn't possibly let this man steal his lady away. Shen Xingling was a terrifying man. Having encountered countless men before, he could naturally discern just how irresistible a man like Shen Xingling was to women.
Wei Qiha was the quintessential freeloader, but one who knew his limits. Wei Qiha had once been a male model, but he left that life behind after meeting Yi Chao.
Yi Chao gave him a monthly allowance of 2 million, bought him villas and luxury cars, and even worried about his career enough to open a car rental business for him. For Wei Qiha, this was already an incredible stroke of luck, so his daily task became tending to Miss Yi Chao's every need and keeping her happy.
For 6 months, the two were inseparable, sweet as honey. Yi Chao didn't mind his past, bringing him along to every banquet.
When asked, she simply said he'd been introduced by her family, so no one ever learned about his background. Wei Qiha had heard Yi Chao mention Shen Xingling before, but initially didn't think much of it. After all, Ruan Mingyi had never taken anyone seriously, always casting them aside after a few days.
But today, seeing Shen Xingling, Wei Qi realized he was wrong.
As for Ruan Mingyi, never mind bringing him up. Keeping him from luring their beloved Xiao Qiao away would be victory enough. Countless women's gazes were practically glued to Shen Xingling across the venue. When someone approached to strike up a conversation, Shen Xingling responded with chilly indifference, politely yet distantly turning them away. The more he acted this way, the more women kept flocking to strike up conversations with him. Wei Qiha had seen all the men Ruan Mingyi brought before. Whenever a young lady approached them, they'd eagerly hand out business cards and add WeChat contacts. After all, doing business with Ruan Mingyi alone was business, but doing business with other young ladies was equally profitable. Besides, Ruan Mingyi had a terrible temper and a sharp tongue. They genuinely couldn't stand her. But Shen Xingling was different from those people, aloof and indifferent. Where others accepted all comers, he rejected everyone. When Wei Qiha mentioned this to Ruan Mingyi, she smirked and said, "That's Shen Xingling for you."
077, Ruan Mingyi's affection level increased by 5.
Shen Xingling remarked, "Seems she's quite pleased with my performance today.
But something is still missing.
The main character who should appear hadn't yet, rather dull."
After a while, commotion arose.
Shen Xingling followed the crowd's gaze.
The Gu family had finally arrived. Chapter 31 The Two-Faced Man. In Jiangcheng, the Gu family wouldn't normally attend ordinary banquet events in full force, but since the Shang family was their marriage alliance and held considerable influence, they had to grant them this courtesy.
Upon seeing the Gu family members, Shen Xingling realized those novel descriptions hadn't been exaggerated in the slightest.
There wasn't a single unattractive person in the Gu family. When the entire clan made their appearance, they effortlessly captured everyone's attention. Gu Changwang had the quintessential CEO looks, with sharp, domineering eyebrows and eyes that exuded authority. Gu Foreign, Wen Sulan, was a classical beauty, elegant and dignified. Shen Xingling possessed the best features of both Gu Changwang and Wen Sulan. As for Gu Yutong, it goes without saying, she was a superstar, radiating charm the moment she appeared, stunning everyone in the room. Gu Yijin was slightly less striking compared to the others. His appearance wasn't the type to instantly dazzle, gentle and refined with a youthful air, with his most captivating feature being his eyes. More than his striking appearance, what truly drew people in was his demeanor, the hint of a smile at his lips, his gentle gaze, making one feel as though bathed in spring sunshine. Shen Xingling narrowed his eyes. In the original novel, Gu Yijin had used this very face to deceive everyone, making them all believe he was pure and harmless, gentle, kind, and just a pitiful, innocent victim. In the upper-class circles of Jiangcheng, Gu Yijin once had an impeccable reputation. Especially among the young socialites and heiresses, he was practically held up as the gold standard for an ideal marriage partner. Unfortunately, he wasn't as clean as he appeared. Ruan Mingyi snorted coldly, "Hypocrite." Shen Xingling asked in surprise, "Who are you talking about?" Ruan Mingyi raised an eyebrow, the one on the far left. See that? That's Shang Xia's fiancé, a sanctimonious hypocrite. Shen Qingling deliberately provoked, a hypocrite? Why would you think that? He doesn't seem at all like what you're describing. Appearances can be deceiving.
In front of Xingxia and those young ladies, he plays the role of a pure, devoted romantic. But an acquaintance of mine once told me they saw Gui Jin fooling around with other women at a club. Behind the scenes, he's quite the playboy, far from being a decent man.
Then aren't you afraid I might be the same kind of two-faced man? Ruan Mingyi could tell he was joking and immediately fell back into his mischievous banter.
It's fine if you want to be two-faced with others, but with me you must go through 13 hours and 14 rounds.
You're at it again. A woman in a black evening gown stood before the floor-to-ceiling window on the villa's second floor. The dress revealed two protruding shoulder blades, like folded obsidian blades.
The woman's arm was sheathed in black lace, the emerald serpents falling at her collar gleaming menacingly in the cold light. Her beauty was aggressively striking, eyebrows sharpened to blade-like arcs by pencil. The natural upward tilt at the outer corners of her eyes should have been alluring, but they were frozen in a gaze as chilly as a deep pool. The floor-to-ceiling window reflected her tightly pressed lips, while the shifting light outside traced her profile, the line from her nose to her jaw as if carved by a blade, two South Sea pearls dangling from her earlobes swaying gently as she reviewed the report. When the director reached the critical data point, she suddenly looked up, her obsidian pupils contracting with a dangerous glint.
The tip of the signing pen in Shang Mo's right hand hovered 3 millimeters above the paper. Redo the Q3 proposal. Yes, President Shang. Board members often said she was like a poison-tipped blade. The man's gaze brushed over the tiny mole near her brow, the only soft curve in her otherwise sharp features. When she lowered her lashes, a small crimson mole became faintly visible at the outer corner of her eye, oddly alluring yet elusive. Yet meeting those icy eyes instantly dissolved all improper thoughts. This woman was not someone he dared to harbor desire for. What are you still standing there for? My apologies, President Shang. I'll go right away. The man brushed past the butler as he exited. President Shang, the Gu family has arrived. Please invite President Gu upstairs. What Gu Changwang discussed with Shang Mo upstairs remained unknown to Gui Jin, but he had already learned from Shang Xia's words that the Gu family intended to replace him. Did they think he wasn't good enough for Shang Xia, who came from the prestigious Shang family? Is Shen Qingling truly worthy? He refused to believe that Shang Mo, who had always looked down on him, would fancy Shen Qingling instead. Xia, now that you know, let's follow your sister's advice and keep our distance. Otherwise, if she sees us, I won't be able to explain it to Dad when I get back.
Shang Xia declared solemnly to him, Jin, don't worry, I won't agree to switch partners. I'll marry only you in this lifetime, no one else but you.
This stupid woman in front of me is completely devoted to him, but what's the point of that? The Shang family isn't under her control. Even if he really married Shang Xia, what good would it do? Shang Mo only acknowledges the one true heir of the Gu family, and that's not him. Gui Jin forced a bitter smile. Xia, I know how you feel, but I don't want to hold you back. I'm no longer the Gui Jin who can protect you. If I can't inherit the Gu family in the future, how could marrying me make you happy? Do you think I'd be happy marrying that useless orphan instead? I refuse to believe he could ever measure up to you. Xia, don't say that. As long as you can be happy, become the wife of the Gu family, and live a worry-free life in the future, I'm willing to do anything even if it means losing you, it doesn't matter. Gui Jin put on a face of overwhelming devotion, appearing utterly selfless in his concern for Shang Xia, instantly winning over the simple-minded young heiress. With tear-filled eyes, Shang Xia sobbed, no, the Shang family has everything. I don't need you to give me anything, and I don't want to be the mistress of the Gu family. I just want us to be together forever. Ajin, don't worry, I'll definitely find a way to convince my sister. Then her expression hardened as she sneered, as for that newcomer. Ha! I don't care for her at all. In my heart, Ajin, you're the best, no one could ever compare to you. Alright, for Xia's sake, I'm willing to give it one more shot and try to secure this arranged marriage. Xia Shang tightly hugged Gui Jin, moved to tears as she said, Jin, you're truly the best. Gui Jin's eyes darkened as he thought to himself, let's see if you can still say that after meeting Shen Qingling. Meanwhile, Wen Sulan was chatting with some other ladies when a young man accidentally bumped into her. A gentle young voice reached her ears. I'm sorry, it wasn't intentional. Are you alright, madam? Wen Sulan looked up with a smile. I'm fine. The moment she saw the young man clearly, the woman's voice abruptly stopped. Her smile froze at the corners of her mouth, the astonishment in her eyes impossible to conceal no matter what. You? What's wrong? Shen Qingling looked at her with innocent bewilderment, his eyes carrying a hint of confusion. Can Gui Jin put on an act? Well, so can he. In the Gu family, the only person he could truly win over was Wen Sulan. After all, she was the only one in the original story who genuinely cared for her son. Qingling, you know me? Chapter 32, The Foul-Tempered Little Princess. Wen Sulan's lips trembled slightly, as if she could barely restrain herself from speaking out.
The paternity test results were already in, and Gu Changwang had promised to bring Shen Qingling home after the Shang family banquet. Who could have predicted they'd encounter him at the banquet ahead of schedule? How did Qingling end up at the Shang family's banquet? When Sulan steadied her emotions, calming her agitated heart as she smiled and said, "I know you. I've seen you in the news, you're such a brave young man." She had long gone through Shen Qingling's past countless times, eagerly awaiting the day he would return to her side. Shen Qingling gave a faint smile. "I see." Shen Qingling wanted to leave, but when Sulan couldn't help continuing to engage him in conversation. Did you come here alone?" "No, I came with a friend. She's still waiting for me, so if you don't need anything, I should head back now." "Wait, do you have anything else?" Seeing the boy's polite yet distant demeanor, when Sulan felt somewhat sad, she revealed a gentle, maternal smile. "Could I ask you for a favor? What do you need help with?" "I'm feeling a bit unwell, could you please help me over to sit down?" "Good." Although Shen Qingling spoke little, he was indeed a polite young man. As he helped Wen Sulan over, the woman's gaze never left him. The more she looked at him, the more guilty and sorrowful she felt, her hand trembling slightly as it rested on Shen Qingling's arm. Not far away, Ruan Mingi noticed Shen Qingling supporting Wen Sulan as they moved toward the edge and couldn't help feeling puzzled. "That's odd. Why would Mrs. Gu be speaking with Qingling?" She followed them over. Shen Qingling crouched beside her asking questions. Apparently Mrs. Gu wasn't feeling well. "Qingling, so this is where you've been. I've been looking all over for you." Wen Sulan curiously turned to look and was instantly stunned. This girl's beauty was actually on par with Gu Yuton's. She just felt this girl looked somewhat familiar, but couldn't immediately recall which family's child she was. "Young lady, you look very familiar to me." "Mrs. Gu, I'm Ruan Mingi." "So you're President Ruan's daughter, no wonder you look so familiar. Are you two, boyfriend and girlfriend?" When Sulan secretly cursed her luck, Gu Changwang had only just considered switching the arranged marriage partner to Qingling. If Qingling already had a girlfriend, then the plan would fall through. And if Qingling was genuinely fond of her, Wen Sulan couldn't very well force them apart either. Wen Sulan understood clearly, if Gui Jin married Shang Xia, it wouldn't bode well for Shen Qingling. She didn't want Gui Jin joining forces with the Shang family against her own child. Ruan Mingi smiled openly and said, "Not yet, but who knows about the future." Wen Sulan heaved a sigh of relief. As long as they weren't together yet, there was still hope. Gui Jin's gaze flickered as he inadvertently caught sight of Wen Sultan and Shen Qingling chatting and laughing together. His breath hitched instantly. How could they be together? Even if it was just a glimpse of his profile, Gui Jin recognized him, Shen Qingling. He would recognize Shen Qingling's face even if it were reduced to ashes. Shan Yao shook his arm gently. "Ah Jin, what's wrong? What are you looking at so intently? You seem completely spellbound." Shan Yao followed his gaze. Shen Qingling's profile was unfamiliar to Shan Yao, so she paid no attention. Instead, her eyes first landed on Ruan Mingi. "Ruan Mingi? Why is she talking with Auntie? That woman must be bad-mouthing me in front of her. Let's go, we should check it out too." Gui Jin and Shang Xia approached Wen Sulan. Shen Qingling heard the system's notification sound in her mind. 077, detected potential romance target, Xia Shang. Name, Xia Shang. Goddess level, A tier. Status, Shen Qingling's fiancé. Personality, simple-minded, beautiful but dumb, spoiled and tsundere. Plot relevance, 40%. Ending, insufficient points to unlock. Ding! Side quest triggered, obtain Xia Shang's remorse value, reward 100,000 points. Host, will you activate the side quest? Go ahead, take the 100,000 points, no reason to let them go to waste. Shen Qingling sized up the woman who might become his fiancé. As the male lead's fiancé, Xia Shang's beauty was unquestionable. Xia Shang had exceptionally sweet features, a delicate oval face with striking symmetrical features, feline black eyes that shone brightly, an exquisitely arched nose, and plump cherry red lips. She wore a white haute couture lace gown, her hair slightly curled and adorned with a hairpin studded with tiny diamonds that shimmered under the lights. At first glance, she looked like a delicate little princess. What a pity this princess had such a foul temper, clearly pampered rotten by her family. Xia Shang hooked her arm through Gui Jin's as if to declare her sovereignty. "Auntie, I've already heard about the matter, but my engagement with A Jin cannot be changed. I won't marry anyone else besides A Jin." Wen Sulan's expression changed abruptly as she hurriedly glanced at Shen Qingling. The young man remained completely unfazed, showing not the slightest reaction. Well, Qingling doesn't know anything yet, so of course he wouldn't react. But now that he's seen Shen Xia's attitude, I'm afraid he won't be willing anymore. When Sulan tried to salvage the situation, Xia, let's discuss this matter privately later. You're still young, some things shouldn't be judged by immediate gains. Gui Jin immediately said sorrowfully, does mom think I'm not worthy of Xia anymore? Ruan Mingi exchanged a puzzled glance with Shen Qingling and shrugged to indicate she didn't understand. Madam Gu, since you have family matters to discuss, we'll take our leave now. Good. Shang Xia suddenly called out to Ruan Mingi. her face full of vigilance as she asked, "Wait, Ruan Mingi, why are you with Auntie?
What are you trying to do?" Ruan Mingi looked at her like she was insane. "What's it to you? Do you live by the ocean? Mind your own business."
Your mouth hasn't changed at all, still as infuriating as ever. Shang Xia snorted coldly and shifted her gaze to Shen Qingling, who had his back turned to her.
"Is this gentleman beside you your companion?
Surely he's not another one of those crooked." Shen Qingling turned to look at Xia Shang. The young girl had intended to ridicule Ruan Mingi as usual, but she froze the moment she laid eyes on the man's face. The crystal chandelier and banquet hall lights cast alternating shadows and highlights around him, creating a divine aura that dazzled like a god's descent. The light spot slid precisely across his sharp brow bone, while the fallen fringe cast shadows over his eyelids, yet it couldn't obscure the chilling depth of those long, narrow eyes. The young man's high-bridged nose resembled a fractured cliff of snow-capped peaks, carving sharp shadows across his jade-cool cheeks. His displeasure pressed his thin lips into a frigid line, the defined curve of his jaw growing more pronounced with each movement of his Adam's apple. The tailored suit clung to his broad shoulders and narrow waist. Designed for restraint, the formal wear instead exuded heart-stopping allure when draped over that towering frame. Cold, aloof, restrained, and sharp-edged. This was Shen Qingling's first impression on Shang Xia. Chapter 33, to make Shen Qingling suffer complete defeat. Shang Xia's fingers trembled slightly as they intertwined with Gui Jin's. This is the kind of man you'd only find in novels. Apart from her love for splurging money, one of Xia Shang's few hobbies was reading novels. Looking at Shen Qingling's face, she couldn't bring herself to call him ugly anymore. How could there be such a handsome man? For a moment there, she almost thought her favorite male lead had stepped right out of a novel. 077, summer heartbeat points plus 15. Shen Qingling, this young lady's heart is being quite honest. Shen Qingling glanced amusingly at Gui Jin's expression. Gui Jin felt Xia Shang suddenly tighten her grip on his arm and cursed inwardly. Just moments ago she swore she'd only marry him, but now she can't even speak upon seeing Shen Qingling's face. Indeed, a woman's words are not to be trusted. Gui Jin suppressed his anger and spoke up. "Miss Ruan, won't you introduce us to the gentleman beside you?" Shang Xia snapped out of it. No, her fiancé Gui Jin was the devoted male lead in the novel. How could she be thinking of another man? The girl reluctantly averted her gaze, but she couldn't resist stealing another glance. 077, summer heartbeat value plus 5. Xia Shang regretfully withdrew her gaze. Alright, she had to admit that this man was really handsome. To be fair, even more handsome than A Jin. But the thought that such a handsome man was actually Ruan Mingi's dead rival's companion, she would never compliment him. Shang Xia straightened her back, tilted her chin up, and retorted stubbornly, "Forget it, he's probably just another filler called in from some club. I know her all too well. What respectable upper-class family in Jianchang would be willing to attend a banquet with her?" Ruan Mingi had his rebuttal ready on the tip of his tongue when, unexpectedly, Sulan spoke first. Xia, how could you say something like that to someone you've just met?" "Auntie, I'm not lying. Ruan Mingi used to call escorts from clubs before. This one looks so seductive, he must be one too." Humph. Xia Shang knew very well that a man with Shen Qingling's refined temperament was clearly not some club escort. He even outshone Gui Jin. But she hated Ruan Mingi, always had, ever since childhood. Everything related to Ruan Mingi disgusted her. So no matter how good-looking Shen Qingling was, she would restrain herself. She'd rather die than say a single nice word. Shen Qingling's gaze turned icy as he spoke. "Miss, we've never met before, yet you call me a duck at first sight. That's utterly lacking in manners." Shen Qingling had no intention of indulging her. This arrogant young lady needs to have her bad habits thoroughly corrected. Shang Xia widened her eyes in disbelief. "How dare you say I lack manners?" She pursed her lips angrily and retorted, "Do you even know who's hosting tonight's banquet? My surname is Shang. Aside from Ruan Mingi, you're only the second person in Jiancheng who dares speak to me like this. Clearly, you two deserve each other." Sulan glared at her with hostile eyes. Only then did Shang Xia press her lips together and sneer. "Fine, I'm magnanimous enough not to stoop to your level." Ruan Mingi felt an indescribable satisfaction when she heard Shen Qingling scolding Shang Xia. Finally, among all the men in Jiancheng, there's one brave enough to speak the truth. 077, Ruan Mingi's attraction points increased by 4. The woman curled her lips into a smile and hooked her arm through Shen Qingling's, adopting the triumphant air of a victor, a sight that ignited a surge of inexplicable anger in Shang Xia. She also took Gui Jin's arm and snorted coldly. "What's the use of being good-looking? Only talent and ability can bring a woman happiness." Ruan Mingi smiled. "Oh, so you admit my man is better looking than yours?" Shang Xia pressed her lips together. "What do you know? A Jin has inner beauty. You're just a shallow woman who only cares about appearances." Ruan Mingi tossed her wavy hair and narrowed her eyes with a faint smile. "Sorry, but I really am that shallow. I don't judge inner beauty at first glance. Only men who aren't attractive enough bother bringing up inner beauty." Ruan Mingi's words carried an implicit jab, mocking Gui Jin for lacking sufficiently superior looks. "Just like the person next to me, wherever he goes,
Everyone is instantly captivated by his sheer outer beauty. Later I realized he wasn't just handsome on the outside, he possessed inner beauty too. Doesn't cultivating both make for the best combination? Or perhaps, some people only have inner beauty, not because they don't pursue external refinement, but because they simply cannot attain it. Ruan Mingi blinked innocently, weaving a few choice words that left Gui Jin utterly fuming. Ruan Mingi was still holding back slightly since when Sulan was present. Yet her passive-aggressive remarks, while seemingly praising Shen Qingling, actually disparaged Gui Jin from head to toe. Gui Jin frowned, his favorable impression of Ruan Mingi plummeting to rock bottom. Previously, he'd found Ruan Mingi interesting, though she constantly clashed with Shang Xia. Watching this beauty take down the spoiled young mistress had secretly pleased him. He'd even considered her personality amusing and her stunning looks appealing. But no more. But seeing her act so close to Shen Qingling today and openly mock him like this, he darkly wished she'd be brutally dumped by Shen Qingling. Ruan Mingi, what do you mean by that? I was just complimenting my date for being handsome. Unlike you, saying your fiancé only has inner beauty, are you calling him ugly? Don't twist my words, that's not what I meant at all. Shang Xia glanced at Gui Jin's expression and suddenly realized her words might have inadvertently hurt his pride. She tilted her head slightly and said in a soft voice, "Ah Jin, I'd love to hear you play the piano." Everyone knew Gui Jin played the piano exceptionally well, a fact Shang Xia took great pride in and often boasted about. It seemed she cherished the glory he brought more than Gui Jin himself. Gui Jin gently patted her head and said, "Alright, if Xiaxia wants to hear me play, then I'll play for her." He turned to Shen Qingling and asked, "Since this gentleman has managed to capture Miss Ruan's favor, I presume he must possess some extraordinary qualities beyond merely his handsome face? Might we also have the privilege of witnessing that inner beauty Miss Ruan mentioned?" Ruan Mingi frowned with dissatisfaction. "You're suggesting he compete with you in playing the piano? Gui Jin, aren't you being a bit too obvious? Everyone knows piano is your strongest suit." Gui Jin maintained his gentle yet hypocritical demeanor. "Ms. Ruan must be mistaken, I was merely curious. If your companion isn't capable, then let's forget about it." Gui Jin knew perfectly well that Shen Qingling was more skilled at painting, playing the piano wasn't his forte. Whether he could even manage it was uncertain, as there was no mention of it in any of Shen Qingling's past records. Coincidentally, it happened to be his own strength. He was determined to push Shen Qingling onto the stage. He wanted to see whether the man would dare to take the challenge. Watching Ruan Mingi and Shen Qingling remain silent, Shang Xia sneered, "What's wrong? Too scared? Figures. People from your kind of background probably don't know about such things. Ah Jin has won more piano competition awards than the meals your friend here has eaten in his life." Even if Shang Xia hadn't mentioned it, Gui Jin would have found various ways to lead Shen Qingling into his carefully prepared trap. The moment Gui Jin spotted Shen Qingling, numerous schemes had already sprouted in his mind. He had 3 plans to deal with Shen Qingling. Succeeding in just one would be enough to utterly ruin Shen Qingling's reputation among high society. Today, he was determined to make Shen Qingling suffer a crushing defeat at the Shang family's banquet. Chapter 34, Gui Jin vs Shen Qingling. Ruan Mingi wasn't sure if Shen Qingling could play the piano, but she did know that Gui Jin was skilled at piano, so she didn't want Shen Qingling to compete against Gui Jin. In Ruan Mingi's opinion, there was no need to accept such a challenge. Yet Shen Qingling surprisingly agreed for once. The young man calmly said with an indifferent expression, "The piano? I can play." Gui Jin smiled faintly with a hint of irony. "If you're agreeing out of spite, there's no need to force it." Shang Xia also mocked loftily, "There's a difference between being able to play and being proficient. Don't get it wrong, I can also play a few simple pieces if that's all it takes." Ruan Mingi leaned close to Shen Qingling's ear and whispered, "Do you really know how? If it's too much, just ignore them. There's no harm in not rising to their bait." Shen Qingling chuckled softly, a rare gentleness in his smile as he said, "Just trust me on this. Turning a blind eye won't really affect anything, but I don't want to see you lose to her." 077, Ruan Mingi's affection value increased by 10. That tender yet domineering and confident declaration, "I don't want you to lose to her," made Ruan Mingi suddenly realize. She was practically mesmerized by Shen Qingling in that instant. Wait, since when did Shen Qingling become so smooth with sweet talk? Wasn't he supposed to be that aloof, taciturn ice-cold male god? How could he say such things so effortlessly? Logically, those words weren't even particularly flirtatious, so why was her heart racing so wildly? Perhaps, in Shen Qingling's eyes, this wasn't some deliberately flirtatious sweet talk, just the sincere expression of his heart. He simply couldn't bear to see her lose to Shang Xia. This was precisely Shen Qingling's charm. With just a few words, the youth effortlessly unsettled her emotions, making her fall hopelessly deeper for him. A smile surfaced in Ruan Mingi's eyes. "Why say such things deliberately? You'll make me think you might actually like me. I never said I didn't like you." Shen Qingling's affections weren't the kind spoken aloud. Ruan Mingi froze completely, his already unsettled heart stirred up another turbulent storm at Shen Qingling's words. She suddenly remembered a saying, "To know if a man truly likes you, don't listen to what he says, watch what he does."
He agreed to accompany her to this kind of boring banquet, knowing full well people would eye him like a piece of meat. He wore the formal suit he disliked and styled his hair in what he considered an excessively flashy way, all just to give her face. At this banquet, many women, some even from better families, gentler and more interesting than her, offered him invitations, but he turned them all down. She overheard those women calling him the unattainable flower on the high peak. Yet this lofty flower was gradually plucked by her. The once frosty youth now jokes with her and strives to win prizes she doesn't truly care for. For the first time, Ruan Mingyi clearly realized the thought Shen Qingling hates her was wrong. Perhaps, he might harbor just a little affection for her.
077. Ruan Mingyi's affection points increased by 10. What is this girl imagining? How did she add so many points just because of one sentence from you? Is this still the same Ruan Mingyi who was so stingy with affection points?
Shen Qingling, she just realized Shen Qingling likes her a little. When certain things are pieced together bit by bit, they form the result she desires. He had merely laid the groundwork along this path, planting the clues she wanted, so she could smoothly reach the endpoint he intended for her. Ruan Mingyi felt somewhat moved. Compared to countless I like yous from a man, this kind of quiet affection, discovered by her in a sudden realization, shocked her even more.
Hey, have you two flirted enough? Shang Xiao was surprised to see Ruan Mingyi freeze just because of Shen Qingling's gentle smile.
Though she couldn't claim to understand Ruan Mingyi 100%, she still knew about 80% of her. This woman had never taken love seriously before. Shang Xia had thought Ruan Mingyi was just playing with this one too.
But now, it seems that's not the case?
And that person's smile was really quite charming. 077. Xia Shang's heartthrob points increased by 3. The heart is more honest than the mouth, young mistress. Shen Qingling turned to Xia Shang. I told you I could play.
Any further objections, Miss Xia?
Then I'll take that as your agreement, Jean.
You go first. Gui Jin felt like he was being treated as the young mistress's pet dog.
Never mind, this was just typical of Shang Xia. Gui Jin was already accustomed to this sort of treatment.
He smiled gently, then I'll go first.
Xixia, make sure to enjoy it, this piece is specially played for you.
Sheng Xian nodded somewhat perfunctorily. Jean, you go ahead.
I'll listen carefully. The banquet hall had a small stage with a piano, where someone was currently playing. Those invited by the Shang family to such a banquet were naturally no ordinary people. That was Zhong Fan, the piano maestro invited by the Shang family, renowned both domestically and internationally. Gui Jin walked over and said something to her. Zhong Fan smiled and relinquished her seat. It was no empty boast that Gui Jin excelled at piano. Though his skills couldn't compare to top-tier masters like Zhong Fan, he could effortlessly outperform all the young masters and misses in their circle. Xia Shang's clique quickly gathered around her, showering her with flattery. Xia, your Jin is showing off his piano skills again.
It sounds absolutely beautiful. Mr. Gu said he played it especially for Xia. How romantic. When will I find a boyfriend like that too?
Someone like Gui Jin as a boyfriend, only Xia could land him.
We'll never be that lucky.
Xia, when are you going to introduce us to your Jin's friend? I heard that young master from the Tang family is quite decent too, and he hasn't found a girlfriend yet. Ruan Mingyi rolled her eyes at the sight. She asked curiously, what do you think of Gui Jin's performance? Shen Qingling pretentiously commented, just average.
Ruan Mingyi laughed in astonishment, just average?
If that's what you say, I'm really looking forward to your performance later.
By the way, when did you learn to play the piano? I've never heard you mention it before, and none of those rumors about Jiang University mentioned this either.
Shen Qingling's personality and hobbies were easily discoverable, things like his love for painting, for instance.
But piano? Never heard a word about it. Shen Qingling, when did you learn this? Of course, just now. With 077 in hand, what cheat ability could possibly be out of reach? Shen Qingling, Shichi, how many points do I need to buy a top-tier piano virtuoso cheat ability?
077, since it's your first time purchasing a golden finger, I'll give you a discount, barely 100,000 points for you.
Shen Qingling, holy crap, what a ripoff. Even with a discount, it's still 100,000 points?
077, you're asking for a top-tier piano master. If you settle for advanced level, I can give it to you for 70,000.
Actually, the advanced level alone would crush Gui Jin. Shen Qingling gritted his teeth, no way. If I'm gonna humiliate someone, I'm buying the best. 100,000 points, right?
Sold. 077, host, your current points are 98,049.
It's not enough yet. Shen Qingling, has affection faded already? You're really going to nickel and dime me over such a trifle? 077, fine. Considering your outstanding performance as a host, I'll let you owe this small amount. Just remember to pay me back next time. System store, ding.
Congratulations, host, for obtaining the top piano virtuoso golden finger. 100,000 points deducted.
We welcome your next visit.
Immediately, Shen Qingling felt a wave of dizziness in his head, as if something had been injected into him. His entire body felt refreshed and invigorated, and his demeanor had completely transformed. Shen Xingling glanced at his panel and saw that his points had been reset to 0. However, he noticed a new attribute under his stats, demeanor, with a value of 87. This cheat can actually boost my demeanor? Not a bad purchase at all. Of course, if the host purchases top-tier cheats related to talent or arts, the boost to demeanor would be significant. Buying martial arts-related ones could increase health and combat stats instead. That sounds quite reasonable. Shen Xingling pondered in his mind about the piece he would be playing later. 077 told him he could directly enter the system space to practice, such was the wonder of this system. To onlookers, Shen Xingling appeared to be sitting quietly with his eyes closed, resting. Shang Xia pursed her lips and said, "Don't think pretending to sleep will let you off the hook." Shen Xingling completely ignored her, making Shang Xia bite her lips in both anger and embarrassment. Shang Xia acted like a primary school student, torn between wanting to talk to Shen Xingling and wanting to tease him. Her real goal was simply to get his attention. Unfortunately, someone remained utterly oblivious to her charms, ignoring her outright. This only fueled the young lady's indignation, and she vowed to make him bow his head to her. What a strange elementary school mentality. After a while, Gui Jin came down from the stage. Unsurprisingly, he received a thunderous applause. Ruan Mingyi couldn't help but worry. He couldn't have really fallen asleep, could he? Shen Xingling slowly opened his eyes. "No, I was just mentally rehearsing the piece I'm about to play." Shang Xia muttered helplessly, "What's with the act? Mentally rehearsing? Who do you think you are, some piano maestro?" Shen Xingling stood up to take the stage, adjusting his suit before turning to Shang Xia with a smug look. "You'll find out soon enough if I am. You still have time to apologize to me now." Shang Xia snorted coldly. "Look at you, all high and mighty. Apologize to you? You'd better not play so badly that you end up apologizing to everyone." Chapter 35 Shen Xingling is a genius. As Shen Xingling walked onto the stage, he brushed shoulders with Gui Jin. The look they exchanged was filled with unspoken meaning. The moment Shen Xingling stepped onto the platform, it was as if the surrounding lights dimmed, drawing everyone's gaze inexorably toward him. On stage, Shen Xingling appeared as if he were born to be the leading man. "In this game, I am the protagonist." Shen Xingling stood on stage, locking eyes with Gui Jin gazing up at him from below. Gui Jin's seemingly gentle eyes concealed hidden sharpness, like a venomous snake lying in wait, ready to strike the moment Shen Xingling turned his back. The crowd below found Shen Xingling's face unfamiliar. Their curiosity piqued about his identity. A debut pianist? So handsome, how have I never seen him before? Not a pianist, apparently he's the arranged marriage partner of the young Miss Ruan. Seriously, so good-looking. A man this handsome is actually Ruan Mingyi's arranged fiancé. No way. Real or fake? I refuse to believe Ruan Mingyi could land a man like that. He's just too handsome, my god, even celebrities pale in comparison. Shang Xia and Ruan Mingyi moved from the back to the front to join the crowd watching. After Shen Xingling took the stage, the noble ladies and socialites around were all captivated by his looks. The previously cleared points began to rapidly increase at that moment. Ruan Mingyi smiled faintly. Someone only receives praise for their piano skills, temperament, and family background, with no mention of appearance. Summer, why do you think that is? Shang Xia scoffed coldly. Just a pretty vase, nothing to be proud of. Ajin plays the piano miles better than him. Ruan Mingyi confidently lifted her chin. Then let's wait and see. If Shen Xingling says he can do it, then he definitely can. Shen Xingling bowed to the audience before taking his seat. The crystal chandelier in the ballroom's dome cast scattered light refractions on the piano, its shimmer cascading along the cuffs of his ink-black suit sleeves before spilling across the Steinway's lacquered surface like a flowing Milky Way. His distinctly jointed fingers hovered above the black and white keys, resembling the wings of a white crane momentarily alighting upon a snowfield. My god, what beautiful hands. These are literally hands born to play the piano. I studied fine arts, and these hands are works of art. These hands should be enshrined in the Louvre. The light cast on his face seemed like meticulously crafted shadows, his sculpture-like profile so perfect it resembled a divine masterpiece. Seeing Shen Xingling's profile, the crowd finally understood the meaning of sculpture-like beauty. Shen Xingling's profile seemed to be draped in an additional layer of filter under the lights, the slightly protruding bone midway down his nose bridge smoothed by the soft glow, his eyelashes casting quivering shadows across his cheeks. With a faint frown between his brows, the sound of the piano began. The young man's hands rose and fell with the keys like drifting moonbeams. The piece Shen Xingling played instantly captured the heartstrings of everyone present. In that moment, even those who had been captivated by his looks found themselves drawn to the music flowing from those very hands. Gui Jin in the audience froze, hardly able to believe that the person on stage had been an unknown figure in the piano world until now. He stared intently at Shen Xingling. This shouldn't be happening. How could Shen Xingling possibly possess such piano skills? His pride, which he had always treasured, shattered completely in that moment. What would Xingxia think of him? He turned his face to look at the woman beside him. At this moment, Xia Shang was completely stunned. Her large eyes shifted from initial disdain to surprise, then to awe, before finally becoming utterly immersed in the dreamlike scene Shen Qingling had woven for everyone. Xia Shang clutched at his wildly beating chest. This was the male lead from the novel. This stunning appearance, this graceful posture, this moving piano technique. 077, Midnight Summer heartbeat points increased by 10. Gui Jin's expression darkened. How could this happen? He had originally planned to make Shen Qingling lose face in front of all the guests, become unable to establish himself in high society from then on, make Midsummer more obsessed and infatuated with him, and vehemently oppose when he finds out Shen Qingling is his fiancée in the future. But he failed. The entire banquet hall fell silent, save for the piano's melody. As the keys plunged to their deepest resonance, the young man on stage suddenly raised his gaze toward the void, his fingers striking the bass register with thunderous intensity. Zhongqing set down his wineglass and rose slowly from his seat in disbelief. On the second floor of the villa, a woman stood directly across from Shen Qingling, having watched him intently for quite some time. Shang Mo's fingers glided over the golden Nanmo handrail as if performing a duet with Shen Qingling, tapping lightly in perfect harmony with the piano sonata's rhythm. Shang Yamo truly loved playing the piano, otherwise, she wouldn't have met Zhongqing nor specially invited her to such an important banquet. She knew all too well just how astonishingly skilled that young man on stage was at the piano. Yet it seemed the youth playing the qin was more captivating than the music itself. Shang Yamo lowered his gaze to the young man performing on stage, a flicker of curiosity surfacing in his eyes. Then who was it? As the final note faded, Shen Qingling slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Ruan Mingyi stared dazedly at the boy on stage, her mouth hanging open in midsummer heat. Before she realized it, she'd already joined the crowd in applause, then awkwardly withdrew her hands when she came to her senses. She had mocked Shen Qingling so mercilessly earlier, now the thought made her utterly mortified. Her gaze shifted to Gui Jin, unknowingly twisting the knife in his heart. Ah, Jin, isn't he better than you? Why aren't you saying anything? I have nothing to say. He's truly remarkable. What, Xia, do you have feelings for him? How could I? He's Ruan Mingyi's person. I would never like him, even if he's handsome, has a great physique, plays the piano brilliantly, and is incredibly talented. Gui Jin smirked coldly. If you hadn't added that last part, it might have been somewhat believable. Isn't adding that final sentence just deceiving yourself? Shen Qingling stood up and bowed to the audience, sending the girls below into absolute frenzy. Is he really Ruan Mingyi's arranged fiancé? Does that mean I have no chance? Even if he's Ruan Mingyi's fiancé, they haven't married yet. Until then, we still have opportunities. What if they do marry? Divorces happen. I don't think I'm any worse than Ruan Mingyi. Exactly. If he could fancy Ruan Mingyi in the first place, his standards can't be that high. What does Ruan Mingyi have aside from a pretty face? Secretary Zhang, investigate his background immediately. I want his complete profile within 3 minutes. How could such talent remain unknown until now? What has the piano world been doing? Praising those rich young masters, specifically referring to Gui Jin, instead of nurturing this kind of genius. Has the piano world ever had such a figure? Even Zhongqing seems utterly shocked. This must be his first public performance. Zhongchang applauded as she walked onto the stage, her face filled with awe as she gazed at Shen Qingling with admiration. The more knowledgeable someone is, the more they recognize Shen Qingling's innate talent. He is a genius who masters both technique and emotion. What's your name? A mere nobody. Chapter 36, The Missing Diamond Necklace. Shen Qingling left the stage after giving a remarkably humble reply. Many crowded around trying to uncover his identity, and when they couldn't, they attempted to get his contact information, all of which Shen Qingling firmly refused. Ruan Mingyi expended great effort to push his way through and shoo those people away. The woman gazed at him with shining eyes. Shen Qingling. Just how many more surprises do you have that I don't know about? There must be plenty more where that came from. Ruan Mingyi was overjoyed, practically aching to kiss him right then and there in front of everyone. But mindful of Shen Qingling's shy nature, she restrained herself. So all that excitement had to be poured into words instead. Shen Qingling, honestly, even 1 second with a man like you would be worth it. ? I'd admit it even if it were a needle. ? Why aren't you denying it? Could it really be true? Would you still admit it if it lasted a whole day and night? Hearing Shen Qingling respond to her joke, Ruan Mingyi laughed in surprised delight. You finally caught my contagiousness. Shen Qingling responded with a hint of helplessness and affection. Keep good men company and you'll become one. Keep bad ones and you'll be tainted too. Stick with you, and one learns to be naughty. Ruan Mingyi bent over laughing, her adoration for Shen Qingling growing even stronger. After her laughter subsided, she leaned closer to Shen Qingling's ear and asked, Then do you know what happens to those who stick with you? What? Those who stick with you become obsessed. Every woman would go mad for you. Shen Qingling glanced around, the attention of practically every woman in the room was fixed on him. Without a doubt, Shen Xingling had become the center of attention at the entire gathering.
Shen Xingling decided to play it cool. Well, forget it then.
I didn't expect just casually playing to have this kind of effect.
Ruan Mingyi raised an eyebrow. Casually playing? Is this what they call the humble brag of a prodigy? Do you realize your casual playing is something countless people could strive their whole lives and never achieve?
If this is you playing casually, then you playing seriously would probably send shockwaves through the entire piano world.
Shen Xingling and Ruan Mingyi chatting together made many women green with envy. The Gu family members were even more astonished after witnessing Shen Xingling's performance.
Gu Changwan, Wen Sulan, and Gu Yutong stood together conversing.
Wen Sulan, Changwang, when do you plan to tell Xingling about his origins? Wouldn't it be better for him to return sooner? Everyone's gossiping about his background.
Though Gu Changwang also expressed surprise and admiration for Shen Xingling's musical skills, as the heir of the Gu family, exceptional musical talent held no real value. He had never cared about Gu Yijin's musical performances in the past either. As an heir, what he valued were courage, tactics, ambition, and strategy. These were merely icing on the cake.
Gu Changwang, informing him now would be too hasty.
If it truly can't wait, bring him home after the banquet to discuss this matter. Gu Yutong's loathing and resistance toward Shen Xingling softened slightly. It seems this younger brother isn't so incompetent after all, but she still preferred Gu Yijin, whom she'd grown up with.
At this moment, Gu Yijin had been thoroughly humiliated by Shen Xingling.
Though Xin Xiao was comforting him, her words carried a perfunctory tone as her eyes kept searching Ruan Mingyi and Shen Xingling in the crowd.
Gu Yijin chuckled lightly. What are you looking for, Xia? Sheng Xia shook her head. Nothing. It's just that I'm surprised Ruan Mingyi hasn't come over to flaunt her superiority yet. It's really not like her. Oh, you're looking for Ruan Mingyi? Yeah, I thought you were looking for the piano player.
Gu Yijin's smile didn't reach her eyes. Instead, it carried a touch of chilliness and mockery. Xia Shang flared up instantly as if someone had stepped on his tail.
What nonsense! I told you I hate him. No matter how well he plays the piano, it has nothing to do with me. Besides, he's Ruan Mingyi's person. Apart from despising him, I feel nothing else, absolutely no other thoughts. What if he's not one of Ruan Mingyi's men? It's not. I mean, it's really not true. What connection could I possibly have with him?
Xia Shang didn't seem to understand why Gu Yijin cared so much about that young man.
You lost and took it out on me. Fine, I get that you're in a bad mood, I won't argue with you. Go cool off on your own.
With just these words, Shang Xia also walked away. Gu Yijin steadied himself, pondering how to proceed with the second phase of his plan. Losing in piano playing wasn't a big deal. Gu Chengwang had never cared about such things. But he cared about his reputation, about how others viewed him, and even more about the honor of his entire family. If Shen Xingling were labeled a thief at this banquet, would Gu still take him back to the Gu family? Halfway through the banquet, a sudden commotion erupted from the left side. My diamond necklace is missing. What should I do? Are you sure you lost it just now? Yes, it was still there an hour ago. I don't know how it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Don't worry, Miss Fong. I'll have someone check the surveillance footage immediately. First, I'll send people to search the premises for you. Steward Shang, you must help me find that necklace. It was a gift from Xiangshan and holds great significance to me. It absolutely cannot be lost. Alright, Miss Fong, please calm down first. Fang Qingran's eyes were red with anxiety, and Shang Su had no choice but to keep comforting her. This necklace held immense significance for her. If it were lost, she would never let the matter rest. Just then, Su Xiangshan returned from outside, and Fang Qingran gazed at him sorrowfully. I'm sorry, Xiangshan, I lost the gift you gave me. After speaking, she cautiously glanced at Su Xiangshan's expression. She was afraid Su Xiangshan would get angry. She had pursued him for so long, and he had finally agreed to be with her. This was the first gift he had ever given her, making it extraordinarily meaningful. Su Xiangshan's expression turned noticeably cold. Xinran, do you remember what I said when I gave you this gift? I remember. You said it was your mother's keepsake, meant for your future wife. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I've already sent people to look for it. Please don't be angry, Xiangshan. Fang Qingran apologized cautiously, yet Su Xiangshan's stern expression remained unchanged. With a cold expression, he said, Fang Qingran, if this necklace isn't found, there's no point in us continuing. You've truly disappointed me. After speaking, the man stormed off, leaving Fang Qingran looking flustered and helpless. Shen Xingling, Ruan Mingyi, and Yi Chao stood off to the side, gossiping. Yi Chao whispered, didn't they say Fang Qingran managed to win over Su Xiangshan? Why is his attitude toward her still so terrible? Ruan Mingyi said disinterestedly, who knows what's gotten into Su Xiangshan, throwing such a fit over just a necklace. Yi Chao chimed in, I heard earlier that Su Xiangshan gave Fang Qingran something that originally belonged to his late mother. She was reportedly touched beyond words. It's said the necklace is priceless, no wonder he's so angry. Wei Qihua murmured, priceless. Hey, where do you suppose that necklace went? Could it have been stolen? Half an hour later, for reasons unknown, Fang Qingran stormed over in Shen Xingling's direction. The woman rushed over waving her hand at Shen Xingling as if to strike, but Shen Xingling caught her wrist firmly. Ruan Mingyi snapped out of his shock and pushed her aside. What are you doing, Fang Qingran? Have you lost your mind? Fang Qingran's eyes burned with madness, her gaze filled with hatred as she glared at Shen Xingling. It's you! You stole my necklace! You thief! Chapter 37. Are you looking for something or have other intentions? Ruan Mingyi knew Shen Xingling would never do such a thing and was ready to argue logically with Fang Qingran. Shen Xingling stepped in front of Ruan Mingyi, shielding her, and fixed Fang Qingran with a cold stare. We've never met before, and I know nothing about this so-called necklace of yours. What proof do you have that I took it? I checked the surveillance footage. You're the only person I bumped into at tonight's banquet. No one else got close to me. So this is what you call evidence? What else could it be? Who else but you? Everyone at this banquet tonight is of respectable standing, except you, brought here by Ruan Mingyi. Fang Qingran let out a cold laugh, her disdainful gaze sweeping over Shen Xingling from head to toe. I've heard all about it. You're not Ruan Mingyi's arranged marriage partner at all, let alone some family heir. You're just a broke student from Jian University. The onlookers around them started murmuring. I was wondering, Ruan Mingyi usually brings nothing but trash to these events. How did his taste suddenly upgrade? With looks like his, maybe Ruan Mingyi just paid for him, too? No wonder no one could dig up his background. I thought he might be from Beicheng, but turns out he's not even from the same class. I was wondering why I'd never seen this guy before, so he's Ruan Mingyi's kept pretty boy. For a Jian University student to engage in such morally corrupt behavior is truly disgraceful. But right now there's no evidence it was him. We shouldn't jump to conclusions and risk wrongfully accusing someone. Fang Qingran has a point. Who else here besides a poor student like him would lust after a necklace? Fang Qingran declared arrogantly, either hand over the necklace willingly, and I won't call the police or bother holding it against you. Shen Xingling remained composed as ever. You're free to call the police. Reporting lost items is perfectly reasonable, but since I never touched your belongings, coming to me won't help. You, even with death at your doorstep, you still dare to lie? A simple search will prove whether you stole it or not. A search? Are you the police? Do you have a warrant? Shen Xingling narrowed his eyes, his gaze carrying a dangerous edge. Fang Qingran was startled by that look. She pursed her lips and averted her eyes. If you won't let me search you, it means you're guilty. Are you searching me to find something? Or do you have ulterior motives? Ruan Mingyi couldn't help but laugh when she heard Shen Xingling's words. She walked over to Shen Xingling and said with amusement, Fang Qingran, don't tell me you've taken a fancy to him and are deliberately using this method to take advantage of him. The originally tense atmosphere took an odd turn because of Shen Xingling and Ruan Mingyi's coordinated teasing. Fang Qingran's face turned red as she stomped her foot in frustration, exclaiming, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm just looking for my necklace. Who would covet his body? Ruan Mingyi curled his lips and said, weren't all those women gathered here just now coveting him? Fang Qingran scoffed coldly. That may be true for them, but the only one I love is Xiang Shan. Don't try to change the subject. If you keep spouting nonsense, don't blame me for getting tough. Just as Fang Qingran thought he would have to call the Shang family into serious action, Shen Xingling agreed. Fine, go ahead and search. But what if you don't find anything? A simple apology won't be enough for me. That's what you said yourself. If nothing is found, I'll leave myself at your mercy. The item must be on you. Alright, but I have one condition. What? Search me right here, in front of everyone. If we leave this place, I won't be able to clear my name with 10 mouths. You could say whatever you want then and I'd have no defense. Search my body, right here? Fang Qingran felt nothing but awkwardness under those scrutinizing gazes, as if ants were crawling all over his body. Xiang Shan said this matter needed to be resolved privately. They couldn't afford to become a laughingstock. Wouldn't Xiang Shan be furious if she conducted a body search right here? Besides, how could she possibly grope all over a man's body in front of so many people? I'll have someone else do the search. I won't lay a finger on you myself, lest you accuse me of having improper thoughts about your body. That won't do. It's you who lost something, not anyone else. Now if you don't search me, there's no way to prove my innocence. Did you think you could just slander me and walk away? Shen Xingling raised his chin slightly, stepping forward to loom over the petite woman as he said coldly, search. Fang Qingran froze in place, finding herself caught between a rock and a hard place. In the crowd, Guijin frowned. Shen Xingling simply refused to follow the expected script. Shen Xingling had an extremely strong sense of self-respect. How could he possibly accept something as humiliating as a body search, especially in front of so many people, without the slightest trace of shame or embarrassment? It was completely unlike the person he knew. Could the information he'd gathered be wrong? Were Shen Xingling's aloofness and arrogance all just an act? If that were truly the case, then this man might be even more troublesome to deal with than he'd anticipated. Initially, Guijin had counted on Shen Xingling absolutely refusing a public body search, then he could rely on the Shang family's intervention to take Shen Xingling away discreetly and handle the situation. Once he was out of everyone's sight, his planted agents could logically discover the necklace on Shen Qingling. As long as Shen Qingling left the public view, everything would proceed smoothly. After all, the necklace was in his possession, he could arrange things however he pleased. Yet Shen Qingling stubbornly refused to leave, even willingly submitting to a public search. Now the tables had turned, and it appeared he was forcing Feng Qingran to conduct the search. Gui Jin sensed that things were taking a bad turn. Seeing Shen Qingling's composed expression, the whispers around them shifted noticeably. What's wrong with Feng Qingran? She was the one who demanded a search earlier, but now she keeps hesitating without moving. What's she up to? Could she truly be framing someone else? That young man looks completely unbothered. Seems like he probably isn't involved in this at all. Honestly, someone this handsome could just snap his fingers and have women lining up to spend money on him. Why would he need to steal Feng Qingran's necklace? That Feng Qingran really has no brains, causing such a scene at the Shang family's banquet. I wonder if President Shang will be angry. Where's Su Xiangshan? Can't he control his own woman? Making such a fuss over a necklace is just embarrassing. Shen Qingling frowned impatiently as she saw her hesitate. Weren't you going to search me? I'm letting you, yet now you won't move. What's the meaning of this? If it had been the original protagonist, he would have undoubtedly walked right into Gui Jin's trap. But Shen Qingling wasn't the original host. Pride had no place here, being searched was merely a formality. Let them look if they wanted, let them search if they must. As a man, he had nothing to lose. If they really went to an isolated spot, that would be a loss. No matter the outcome, he'd be branded as a suspected thief, with no way to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. The key was to have everyone witness those people fail to find anything on him. The woman before him seemed nothing more than a mindless puppet. The mastermind pulling the strings behind the scenes had to be either Su Xiangshan or Gui Jin, or perhaps they were in league together. Otherwise, why would Su Xiangshan go out of his way to frame him for no reason? Feng Qingran's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she bit her lip, then hesitantly stretched her hand toward Shen Qingling. Chapter 38, The SSS Grade Goddess. Feng Qingran was nervous, extremely nervous. In the first 20 years of her life, Feng Qingran had never touched a man. Having only been with Su Xiangshan for a few days, they hadn't even held hands yet. Now she had to touch Shen Qingling all over. No wonder she was nervous. She turned her face away and closed her eyes, only using her hands to grope around Shen Qingling's chest. Such huge pectoral muscles, and with such a great texture. No, wrong spot. Feng Qingran continued searching downward. Wait, how does he still have an 8-pack? She swallowed hard. He looked down again. Gasps and astonished cries erupted from the women in the crowd. Feng Qingran felt puzzled. What had she just touched? Feng Qingran slowly opened her eyes and looked down. Ah! By the time she realized where her hand was resting, it was already too late. Feng Qingran let out a shriek, her face flushing crimson as she couldn't even bring herself to look at Shen Qingling. Shen Qingling was wearing suit pants, which had one distinct characteristic: they made everything quite visible. The women in the crowd gasped and began whispering among themselves. As for the content of those whispers, it was too obscene for Ruanmingyi to even recount. Ruanmingyi had never seen anything like this even in adult films, making him wonder if his eyes were playing tricks on him. She decided to verify its authenticity with her own hands next time. Shen Qingling remained calm, though his slightly red ears betrayed his embarrassment. Feng Qingran now wished she could vanish into the ground. The women watching nearby joked, Feng Qingran, are you even capable? If you can't search properly, let me do it. Only then did Feng Qingran look at Shen Qingling. Sorry, I didn't mean it. You should open your eyes and search. Okay. Feng Qingran searched Shen Qingling thoroughly from head to toe but failed to find the necklace she was looking for. Her face turned pale with disbelief as she said, how could this be possible? Her breathing became heavy as she muttered to herself, this can't be, no one else could have done it besides Xiangshan and you, but why isn't it with you? Feng Qingran couldn't understand it at all and hadn't suspected Su Xiangshan in the slightest. Shen Qingling straightened his clothes and said, I told you earlier that this matter has nothing to do with me. Now that you've searched and found no necklace, shouldn't you apologize to me? Feng Qingran's mind was still spinning, but she realized that this incident might truly have nothing to do with the young man before her. She had almost falsely accused him. I'm sorry, I'm truly sorry. I didn't mean to wrongly accuse you. I was just so frantic after losing the necklace that I suspected you. I sincerely apologize. Whatever compensation you want, I'll accept it. How about this? I'll give you 200,000 as compensation. Would that be acceptable? Shen Qingling shook her head. I don't want your money. Come here, I have something to tell you. Feng Qingran looked puzzled but obediently followed Shen Qingling aside. As for what the two said to each other, naturally no one else would ever know. However, Shen Qingling's alleged theft was proven to be completely unfounded, and Gui Jin's scheme had once again failed. The entire scene was witnessed by the Gu family. Originally, when Sulan had been furious upon hearing Shen Qingling mocked for his background and nearly rushed out to reveal his true identity, but she was firmly held back by Gu Changwang. Wen Sulan felt heartbroken by Gu Chengwan's indifference and even more guilty toward Shen Qingling. With reddened eyes, she demanded, "How can you let our child be humiliated and insulted like this? He is your child too. Gu Chengwan, how could you be so heartless?" The man gave a warning look and said, "Leaving now won't solve anything, it'll only let people think the son the Gu family took back is a suspected thief. Do you think his life will be any easier if he returns to the Gu family with a ruined reputation?" When Sulan froze, finally understanding his meaning, "You're saying this whole thing was targeted at Qingling?" Gu Chengwan's gaze was calm, carrying the scrutiny of someone in power. "If my son can't even handle such a trivial matter, how could he ever inherit the Gu family?" Gu Chengwan merely wanted to see how Shen Qingling would handle it. Fortunately, Shen Qingling didn't disappoint him, and he was quite satisfied. He gazed at Shen Qingling's retreating figure with a cryptic smile. Had his blood. No wonder he'd always thought Gui Jin didn't resemble him, so dull and foolish. So bloodlines did matter after all. Wen Sulan recognized that look, his fondness for Shen Qingling had grown, though not paternal affection, but rather the satisfaction of a ruler who'd found his worthy successor. Wen Sulan breathed a sigh of relief. At the very least, as long as Gu Chengwang accepted this child, she'd be satisfied. She never expected fatherly love from him in the first place. She couldn't even imagine the consequences if that necklace had been found on Shen Qingling. The Shang family had been watching the whole time. Wen Sulan scanned the room for Xia Shang's figure but couldn't spot her. Instead, her gaze caught Shang Mo in a black evening gown, standing on the second floor. It seemed Shang Mo had witnessed the entire incident from her vantage point upstairs. Shang Mo had never been particularly satisfied with Gui Jin before, and Wen Sulan had worried she might also take issue with Shen Qingling, but it seemed that wouldn't be the case now. She noticed the faint smile tugging at Shang Mo's lips as she gazed at Shen Qingling. After resolving this matter, Shen Qingling found himself surrounded by even more women than before. It seemed his identity as a poor male college student only excited them further. This means they'd have a greater chance to get close to him. Shen Qingling was utterly distressed, retreating to a corner to avoid them. Just then, a waiter approached with a tray of drinks. "Sir, would you like a drink?" Shen Qingling picked up the wine glass and swirled it in his hand, yet hesitated to drink. Gui Jin, who had been stealthily observing from a distance, grew impatient. Why would Shen Qingling hold the glass but refrain from drinking? Shen Qingling lifted the glass only to set it down again, repeating the motion like a teasing performance, until Gui Jin burned with frustration, his face flushing red. Could Shen Qingling possibly be doing this on purpose? But there was no way he could know the wine had been tampered with. This was Gui Jin's third plan, quite lowbrow. But if successful, the effect would be devastating. Shen Qingling would surely be utterly disgraced. Under Gui Jin's eager anticipation, Shen Qingling eventually drank the wine. The young man curled a cold smirk. "Gui Jin, is this all you've got? Pathetic enough to be laughable. Fine, I'll play along." Shen Qingling vanished from Gui Jin's sight for a while. Assuming he'd gone to the restroom, Gui Jin thought little of it. Before long, Shen Qingling returned, his face beginning to flush as if drunk, the discomfort of his feverish body causing him to furrow his brows. A waiter approached him, saying, "Sir, you seem intoxicated. Let me help you to a guest room to rest." Shen Qingling nodded, and the waiter supported him up to the second floor, seemingly intending to take him to a certain room. Just then, the excited voice of 077 rang out. 077, detected a 3S level conquest target. Points, 1 million. Name, unknown. Goddess level, SSS. Identity, unknown. Personality, unknown. Plot relevance, 70%. Ending, insufficient points, unlocking unavailable. Shen Qingling instantly sobered up. How much? 1 million points. Chapter 39. The ending will be rewritten by him. Yes, a 3S level goddess is a rare one, and if the host can successfully conquer her, there will be many rewards. But I don't even know her name. How am I supposed to conquer her? That depends on the host's own efforts. Everything about her is unknown, and there won't even be any heartbeat value reminders. Without the heartbeat value, how can I confirm if she's my target to conquer? You can view the progress bar for Unknown Goddess in the Goddess Conquest section. Any movement in the progress bar essentially mirrors affection levels, though it lacks immediate effects and increases the difficulty of the conquest. Shen Qingling opened the panel and took a look. The Unknown Goddess progress bar actually showed 8%, indicating someone must have witnessed his actions at the banquet and developed a faint favorable impression of him. Though admittedly, such minimal fondness was almost pitiful. Those women today probably had Fong Qingran's affection score surpassing a mere 8% for him. It seems she's not a woman who's easily won over. Then again, naturally the higher the level, the harder the conquest. Such challenges are to be expected. So, who could she be? With at least a few hundred guests at tonight's banquet, how was he supposed to narrow it down? Shen Qingling furrowed his brows, stopped in his tracks, and glanced around, his gaze lingering on the nearest door. Are all these guest rooms in a row? Well, this one will do. Sorry, sir, this is President Shang's office space. The guest rooms are further ahead. Oh,
President Shang. There's only one President Shang in the Shang family. Summer Shingma. Could it possibly be her?
Shen Qingling recalled that when she read the novel, there wasn't much description of Shengma in the original work. Her appearances could be counted on one hand, either mentioning the achievements of the Shang family or subtly portraying her dislike and disdain for Gui Jin. In the original story, Shang Yamo wasn't particularly satisfied with his sister's arranged marriage partner, but since it was decided by their parents and the Gu family held substantial influence, he remained silent for the sake of the partnership. However, she treated Gui Jin coldly from beginning to end. She even told Shang Xia in private that Gui Jin wasn't as good as he appeared on the surface, sowing seeds of doubt in Shang Xia's mind, something Gui Jin never forgave. Not only did he covet everything from the Gu family, but he also secretly eyed the Shang family's fortune, attempting to manipulate Shang Xia's mind. But as for how it all turned out, Shen Qingling didn't know, because he hadn't finished reading it. Damn it, if he'd known he'd transmigrate into this novel, he should have read it dozens of times from start to finish, but regretting now was meaningless. The ending of this story would be rewritten by him. Sir, are you alright? The attendant called out to him twice when he didn't respond. Shen Qingling pressed his forehead and frowned uncomfortably, saying, I'm fine, let's go. The attendant helped Shen Qingling to the guest room and considerately supported him to the bed. Shen Qingling collapsed onto the bed and tugged at the bow tie around his neck. Would you like me to help you undress? No need. You may leave. Very well. Please rest now, I'll wake you before the banquet concludes. Mum. The attendant walked out and closed the door, locking it from the outside to prevent Shen Qingling from escaping. After glancing around cautiously, he finally took out his phone and quickly sent a message. Target is in the room. Come quickly. Received. Gui Jin had also received the news and learned that Shen Qingling had obediently walked into his trap. He picked up the glass of red wine beside him, took a sip, and revealed a confident, victorious smile. Gui Jin hadn't directly arranged for a female attendant to approach Shen Qingling. Though sending a woman outright might have gone smoother, waiting until Shen Qingling lost his senses before having her enter, this hinged on the assumption that Shen Qingling would follow the woman. Gui Jin knew all too well that Shen Qingling was notorious for his icy, aloof demeanor and self-restraint. He would undoubtedly be wary of women. If it had been a female attendant who approached Shen Qingling at first, he probably wouldn't have gone upstairs at all. So after the male attendant successfully brought Shen Qingling upstairs, they could just send another woman into the room. The end result would be the same anyway. Once the attendant left, Shen Qingling lying on the bed immediately opened his eyes. He got up and hid behind the door, listening to the commotion outside. The effects of the drug grew increasingly potent, and he could only grit his teeth and endure. For the sake of points, he had to endure. There was no denying it, Gui Jin's concoction was truly formidable. He must have frequented those kinds of places often. Shen Qingling endured until the veins on his forehead bulged. His throat felt unbearably dry, his body burned hotter by the second, and a raging fire coursed through him, growing fiercer with each moment. He feared that at any second, he might completely lose control. Fortunately, he had System 077 as his cheat, preventing him from completely losing his sanity. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to play with Gui Jin for real. Before long, footsteps sounded outside the door, and Shen Qingling's gaze turned dangerous. A female attendant walked in, and before she could react, Shen Qingling knocked her out cold. Looking at the woman collapsed on the floor, he sneered. With looks like that, she actually thought she could sleep with him? Dream on. He searched the woman's body, found her phone, and turned it off. Shen Qingling peeked through the door gap. The attendant outside had vanished. Shen Qingling guessed he'd gone downstairs to bring people up. If Shen Qingling had truly been drugged unconscious here, what would follow would undoubtedly involve this woman performing unspeakable acts on him, leaving conspicuous marks before screaming to draw attention. When the waiter brings people upstairs, she'll falsely accuse Shen Qingling of raping her, making everyone believe he's a rapist who can't control his urges regardless of the occasion. Gui Jin's scheme might be cheap, but it's truly vicious. By then, even if Shen Qingling tries to explain, it'll be useless. Whether people believe he's framed or not doesn't matter. Once they see him in such a disheveled and humiliating state, his reputation will be completely ruined. Sometimes the truth doesn't matter at all, and Gui Jin understands this perfectly. As long as the photos get circulated, it'll be nearly impossible for him to recover. Would the Gu family still acknowledge their real son by then? Given Gu Qingwang's temperament, it was practically impossible. Want to ruin his reputation in front of everyone? Ha, this clumsy tactic isn't nearly enough. Shen Qingling walked to the mirror, ruffling his hair and loosening his clothes. His face was flushed with an unnatural redness, his entire body burning hot. His dazed eyes clearly betrayed his abnormal state. After completing all this, he finally opened the door and stepped out. He followed his memory to the door outside Shang Mo's room and pushed it open directly. Fortunately, the door wasn't locked. The room was very dark, with only a dim floor lamp casting light on the woman. She stood by the window, lost in thought. Hearing the noise, she initially assumed it was one of her subordinates coming to report, but usually no one would barge in like this. She turned around, frowning as she lifted her gaze to look.
Who's there? Don't you know how to knock? Chapter 40, Provoking a Madman Who Shouldn't Be Provoked.
Only when the person drew nearer did Shang Mo reveal an expression of astonishment and bewilderment.
How could it be him? Shang Mo still didn't know his name.
The boy's eyes were glazed over, his face flushed, his clothes disheveled, and his hair tousled. Cold sweat on his forehead had dampened his hair, and even his eyelashes were beaded with droplets indistinguishable between water and perspiration. In short, his current demeanor clearly seemed off. Yet there was something inexplicably alluring about this appearance. His earlier performance at the banquet had been impeccable, playing the piano with an air of refined elegance, handling false accusations with unshaken composure.
Truly captivating.
It formed a stark contrast to his present state. It turns out even this person could have such a side. Shang Mo never considered herself a woman who would be captivated by a man's beauty, but this person before her left too profound an impression, especially that strikingly handsome face, unforgettable at first sight.
What did it mean for him to appear in her room like this now? Xin Xingling's eyes were bloodshot, and Shang Mo could sense he was teetering on the edge of losing control. Shang Mo was encountering such a situation for the first time. Frowning, she asked, "What's wrong with you?"
His gaze was unfocused, barely holding onto consciousness as he struggled to formulate a response. The young man gasped for breath, his voice hoarse and barely recognizable as he spoke. "Someone wants to harm me. They slipped me. Something." Shang Mo knitted her brows. How dare someone attempt such a thing within the Shang household?
What is this young man's identity? What was the purpose of drugging him? Wasn't it said earlier that he's just a poor student from Jian University? Or is it because his face is too captivating, and some woman took a fancy to him, resorting to such despicable means? If that's the case, why would she let him run off to my place? Otherwise, there's another possibility he did it on purpose. Shang Mo stared at this bewitching face and pondered.
There had been no shortage of men who tried to seduce her with schemes before, but this kind of situation was truly a first, quite novel.
No matter what, this incident couldn't leak out.
If the media got wind that someone had been drugged at her banquet, who knew how they would spin the story about the Shang family tomorrow?
She also didn't want the Shang name to be dragged into such gossip. Xin Xingling was so unsteady on his feet that he immediately clung to Shang Mo.
Though clung wasn't quite accurate, he simply stumbled and ended up leaning his entire weight against her. Shang Mo was pressed against a vast floor-to-ceiling window, rendered completely immobile by Xin Xingling. The youth's scorching breath sprayed against her neck, sending shivers down her spine. His body burned fiercely, making her skin feel as if it were being seared as well.
So hot.
Xin Xingling felt the chill radiating from her body and couldn't help but nestle closer. This woman who always remained composed in any situation found her heartbeat growing inexplicably erratic. You should get up first."
Hot.
It seemed that was the only word he could utter. The woman carried a pleasant fragrance, fresh and crisp, yet it did nothing to calm his nerves. Shang Mo strained to push him away slightly, only to meet the young man's scorching gaze, as if she were some delectable pastry.
It was the same predatory look a hunter gives his prey.
Locking onto her crimson lips, he captured them in a kiss without another word. Shang Mo's eyes widened, his breath caught in his throat, the last thread of restraint in his mind snapping.
In her panic, the woman accidentally knocked over the lamp, plunging the room into complete darkness.
The inability to see only sharpened his other senses. The sudden invasion of mint and cedar from the youth overwhelmed all his perceptions. His palm cradled the back of her head, drawing her toward him, while his other hand brushed against her cheek. The woman's loose strands of hair tangled with the cufflinks on his sleeve. The warm touch on her lips sent a tingling current coursing from the soles of her feet upward. As their lips met, she could almost hear the pounding of her own heartbeat loud enough to drown out the clamor of the entire city. Xin Xingling's kissing skills, those who have experienced them all agree they were exceptional. As for how good it was, one only needed to see that Shang Mo still hadn't pushed him away to know. Of course, there was another reason she was utterly stunned. This was Shang Mo's first kiss. She had never imagined that her first kiss would happen in such a ridiculous, almost soap opera-like scenario. A frigid young man, drugged at a high society banquet, had barged into her room. Unable to control himself, he had kissed her. The pitch-black night obscured their vision, with only the boy's scorching breath and her restless heartbeat filling the air. And then there was that kiss, one that threatened to make her lose control. She forced herself to stay calm, but the way the boy kept drawing her in made her head spin with warmth, hormones surging and pulling her deeper into the moment. She never understood what the fuss about kissing was until she experienced it herself. From the moment Xin Xingling kissed Shang Mo, it only lasted about 10 seconds, but to Shang Mo, it felt like an eternity. She only lost her composure momentarily before quickly regaining her calm. Just as she reached out to push Xin Xingling away, he released her. It seemed the kiss had also helped him regain a bit of his rationality. Gasping for breath, he leaned against her shoulder and apologized, "Sorry, I didn't mean to." His voice alone revealed how hard he was trying to restrain himself. Shang Mo said calmly, "I have a private doctor at home. Have some water to calm down first, I'll call him over. Shang Yimou tried to help Shen Xingling sit on the sofa, but after 2 steps they both tripped over something and fell down together.
Shen Xingling took the initiative to embrace her, ensuring she wasn't hurt.
The boy held her tightly, his rapid heartbeat pounding urgently against her ear.
Are you okay?
No worries. Actually, she had something on her mind.
She was utterly unsettled now.
Everything that happened today was beyond her control.
Could you let me go first?
Apologies. The young man's voice carried a hint of embarrassment as he gently released her. Shang Yimou didn't blame him now. All she wanted was to quickly find her phone and summon Dr. Qin.
She got up and felt for her phone on the sofa. Come to room 3 on the 2nd floor. Someone's been drugged.
Seems like the drug is quite potent.
You'd better come quickly. After hanging up, she lifted her gaze toward Shen Xingling's direction.
She used her phone's flashlight to spot his figure and walked over to help Shen Xingling onto the couch. Yet for some reason, as if sensing something, she shifted her gaze toward the window. The woman narrowed her eyes, walked over, and drew the curtains shut. The room plunged into complete darkness. Shang Yimou moved to turn on the light but was stopped by Shen Xingling clutching her hand.
Are you going to turn on the light?
Yes, why?
Could you not turn it on? Why?
After Shang Yimou asked this, the room plunged into dead silence.
She raised an eyebrow. Don't want me to see it? Shen Xingling pursed his lips. It's humiliating. Shang Yimou could tell he was an extremely proud person.
And rightly so. If something like this had happened to her, she wouldn't have wanted anyone to witness her in such a wretched state either. Lowering her gaze to study him, she noticed the young man suddenly cover his eyes with one hand, leaving only his tall nose bridge and slightly parted thin lips visible. The traces of her lipstick still lingered on his lips, making her recall that impulsive kiss.
Why cover your eyes? Too scared to look at me? Afraid of embarrassment? Or afraid you won't be able to control yourself? Shang Yimou crouched down and pulled his hand away, staring straight into his eyes. You dared forcibly kiss me earlier, but now you can't even bring yourself to meet my gaze?
Shen Xingling opened his eyes to look at her, his youthful brow furrowed tightly, his gaze dazed yet restrained with desire, his labored breath suppressed, the sight of which evoked a smirk from Shang Yimou. Shen Xingling couldn't fathom the meaning behind her smile.
He had no idea what kind of madwoman he'd provoked. Chapter 41, CEO Shang kisses a man in the room.
A knock came from outside the door, and Shang Yimou withdrew his gaze as he stood up.
Come in.
Dr. Qin was momentarily startled upon seeing the pitch-black room. The woman stepped from the darkness toward the light at the doorway, clearly not intending for Dr. Qin to catch sight of the young man inside. The ordinarily meticulous woman now had slightly disheveled hair, smudged lipstick, and reddened eyes, all telltale signs of.
Qin Zhou was utterly astonished. Who on earth was inside that room, daring to be so bold as to tweak the tiger's whiskers?
Qin Zhou felt like he'd stumbled upon some seriously juicy gossip.
But out of professional courtesy, he didn't ask any further questions.
President Shang, just have him take this and it'll be settled.
Mum. Shang Yimou took the pill from his hand and promptly shooed him out. She crouched beside Shen Xingling again, holding the pill. Before I give you this pill, answer one question for me first. Good. Have you ever kissed another woman before this?
Shen Xingling couldn't make out the woman's expression, unaware that her gaze carried scrutiny and danger. If she didn't get the answer she desired, the youth before her wouldn't be leaving this place easily today.
Nothing. Hearing the answer she wanted, Shang Yimou revealed a satisfied smile as she slipped the pill into Shen Xingling's mouth.
After calming down for a while, Shen Xingling felt the heat in his body dissipate, his mind instantly becoming as still as stagnant water.
Hearing the boy's breathing steady, Shang Yimou asked, Can I turn on the light now?
Sure. Shang Yimou switched on the light, and Shen Xingling had already risen to his feet. He meticulously buttoned his shirt all the way to the top and smoothed his hair.
Shang Yimou, noticing the faint lipstick mark near his lips, remarked with a subtle expression, Aren't you going to wipe off the lipstick stain?
At those words, the boy flushed red once more. Shang Yimou thought this contrast about himself was rather amusing. While performing downstairs, he was the epitome of elegance. When wrongly accused, he remained perfectly composed. Under the influence of drugs, he became irresistibly alluring. Just when he'd finally regained his usual aloof demeanor, he blushed crimson at her mere words.
Is this what an innocent university lad looks like?
Shen Xingling wiped away the mark at the corner of his lips. Seeing the red stain on his hand triggered certain memories, making him avert his gaze from Shang Yimou.
Shang Yimou guessed he must have recalled that kiss. She slowly approached him. What's your name?
Shang Yimou had never been one for many words, unless she found something that piqued her interest.
Why won't you answer me? That's not important.
Shen Xingling wanted to leave her with the impression that he wasn't deliberately trying to get close to her. If today's encounter carried an obvious purpose, it would lose all its romance and serendipity.
Sure enough, Shang Mo's suspicious nature kicked in once she calmed down. Then do you know who I am?
I know. The waiter mentioned it when passing by.
Then why did you specifically come into my room?
Her questioning carried immense pressure, as if she were backing Shen Xingling into a corner step by step.
She tried to detect any pretense or guilt on his face.
If today's incident was meticulously planned, Shang Mo's fondness for Shen Qingling would instantly plummet to zero, and she might even develop a retaliatory mindset from feeling deceived.
But if it was purely accidental, her interest in this young man before her would only grow stronger.
Shen Qingling had acted in countless dramas in his past life, so today's performance wasn't difficult for him. He didn't show the slightest hint of anything unusual. He told Shang Mo exactly what he had prepared to say in advance.
You're from the Shang family, I don't know who else to turn to but you. I don't want others to see me like this.
You won't spread it around, because tonight's banquet is far too important, but I can't say the same for anyone else. Shen Qingling regained his usual composed and rational demeanor. He wasn't sure if the woman before him believed this explanation of his.
Shang Mo continued asking, do you know who drugged you?
I only remember what one waiter looked like. Also, there was a woman in the room whom I knocked unconscious.
I ran away. If I hadn't woken up at that moment, I'm afraid by now. Shang Mo naturally also knew what would have happened next.
Such scenarios were all too common among wealthy families.
But who would have a reason to harm him? And for what purpose? Just who are you? If you're merely an ordinary student, I can't fathom why anyone would treat you this way. Shang Mo didn't connect the youth before him with the Gu family's true young master at all.
All Shang Mo knew was that the Gu family had a true young master returning soon, nothing beyond that.
Who would have thought he'd show up at the Shang family banquet and even kiss her? But I'm just an ordinary student. Maybe I accidentally offended someone today. Shang Mo suddenly thought of Guijin.
Today he had completely overshadowed Guijin the moment he appeared. Guijin was cunning and vindictive. It was entirely possible he'd target him in secret.
I'll look into this matter and give you an explanation. Thank you, President Shang.
Then leave me your contact information, and I'll let you know when there are results.
Shang Mo's intentions were far from being about the wine.
Anyone who knows Shang Mo even a little would realize she's not the type to show random kindness.
Would she ever stand up for someone who offered no benefit or value? She wouldn't.
Shen Qingling and Shang Mo exchanged WeChat contacts. After Shen Qingling left, Shang Mo glanced at his WeChat profile, then made a phone call to someone.
Help me investigate someone. Yes, investigate every detail, especially his relationships with women.
Something was said on the other end of the call, and Shang Mo's expression shifted slightly before revealing a faint, enigmatic smile.
Shen Qingling came downstairs to find many people whispering among themselves.
Ruan Mingyi had been searching for Shen Qingling like mad.
Seeing him finally appear, he couldn't help but ask, where have you been? I couldn't find you anywhere. I thought you'd been kidnapped.
I was just about to call the police. Shen Qingling smiled faintly.
It's not that dramatic. I just went upstairs to take a nap. Ruan Mingyi let out a sigh of relief. Well, you could have told me beforehand. You scared me half to death. Sorry, I was a bit drunk at the time. Have you been drinking?
Yeah, but I'm not much of a drinker. A few sips would be my limit.
Next time, drink with me even if you get drunk. It'll be fine.
Yi Chao chuckled and leaned in playfully, teasing, I see your aim isn't the wine. You're not here for the drink, are you?
You've got something else on your mind. Ruan Mingyi glared at her in annoyance. What are you talking about? Do I look like that kind of person to you?
Shen Qingling nodded.
You are.
Yi Chao smiled, and Ruan Mingyi smiled as well.
At this moment, Wei Chiha whispered, have you all checked your phones? President Shang is trending on Weibo. Ruan Mingyi blinked. Isn't it normal for President Shang to trend? Today is the Shang family banquet after all the media are reporting. Wei Chiha shook his head. Not that.
Someone posted photos of President Shang kissing a man in a room, and everyone's guessing who this man is. Chapter 42, In her eyes, there exists no such creature called man.
Ruan Mingyi glanced at the trending topics on his phone.
President of Shangshire Group shares passionate kiss with a man.
The comments underneath were quite amusing.
I thought it was the male president kissing a man enthusiastically, got all excited to click, turns out it wasn't.
Haha, I thought so too,
but unexpectedly it's the female CEO. Her back view alone shows she's a stunning beauty with an incredible figure. That waist-to-hip ratio is to die for.
Too bad we can't see the man's face. Whoever succeeds in plucking this unattainable flower that is CEO Shang, I prostrate myself in admiration. This looks like it's shot for a blockbuster movie. The atmosphere is incredible. Are you sure this isn't deliberately chosen angles? No way. CEO Shang is in love?
Can't even imagine her dating. All I remember is how terrifying she was when scolding people at the conglomerate.
Would President Shang even scold his partner with a cold face while dating?
That'd be called discipline.
Any man disciplined by President Shang must be extraordinary. His standards are definitely sky high.
The guy's so tall, built like a double-door fridge, no need to see his face to know he's a total hottie. The photo only showed Shang Mo's back and the man lowering his head to kiss her, neither face clearly visible. Shen Qingling hadn't expected to be photographed in such a brief moment, but upon reflection, it made sense. With so many reporters and media outlets present today, many must have been eager to dig up juicy gossip about wealthy families. Maintaining his composure, Shen Xingling feigned complete ignorance of the situation. He glanced at the progress bar of the unidentified goddess character. It had indeed changed. Yet it only increased from 8 to 15. After all that effort, the progress only rose by this little? Or perhaps Shang Mo wasn't that unknown goddess after all? Shen Xingling felt somewhat lost. Chi-Chi, do you think I might have misjudged? Could Shang Mo not be that mysterious goddess? I'm not sure either, but if it really is Shang Mo, this affection score of 15 is probably quite high already. With other men, she might as well have negative numbers. Shen Xingling couldn't help but laugh. You do know how to comfort people, but that actually makes sense. After reading the trending comments, Wan Ningyi exclaimed in surprise. What? Even someone like President Shang could actually fall for someone? I thought she looked at all men like they were dogs. Yi Qiao analyzed with grave seriousness. Maybe it's an arranged marriage candidate? She seems like the type who'd sacrifice her marital happiness for the Shang family. After all, one man probably makes no difference from another in her eyes. Ruan Ningyi frowned and said, but that doesn't explain why they'd kiss indoors. I can't even imagine her cold face engaged in passionate kissing with someone. Wei Qi sighed in admiration. I'm curious what kind of man could conquer a woman like President Shang. Another young lady nearby came over and joined their discussion. Maybe he's just a pretty boy used to regulate hormones. President Shang only knows how to adjust with money, but I doubt he can adjust men like this. You wanna kill me with laughter? Ha, as if Mr. Shang only has eyes for money. Meeting CEO Shang just once is enough to realize that in her eyes, there's no such thing as men or women, only people who are useful. Shen Xingling overheard their discussion and roughly understood what kind of impression Shang Mo held in everyone's eyes. Disinterested in men, fervently devoted to making money, willing to sacrifice everything for family interests. Upstairs, Shang Mo learned about trending on social media. President Shang, should we remove the trending topic? No need. She didn't mind, as long as it wasn't negative news about the Shang family. She silently tapped save while looking at that photo. Suddenly, Xingxia burst through the door, eyeing Shengma with a gossip-hungry expression. Who would have thought our CEO Shang would have such moments? Come on, tell me, who's this man? In the past, Xingxia always mocked Xingma for being heartless and devoid of love. Because over all these years, Xingma had never been involved in any romantic scandals, nor had she been seen privately interacting with any man. Everything was strictly business. Now, suddenly realizing that her notoriously aloof sister had finally developed feelings for someone, she couldn't resist digging into exactly which man could make her disregard a banquet just to kiss him in her room. Xingxia had to admit that man must be something special, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to make someone like Xingma go this far. Shang Mo glanced at her with a frosty expression. What man? Shangxia thought she was feigning ignorance. The man kissing you in the trending topic. Shang Mo twirled her pen. There's no man. Impossible. Is he still hiding in your room? Shangxia didn't believe it and started searching the room, but found nothing. She murmured, this shouldn't be. Overcome with curiosity, she walked over to Shang Mo and adopted an unusually gentle tone, saying, I'm your sister, I won't tell anyone. Let me meet your future husband-in-law. I'm just curious about what kind of man he is. Only then did Shang Mo raise an eyebrow and ask, so curious, are you? Shangxia nodded vigorously, I do. Shang Mo answered honestly, I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? I don't know his identity either. Really? So you fell in love at first sight, kissed right here, and then he vanished? Pretty much. You're lying through your teeth. If you don't want to tell me, fine. But if it's true, I'll find out sooner or later. You can't hide it from me. Poof. With that, Shangxia turned and left. She went downstairs looking for Gui Jin to gossip about the matter, but couldn't find a trace of him anywhere. The woman wore a confused expression as she murmured, strange, where did A Jin go? Fang Qingran suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Xingxia, are you looking for Gui Jin? Yes, have you seen him? I saw him, over by the restrooms. He seemed to be with some woman. Don't talk nonsense. There's no way A Jin would be with another woman. Xia Shang was roused to anger by Fang Qingran's words, but it occurred to her that perhaps some shameless woman was trying to seduce Gui Jin. She refused to believe that Gui Jin would ever betray her. Fuming with rage, Xia Shang stormed off toward the restrooms. Fang Qingran curled his lips into a cold smile. Gui Jin, since you dare to use me as a pawn, be prepared to be abandoned by the Shang family. Shangxia rushed straight into the men's restroom, searching room by room for Gui Jin's figure. The Shang family's restrooms were designed individually, each with a lounging area inside, while the actual toilet was a small partitioned space within the room. While searching room by room, Shangxia accidentally interrupted a man flirting with a waiter on the couch inside. She couldn't help wondering if Gui Jin was doing the same behind her back. Shangxia slammed the door shut with a bang and rushed towards the last room. Clenching her teeth, she pushed open the door and widened her eyes at the scene before her beautiful eyes blazing with fury. A woman's shrill scream pierced the air. Gui Jin, what are you doing? Chapter 43, Gui Jin gets hit. On the sofa, Gui Jin, eyes bloodshot, was pinning down a woman and savagely kissing her. Hearing that familiar voice, Guijin finally regained some semblance of reason. Just as he turned his head, Shang Xia rushed forward and slapped Guijin across the face, then immediately grabbed the hair of the woman on the sofa and delivered 2 more stinging blows. A woman can unleash 3 times her usual strength when enraged. After all, Shang Xia was a pampered young lady raised in privilege. Just those few slaps had already made her own hands ache. Rubbing her wrists, she tearfully accused Guijin.
What are you doing? How dare you cheat on me with other women, and in my own home? Guijin finally sobered up.
No matter how terrible he felt physically, he had to explain to Shang Xia first. The current situation couldn't afford him losing her support any further. He grabbed Shang Xia's hand and pleaded, Xia, listen to me, things aren't what you think.
Shang Xia shoved him away. You're filthy.
Talk if you must, but don't touch me.
Heartbroken yet unable to resist self-deception, Shang Xia wavered.
She couldn't believe that the person she had loved for so many years wasn't at all what she had imagined.
She couldn't bear such an outcome. It would make all those solemn promises she'd made before Shang Mo look like a joke. Someone handed me a drink earlier that I didn't recognize.
After drinking it, my body started feeling strange. I came to the restroom to splash some water on my face and clear my head, then this woman walked in. It was her. She seduced me. After that I completely lost my senses. If you hadn't shown up, Xia, I might have truly done something unforgivable to you.
Had that really happened, I wouldn't have been able to face you again.
Guijin wasn't foolish after all. In this situation, he quickly found points that worked in his favor and explained them to Shang Xia. He realized it was true that he'd been drugged, but it was equally true that he'd intended to have a wild encounter with this woman here. This woman was fiery and sensual, passionate and uninhibited, completely different from a delicate young lady like Shang Xia who needed constant coaxing. Shang Xia had never even let him touch her. No man could possibly endure this for so many years. Shang Xia also noticed how burning hot Guijin's hand had felt when he grabbed hers earlier. Looking at his face now, she saw it did appear unusually flushed. She wiped her tears and sobbed.
Are you saying someone drugged you, and then arranged this woman? Guijin frowned and nodded. Yes, that's exactly what I mean.
I suspect even you finding your way here so easily was planned. The goal was for you to witness this and make us break apart.
Shang Xia's eyes widened in shock. Who could be so vicious? Guijin lowered his gaze, his expression darkening. Who told you I was here? Shang Xia murmured, it's Fang Qingran, but why would she do this?
She couldn't possibly come up with something like this, she doesn't have the brains for it. Guijin was feeling extremely uncomfortable now and couldn't spare the energy to dwell on those thoughts.
With a pained expression, he said, Xia, could you call Dr. Qin for me? I'm really not feeling well.
Although Shang Xia now knew that Guijin hadn't intentionally betrayed her, seeing that scene still left her unable to calm her anger. Pursing her lips, her face still dark, she replied, fine, stay here and wait.
And as for this woman, you keep an eye on her too.
After Xia Shang left, Guijin immediately slapped the woman and grabbed her by the throat, demanding, talk.
Who sent you to set me up? Was it Fang Qingran?
The woman wept and said, and no, I wasn't setting you up.
I saw you weren't yourself. I just really liked you and couldn't help myself. Even just once with you, I'd be satisfied. Young Master Gu, I genuinely like you and just wanted to help you.
She feigned innocence, recalling what she had been told earlier.
Guijin is full of himself.
As long as you say you like him, that it's sincere and voluntary, he won't suspect you.
Sure enough, Guijin paused.
Seeing the woman's voluptuous chest, his raging desire only grew more unbearable. After letting go of the woman, he kicked over the nearby coffee table in fury.
Fuck! Shen Xingling had disappeared without a trace.
Not only had his plan failed, but he'd also fallen into someone else's trap and was caught by Shang Xia, truly going for wool and coming back shorn.
He couldn't help but suspect whether Shen Xingling was behind it. Percent.
But Shen Xingling was drunk when he went upstairs, so he had no chance to arrange everything unless he had foresight and could guess what he had done to him. Besides, Shen Xingling still knows nothing about his identity, so why would he have any reason to target him? In the end, it's Fang Qingran, that woman, who poses a bigger problem.
Could she have found out about him and Su Shangshan using her? That must be it. Guijin clenched his fists until they cracked. Fang Qingran, how dare you treat me like this? Just you wait. Guijin was quite amusing.
When he harmed others, it was justified. When others harmed him, they were despicable villains. A classic antagonist mindset, and a narrow-minded one at that. Guijin walked up to the mirror and saw the marks on his face, his loathing for Shang Xia deepening. If not for her status as the Shang family's young miss, he would never have endured and humored her for so many years. Once he achieves everything, Shang Xia won't escape a miserable fate either. Shang Xia summoned Dr. Qin to confirm that Guijin had been drugged, which finally eased her grim expression. However, Dr. Qin found it strange. There seemed to be an unusual number of cases today, with 2 victims already in such a short time. But as a private physician, he knew better than to utter even half a word of unnecessary commentary.
After prescribing medication for Guijin, she left.
Gui Jin had assumed Xingxia would stay to apply the medicine to his face, but to his surprise, she showed no inclination to do so.
After questioning that woman, she simply prepared to leave. Gui Jin grabbed her hand. Xia, aren't you going to stay with me? I can't go out looking like this.
Xia scoffed coldly. Gui Jin, your performance today was deeply disappointing, losing at piano to that handsome man, then getting drugged by who knows who and ending up like this.
How could you betray my trust like this? Gui Jin, seriously? Not only criticize his piano skills, but also emphasize how attractive Shen Qingling is. What's that supposed to mean?
With a bitter laugh, Gui Jin replied, Xia, I told you I was drugged. Dr. Qin confirmed it. Since you already know the truth, why dwell on this?
I never meant for things to turn out this way. Xia Shang frowned and said, can't you tolerate it for my sake? Or are you really that indiscriminate with women? Besides, as the young master of the Gu family, how could you be this shallow? I really don't know how you'll protect me in the future. You should just go home. I don't want to see you right now. If you go out like this, people will laugh at me. Gui Jin, ?
Where is that woman who once said she'd stick with him no matter what, even if he had nothing, who claimed she needed nothing as long as they could be together forever?
Now you say you don't know how to protect her in the future?
Before, she had always clung to him, unwilling to let him leave, yet now, she was actually urging him to go home.
And what about you? Where are you going? I'm going to find Wan Mingi. Oh really? Are you looking for Wan Mingi or going to see that man? Gui Jin, have you lost your mind? Whatever, I don't want to argue about this. You'd better go home and think things through.
Xingxia didn't indulge him in the slightest. Suddenly, she began doubting whether she could endure such hardship with Gui Jin. The former Gui Jin was smart, thoughtful, understanding, always willing to indulge and pamper her.
But now, he seemed like a completely different person. What's worse, he'd actually lost to the man Ruan Mingi brought. How could her man be inferior to Ruan Mingi's?
Xingxia left the place with a look of frustration.
Gui Jin burned with anger, his chest aching as if he were the one betrayed.
What's even more laughable is that Shen Qingling never did anything deliberately to her, yet she continued to pine for him relentlessly. Don't think he couldn't tell, she had clearly developed feelings for Shen Qingling.
This wasn't good news for him. When she found out that the arranged marriage partner she was being switched to was Shen Qingling, would she still stand so firmly by his side? Chapter 44, Gui Jin, I'm back.
After stepping out in midsummer, Xia noticed that Shang Mo had also come downstairs. Shang Mo held a wineglass as she chatted with guests in the crowd, surrounded by many who tried to capture her attention and elicit a smile from the beauty.
Truth be told, Shang Mo was an exceptionally beautiful woman, it's just that her brilliance intimidated most men into keeping their distance.
Alongside her excellence, she was equally renowned for her domineering presence, ruthless pragmatism, and mercenary approach to life. She's the kind of woman men find hard to control, and most men wouldn't choose such a woman as a partner.
Of course, they also know Shang Mo is beyond their reach. There's a joke about Shang Mo circulating in Jiangqing's social circles. The likelihood of Shang Mo marrying money is greater than her marrying a man. Yet this doesn't stop an endless stream of men from stepping forward to showcase themselves, striving to capture this woman's attention. The harder a woman is to obtain, the more one desires to conquer her. Surrounded by the crowd at the center of the banquet, the woman held her glass aloofly, her gaze indifferent. Even her polite, faint smile, so subtle it was almost invisible, felt chilling. She scanned the room, and her eyes met Shen Qingling's. She noticed that boy was watching her discreetly too. Upon noticing her gaze meeting his, he quickly averted his eyes, his ears tinged faintly red. Shang Mo didn't expect him to be so easily embarrassed. Come to think of it, she was probably the first woman he'd ever been with? That would explain why he was acting so shy. Just as a woman never forgets her first man, a man too must harbor some nostalgia for the first woman he was intimate with. The woman raised her wineglass and took a sip of red wine. The faded lipstick from Shen Qingling's earlier kiss had since been reapplied, leaving a faint, indistinct mark along the rim. Her gaze carried an intense aggression that was impossible to ignore. What has caught President Shang's attention? Watching, my next target. You're still so dedicated to work, President Shang. Why don't you relax with everyone today? You go ahead and enjoy yourselves. I have some matters to attend to. My apologies. Shang Mo approached Shen Qingling with a wineglass in hand. Ruan Mingi and Yi Qiao inexplicably grew nervous upon seeing Shang Mo. To be honest, although Shang Mo was only a few years older than them, the aura she carried and the achievements she had made always left them feeling like complete failures. Compared to Shang Mo, they seemed like privileged rich kids who never bothered to study. Though, to be fair, they actually were. Did your dad not come today? Shang Mo revealed a faint smile, but in the eyes of Ruan Mingi and the others, it only sent chills down their spines. Ruan Mingi felt an icy sensation crawl up her back, because Shang Mo was not someone who smiled often. She had never seen him display such a gentle expression normally, not even toward his own younger sister, Shang Xia, always maintaining an indifferent demeanor. Could it be, he was planning to acquire her family's company?
Ruan Mingyi said nervously, President Shang, my father, he's still abroad on business and hasn't returned yet.
My apologies. No need to be nervous, I was just asking. Shang Mo shifted his gaze to Shen Qingling, and who is this gentleman by your side? I don't believe we've met before. Shang Mo, pretending not to know Shen Qingling here, gave off the vibe of playing some intimate game in full public view.
However, she just wanted to test what kind of relationship actually existed between Ruan Mingyi and this young man.
Ruan Mingyi explained, he's my friend.
I truly couldn't find a male companion, so I had to invite him. After all, Shengxia always mocks me, and I didn't want to be laughed at by her again. Ruan Mingyi secretly tattled, only to be caught red-handed by Shengxia, who walked over. Shengxia gritted her teeth and said, oh, you're something, Ruan Mingyi.
Gossiping about me to my sister when I'm not around, huh? Ruan Mingyi feigned innocence, not at all. I was just stating facts. Weren't you the one who mocked my friend as a male escort from a club last time? Shang Mo frowned and looked at Shang Xia. How could you be so rude to a guest?
What Shang Mo was really thinking was that Shang Xia's words had inadvertently insulted her as well. After all, her first kiss had been given to this young man.
If he was being called a male escort, then what did that make her? Unaware of the underlying context, Shang Xia assumed Shang Mo was scolding her to protect the Shang family's reputation.
Pouting, she said,
sorry, I didn't mean it. It won't happen again.
Shen Qingling was the only one who could ever make Shang Xia humble enough to apologize.
Because Shen Qingling had thoroughly humiliated her with genuine skill. Recalling the young man playing the piano, she blinked curiously and asked Shen Qingling, what's your name? I still don't know it yet.
Ruan Mingyi shot her a displeased look.
Why are you so nosy? It's none of your business. He's my guest. Shang Xia snorted coldly. Can't I even ask?
I heard him arguing with Fong Qingran earlier, said he's still a university student. Ruan Mingyi, you cradle robber, how shameless.
Shen Qingling couldn't help but laugh. Everyone turned to look at him. Both sisters, Shang Xia and Shang Mo, were seeing Shen Qingling laugh like this for the first time, and they couldn't resist stealing a few more glances. Summer's heartbeat value +3. Ruan Mingyi had already seen different sides of Shen Qingling, so he wasn't particularly surprised by this. She tilted her chin up and said, even if an old cow wants to eat fresh grass, it needs the capability first. Some people can't even manage to get a bite. Shang Mo thought to herself that by this reasoning, she was the one who'd been the old cow eating fresh grass, and she'd not just nibbled but taken a full bite, coming out ahead of others. Shang Xia turned her head away, saying, forget it, I'd never be like you. Xia Shang was the kind of person whose entire body was soft except for his mouth, which remained stubbornly firm. Shang Mo saw her alone and asked, where's Gui Jin? He's not feeling well and went back first. Shen Qingling lowered his eyes slightly, concealing the amusement within them. It seems Gui Jin got beaten by Shang Xia. Why else would she go home without even daring to show her face? Shang Xia wore an extremely displeased expression.
Both Ruan Mingyi and Shang Mo thought she was just upset about losing face during the earlier piano competition and didn't think deeper about it.
Shang Mo didn't stay long before being called away.
Though Summer found herself speechless against Ruan Mingyi's retorts and stormed off in a huff. Ruan Mingyi was in exceptionally high spirits when the banquet came to an end. Feeling happy today, Ruan Mingyi had drunk a bit more than usual and was now pleasantly tipsy. Her cheeks were faintly flushed, her gaze carrying a hazy, dreamy quality. She poked Shen Qingling's chest with a giggle and said, Shen Qingling, it's so wonderful to have you around.
What's so good about it? Everything is good. You're so handsome, play the piano so well, so many women envy me. You finally let me exhale the resentment I've held in for years. For once, this old lady can hold her head high. That look on Shang Xia's face, it absolutely killed me. So that's all there is to it?
Ruan Mingyi froze for a moment, noticing the unmistakable disappointment in Shen Qingling's eyes. Yi Chao tugged at her hand, let's talk about something else.
Ruan Mingyi looked puzzled, as something else? What else is there to say?
Shen Qingling remained silent while Yi Chao covered her face, wishing she could stitch Ruan Mingyi's mouth shut. At that moment, Wen Sulan suddenly appeared and called Shen Qingling away. No one knew what Wen Sulan said to him, but Shen Qingling just followed her and got into the Gu family's car. Ruan Mingyi and Yi Chao both froze in place.
What happened? Why did Shen Qingling leave with the Gu family?
Ruan Mingyi sobered up slightly, and he and Yi Chao stared at each other in silence.
Yi Chao, did you accidentally offend someone you shouldn't have? Ruan Mingyi stammered, his words slurring, dunno, really dunno. Wei Chiha blinked, could Shen Qingling actually be the Gu family's illegitimate child?
On the other side, returning to the Gu residence, Gui Jin erupted in fury at home. After his futile rage, he still had to contemplate the future. At that moment, voices sounded at the door. Holding a glass of water, Gui Jin looked toward the entrance, where Gu Changwang and the others had just returned. Spotting the familiar figure behind Wen Sulan, Gui Jin nearly lost his grip on the cup in his hand. Shen Qingling stepped out slowly from behind Wen Sulan. The two stood staring at each other. Shen Qingling gave him a half-smile that wasn't quite a smile.
Gui Jin, I'm back. It's time to return everything that belongs to me.
Dear readers, this book is now officially featured. Please add it to your bookshelves, click for more updates, and show your love by supporting Chen Chen with your encouragement. Pretty please.
You wouldn't want your new book to go unread, would you, ma'am? Chapter 45, Is this brother really that fierce?
Gui Jin took a closer look at Shen Xingling, who had stopped smiling and was now casting him an indifferent glance.
Indeed, why would Shen Xingling ever smile at him? Had he been so nervous that he was hallucinating? Gui Jin watched Shen Xingling with an uneasy expression. Gu Chengwang took his seat at the head of the table. Everyone, sit. A family meeting commenced in the Gu household. Gu Chengwang looked composed. Gu Yutong looked mocking. Gui Jin looked uneasy. Wen Sulan looked remorseful. Shen Xingling seemed to sense the unusual tension in the air, especially when witnessing Wen Sulwan's tear-filled eyes. Shen Xingling gazed at Wen Sulwan. You claim to know about my origins, what exactly did you mean?
Wen Sulwan had used precisely this pretext to bring Shen Xingling back to the Gu family.
With tears streaming down her face, Wen Sulwan revealed the entire truth to Shen Xingling.
Shen Xingling remained remarkably calm throughout the entire process.
This took everyone by surprise. They couldn't understand why Shen Xingling could face them so calmly after learning everything. Shouldn't he be ecstatic about transforming from an orphan with no status to the genuine young master of the Gu family?
This means he could rise above his class, no longer having to endure the hardships of his past life, a dream beyond reach for so many. Even setting aside considerations of benefits, from a moral standpoint, a child deprived of parental love shouldn't remain so indifferent upon finding their parents.
I'm sorry, Xingling.
It was Mom who failed to protect you properly.
I've wronged you. Wen Sulan trembled as she clasped his hand, scalding tears dripping onto his skin. Shen Xingling asked only 3 words, so what? Everyone's breath hitched. Gu Yutong and Gui Jin exchanged glances. Things weren't unfolding as they'd imagined.
Gu Chengwang frowned and said, Xingling, we are your parents. Shen Xingling finally revealed a smile at this moment.
President Gu, I have no parents.
I grew up in an orphanage, raised by the director and caretakers there. I've never eaten a single grain of yours, never drunk a drop of water from you, not even the smallest favor received.
So how could the words parents even apply? Gu Yutong looked astonished. Damn, is this guy really going all out? Even she wouldn't dare speak to father like that. How could Shen Xingling have the audacity? Doesn't he want to return to the Gu family? Doesn't he want his identity as the young master of the Gu family? Wen Sulan felt even more guilty upon hearing Shen Xingling's words.
Her tears flowed more intensely, unable to formulate a response. She truly had no words. She was ashamed before this child.
Gu Chengwang, however, wasn't angry.
He was merely intrigued because Shen Xingling seemed different from what he had imagined. Moreover, compared to those 2 children, Shen Xingling seemed bolder and less afraid of him, which was exactly what he envisioned in an ideal heir.
Gui Jin also found it strange. Could Shen Xingling really be foolish enough to reject such a status? Of course, Shen Xingling wasn't stupid. How could he not want that position? Who wouldn't reach for money laid right in front of them?
He simply didn't want to walk the path they had envisioned for him. If Shen Xingling had accepted everything with complacency, they would have convinced themselves they'd made amends, and they too would have become complacent. The better Shen Xingling's attitude was, the more they took it for granted. In their eyes, it seemed Shen Xingling should be overflowing with gratitude and ecstasy for having obtained this status.
What kind of image would Shen Xingling become in their eyes? Hungry for money, thirsting for power, desperate for recognition from the Gu family and their approval. That perfectly aligns with the persona Gui Jin wants to impose on Shen Xingling, and it's also the stereotype the Gu family held about Shen Xingling before ever interacting with him. Why should Shen Xingling become the person they stereotyped him to be? He absolutely would not. This would only make Gu Chengwang wary of him. Would he ever trust a child he hadn't personally raised, one who'd come up from an orphanage? Wouldn't he suspect Shen Xingyi was accepting things too smoothly, that his apparent closeness was just a ploy to covet the family fortune? Shen Xingyi knew all too well, Gu Chengwang was a deeply suspicious man. Not only would Gu Chengwang be guarding against him, but there were also Gu Yutong and Gui Jin. Gui Jin's relationship with him had always been one of mutual destruction, but Gu Yutong was different. Although Shen Xingling didn't like this sister, at the very least, he couldn't let Gu Yutong become Gui Jin's ally. Most importantly, there was Wen Sulan. Wen Sulan was too weak, and Shen Xingling hoped her guilt towards him could change her. 077. Host, won't this provoke Gu Chengwang and make him give up on the idea of bringing you home? Shen Xingling, impossible. Would Gu Chengwang really hand over his family fortune to Gui Jin, a child with no blood relation to him? Especially with me around, Gu Chengwang will definitely see Gui Jin as unworthy. So I can confirm that, no matter what, he'll do everything to win me over. The more I resist, the more at ease he'll feel about me. To Shen Xingling, Gu Chengwang wasn't just a father but the ruler of a family dynasty. He viewed Shen Xingling more through the lens of an heir than as a son. Nor did Shen Xingling expect any paternal affection from him. Gu Chengwang, but you carry the blood of the Gu family in your veins. Your mother endured 10 months of hardship to bring you into this world. Surely you haven't forgotten such a debt of childbirth. Shin Xingling paused before asking, so what exactly does President Gu mean by this? Are you expecting me to repay this debt of childbirth? Wen Sulan shook her head. Xingling, that's not what we meant. We just want you to come home, for our family to reunite and live well together. We want to make up for everything we couldn't give you. I've even prepared your room, just waiting for you to return. Shin Xingling refused outright. There's no need. I'm doing perfectly fine as I am. You don't owe me anything to make up for what's done cannot be undone. It's best if we each live our own lives. Wen Sulan looked at Gu Chengwang in panic, signaling him to offer some help. Gu Chengwang, what do you mean by living well? The 700 yuan leaking rental you live in? The 1,200 yuan salary you earn from part-time jobs? Or attending a banquet with an invitation you had to get from a woman? Shin Xingling met his gaze directly. Everything can be built with one's own hands. I study to rise above my station. After graduating from Jiang University, I won't live in a leaking rental anymore, nor will I earn 1,200 yuan. How do you know what the future holds? How can you be so sure that I'll live poorly? Gu Yuang and Gu Yijin didn't even dare to breathe. Shin Xingling is brave, truly brave. Wen Sulan also grew nervous, fearing that Gu Chengwang might abandon Shin Xingling in anger. Who would have guessed that Gu Chengwang actually laughed? With a strange glow in his eyes, he mused, indeed, this is my son. Shin Xingling resembled his younger self, an innocent and utterly naive idealist. Gu Chengwang didn't deny his courage and persistence, for such were the traits of untested youth. He believed he could change everything through his own efforts, shape the future, and attain all desires through education and knowledge. But in the end, he'd realize these were nothing but delusions, lies and illusions woven by the world for him. No matter how hard you work, it's never as good as one word from those with power and influence, or even a single word from their lackeys. Shin Xingling knew Gu Chengwan's background, understood his journey to where he stood today. These words were spoken precisely to win Gu Chengwan's appreciation and trust, so he could eventually inherit everything from the family. This is a long process, not something that can be achieved overnight. Gu Chengwang replied in a tone laced with amusement, you're right. I truly can't be certain. But returning to the Gu family at least ensures your future isn't illusory, but clearly visible. You can enter the best companies, have access to top resources and connections, things you couldn't obtain just by graduating from Jiang University. Chapter 46, The Opportunity to Change Fate. So all this talk was just an attempt to sway me with benefits? I don't need these things. What do you want then? Your mother has nearly cried herself blind over you. If you don't come back, she won't have a peaceful day or night. Shin Xingling glanced at the weeping Wen Sulan but remained silent. Suddenly Wen Sulan embraced him, her words earnest and even pleading. Xingling, just think of it as finding a place to stay, won't you come live with us? Mom doesn't need you to do anything, just come back home. You can work wherever you want, do whatever you wish, I absolutely won't force you. Mom just wants to see you every day, to watch you eat properly and sleep well, no longer stuck in that leaky apartment. The thought of you living like that breaks my heart. Hearing Wen Sulan pour out her longing and remorse word by word, the young man's stubborn gaze became slightly unsettled, as if the biting ice had abruptly melted. He had never experienced love like this before, nor did he know how to face it, leaving him somewhat at a loss. Gu Yutong's heart ached at the sight. Though she didn't care for Wen Sultan, her remorse toward Shin Xingling shone with moving tenderness. If her mother were still here, she would probably love her this way too. The woman lowered her gaze despondently. Wen Sulan gazed at Shin Xingling. Xingling, come home with me, won't you? Even after years of acting, Shin Xingling still found himself moved by such sincerely affectionate eyes. Shin Xingling seemed to hesitate. Pressing his lips together, he averted his gaze and said, you already have another child. Why are you so insistent on bringing me back? What will happen to him if I return? If my arrival means making another child homeless, then I'd rather not come back at all. 077, 666, what a perfect little white lotus ha, Gu Yijin's face is turning green. Shin Xingling, in the original story, Gu Yijin always played innocent and pitiful to gain sympathy, making Shin Xingling, who originally had the moral high ground, appear unreasonable. I'm just using the same tactics, fighting fire with fire. Shin Xingling's words made Wen Sultan's gaze grow even more tender. Her child was truly pure and kind-hearted. Gu Yutong's expression also shifted slightly. She turned to Gu Yijin and said, Jin, he doesn't seem to be the type of person we imagined. You don't need to worry anymore. Gu Yijin's expression darkened as he forced an awkward smile. Yes, little brother is indeed wonderful. Why wasn't Shin Xingling furious? Why didn't he lash out at him? He should have at least grabbed him by the collar and screamed about how he'd stolen everything from him. Why does he have to act like a saint? Doesn't this make him look even more unreasonable? Gu Yijin actually wished Shin Xingling would hit or scold him so he could play the victim and gain sympathy. That way Gu Yutong would definitely despise Shin Xingling. But why is Shin Xingling like this? Gu Yijin feels this situation has become even more troublesome. Compared to someone putting on an act, someone with genuine kindness is much harder to deal with. Because disguises can be exposed, even earning twice the disgust. Yet the inherently kind and perfect one could only resort to schemes and traps against him. Yet not once did he succeed. Gui Jin braced himself as if facing a formidable enemy. When Sulan said gently, Xingling, don't worry. Jin also hopes for your return. You coming back won't leave him homeless. The Gu family can certainly afford to support one more child. Xingling frowned but still didn't agree. Gu Changwang said, take tonight to think it over. The Gu family welcomes your return anytime. Xingling replied, I'll consider it. I should head back now then. Xingling stood up to bid farewell and leave. When Sulan insisted on seeing him home, and Xingling, unable to refuse, agreed. Throughout the journey, when Sulan never stopped talking, she cared about Xingling's life, wanting to know everything, eager to help with anything, like a doting mother. When Xingling remained silent, she took the initiative to talk about the Gu family and her father, saying Xingling resembled him the most. Whenever Xingling's grandfather was mentioned, she became a completely different person, chattering away like a lively lark. It was clear how much she idolized her father. Xingling found it hard to imagine that the drab woman from the original story could have such a side to her. Time flew by, and a luxury car, glaringly out of place in this narrow alley, pulled up at the entrance. Even though when Sulan pretended to take a wrong turn to stall for time, they still arrived. You can just park here. It's no trouble, just a few steps. I'll walk you to your building. Alright. Xingling, would it be alright if I came up to your place for a bit? Okay. When Sulan got out of the car and went upstairs with Xingling, it was a rundown residential building, and Xingling lived on the 5th floor. Pushing the door open, everything inside made Sulan's heart ache. Guijin lived in the best room at the Gu residence, basking in sunlight and warmth, indulging in everyone's doting love, while her child had to dwell in this dim and damp rented apartment like a mouse. When Sulan desperately tried to convince herself that none of this was Guijin's fault, but she simply couldn't suppress her anger. Her fingers gripping the doorframe suddenly tightened, nails digging deep into her palms until crimson crescents appeared. Only by witnessing this firsthand could she truly understand the kind of life Xingling had endured before. What's wrong with you? Xingling, how long have you lived here? I forgot, probably 2 years. Why do you ask? This environment isn't good for your health. There's mold growing on the walls. This won't do. This is already quite good. The place I lived before was even more. As if remembering something, he stopped himself from finishing the sentence. When Sulan understood, he was afraid she'd feel distressed and guilty. His hesitant words led Sulan's imagination to spiral further. It's not very pleasant inside. Perhaps it's best you don't come in. It doesn't matter. When Sulan surveyed the room's furnishings, though the house was old, Xingling had kept everything neatly organized. When Sulan silently began tidying up his room for him, putting away the clothes that were hung up and neatly folding them on the sofa, Xingling simply watched her. The young man suddenly spoke up, don't bother with that. I'll go back with you. When Sulan's hands paused mid-fold as she looked at him with delighted surprise. Really? Mum. Good, good. Then mommy will help you pack your things, and we'll go home together. When Sulan's joy and emotion were visibly apparent, when she opened Xingling's wardrobe, her eyes dimmed with disappointment. It was almost entirely filled with plain white shirts. She bit her lip and closed the wardrobe door. Xingling had very few belongings, mostly just books. Aside from those, he owned nothing else. When Sulan fought back tears and said, it's alright. If you don't want these, then don't take them. I'll buy you all new ones. Come, let's go home. By the time the two of them returned to the Gu residence, it was already 11 p.m. Lin Qingdai had just come home from evening self-study and had barely reached the entrance when she ran into the mother and son returning together. The girl in her school uniform stood at the doorway holding books, turning her head when she heard the sound. The moment she saw Xingling, her eyes widened in sudden shock. Everything that happened in the dream was real. Xingling had returned. Her chance to change her fate had finally arrived. Chapter 47, Brother won't be mad at me, right? 077, detected romanceable target, Lin Qingdai. Name, Lin Qingdai. Goddess level, S-class. Identity, daughter of Gu Chengwang's close friend. Personality, intelligent, lovely, subtly scheming. Plot relevance, 60%. Ending, insufficient points, unable to unlock. Xingling found her character summary rather peculiar upon seeing it. Can cuteness and slyness really coexist? Moreover, he distinctly remembered that Lin Qingdai wasn't this type of character in the original novel. He examined the young girl before him. Her face was as fresh and translucent as tender buds on early spring branches, her delicate features resembling an inkwash painting blurred by the misty rains of Jiangnan, blending purity with refined beauty. Her eyebrows arched like wisps of smoke veiling the moon, her almond-shaped eyes glistened with dewy light, her nose was sculpted as delicately as jade artistry, and the corners of her lips curled with adorable dimples that lent a natural sweetness even when she wasn't smiling. This was a visage so ethereal it seemed untouched by worldly dust. She stood there in her school uniform, with long straight black hair and books in her arms, radiating an overwhelmingly pure and youthful aura.
It was the scent of youth. Lin Qingdai should currently be a fourth-year high school student, commonly known as a repeater or someone retaking senior high school. Xin Xingling remembered from the original novel that she had chosen to repeat the year after failing her college entrance exams. As for the reason for failing the college entrance exam, it has a lot to do with the male protagonist, Gu Yijin. It was solely because Lin Qingdai's grades were outstanding, and Gu Changwang had once compared the two in front of Gu Yijin. By the time Lin Qingdai took the college entrance exam, Gu Yijin had already been admitted to university, a first-tier institution, but Gu Changwang remained deeply disappointed. In Gu Qingwang's view, given Gu Yijin's elite educational resources from the Gu family, he should have achieved far more than just admission to a first-tier university. Lin Qingdai simply attended school normally without any guidance from famous teachers or special attention from educators. Gu Changwang never devoted any effort to her. Her excellent academic performance was solely the result of her own hard work. In Gu Yijin's eyes, if Lin Qingdai scored higher than him, Gu Changwang would only be more disappointed in him. For this reason alone, on the day of the college entrance exam, Gu Yijin doped Lin Qingdai's milk with sleeping pills, causing her to fall asleep during the test. When Lin Qingdai woke up, she completely broke down. She couldn't find the reason, only thinking that her poor health or severe insomnia from the night before had caused her to fall asleep. She never suspected Gu Yijin, because in her impression, he had always been the image of a gentle big brother. Lin Qingdai was practically living under someone else's roof at the Gu family, and the only ones who treated her somewhat kindly were Wen Sulan and Gu Yijin. She would never have imagined that the big brother she respected so much would stab her in the back. But for Lin Qingdai, these weren't even the most tragic things. In the original story, after repeating her final year, Lin Qingdai still worked hard and achieved top grades. Teachers believed she could get into Zhang University. However, Gu Yijin didn't want her to succeed. He never expected Lin Qingdai would choose to repeat the year, so he decided to completely crush her hopes. Gu Yijin's greatest cruelty was giving her hope, only to plunge her back into despair. This time, Lin Qingdai successfully took the college entrance exams, but was hit by a car on her way home after the tests. Lin Qingdai became disabled. While still hospitalized, she received Zhang University's admission notice. Gu Yijin thought she would give up, but even with a prosthetic limb, she insisted on going to school. Gu Changwang first noticed Lin Qingdai when she left the impression of merely a delicate, obedient girl, but this time, her indomitable perseverance deeply moved him. Gu Changwang promised to let her intern at the Gu Corporation after graduation, seemingly intending to groom her for something greater. Xin Xingling didn't read further after that. It was obvious that Gu Yijin wouldn't let her off easily. He'd stop at nothing to destroy anyone who displeased him, especially when his interests were threatened. The original host suffered this fate, and now Lin Qingdai was facing the same. Qingdai, you're back. Wen Sulan's voice snapped Xin Xingling out of her thoughts. Lin Qingdai smiled faintly. Yes, Aunt Wen. Then she pretended to glance curiously at the youth standing behind Wen Sulian. Aunt Wen, who is this brother here? This is Qingling, you know the one. Lin Qingdai's eyes widened in sudden realization. So this is brother Qingling. Just as I imagined, an outstanding and exceptional brother. She leaned in close to Wen Sulan and said, didn't I tell you this one looks more like Auntie Wen's child? Wen Sulan was both delighted and felt a hint of impropriety. With a chuckle, she poked Lin Qingdai's forehead and said, you silly girl. Xin Xingling heard it. He felt there was something different about this Lin Qingdai compared to the original character in the novel. In the original novel, Lin Qingdai was delicate and obedient, rarely speaking about the Gu family affairs. Most of the time, she remained silent and well-behaved, and it was impossible for her to mock Gu Yijin like this. Why was it different? Xin Xingling felt puzzled. Lin Qingdai smiled and peeked her little head out to greet Xin Xingling behind Wen Sulan. Hi, Qingling brother, my name is Lin Qingdai. You can just call me Qingdai. Xin Xingling still seemed somewhat unfamiliar with the surroundings and only nodded awkwardly. Lin Qingdai couldn't help but think of her own initial confusion when she first arrived here as she watched his awkward demeanor. She walked over to him and initiated conversation. I heard you're a student at Zhang University. That's correct. With sparkling admiration in her eyes, Lin Qingdai gazed at Xin Xingling excitedly. You're so amazing. My biggest dream is to get into Zhang University. How wonderful it would be to become your junior. Xin Xingling found her enthusiasm somewhat overwhelming, but relaxed slightly when the conversation turned to topics he was familiar with. He gave a faint smile. With effort, it will. Lin Qingdai's expression shifted slightly. With effort, will it? Liar. She worked so hard and pushed herself so much, only to end up in such a terrible state in the end. She smiled and said, then I'll definitely work hard to get into Zhang University. I want to become someone as outstanding as my brother. Wen Sulan patted her hand gently. Alright, let's go inside and talk. After entering, they found Gu Changwang and the others still sitting in the living room. It was unclear what they had been discussing, but Gu Yijin looked rather upset, and Gu Yutong remained unusually quiet. Seeing Wen Sulan return with Xin Xingling again, everyone was surprised. Gu Chengwang, however, was quite pleased. He patted Shen Xingling's shoulder and said a few words, while Gu Yutong glanced at him but remained silent. Lin Qingdai, on the other hand, chirped around Shen Xingling like a little bird, calling him brother this and brother that. Gu Yijin smiled. Qingdai seems to really like Qingling. It's rare to see you talk so much. Lin Qingdai blinked her eyes innocently and said, yes, I really like brother Qingling. When you like someone, you just want to talk to them all the time. Gu Yijin's smile froze for a second. What did he mean by that? Who exactly was this someone he didn't like? After entering, she immediately spoke to Wen Sulan and Shen Xingling, implying that they were all people she disliked? Before, Lin Qingdai hadn't been like this. She used to practically idolize him. But ever since the college entrance exams ended, it was as if she'd become a completely different person. It's understandable, though Gu Yijin thought her drastic change in temperament was due to sheer emotional breakdown. Yet, as the root cause of it all, he showed not a shred of guilt. Gu Yutong frowned and said, if you can't speak properly, go inside and study. Lin Qingdai wasn't the least bit intimidated. She continued cheerfully, I'll go right away. Oh, by the way, I heard Qingling Gij is a student at Jiang University, a top student at that. Could I ask him to tutor me? Gu Yutong sneered and said, didn't your teacher say you were potential Jiang University material? Or was that just a lie? Lin Qingdai lowered her head and replied pitifully, but, Sister Yutong once said Yijin brother was Jiang University material too. What if I end up just barely making it into a first-tier university like him? With that single remark, Lin Qingdai had subtly insulted two people at once, nearly making Shen Xingling die of laughter. Such sharp wit, yet she delivered her sarcasm with such sincere, innocent expression that no one could tell whether it was intentional or not. Mentioning Gu Yijin's previous academic record made Gu Chongwang frown. It's all because he's incompetent. Look at the kids from other families, they're all at Jiang University or Chan University. Even our employees at Gu Corporation have higher qualifications than him. It's downright embarrassing. After grumbling a few more words, Gu Chenghua got up and went upstairs. Gu Yutong glared at Lin Qingdai, why bring up what's best left unsaid? You know full well how much Dad broods over this. You did it on purpose, didn't you? Lin Qingdai's eyes reddened like a pitiful little rabbit as she shrank closer to Shen Xingling. I'm sorry, sister, I didn't mean to. It's just that when you happened to mention it, had I known Uncle Gu was so unhappy about Yijin Gij getting into a top-tier university, I wouldn't have brought it up. As she spoke, she glanced at Gu Yijin again, putting on a pitiful act as she asked, Yijin Gij, you're not angry with me, are you? Chapter 48, The Pure and Kind Shen Xingling. Gu Yijin was so furious he felt his lungs might explode, but he couldn't say anything about it. Forcing a smile, he said, it's fine. You didn't know the situation. Lin Qingdai frowned and sighed. It seems Uncle Gu must have scolded you often in private, brother. Don't be sad, although Uncle Gu's biological son has returned now, after all, you grew up here. Uncle Gu will surely still cherish the bond you shared. Gu Yijin nearly scoffed aloud, as if he needed her to tell him that, and her pointed use of the term biological son was like driving a knife straight into his heart. Now, the most awkward person in this household wasn't Lin Qingdai, it was him, the fake son Gu Yijin. Shen Xingling was nearly bursting with laughter. Before Gu Yijin could speak, he immediately interjected, I said I wouldn't crowd anyone out. Everything should stay as it was before. I don't want my arrival to hurt anyone. Lin Qingdai looked at Shen Xingling and said, Brother Qingling is too kind. Brother Yijin will surely be very grateful to you. Gu Yijin could no longer maintain his composure, his expression darkening as he stood up. It's late today. Let's discuss anything else tomorrow. I'm going to rest now. Lin Qingdai called out to twist the knife further. Brother Yijin, is your room still the same as before? Will I need to look for you in a different room from now on? Gu Yijin pretended not to hear and went straight upstairs. Gu Yutong rolled her eyes and also got up to leave. Lin Qingdai showed Wen Sulan and Shen Xingling a sad expression. Did I say something wrong? Why is Brother Yijin ignoring me? Wen Sulan shook her head in disappointment as she watched Gu Yijin's retreating figure. Xingling had endured grievances for so many years, yet not only did she not blame him, she even treated him with such kindness, considering his position in this household. But him? He actually couldn't bear to hear just a few words. Besides, Qingdai didn't do it on purpose. She was a child Wen Sulan had watched grow up, well-behaved and sensible. It was simply his own narrow-mindedness that made him unable to tolerate it. Wen Sulan comforted, don't worry Qingdai, just ignore him and go focus on your studies. Lin Qingdai turned to Shen Xingling with hopeful eyes. Then could I ask brother to tutor me? It won't take much of brother's time, I'll just ask questions whenever he's available. If he's busy, I'll save them for next time. Is that okay, Xingling brother? With Qingdai being so articulate, Shen Xingling naturally couldn't refuse. After all, the enemy of one's enemy is a friend. He hesitated for a moment before nodding, alright. Lin Qingdai curved her eyes into a smile. Elder brother Qingling is so kind. Back at home, aside from Aunt Wen, no one would pay me any attention. I never dared to ask anyone else for help with my questions.
Who exactly was this anyone else? Gui Jin, naturally. Well, forget it. Given his academic performance, she wouldn't be asking him for help anyway.
Lin Qingdai bid both of them good night and returned to her room.
After Lin Qingdai left, Shen Xingling finally asked, "Who is she?"
"She's the daughter of your father's close friend Lin Chen." Back then, Lin Chen's entire family met with misfortune, leaving her as the sole survivor. At Lin Chen's request, your father took her in, and she grew up in our home. Qingdai is a pitiful child, sensible and well-behaved. Just treat her as your younger sister. She seems genuinely fond of you. I've never seen her grow so close to anyone before. You're the first.
I understand. It's getting late. Let me show you to your room. We can explore the rest of the house tomorrow. Good. When Sulan led Shen Xingling to his room on the second floor, Shen Xingling glanced around the furnishings in the room, which looked brand new. Isn't this Gui Jin's former room? Yes, from now on this will be your room.
To Wen Sulian, this was also a signal. She believed Gui Jin must inevitably be replaced by Shen Xingling, and this room assignment expressed precisely that intention.
Yet Shen Xingling refused to accept it.
I don't wish to take what belongs to others. Since this room was originally his, it should be returned to him.
I'll simply occupy a new one.
Wen Sulan was momentarily stunned, feeling both touched and sorrowful.
How could her son be so kind-hearted? He was clearly the one who had everything taken from him. And yet Gui Jin had the audacity to be angry earlier. When Sulan coaxed, "Xingling, this is your home. All of this will be yours someday, including this room. Don't feel burdened."
The more you act this way, the guiltier I feel as your mother. Shen Xingling met her gaze and said, "As long as you care about me, that's all I want.
I don't need anything else."
Wen Sulan froze completely, her eyes involuntarily reddening as tears began to fall. Only then did she understand he had returned to the Gu family solely for her sake. It wasn't Chen Guang's proposition, nor anything else. He did it solely for this hard-won love. What truly mattered to him was her. No one in this family had ever cared for her so deeply. "I'm sorry, my child," her mother said.
"I never blamed you, truly. No child could ever stop loving their mother."
These words utterly shattered Wen Sulan.
She embraced Shen Xingling and wept once more.
077, though I can't detect her psychological activity, I can make an educated guess. If I could, the readings would likely show Wen Sulan's maternal love at 100, guilt levels at 1000.
Oh, and there are probably those two hiding in the corner as well. Their moods must be quite complicated right now.
Gui Jin and Gu Yutong, who had been eavesdropping nearby, were completely stunned. Gu Yutong never expected Shen Xingling to be such a person.
How could he still make people's hearts ache for him?
He was a child who grew up without a mother's love, just like her. Shen Xingling didn't grow up in such a complicated environment where interests and family bonds intertwined. He was purer, simpler, and kinder. Although he wasn't good with words, he was truly a very, very good person.
Gu Yutong couldn't help but reflect, had she been too cold towards him? Gui Jin also looked at Shen Xingling with a complicated expression. Damn it, Shen Xingling, are you some kind of saint? Is all this back and forth really necessary over a single room? What's the meaning of this? Pitying him? They are absolutely sworn enemies. Can't you show him what we're capable of? For the first time, Gui Jin actually wished someone would take the initiative to scheme against him, fight him for something, or even hurl insults at him. Gui Jin seems to have an apparent mentality towards Shen Xingling, begging to be hit, cursed at, and mistreated. But Shen Xingling wasn't an S. He wouldn't satisfy him. In the end, Wen Sulan chose to respect Shen Xingling's decision and prepared a separate room for him. Shen Xingling was quite pleased. He had no desire to stay in Gui Jin's room, just the thought disgusted him. Many people found it hard to sleep that night, but Shen Xingling slept soundly. There was no sound of water leaking, no damp and sticky bedsheets, no rustling from Mr. Mouse. He finally had a sweet dream. This time, Lin Qingdai didn't have any nightmares either. She no longer dreamed of those terrifying, helpless moments from her past, the exam hall where she blacked out, the uncontrollable bleeding from the car accident. She dreamed of Shen Xingling. In her dream, he reached his hand out to her. He said, "I'll protect you." Chapter 49, Affection Points Strategy. The next day when Shen Xingling woke up, Lin Qingdai's affection points for him had increased by 20. Shen Xingling? What happened? Strange, the affection points didn't increase yesterday, but suddenly went up by 20 overnight. Shen Xingling opened the progress bar and checked. Lin Qingdai's affection towards him had reached 50. Shen Xingling, 77, what's going on here? I didn't hear you report any affection points increase from her yesterday. 077, host, she naturally has 30 base affection points towards you. I don't know why either. Maybe you should investigate this properly. Shen Xingling, the affection points came pre-installed? 077, it means she already held some favorable impression of you before meeting you. Shen Xingling frowned as he thought about the relationship between his original novel counterpart and Lin Qingdai.
In the original story, Lin Qingdai's feelings toward Shen Xingling were primarily curiosity and pity. Their interactions had been limited. According to the original storyline, Shen Xingling returned to the Gu family in disgrace, and virtually no one in the Gu household welcomed him. Only when Su Lan stood up for him, but her low status within the Gu family meant she couldn't change anything. Lin Qingdai was the quietest member of the family, always silently observing everything while rarely speaking. She realized Shen Xingling wasn't the person everyone described him to be. In various small details and everyday matters, he showed more warmth than anyone else in the family. He was kind and gentle at heart. Yet silence became his hallmark because he bore an inerasable stain on his reputation. Many things happened later. Lin Qingdai witnessed Shen Xingling step by step fall into the abyss. She sympathized with him, understood him, yet couldn't help him. Both of them were at the lowest rung of this family when she could barely protect herself. Who could she truly save? She once tried to tell Shen Xingling to escape from this place. Shen Xingling said, "This world has forsaken me," but she hasn't, so I can't abandon her and leave alone. The she Shen Xingling referred to was Wen Sulan. Lin Qingdai understood everything and didn't try to persuade him further. And then, she too fell into the abyss. The difference was her unwavering determination to climb out of the abyss, no matter how difficult. She walked alone but carried the possibility of escape, while Shen Xingling and Wen Sulan remained forever trapped in the chasm's depths. He had no idea how things would end between them. Now he was genuinely curious about how this novel would conclude. What exactly had transpired between Wen Sulan and Shen Xingling afterward? Did Lin Qingdai obtain the freedom she desired? Did Gu Yijin truly inherit everything from the Gu family? What connections did those characters he needed to win over have with all of this? Shen Xingling's thoughts became chaotic, ultimately circling back to the initial question. Did Lin Qingdai's natural fondness for him stem from knowing something? Had she known his identity all along? Did she also know he would return to the Gu family? Her attitude towards Gu Yijin was also quite peculiar. According to the original story, she couldn't possibly hold such strong animosity towards Gu Yijin. The only explanation is that she knew the truth. Could it be that Lin Qingdai had been reborn? Shen Xingling temporarily suppressed this thought, waiting for an opportunity to test her later. If she had truly been reborn, then she should know what happened afterward. The answer he sought might be obtained from her. Shen Xingling glanced at the time on his phone. It was only 7 a.m. A disciplined male god like him maintained a routine of early nights, early mornings, and regular workouts. After getting up and neatly folding his quilt, he began his morning routine. While brushing his teeth, he glanced at WeChat. Nearly all the messages were from Ruan Mingyi, mixed with a couple from Lin Xingmian and Shang Mo. Ruan Mingyi, Xingling, I didn't mean to make you angry. I was drunk at the time, so I was talking nonsense. Ruan Mingyi, what's your relationship with the Gu family? Relatives? Or something else? Ruan Mingyi, don't ignore me, I know I was wrong. Ruan Mingyi, Shen Xingling, the best Shen Xingling in the world, the handsomest Shen Xingling, the most outstanding and perfect Shen Xingling, won't you respond to me? There's still a simp here waiting for your reply. Ruan Mingyi, are you asleep? Good night, I'll come find you at Zheng tomorrow. Ruan Mingyi held his phone all night, waiting for a message. The woman who claimed she wouldn't be a simp still fell into Shen Xingling's love trap. Shen Xingling ignored her. Ruan Mingyi's affection score had already reached 80, enough for liking but not yet love. It was time to let her simmer for a while. Shen Xingling adjusted his approach and attitude toward them based on their affection scores. 10 to 30 heartbeat value is mostly about liking his face and talent. 40 to 50 heartbeat value is based on the previous layers, adding appreciation for his inner personality. 50 to 60 heartbeat value means being very interested in him as a person, wanting to explore more about him from outside to inside, and desiring to get closer. 70 heartbeat value indicates fondness with a touch of romantic interest, wanting to date him. A heartthrob value above 80 can be considered genuine liking. Only above 90 can it be counted as love. At 100, needless to say, one would even willingly die for them. The heartthrob value rises easily at first, but gets increasingly harder to increase later, especially after 80. When encountering naive girls who don't understand love, they might not even comprehend their own feelings. Their hearts may be filled with love, yet their actions could contradict it, like Ruan Mingyi. She already harbored affection for Shen Xingling, caring excessively, yet remained oblivious. While claiming she wouldn't truly fall for him, she refused to admit she could genuinely develop feelings for a man. Shen Xingling could see the affection metrics, enabling him to see through all their pretenses, mixed signals, and insincere words. Yet they themselves couldn't gauge the depth of their emotions. The most challenging transition in affection metrics is the leap from 80 to 90, the transformation from liking to loving. Of course, Song Jining was an exception. Her love was different from other women's, not the kind that would die for Shen Xingling, but the kind that wished him all the best, hoping for his happiness. Thus, Shen Xingling's dating tactics could only work on certain women. Not everyone would follow the script he had envisioned. He could only make rough guesses based on the affection metrics, never fully trusting those quantified values. In his view, human love could never be entirely measured by numbers. Love comes in many forms, and so does romantic love. Different people express their affection in different ways.
The complete opposite of Song Jining's love is the love of a Yandere. It's a twisted possessiveness, a love that disregards the other's feelings.
The deeper a Yandere's love grows, the more terrifying it becomes. Shin Xingling probably wouldn't want to experience that kind of love, because it would be suffocating.
Shin Xingling scrolled down slightly. It was a message from Lin Xingmian. Lin Xingmian, Teacher Shin, I saw you playing piano on my phone. It sounded so beautiful. Lin Xingmian, will my message disturb Teacher Shin? Lin Xingmian, sorry, good night, Professor Shin.
Shin Xingling seemed to have already glimpsed the girl's expression through these 3 WeChat messages. The first line wanted to praise him, nervous and excited. The second line cautiously worried about disturbing him, torn and uneasy.
The third message went unanswered, leaving him uneasy and upset.
Shin Xingling had been utterly exhausted yesterday, so after showering he fell straight asleep, only charging his phone overnight and turning it on in the morning. He hurriedly replied to Lin Xingmian's message.
Shin Xingling, sorry Nianmian, I was too tired and my phone died so I couldn't reply yesterday. Shin Xingling, Nianmian didn't disturb me. When I don't reply, it's because I didn't see the message, not because I'm ignoring you.
Shin Xingling, we can play the piano together next time we meet.
At this hour, Lin Xingmian hadn't gotten up yet.
She had watched Shin Xingling play the piano many times last night and fell asleep waiting for his reply. Before going to sleep, she couldn't stop thinking about Shin Xingling. She had only just found out that Teacher Shin could play the piano, and to such an extraordinary level. On stage, he seemed to glow, completely unlike her own dull and unremarkable self. Though so many people were watching from below, he showed no trace of nervousness, playing as if oblivious to all but the piano keys before him. Even through the screen, she could sense his charisma, the way the crowd erupted in applause and cheers for him.
The young girl couldn't help but think, Teacher Shin is truly amazing. When would she ever be able to stand on stage bravely and perform just like Teacher Shin?
Just the thought of that scene made her nervous.
But then again, if Teacher Shin were by her side, she probably wouldn't be afraid anymore. Why hasn't Teacher Shin replied to her yet? Do you hate her now? Is she being a bit too clingy?
Always acting like a child does seem a bit annoying.
Next time, try to be brave like an adult. So sleepy. ZZ. Chapter 50, The CEO's Bizarre Logic. Below that was a message from Shang Mo. Shang Mo, found the person who drugged you. Want to meet them?
Actually, Shang Mo could have just inquired and then told Shin Xingling the result, but she still tried to lure him to her home like fishing with bait. This sentence revealed no information. If Shin Xingling wanted to know, he would definitely go see her. Shin Xingling raised an eyebrow. Truly befitting of a 3S goddess, she's really something else. He pondered how to reply without appearing too purposeful.
Shin Xingling, your place?
On the other side, Shang Mo, who had been busy all night, actually replied instantly.
Shang Mo, yes. A disciplined CEO also follows the early to bed and early to rise principle. For her, wasting time is truly wasting money.
Every extra second of sleep means losing another $1,000.
Shin Xingling, thank you. When is President Shang available? Shang Mo, now. Shin Xingling was stunned once again. With a doubtful mindset, he glanced at the progress bar once more. Such a high progress of 15 seemed unlikely to warrant such treatment from this goddess. Something feels off, somehow not quite right. A heartthrob value of 15 can easily be reached by any random passerby.
Shin Xingling's strategies for raising heartthrob values completely fail when it comes to this 3S goddess.
He can't quite figure out what Shang Mo is thinking right now.
Mainly because he had too little contact with Shang Mo, and there weren't many descriptions about her in the book.
Shin Xingling was completely in the dark.
He could only proceed with the conquest based on his instincts. His intuition told him he had to choose to refuse.
Shin Xingling, sorry, I have classes in the morning and will need to head to school soon. Shang Mo, okay.
Shin Xingling frowned at the WeChat message.
What did okay mean? No follow-up after that? Forget it, he couldn't rush things anyway.
Shin Xingling decided not to reply at all. This was a game of push and pull. Whoever made the first move would lose. Especially for Shin Xingling, taking the initiative would reveal his motives, so he could only seize opportunities to create chances. He absolutely couldn't let her see him as that scheming initiator. Meanwhile, Shang Mo, sitting in her office, narrowed her eyes. She wasn't at home at all, but at the company. If Shin Xingling really went to the Shang residence, he wouldn't be able to meet her.
Shang Mo still doubted him. As the exhilarating hormones faded, the CEO lady grew suspicious of Shin Xingling out of caution. Moreover, her reasoning was utterly bizarre. First of all, such a home invasion-style romance would never happen to her. Love simply wasn't destined to exist in her life. Secondly, Shin Xingling was too appealing to her, so perfect that he seemed like a character tailor-made for her, almost like a trap. Lastly, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Anything of value must be exchanged for something precious. She would undoubtedly have to give something up to obtain him. Shang Yamo felt this resembled a pig butchering scam targeting the wealthy.
The scary part was that this scam was flawless, without a single loophole. That was terrifying. If it was a scam, that was frightening. If it wasn't a scam, it was even more terrifying. This means she couldn't find the slightest fault.
Shang Yamo once again tried to find Shen Xingling's flaws as a warning to herself today, yet she failed.
She became even more interested in Shen Xingling. She was actually wasting time on a man. This didn't bode well. She gazed at Shen Xingling's file on her computer, lost in thought. Shen Xingling went downstairs for a jog around the neighborhood, then came back to shower and change before heading to school. By the time he changed clothes and came downstairs, it was already 8 o'clock. Breakfast at 8 sharp. This was Gu Chengwang's ironclad rule. No one was allowed to sleep in. Seeing Shen Xingling come downstairs with wet hair, Wen Sulan immediately expressed concern. Xingling, did you take a shower this morning? Why come down with wet hair? You'll catch a cold. I went for a run and sweated, so I took a shower. My hair will dry in a bit. That won't do. Let mommy dry your hair for you. Come on, let's go upstairs. We should hurry so you won't be late for school.
Gu Chengwang frowned and said, you're doing this again.
Xingling is an adult, don't treat him like a child. A man needs to learn to be independent and take care of himself. Overindulgence spoils the child, don't pamper him into someone incompetent. He had finally found a successor candidate. There was no way he would let Wen Sulan ruin it.
Wen Sulan stood there awkwardly, unsure of what to say.
She had only been worried Xingling might catch a cold. Shen Xingling glanced at Gu Chengwang.
She was just concerned for me. Rest assured, I won't lose my way just because she helped blow dry my hair. Gu Yutong and Gu Yijin both widened their eyes in unison. Damn, is he really starting this again? How dare he talk to dad like that?
Gu Yutong hurriedly tried to mediate while chewing her bread. Oh come on, whether a guy blow dries his hair or not doesn't matter.
Sit down and eat before your food gets cold.
Gu Yijin secretly hoped Gu Chengwang would get angry and kick Shen Xingling out, or at least yell at him a few times if he couldn't make him leave. At home, it had always been him who bore the brunt of scolding. Shen Xingling should also experience their father's wrath for once.
Results. Gu Chengwang waved his hand dismissively. Then go ahead. Gu Yutong, ? Gu Yijin, ? Wen Sulan, ?
Shen Xingling nodded without saying a word, took Wen Sulan's hand, and led her upstairs.
Wen Sulan still hadn't snapped out of her daze. She asked in confusion, why isn't your dad angry? This is so strange. Shen Xingling was puzzled. Why would he be angry? Did I say something wrong? Wen Sulan shook her head. Xingling, you're not at fault.
It's just that your father has a difficult temperament. His temper flares when people defy him or don't follow his instructions. But today, how could he?
Wen Sulan couldn't comprehend it. Neither could Gu Yijin. Why? How could this happen? Why isn't Shen Xingling getting scolded? Gu Yutong couldn't resist her curiosity and asked, Dad, aren't you angry? Gu Chengwang remained perfectly composed. What's there to be angry about? If he'd meekly agreed, I'd have thought him spineless.
This shows he genuinely cares about your aunt, Wen, a good son who knows how to cherish his mother. Fundamentally, Shen Xingling's defiance wasn't directed at him, but stemmed from concern for Wen Sulan, which didn't cross his bottom line. If Shen Xingling remained indifferent, it would prove that his return to the Gu family wasn't for Wen Sulan's sake, and everything before had just been an act for him to see. It was only right that he dared to speak up for Wen Sulan. His attitude was neither servile nor overbearing, yet never disrespectful. And truth be told, he really didn't like people who were overly submissive.
Such a person couldn't possibly become the Gu family's heir.
Gu Yijin was exactly like that, timid and meek in front of him, always putting on a gentle, soft-spoken act even outside.
How could someone like that ever command respect from those beneath him? Shen Xingling's demeanor seemed quite fitting. It reminded him of his younger self. Who hasn't thought of defying their father?
He'd been the same way in his youth. It was perfectly normal.
Gu Yutong's eyes sparkled with amusement. Dad, you seem to really like him. Chapter 51, The Essence of Tea Artistry.
Gu Chengwang said stubbornly, I wouldn't say I like it, just barely acceptable.
Gu Yutong couldn't help but laugh. Keep denying it then. That father doting on son expression of yours was quite obvious. Gu Yijing looked rather displeased. Why did Gu Yutong seem to have been influenced by Shen Xingling too? He poked Gu Yutong's hand and said, Sis, what about the variety show thing? Gu Yutong, let's wait until Auntie Wan and Shen Xingling come down to discuss it together. The whole family needs to participate, we can't leave anyone out. Gu Yijin, Shen Xingling has to participate too? Then how should we introduce our identities when the time comes?
Gu Yijin grew nervous. Was he really going to have to reveal in front of so many people that he was a fake young master?
Where would he even save face like this? Even if he joined the show, wouldn't he just become a laughingstock? Gu Yutong turned to Gu Chengwang. Dad, how do you plan to explain Shen Xingling's identity? Gu Chengwang replied, the truth. Gu Yijin's pupils trembled in shock. Before long, Shen Xingling and Wen Sulan came downstairs.
Gu Yutong briefly explained the Gu family's plans to participate in a variety show. casually mentioning Gu Chungwon's intention to host a banquet to announce Shin Xingling's true identity. Wen Sulan was delighted, but Shin Xingling frowned. Gu Yijin took one look at Shin Xingling's expression and sensed his saintly complex was about to flare up again.
Shin Xingling, what the hell are you trying to do now? Sure enough, Shin Xingling hesitated before speaking up. Announce my identity publicly? Then what about Gu Yijin? Wouldn't he become a laughingstock because of me?
Especially on a variety show, with so many viewers watching, it would definitely impact his life.
Like me, he's still in university. How is he supposed to face his classmates and teachers afterward? And those people in the elite circles. Every aspect of his life is connected to the Gu family.
Without that status, I'm afraid he'd find it impossible to get by.
Gu Chungwon, why bother with him? If you don't speak the truth, how can you legitimately return to the Gu family? Shin Xingling, if all else fails, just say I went missing and was found later. There's no need to force him out anyway.
Many people already know about my background, the orphanage, and my former classmates all recognize me. Besides, if the incidents from back then were to come to light, it wouldn't reflect well on the Gu family's reputation. A mere nanny managed to swap out the Gu family's child, just imagine what outsiders would think. Shin Xingling lowered his eyes, putting on a show of saintly compassion. His words instantly won everyone's favor, especially Gu Chengwon's. Shin Xingling didn't put the Gu family's reputation aside despite his own grievances. Instead, he considered everyone in the Gu family first, including Gu Yijin, who had taken everything from him. Gu Chengwang thought, as expected of my son. Wen Sulan sighed in admiration, thinking how exceptionally kind her son was. Gu Yutan's perception of Shin Xingling had completely changed as well. But was he genuinely that kind-hearted in reality? Of course not. If Gu Yijin's identity had been revealed from the very beginning, the audience might have disliked him initially, but that wouldn't necessarily remain the case later on. Gu Yijin's greatest skill was playing the victim to garner sympathy. If his true identity were exposed, he would undoubtedly face ridicule from classmates and ostracism from their social circle. Some viewers with overly compassionate hearts would inevitably pity him after watching the show, potentially earning him a massive fanbase. They would claim it wasn't Gu Yijin's fault, that the blame lay with his mother and grandmother. They'd insist he was an innocent young man who never intended to steal Shin Xingling's identity. Having spent years navigating the entertainment industry, Shin Xingling understood this perfectly well. His goal was to nip this possibility in the bud, preventing Gu Yijin from ever playing the victim card. If no one knew Gu Yijin's identity from the start, allowing him to continue enjoying the halo of being the young master of the Gu family and gaining a large number of fans, only for it to later be revealed that he wasn't the Gu family's young master at all but an imposter who stole Shin Xingling's rightful identity, what would those fans think? Fan backlash is the most terrifying thing. The love they once had for you will turn into equally intense hatred once they learn the truth. 077 immediately understood Shin Xingling's intentions upon hearing his words. How ruthless. Shin Xingling deliberately suggested keeping Gu Yijin's identity under wraps, insisting he was also a son of the Gu family. First, let Gu Yijin become a beloved figure and give him hope, but during this time, he'll live in constant anxiety, his heart hanging by a thread day and night, terrified that his true identity might be exposed. Moreover, based on Shin Xingling's understanding of Gu Yijin, he would never behave properly on the show. As long as he lays a hand on Shin Xingling, once the incident blows up afterward, Shin Xingling will gain even more sympathy, while Gu Yijin will face even more backlash and hatred. He wants to plunge Gu Yijin from heaven straight into hell. Let him taste hope before drowning him in despair, returning the favor in kind. On the contrary, Shin Xingling could gain a good reputation, with the Gu family thinking him kind-hearted and benevolent, and the audience falling in love with him for this stark contrast. Gu Yijin probably never imagined what Shin Xingling's true intentions were. He would merely curse him for being overly virtuous behind his back, all while secretly wishing Shin Xingling were more ruthless, his feelings toward him a tangled mix of love and hate. When it came to the art of manipulation, Gu Yijin was still far too amateurish. He had only grasped the superficial techniques, completely missing the essence of the craft. Gu Yijin was stunned after Shin Xingling finished speaking. At first, he always suspected that Shin Xingling speaking up for him might just be an act, but today's incident couldn't possibly have been staged. If Shin Xingling truly wanted to harm him, she should have agreed to publicly expose his identity rather than choose to endure silently while preserving his dignity. Alright, Gu Yijin had to admit that Shin Xingling was really unexpectedly kind. Gu Yijin gave him a complicated look. Thank you for being so considerate of me. Truly, you're the kindest person I've ever met. But Shin Xingling, your kindness won't soften my heart towards you. Once you join this variety show, I'll make sure you understand the true terror of the internet. Wen Sulan frowned with concern, but Xingling, this is too unfair to you. I'm afraid people who don't know the truth might misunderstand you. Shin Xingling replied, don't worry, a straight foot is not afraid of a crooked shoe. I walk the straight path and sit upright. I'm not afraid of idle gossip. Gu Yutong rarely spoke up for Shin Xingling, but this time he said, with me in the entertainment industry, you don't need to worry about anything. Even if someone wants to target you behind your back, they'll have to see if they're capable. Guijin thought darkly, but my dear sister, you wouldn't know that very person is right by your side.
With you here, it's easier for me to deal with him. Shin Qingling's next words stunned everyone. You all seem to have misunderstood me.
I don't intend to participate in this variety show.
Why not participate? What's the reason? My personality isn't suited for it.
I'm not good with words, and I don't like being exposed under the cameras.
I get nervous. A social butterfly raised in the entertainment industry who thrives effortlessly claims to be afraid of cameras and bad at conversation?
077 almost burst out laughing. He was putting on quite the convincing act.
Guijin, then what did you mean earlier by saying you wouldn't reveal your identity and all that?
Shin Qingling, I don't want to alter other people's lives because of my own actions.
That's all there is to it. Guijin pursed her lips. So you're really not going to participate?
Shin Qingling shook her head firmly. I won't participate. Guijin's mentality was on the verge of collapsing.
What kind of nonsense is this? What the hell is going on?
The usually skilled actor Guijin was actually completely silent this time.
Seeing Shin Qingling's unwavering resolve, everyone stopped trying to persuade him.
Guyutom, although you're not participating as a guest on the show, there are cameras at home that might capture you regardless.
Our usual meals and conversations might be filmed too. Just go about your business as usual, that shouldn't be a problem, right? Shin Qingling, it's fine. I won't interfere with your show's filming. Yeah, right. He just didn't want a dull entrance.
Making an appearance as a guest was too plain and uninspired. He wanted to be the one who inadvertently stole the spotlight with a stunning appearance on camera.
He intended to turn this program into his own stage. What if he wasn't a guest?
For someone to go viral, it's not about how much screen time they get, but how they become the center of attention every time they appear.
Chapter 52, 10 million in pocket money.
After that, Shin Qingling barely spoke, mostly responding with just a few words as when Sulan fussed over him. Guyutom was still discussing the variety show with the others. It was her first time appearing on one, and she absolutely couldn't afford any mishaps. Shin Qingling seemed indifferent, but he committed every word Guyutong said to memory.
Journey with the X family was an utterly chaotic and hysterical variety show.
The show doesn't actually feature just the Gu family as guests. 3 families are selected for contrast, with the Gu household being just one of them, and also the family the director most wanted to sign this time. Director He Chili spared no effort in finding sensational topics to hype, ensuring storms of controversy the moment the show aired. Surprisingly, the program operates with almost no scripts, only a very few rare exceptions, and yet, whenever scripts are used, those participants invariably get outshone by the genuine eccentrics. The production team has a real talent for casting. They never settle for families that appear bland and mild-mannered, always managing to unearth households from all corners that can instantly set social media ablaze. Some families that initially appear warm and harmonious will experience dramatic plot twists later in the show, which is exactly the kind of drama audiences love to watch. The program is broadcasted live throughout, meaning any flaws will be exposed without fail under these cameras.
Unless your acting is seamless enough to fool the cameras.
Fortunately, the director made concessions when signing the contract with the Gu family, agreeing not to film the second-floor rest area, ensuring they maintain some level of privacy. But besides this, the daily lives of the main guests would be fully filmed, including leaving for school or work.
In the Gu family, the main guests were actually only Gu Yutong and Guijin.
Gu Qingwang's work absolutely couldn't be filmed, when Sulan's gentle personality offered no dramatic points, and Lin Xingdai, currently repeating a school year, did nothing but study all day, so the production team designated Gu Yutong and Guijin as the main guests.
Shin Qingling became the unnoticed one who slipped through the cracks.
The main thing was that the director hadn't known about Shin Qingling's existence earlier. If she'd been aware that the Gu family had this little dramatic episode in store, she would never have let Shin Qingling slip through her fingers. With that face alone, there was no way she'd let him go. After noting down the live broadcast time for the show, Shin Qingling got up to prepare for school, when Sulan took out her car keys and handed them to Shin Qingling.
Qingling, do you know how to drive?
You can take my car to school from now on. Shin Qingling had obtained his driver's license during the summer after high school graduation, but he didn't want to drive such a flashy luxury car to school. So Shin Qingling declined. I don't want to drive such an attention-grabbing car to school.
Thank you for your kindness, I'll just take the bus. When Sulan pulled Shin Qingling aside and whispered, then you could at least take a taxi.
Mom has transferred 10 million yuan spending money to your account. Use it for now and let me know if it's not enough. If you need to buy something expensive, just swipe my card directly.
When Sulan took out a black card and pressed it into Shin Qingling's hand. Shin Qingling, how much? 10 million? When Sulan nodded, yes, look how tiring it is for you to take the bus to school. Our Qingling is so handsome, what if some bad person targets you? Boys need to protect themselves when they're out there too.
Shin Qingling, but getting a taxi doesn't cost this much.
If you give me all this money, What will you spend on yourself?
10 million yuan was nothing to the Shen Qingling of his previous life. He'd spent more than that on a single watch. But for the current version of him, it was an astronomical sum. Wen Sulan had no status in the Gu family to begin with, and no one knew exactly how much money she actually had. It could only be said that Shen Qingling had truly underestimated the Gu family's wealth. While reading the novel, he'd only known through textual descriptions that the Gu family was affluent, but when he heard Wen Sulan casually mention 10 million as pocket money, he realized they weren't just any ordinary wealthy family.
Wen Sulan smiled gently, still worrying about me? Don't fret.
Your mother still has the antique jewelry left behind by the Wen family. They're quite valuable. Though Gu Chengwang wasn't exactly righteous in some aspects, he never shortchanged her on the monthly allowance. After all, he wasn't a stingy man. Wen Sulan not only possessed the Wen family's fortune but also received monthly allowances from Gu Chengwang. Any household expenses could be settled with just a word to Gu Chengwang, and Wen Sulan's jewelry collection alone was worth over 1 billion yuan. Your grandfather loved collecting antiques when he was still here, and your grandmother adored jewelry. In the end, I became the lucky beneficiary of it all. At the mention of her parents, Wen Sulan's eyes instantly dimmed with sorrow. Now only she remained, all alone in this world. Shen Qingling comforted her, saying, "You have me now, and you always will." Wen Sulan raised her eyes and looked at him, as if 1,000 words lingered in her heart. Every time she saw Qingling, she would recall her late father. Wen Sulan had poured all her emotions, those meant for both her father and her son, into Shen Qingling. She took Shen Qingling's arm as they walked out the door and advised, "Let's find time to set up a trust together, all that will be yours in the future.
Don't worry about spending money. Buy whatever you need, and if you're short, just tell me. Don't even think about holding back. It hurts me more when you don't spend anything. I've failed you too much already. If you don't have classes this afternoon, how about mom takes you shopping for clothes? We could also pick up some decorations for your room." Shen Qingling agreed and left the Gu residence under Wen Sulan's expectant gaze. Out of habit, he pulled on a black face mask and tugged up his hoodie, attempting to blend into the crowd. But his towering 188 centimeters height, unfairly long legs, and those deep-set eyes kept drawing the attention of passers-by. On his way to school, he still collected quite a few flutter points, all converted into system credits. The first thing Lin Xingmian did upon waking was groggily reaching for her phone.
Seeing there appeared to be unread WeChat messages, she instantly became alert and bolted upright in bed.
The girl couldn't help but cradle her phone with a sweet, radiant smile after reading Shen Qingling's reply.
Professor Shen had responded to her.
Teacher Shen doesn't dislike her. Teacher Shen even wants to play the piano with her.
She lay on the bed with her legs kicking playfully in the air, this movement brimming with obvious joy. She tilted her head slightly, propping her chin while blinking her innocent, wide eyes.
What does she want to say to Professor Shen?
The girl bit her lip and typed a line.
Lin Xingmian, good morning, Professor Shen.
Have you had breakfast? She hastily deleted the words as soon as she typed them.
It's already this late and you say it's early. Are you stupid, Lin Xingmian?
Teacher Shen has probably already finished breakfast and started class by now. She agonized for a full half hour before sending a single message. Lin Xingmian, Teacher Shen, the weather is beautiful today.
I'm going to paint. Teacher Shen was her painting instructor, and also a top student. He definitely preferred good kids who focused on studying. She wanted to be the good student that Teacher Shen would like. The sunshine outside was as bright as her mood today. It seemed as if the gloom in her life had been dispelled by the arrival of one person. Strangely enough, she had never looked forward to anyone entering her life before. Teacher Shen was the exception. When a person has something to look forward to, they can reignite hope for life. Lin Xingmian walked to the desk, took out a piece of origami star paper, wrote a sentence on it, then folded it into a star and placed it in a jar. She lifted her gaze to the painting Shen Qingling had made for her, unable to suppress the slight curve of her eyes. A sail in the sea of clouds. The sight of this painting always reminds her of how Teacher Shen sang for her. The naive girl once tried searching for this song online, but of course found nothing.
She believes Teacher Shen must have written it himself. Teacher Shen is utterly perfect, capable of composing such moving songs, and she profoundly admires him. Lin Xingmian came to the studio to paint, choosing as her subject a small mushroom growing in a potted plant. The sky is raining, yet the poor little mushroom doesn't get wet, because there's an umbrella beside it shielding it from wind and rain.
Teacher Shen is that umbrella sheltering her from life's storms.
Hope she can gather the courage to gift this painting to Teacher Shen. Never felt time pass so slowly before.
Hurry up and get to the weekend. Chapter 53, If you love someone, lock them in the basement.
Ruan Mingyi was in a terrible mood today. He woke up to no reply from Shen Qingling and was now being forced by his father to go to work at the company. She drove her luxury car to the company building while venting to Yi Qiao over the phone on her way in.
How should I know what crazy idea my dad got this time? He said today's meeting was important and everyone had to be present. I couldn't even be late.
I was originally planning to go see Shen Qingling, but he hasn't replied to me all night.
What exactly do you like about him? Last night, he was kind enough to accompany you to the banquet, and you ended up saying things like that. If I were Shen Qingling, I wouldn't want to talk to you either. I like him because he's handsome. If I liked an ugly man, I'd have to talk too much explaining to others why I like him. But with Shen Qingling, no explanations are needed. The moment people see that face, they'll understand me instantly. Forget it, just thinking about having to work today makes me irritable. Ruan Mingyi took off her sunglasses, her brows furrowed so tightly she could crush a mosquito between them. She hated going to work. Yi Qiao was skeptical of this young lady. You? Work? Can you handle it? Hard to say. Work is like erectile dysfunction, your family thinks you can do it. Sometimes you feel like you can but actually you can't. Friends are like my wife, they clearly know I can't do it but still comfort me by saying I can. My boss is more like a lover, they keep assuring me I can do it even when I clearly can't. Yi Qiao smiled. Ruan Mingyi also knew it was useless to say these things to Yi Qiao. Right now, only Shen Qingling replying to her messages could lift her spirits a little. Alright, I won't keep chatting with you, I've arrived at the company. Ruan Mingyi dressed in ostentatiously luxurious outfits and often skipped work, showing up only sporadically. The smart employees with inside connections all knew she was the young mistress of the conglomerate. But there were also some clueless interns who mistook her for some executive's kept woman or mistress. The moment Ruan Mingyi stepped into the elevator, everyone who recognized her instantly fell silent. Only one intern with some connections but poor social skills and an unpleasant personality remained oblivious. His eyes practically bulged out of his head the instant he saw Ruan Mingyi. The moment Ruan Mingyi saw him, she immediately put on her sunglasses. He was so ugly it hurt her eyes. Thinking her glance and quick turn away meant she was shy, the guy got the wrong idea. Since Ruan Mingyi happened to be standing right beside him, he couldn't resist striking up a conversation. Which department are you from? Do you have a boyfriend? Ruan Mingyi didn't want to deal with him and pretended not to hear. Coming to work early in the morning was annoying enough, and now she had to endure harassment from an unattractive man. She really needed to visit a master for spiritual cleansing. Thinking she hadn't heard him, the man spoke again. Hey beautiful, do you have a boyfriend? The woman in sunglasses finally acknowledged him. She spoke coldly, there are some in the fridge. Laughter echoed from the elevator. Heh, quite the joker, aren't you? No boyfriend, so you must be married then? Judging by your outfit, it doesn't seem like you could afford it yourself. Irritated by Ruan Mingyi humiliating him publicly, the man deliberately mocked her with a disdainful tone, implying she was a mistress kept by a sugar daddy. Ruan Mingyi, not married, but sterilized. The elevator dinged as it arrived. Ruan Mingyi prepared to step out, but the man blocked the door. So you're from the secretarial department. Mind if I join you? Ruan Mingyi, join where? The grave? The man's face darkened. Do you even know how to speak properly? Do you have any idea who I am? Ruan Mingyi took off his glasses and gave him a once-over. I know. The man's triumphant grin had barely formed before Ruan Mingyi shut him down. Goblin. The people in the elevator could no longer contain their laughter. Ruan Mingyi raised an eyebrow and said, listen here, sweetheart, I don't care who you used to be. Right now, you mean nothing. Secretary phone, fire him immediately, and if I ever see him in this company again, you can pack up and join him for the rest of your life. Secretary Feng's pupils trembled in horror. No way, he absolutely refused to spend his days living with that creep. Yes, miss. Ruan Mingyi was ready to pop a blood vessel first thing in the morning. She slammed her things onto the desk, unable to suppress a few furious curses. Just then, she overheard several employees nearby gossiping about today's meeting. Have you heard? It seems President Shang from Shang Corporation is coming to our company. That President Shang who was trending on social media yesterday? That's her. President Ruan flew back specifically for her. President Ruan said we must ensure everything is perfect for President Shang's delegation today, no mistakes allowed. Ruan Mingyi wasn't particularly surprised by this. It was perfectly normal for the Shang and Ruan families to have minor collaborations, but a meeting important enough to require Shang Mo's personal appearance must be exceptional. No wonder Dad insisted on her presence. Ruan Mingyi went to the restroom to freshen up, then called Yi Qiao to vent about the morning's events. The conversation once again circled back to Shen Qingling. Shen Qingling still won't talk to me, what should I do Qiao Qiao? I've lost all appetite because of this. Maybe we should find you a new crush to distract you. What's your type? A handsome male college student. Is that all you're asking for? That's 5 things already. After exchanging a few more playful barbs, Ruan Mingyi and Yi Qiao returned to reality. Alright, enough joking around. I really can't seem to forget him. I've lost interest in everyone else. I think I'm done for. Then you should buy some flowers and gifts to apologize after the meeting, at least show some sincerity. That's exactly what I was thinking. Ruan Mingyi glanced at the time. Since the meeting was about to start, she hung up the phone and walked out of the restroom. Meanwhile, a woman slowly emerged from around the corner of the restroom. Shang Mo looked at his reflection in the mirror, couldn't help but touch his lips, reminiscing about that kiss in the darkness. What does Ruan Mingyi want with Shen Qingling?
she felt somewhat curious. Right after the meeting, Ruan Mingyi rushed to Jiang University to see Shen Qingling, but as soon as he got downstairs, he found out that his car tires had been slashed.
Damn, who the hell would do something like this in broad daylight? Ruan Mingyi called security to review the surveillance footage.
Just as Ruan Mingyi was fuming, another luxury car slowly pulled up beside her. The window rolled down, revealing Shang Mo's exquisitely sharp and striking face.
Where are you headed, Mingyi? If it's on the way, I can give you a ride. Ruan Mingyi was astonished Shang Mo was actually willing to waste time giving her a ride? Even if it was on the way, she couldn't possibly be this kind-hearted, right? Then again, maybe it wasn't impossible. The Shang and Ruan families had just struck a deal, perhaps Shang Mo was trying to show goodwill toward the Ruans. When it came to making money, Shang Mo was more eager than anyone.
In that case, it wasn't so strange for Shang Mo to offer her a ride.
With Ruan Mingyi's limited intellect, she couldn't begin to fathom what Shang Mo was thinking.
Under Shang Mo's uncompromising gaze, she had no choice but to obediently get in the car. After all, she really was in a hurry. Once inside, she naively thanked him. Thank you so much, President Shang. I'll repay the favor next time I get the chance. From the rearview mirror, the woman's lips curled slightly. You're welcome.
Where are you going? Jiang University. You're going to see that college student who was with you last time, aren't you?
Yes, I'm surprised President Shang still remembers him. He's a rather memorable young man. How could she ever forget the man who took her first kiss?
Ruan Mingyi smiled. Indeed, President Shang understands me. She knew it. Liking Shen Qingling didn't need a single word of explanation. It seems you really like him.
Yeah, what a shame he's so hard to pursue, cold as ice to everyone.
He hasn't replied to a single word of mine since last night. By the way, President Shang, mind if I ask who that guy was kissing you upstairs last time? Someone you know. Ruan Mingyi's eyes widened. Someone she knew. Who on earth around her could possibly win over someone like him? Ruan Mingyi racked her brains but just couldn't come up with anyone.
Then she realized Shang Mo probably didn't want to share and was deliberately dodging the question.
President Shang must be joking with me, she said. No one I know would be capable of that. Shang Mo smiled without speaking, then asked instead, did you two have a fight?
Ruan Mingyi sighed dejectedly. It wasn't really a fight.
More like I pissed him off all by myself. He's not my anything,
and I've no right to control his freedom. If he ignores me, then naturally it's me who'll have to shamelessly chase after him.
Hearing the word freedom, Shang Mo arched an eyebrow.
People often say that loving someone means giving them freedom, but she could never quite comprehend those words. She would say that if you love someone, you should lock them in the basement and feed them through a small hole in the door until they love you back. Ruan Mingyi didn't notice the deep, unfathomable gleam in Shang Mo's eyes at all. She thought to herself that Shang Mo was actually quite easy to talk to, not as aloof and indifferent as the rumors suggested. The car slowly pulled to a stop at the gates of Jiang University, and the flowers and gift Ruan Mingyi had ordered in advance were delivered right into her hands.
She smiled and thanked Shang Mo. Thank you, Mr. Shang.
I won't disturb your money-making anymore, your time is far more valuable than mine.
Yet Shang Mo showed no intention of leaving. No hurry. I happen to have some business here too. Oh, do you have matters to attend to at Jiang University, Mr. Shang? Oh yeah, got it. I'll head out first then, President Shang. Don't let me keep you. Goodbye. Goodbye. After Ruan Mingyi entered Jiang University, Shang Mo took out his phone and sent a message to Shen Qingling. Shang Mo, happened to be at Jiang University today for business. Free to discuss that matter? Chapter 54, It Has to Be You. Shen Qingling didn't see Shang Mo's message until after class.
By that time, Ruan Mingyi was already standing outside the classroom.
Shen Qingling glanced outside.
Ruan Mingyi smiled at him and raised the flowers and gift in his hands. Shen Qingling knew Ruan Mingyi had come to apologize to him.
But why would Shang Mo come to Jiang University?
And what a coincidence for both of them to appear together.
Shen Qingling instinctively felt something was wrong. He unconsciously rubbed the edge of his phone while pondering, should he leave Ruan Mingyi to meet Shang Mo?
The current strategy was to give Ruan Mingyi the cold shoulder for a while. Moreover, Shang Mo rarely had the chance to interact with her. Since she had taken the initiative to appear nearby this time, it would seem unreasonable not to see her. Shen Qingling decisively replied to Shang Mo's message.
Shen Qingling, alright, where are you? Shang Mo immediately sent Shen Qingling a location pin.
A subtle change flickered across Shen Qingling's expression. It was the very cafe where he worked part-time. There were several coffee shops near the school, so why did they have to pick the one where he worked?
Is it a coincidence?
Shen Qingling suppressed the doubts in his heart. When he walked out and saw Ruan Mingyi, he didn't smile. It seemed he had returned to that aloof male god demeanor from their first meeting. Even the most thick-skinned Ruan Mingyi felt a pang of sadness upon seeing Shen Qingling's cold expression. The first time they met had been like this too back then. They were complete strangers, so of course Ruan Mingyi hadn't dwelled on it. But after spending time together, she had seen different sides of him, his gentle smiles, his playful teasing. That was why she couldn't accept this version of Shen Qingling. It was as though someone who had finally descended from his lofty pedestal had only lingered briefly by her side before drifting away again, light as a feather.
Shen Xingling, why are you so cold? Give us a smile. Ruan Mingyi chuckled lightly, trying to lighten the mood with a joking tone. Shen Xingling lowered his gaze to look at her. Does Miss Ruan need something? That single Miss Ruan made Ruan Mingyi's breath catch in her throat.
I feel so terrible, like something is clogging my heart. She actually felt like crying, and even a bit wronged. She handed the flowers in gift to Shen Xingling. I came to apologize to you.
I really didn't mean to do it last night. Actually, precisely because you didn't mean to, it makes the issue even clearer. Ruan Mingyi didn't understand Shen Xingling's meaning, and she gave him a puzzled look. Because that's exactly how you see me in your heart. I'm just a decorative trinket dangling from your purse, a prop to show off your status. You only like this outer shell of mine.
If I didn't possess such striking looks, you'd never stand by my side.
Ruan Mingyi said with partial understanding, but isn't that how fate works between people? Your extraordinary appearance drew me in.
Though my family background is slightly better than yours, we still met because fate brought us together. That's how wonderfully strange destiny works in this world.
You're not wrong. We met by fate, and my looks drew you in. But then what? What do you want from hovering around me? Is it because you like me?
Of course.
I've been chasing after you because I want you to be my boyfriend. But two people shouldn't be together just because of a pretty face. If we can't reach each other's hearts, it's like there's a wall between us.
You've never tried to understand me, you're just stubbornly pursuing what you want in your own way.
Ruan Mingyi murmured softly, I don't understand what you mean.
She suddenly didn't want to face Shen Xingling like this. It felt like something was about to be exposed by him.
Let's both calm down. I'll come find you after you've cooled off. Ruan Mingyi turned to leave.
Shen Xingling spoke up behind her. To put it bluntly, you just want to conquer me. Conquering a peak others find difficult to climb satisfies your vanity and gives you pleasure. But the mountain itself means nothing to you, its form, its substance, you only care about the victory. Shen Xingling advanced step by step. He moved beside her, his tone as cold as ice. Ruan Mingyi, you may seem passionate and proactive in relationships, but you never truly take them seriously. Your enthusiasm fizzles out in mere minutes. You just need someone to pour your emotions into. That person could be me, or it could be anyone else.
It's not that I'm irreplaceable to you.
When the novelty of that person wears off, the vessel you used to pour your emotions into will be mercilessly discarded. Admit it, you don't love anyone at all, you don't even have the slightest affection for me as a person. Ruan Mingyi felt as though Shen Xingling had seen right through him. His words hurt her, and even though she knew he was speaking the truth, she couldn't bring herself to admit it. The woman turned around and looked up at him, revealing her true self for the first time.
Ruan Mingyi curled his lips into a provocative smile. Is there really someone in this world who's irreplaceable to another? When we're together, we should just enjoy the pleasure of being together. Why waste time thinking about such intangible things?
But when I'm with someone, I want it to be no one but you. Ruan Mingyi saw the resolve shining in the young man's eyes.
A sincere, innocent, and moving resolve.
She froze for a moment. That's right, Shen Xingling was only 18. An 18-year-old youth harbors a uniquely tenacious devotion to matters of the heart. He maintained his integrity and never indulged in frivolity, earning him the moniker, the untouchable flower. Only at this moment did Ruan Mingyi realize Shen Xingling was never someone who treated their relationship as a mere dalliance.
Shen Xingling, how should I put this?
If I call you foolish, you see right through me, yet if I call you clever, you naively believe in love.
Ruan Mingyi, not everyone is like you. Just because you think something doesn't exist, does that mean it truly doesn't? You only think it exists. A fool like you would definitely be fooled by women.
When I truly like someone, even if I'm deceived, I'd be willing. Ruan Mingyi never expected Shen Xingling to be someone so stubborn in love. Yet this stubbornness was so pure and transparent,
just like his eyes. Awake and clear as ice and snow, pure and transparent, stirring the heartstrings.
Ruan Mingyi averted her gaze and said, in that case, since we follow different paths, I'll no longer bother you.
Let's leave it at that. Without waiting for Shen Xingling's reply, she practically fled as if escaping.
Flowers and gifts were scattered all over the ground. The surrounding crowd was whispering among themselves. Everyone was saying that Ruan Mingyi had been rejected in her love confession, and Shen Xingling had brutally broken her heart, causing Ruan Mingyi to leave in despair. Shen Xingling looked at the gift box lying quietly on the ground, knelt down, and picked it up. The youth lowered his head with a smirk curling his lips. He clearly heard the system's notification. Ruan Mingyi's liking for him had increased by 5 points, while verbally mocking Shen Xingling as foolish beyond belief, saying she didn't believe in love. In truth, it was simply something she desperately desired yet could never obtain. Ruan Mingyi had always been extreme in matters of love. What she craved was passion pushed to its absolute limits. Shen Xingling's aloof stubbornness in love ironically forced her to truly face their relationship for the first time. She was bound to fall for Shen Xingling. He was the sole exception in her life.
Chapter 55, Shang Mo takes action.
Meanwhile, the woman sitting in the cafe listened to everything through her headphones. In high spirits, she took a sip of coffee, her eyes gleaming with obvious interest.
What an unexpectedly remarkable young man. Although Shen Qingling and Shang Xia may appear equally naive in matters of the heart, Shang Mo understood clearly that they were different. Shang Xia's affection for Gui Jin was tainted with too many ulterior motives.
Her fondness for the halo surrounding Gui Jin was, in essence, no different from Ruan Mingyi's infatuation. If Gui Jin were truly cast out by the Gu family and reduced to a penniless man, would Shang Xia willingly share his hardships?
Shang Mo would stake his entire fortune betting that she absolutely wouldn't.
Summer was never the brave type when it came to matters of the heart. At the slightest hint of hardship, a delicate girl like her would shrink back. But Shen Qingling was different.
Shang Mo was growing more and more intrigued by him.
The more he interacted with him, the more he discovered this youth's unique purity. Seems giving that first kiss wasn't a loss after all. Shang Mo's eyes revealed a hint of smiling delight.
Shen Qingling opened the attribute panel for a glance.
Initially just wanting to check Ruan Mingyi's progress bar, he unexpectedly found the unknown goddess's progress had increased from 15 to 18.
He looked around but didn't see Shang Mo anywhere. Why would the affection points suddenly increase?
Shen Qingling wrestled with the thought for a while on the way, but unable to figure it out, he eventually let it go for the time being. Upon arriving at the cafe, Shen Qingling immediately spotted the woman sitting by the window. Shang Mo was simply too eye-catching, dressed in a sleek black professional suit with gold-rimmed glasses, his computer and file spread across the desk as he occasionally lifted his coffee cup for a sip.
Truly, he never forgot about work for even a moment.
After entering, Shen Qingling greeted a colleague before approaching Shang Mo's side.
President Shang.
The woman looked up from her documents, closed her laptop, and gestured to the seat in front of her. Have a seat, order whatever you'd like, the coffee here is quite good. It seems Shang Mo didn't know Shen Qingling was working part-time here.
But was this really a coincidence? Of course not.
After sitting down, Shen Qingling lowered his eyes awkwardly to look at the menu, casually ordering a cup of coffee.
Shang Mo stared at the boy's downcast eyes, swiftly regaining his aloof demeanor the moment Shen Qingling looked up. President Shang, has there been any progress on that matter? Yeah, you could say that. Shang Mo didn't elaborate either, squeezing out information drop by drop like toothpaste. It was clearly her who had asked Shen Qingling out. What do you mean by sort of? The people you mentioned have been found, but neither knows who's behind it. Are they deliberately refusing to talk?
They genuinely don't know. Everything was contacted via mobile. In that case, it seems like this matter won't have an outcome.
Not necessarily, I'm tracking down that person's account. Shang Mo acted like a fisherman, first letting Shen Qingyi think all hope was lost, then saying she was still investigating. In fact, Shang Mo had already traced the account, but it was registered under a fake identity. There would be no outcome to this investigation. Yet she deliberately kept Shen Qingling in the dark. Otherwise, what excuse would she have to meet with him? Thank you, and sorry for troubling you, President Shang. Shen Qingling was exceedingly polite, not even daring to glance at her. It's only right. Since this happened at the Shang residence, I bear responsibility. Shang Mo lifted his coffee cup for a sip, seemingly noticing something. She glanced at the lipstick stain on the coffee cup and reached into her bag to search for something. The woman murmured softly, my lipstick has smudged. Shen Qingling's gaze fell upon her lips. It was a vibrant red, yet on her face it lacked any sense of alluring charm, daring not to evoke the slightest romantic thought. Looking at her lips, the youth seemed to recall something, abruptly turning red at the ears. Shang Mo couldn't help but find it amusing. Evidently, she wasn't the only one still thinking about that kiss. Did Mingyi go to see you? Shang Mo deliberately tested Shen Qingling, curious to see if he'd tell the truth. Shen Qingling showed no intention of hiding it. Yes, she deliberately asked, then why isn't she here? Shen Qingling pursed her lips. She left. Shang Mo glanced out the window. I think my lipstick fell into her bag. Did you two come together? Yeah, I was at her dad's company for a meeting today. Her car broke down so I gave her a ride. And since I remembered you're at Zhengde University, I thought I'd invite you along. Assuming the timing, Ruan Mingyi should be arriving soon. She intentionally left the lipstick with a listening device in Ruan Mingyi's bag. Shang Mo was fully aware that Shen Qingyi and Ruan Mingyi had parted on bad terms, yet he deliberately messaged Ruan Mingyi clearly with the intention of summoning them here. If Ruan Mingyi arrived eagerly, only to see Shen Qingling sitting and drinking coffee with her, what would she think? Ruan Mingyi truly didn't leave. Instead, he lingered near the coffee shop. After parting ways bitterly with Shen Qingling, she walked lost in thought along the way, eventually ending up in this vicinity without realizing it. She couldn't figure it out. How could Shen Qingling be like this? The more she thought about it, the more annoyed and depressed she became. But things had already come to this point. There was probably no chance left to mend their relationship. Shen Qingling must think she's a heartless, unfeeling woman who toyed with his affections. Perhaps Yi Qiao was right. She really shouldn't have provoked Shen Qingling. They had never belonged to the same world to begin with. Just as she was brooding in frustration, she suddenly received a message from Shang Mo. Shang Mo, Mingy, did my lipstick fall into your bag? If you're still at Jiangda University, could you bring it over to me? Ruan Mingy opened her bag and saw a lipstick that wasn't hers lying inside. It must be the one Shang Mo mentioned. Ruan Mingy, I'm still here, President Shang. Where are you? Shang Mo, the coffee shop on the left side of Jiang University. Ruan Mingy thought to herself, wasn't this her family's shop? It was also where she first met Shin Qingling. Why did he have to go to a coffee shop at a time like this? Coming here would inevitably remind her of Shin Qingling. After some thought, she still decided to go. Ruan Mingy never expected to witness such a scene. As Ruan Mingy approached the cafe, her eyes immediately landed on Shin Qingling sitting by the window. And seated across from him was Shang Mo. How could these two be together? Before Ruan Mingy arrived, Shin Qingling had intended to excuse himself and leave, but Shang Mo brought up Shang Xia, implying an apology for her previous rudeness. Shin Qingling couldn't very well leave directly, so he had no choice but to sit there and chat with her for a while. Shang Mo had sharp eyes and caught sight of Ruan Mingy outside from the corner of her eye. She pretended to accidentally spill her coffee, which poured all over her dress, even soaking a large portion of the documents on the table. Out of gentlemanly courtesy, Shin Qingling handed her a tissue. Are you alright, CEO Shang? But Shang Mo seemed genuinely scalded. She couldn't even move, only furrowing her brows as she said, I think it burned my leg. Ouch. Could you please take a look for me? Shin Qingling crouched down beside the woman's feet, like a loyal knight standing by. Her legs were searing with such pain that she nearly trembled, yet inexplicably, a faint smile surfaced in her eyes. The spot where Shang Mo was burned was somewhat awkward. The spilled coffee had soaked his thigh, leaving Shin Qingling momentarily frozen in place. He seemed unsure whether to proceed, raising his gaze as he said, perhaps. Shang Mo furrowed his brows and replied, it's fine. Go ahead and roll it up. Just as Shin Qingling placed his hand on it, Shang Mo grabbed his hand again. Wait a minute. This was the scene that Ruan Mingy walked in on. Shin Qingling was squatting beside Shang Mo, his hand resting on Shang Mo's thigh, while Shang Mo's hand was also clasped over Shin Qingling's. At the sight of this, Ruan Mingy, who had previously claimed to have given up on Shin Qingling, was absolutely furious. Anger instantly flooded her mind, robbing her already dim intellect of all reason. She rushed forward, eyes blazing with fury as she gritted her teeth and shrieked, what are you doing? Chapter 56, Shin Qingling, this lady's done serving you. Hearing that familiar voice, Shin Qingling turned to look. Ruan Mingy, what are you doing here? Ruan Mingy was so angry he nearly laughed. You dare ask me why I'm here? This is my Ruan family's property, why shouldn't I be here? The real question is, what are you two doing here? Shin Qingling wanted to explain something, but Shang Mo cried out again from the burn on her leg, ouch. Shin Qingling had no choice but to crouch down first to examine her injury. Sorry, I got distracted for a moment. How about I take you to the hospital? This looks quite serious. Ruan Mingy couldn't stand Shin Qingling showing such concern for another woman right in front of her. She walked over and pulled Shin Qingling up, staring at Shang Mo as she asked, why are you with him, President Shang? When you said you had something to do at Jiang University, did that something involve coming to see him? Though pale with pain, Shang Mo still explained, you've misunderstood. This explanation only made things worse. She neither confirmed nor denied anything, simply dismissing Ruan Mingy's misunderstanding, which only fueled Ruan Mingy's anger even more. Misunderstood what? Who knew President Shang was so cunning, knowingly cozying up to him when you're fully aware of my feelings for him? Shin Qingling couldn't take it anymore. He pulled Ruan Mingy aside and said coldly, have you lost your mind? Boss Shang genuinely needed me for something, not what you assume. Her leg was scalded by coffee and needed immediate medical attention. Ruan Mingy was too furious at the moment to even care about Shang Mo's burns. Stubbornly, she demanded an explanation. Fine, then tell me, what exactly is going on between you two? This was something Shin Qingling couldn't easily explain. How could he possibly say he'd been drugged and kissed Shang Mo? Moreover, Shang Mo had just told him this matter couldn't be disclosed to outsiders. She needed to protect the Shang family's reputation. Shin Qingling had already promised her. He couldn't possibly go back on his word the very next second. Given Shin Qingling's character, that was naturally impossible. Shang Mo had precisely banked on this point. She immediately tugged at Shin Qingling's sleeve and shook her head at him. Shin Qingling had no intention of entertaining Ruan Mingy. He directly scooped Shang Mo into his arms and brushed past Ruan Mingy without a second glance. Ruan Mingy stood frozen in place. Had he just left her standing there, carrying another woman away? She turned around in disbelief, staring daggers at his retreating figure. The young man's tall frame made the 175 centimeters Shang Mo in his arms appear almost petite. Shang Mo had her arms wrapped around Shin Qingling's neck, leaning her head lightly against his shoulder, yet her gaze remained fixed on Ruan Mingy. Ruan Mingy couldn't tell if it was her imagination, but she felt Shang Mo had flashed her a faint smile. Yet when she blinked, Shang Mo only appeared pale and frowning in discomfort. Ruan Mingyi was so angry she was about to lose her mind. She desperately wanted to rush over, but upon further thought, what right did she have to do that? She had no right. They weren't even friends anymore. Ruan Mingyi walked to the front desk, asked for a glass of ice water, and gulped it down in one go. After calming down, she felt she perhaps shouldn't have acted so impulsively. Shen Xingling wasn't that kind of person, and Shang Mo wasn't either. Ruan Mingyi's lost rationality finally returned at this moment. She pulled up the store's surveillance footage and began reviewing it. Shen Xingling had been working continuously before entering the room. After Shen Xingling came in, both of them spoke in a strictly formal manner, appearing quite distant, without any inappropriate behavior. It wasn't until Shang Mo knocked over his coffee that things changed. Shen Xingling initially just handed him tissues, but when Shang Mo's injury proved too severe for him to move, she stepped forward to help. Who would have thought she'd walk in at precisely that moment? Ruan Mingyi felt somewhat annoyed. She had indeed misunderstood both of them. Leaving Shang Mo aside, what would Shen Xingling think of her? She'd acted like a raving lunatic. That must have looked utterly disgraceful. Why on earth would they meet? They've only met once before, so why would they meet in private? Shen Xingling had never mentioned Shang Mo to her. What possible connection could Shen Xingling have with the Shang family? Wait, the Gu family. What exactly was Shen Xingling's relationship with the Gu family? Could Shang Mo's search for him be somehow connected to the Gu family? The more Ruan Mingyi thought about it, the more agitated she became, even considering messaging Shen Xingling directly for answers. But when she took out her phone, memories of their previous encounter came flooding back. She wasn't supposed to cut ties with Shen Xingling and go their separate ways? She shouldn't care so much about Shen Xingling. Absolutely not. How could she lose control over such a trivial matter? Ruan Mingyi had never gone so crazy over a man before. She had completely lost control in that moment. Ruan Mingyi realized that Shen Xingling's influence on her had grown too significant. This was bad news. She took a deep breath and put away her phone. Ruan Mingyi, will never be hung up on just one tree. Be with whichever woman you want, see if I care. Goodbye Shen Xingling, this lady's done serving you. Shen Xingling carried Shang Mo as they exited the coffee shop. President Shang, where's your car? Just a bit further ahead, that one's mine. The keys are in my bag. Shen Xingling gently placed her on the bench to sit. I'll go back to the shop to get your things. Sorry to trouble you. No worries. Shen Xingling returned to the coffee shop. The moment he stepped inside, he heard Ruan Mingyi's words. Goodbye Shen Xingling, this lady ain't serving you anymore. Right after Ruan Mingyi finished saying this, her eyes met Shen Xingling's. The atmosphere turned awkward. Ruan Mingyi gulped, looking somewhat guilty. Holy shit, how did he come back? Shut your damn mouth. How could you even say his name out loud? Shen Xingling lowered his eyes and remained silent for a second before finally explaining. Let me tell you a few final words. I'm not the kind of person you think I am. I have a clear conscience about today's matter, no matter what you think of me. Oh, and if you're going to curse me outside, at least don't use my name. Shen Xingling walked past her, picked up the ink container, and left without a word. Ruan Mingyi watched Shen Xingling's retreating figure with sorrow. She had claimed not to care, yet couldn't control the ache in her heart. Like a forlorn puppy, she gazed helplessly as her master walked away. I feel so sad. Ruan Mingyi's eyes reddened, tears pattering down like raindrops. How can it hurt this much? She hasn't even dated anyone yet, so why does it already feel like heartbreak? Is this the price of loving an iceberg? At this moment, she felt like going to Shen Xingling to apologize. She was truly going insane. Ruan Mingyi felt she had to get herself drunk immediately, otherwise, she'd do something utterly pathetic in the next second. Ruan Mingyi urgently called Yi Chao, and the two arranged to meet at a quiet bar for drinks. Shen Xingling and Shang Mo had given Ruan Mingyi quite the torment. Ironically, Ruan Mingyi's affection points actually increased. It's now at 86. Perhaps Shen Xingling should even thank Shang Mo. The woman sat in the passenger seat, pretending to casually observe Shen Xingling. The young man was clearly in a bad mood, his lips pressed together and his brows slightly furrowed. Sorry for making you argue because of me. It's not your fault, she was the one being unreasonable. However you look at it, this happened because of me. I'll explain everything clearly to her. We'd already parted on bad terms before this happened. President Shang, you don't need to take it to heart. Actually, you don't have to keep calling me President Shang. It makes me feel like we're still at work. Shen Xingling's brow twitched slightly. Taking advantage of the red light, he turned to look at her. Then how should I address you instead? You're younger than me, you can call me sister. Sister. Hearing Shen Xingling's tentative call of sister, Shang Mo felt her blood boil. She couldn't stop trembling, biting down hard to suppress the surge of excitement. Then, may I call you Qingling as well? Alright, how's your leg? Should we just go to the nearest hospital? No, I must go to the Shang family's private hospital. Good. Shen Xingling didn't understand why Shang Mo was so insistent on going to the Shang family's private hospital. Shen Xingling drove as fast as possible without speeding to reach the Shang family's private hospital. The luxurious room looked nothing like a hospital.
Shen Xingling didn't enter, he stood waiting outside the door.
Inside, a female doctor was applying medicine to Shang Mo.
It wasn't that Shang Mo looked down on public hospitals, she simply feared being examined by a male doctor, as it would be quite inconvenient for treating her injuries. It would take too much effort to request a female doctor, so she might as well go to her family's hospital. As the doctor applied the medicine, he said gently, "President Shang, please bear with it, this will hurt quite a bit."
Shang Mo responded indifferently with a faint,
Indeed, the treatment was excruciating, but she didn't make a sound, only staring fixedly at the doorway. Those earlier antics in the coffee shop were just an act to catch Shen Xingling's attention.
Will it leave a scar? Certainly not, President Shang. As long as the medicine is applied on schedule, there won't be any issues. The doctor added a few more instructions, to which Shang Mo responded with a faint hum of acknowledgement. Then the doctor went out the door, clearing the way for Shen Xingling to enter. The moment Shen Xingling walked in, Shang Mo's expression instantly shifted. Shang Mo appeared to be in obvious pain. That imposing aura of a female CEO completely dissipated in this moment, leaving only a woman's fragility.
So she had this side to her as well.
Fragile, tender vulnerabilities.
Shen Xingling inquired about her injuries.
The doctor seemed to suggest hospitalization, but Shang Mo refused.
She remained steadfast in her stubbornness.
Just minor injuries.
The company has piles of matters awaiting my attention.
Health is more important. Earning money is more important. Health is more important. Fine, then could I trouble you with one more thing? Go ahead. Please take me home, I'm not in a condition to drive right now. Good.
Shang Mo extended his hand towards Shen Xingling.
Could you help me up? It's hard to walk on my own.
Or hold me like you did before.
Chapter 57. I'd rather die than change fiancés.
Only after Shang Mo spoke these words did the youth realize his previous actions had somewhat crossed boundaries.
My apologies, I acted too hastily earlier and forgot my manners. No matter, it was much faster that way. Hold me again.
She spoke these words without the slightest hint of awkwardness or ambiguity, leaving no room to speculate whether she meant something else. If Shen Xingling hesitated or refused, it would only make him appear guilty.
He picked up Shang Mo and carried him out.
This time, both of them were unusually sensitive. Shang Mo caught that pleasant fragrance emanating from him again, the same scent he'd noticed during their kiss. She leaned against his chest as if exhausted. She could feel those abdominal muscles. Nothing motivates a woman to work like sleeping on a set of rock-hard abs. Of course, it had to be Shen Xingling's abs. The young man appeared slim, but was actually quite strong. His arms holding her were steady and powerful, making her feel secure.
How could everything about him be so perfect for her? Oh well, even if this was a pig butchering scam, she'd happily take the bait. Shen Xingling inadvertently glanced at the woman in his arms. Shang Mo seemed exhausted and had fallen asleep. With her eyes closed, she appeared serene and gentle. The moment those eyes shut, all traces of her usual assertiveness vanished. There she lay nestled against his chest, so utterly at ease that she looked unexpectedly docile for once. Shen Xingling slowed his pace, carrying her to the car before gently settling her into the passenger seat. Then wait for her to wake up. Shang Mo didn't sleep, not for a single moment, though she was indeed exhausted and sleepy. It took about an hour before Shang Mo finally opened her eyes. Sorry, I fell asleep. It's fine, I'll take you back now. I've troubled you too much today. I'll treat you to dinner sometime.
Shen Xingling wanted to refuse, but Shang Mo seemed to sense what he was about to say and immediately added, if you don't agree, I'll keep thinking about it.
Shang Mo and Ruan Mingyi gave off different vibes.
Although both had invited him to dinner, Ruan Mingyi seemed somewhat frivolous, while Shang Mo came across as entirely proper, with an unmistakable air of decisiveness in her tone. Shen Xingling hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement.
Shen Xingling drove to the Shang residence.
Once there, he no longer needed to carry Shang Mo inside. Plenty of people came forward to assist her.
As Shen Xingling turned to leave, Shang Mo glanced at the time and said, "It's already lunchtime.
You might as well stay and have lunch here at the Shang residence."
"Thank you for your kindness, sister, but that won't be necessary. My conscience won't let you leave without eating this."
"Come in, there's no one else home, just..." Before she could finish speaking, Shang Xia's voice rang out.
"I heard you got hurt, and it was some pretty boy who brought you back."
Shang Xia found the man's retreating figure somewhat familiar.
"Don't tell me that's the same guy you were kissing last time."
Only when the man turned around did Shang Xia realize it was actually Shen Xingling. Xia Shang widened her eyes.
"You're the one. Why are you with her?" Shang Mo frowned. "Why so rude?" Xia Shang pouted. "So what? Should I say welcome to the Shang family?" Shang Mo said helplessly to Shen Xingling, "I apologize for this embarrassment."
Shen Xingling lowered his eyes. "It's nothing, I should probably leave." Shang Xia walked up to him and blinked. "Don't go. I heard you escorted my sister home."
"What happened?" "Shang Mo, I want to invite him to stay for dinner. After how you offended him last time, shouldn't you apologize?"
Shang Xia tugged at Shen Xingling's sleeve. "I'm really sorry about last time, I truly didn't mean it. See, when you're not with Ruan Mingyi, you're actually quite agreeable to look at. At the mention of Ruan Mingyi, he immediately frowned. I have nothing to do with her anymore. Shang Mo unintentionally curved her lips. It seemed her goal had been achieved. Shang Xia couldn't help but laugh when she heard Shen Qingling say this. What's going on? Tell me about it. I'm really curious. You're eating at my place anyway. When you told me to apologize, I apologized instantly. Come on, sit down, sit down. Xia Shang nearly dragged Shen Qingling by force to sit on the sofa. Shen Qingling seemed reluctant to talk about the matter and remained silent. Shang Mo feigned a sigh and said, it's my fault. Ruan Mingyi thought there was something between me and him, and they had a huge fight. Xia Shang couldn't help but laugh. Slapping the sofa, she exclaimed, how could Ruan Mingyi be so dumb, huh? Is she insane? How could she possibly think you'd have any romantic entanglement with a man? No wonder she can't keep a man. That stupid woman is beyond saving. Upon learning that Ruan Mingyi and Shen Qingling had argued, Shang Xia found Shen Qingling more pleasing to the eye no less than 3 times over. She patted Shen Qingling's shoulder and said, that woman Ruan Mingyi isn't worth your heartache. After all, you two never got together. From now on, come hang out with us. I guarantee it'll be far better than being with Ruan Mingyi. Shang Mo stared at Shang Xia's hand resting on Shen Qingling's shoulder. Seemingly casual, she mentioned, you're someone with an engagement. Be mindful of what you say. Speaking of which, when do you plan to meet the new young master of the Gu family? Shang Mo didn't bring this up without a reason. The moment she saw Shen Qingling getting into the Gu family's car, she had already guessed the truth. So why is she deliberately bringing this up now? Shang Xia's reaction said it all. Shen Xia sat back down with a thoroughly disgusted expression. What the hell? Who wants to meet that trash who crawled out of an orphanage? That'll be your future fiancé. This attitude of yours won't do. Who said I'd acknowledge him as my fiancé? Guijin was already useless enough, now you're replacing him with someone even worse. Seems you're deliberately wishing misery upon me. Could it be you're afraid I'll steal the family fortune? Don't worry, I've no such thoughts. So your stance is that you don't want to change fiancés? Why should I change? I've said no 1,000 times, I won't change even if I die. Shang Mo could only sigh, then we'll have to find an opportunity to inform the Gu family. Shang Xia looked at her suspiciously. Weren't you the one insisting I change before? Why are you being so agreeable now? Forced melons aren't sweet. Since you favor Guijin so much, I won't force you. When did you become so understanding? Shang Mo glanced at Shen Qingling from the corner of his eye. The youth seemed lost in thought. Shang Mo added, didn't you quarrel with Guijin last time? I heard you hit him. He brought this upon himself by wronging me. He deserved that beating. Since you've decided to marry him, you should get along well. Invite him over for dinner. Right now? I only have time at noon today. You know how busy I am. Alright, I'll go call him. Shang Xia gave Guijin a phone call. Guijin hadn't originally planned to go, but upon hearing that it was Shang Mo's wish and that Shang Mo would also be there today, he changed his mind. No matter what, he had to do his utmost to win Shang Mo's favor. The opportunity for a marriage alliance with the Shang family absolutely must not fall into Shen Qingling's hands. Guijin dressed meticulously before heading to the Shang family residence. Shang Xia opened the door and appeared rather indifferent upon seeing him, clearly still harboring resentment from their last encounter. He brought a bouquet of flowers for Shang Xia. Xia, I bought the flowers you like. Please don't be angry with me anymore, okay? Never mind, come in first. I didn't expect your sister to invite me to dinner. I'm truly surprised and honored. She's just doing this for the sake of a political marriage. Don't fool yourself into thinking she actually likes you. Anyway, it's the thought that counts. I also brought a gift for your sister. Let's go. Enough with the nonsense. Guijin never expected to see that person here. The moment he entered and saw Shen Qingling sitting on the sofa, his entire body froze in shock. Shen Qingling, what is he doing here? Persistent as a ghost. Chapter 58, that good-for-nothing is called Shen Qingling. Guijin whispered softly, Xia, why is he here? My sister brought it back. How could your sister get involved with him? I wouldn't know. If you want to find out, ask my sister. Shang Xia didn't want to waste words on him. She still wasn't over her anger. Guijin first stepped forward to greet Shang Mo, then placed the gift on the table in front of him. Last time, Xia Shang was wrong to hit you, so I had her invite you over for a meal. Don't dwell on what happened before. How could that be? It was my mistake to begin with. I wouldn't blame Xia at all. Just her forgiving me would be more than enough. That's good that you can think this way. Shang Mo still seemed as aloof as before, but his attitude seemed slightly warmer. He didn't appear as resistant anymore. Guijin wasn't sure if this was just his imagination, but since Shang Mo said so, it probably meant he hoped Guijin could continue the arranged marriage with Shang Xia. This was actually a good start. Guijin glanced once more at Shen Qingling by his side. In what capacity had he appeared at the Shang family's home? Did the Shangs know his true identity? Guijin took the initiative to greet Shen Qingling with, "You're here too." Shen Qingling replied, "Amen, I have business." Just then, the housekeeper stepped forward to announce that dinner was ready, and the group moved from the drawing room to the dining hall.
Shang Mo left with Shen Qingling supporting him. Gui Jin grew increasingly uneasy as he watched. Shang Mo had always recoiled from others' touch. Why would he willingly let Shen Qingling assist him? Frowning, he turned to Shang Xia and asked, "Don't you think there's something off between your sister and him?" Shang Xia rolled her eyes. "You're overthinking it. My sister's a woman who only sees dollar signs. Most men hold less appeal to her than the faces on banknotes." Gui Jin pressed his lips together, but Shen Qingling wasn't just any ordinary man. Shang Xia said angrily, "Why do you always pay attention to my sister? Could it be you have some ulterior motives?" Shang Xia knew very well that Shang Mo was beautiful, wealthy, and influential. It was rare to find a man who wouldn't be tempted. And Gui Jin was after all, a man. Gui Jin smiled gently and said, "What are you talking about? She's your sister. The only person I've ever liked is you. After all these years, don't you know my heart? Have I ever spared another woman a second glance? That's because she's your elder sister, so I cared a little more, worried she might be deceived by someone with ulterior motives." Now it was Xinxia's turn to laugh. She gets fooled by others? Don't make me laugh, Jin. If she doesn't scam people out of their pants, she's being merciful. What are you talking about? Come eat. Shang Mo's voice rang out, and the two ceased their idle chatter. Gui Jin was not unfamiliar with having meals at the Shang residence. He'd visited often when the elder Shangs were still alive, so he moved with natural ease. Shen Qingling was here for the first time, so he spoke little, merely listening as Gui Jin reminisced about amusing incidents from their past in the Shang household. Thinking back now, Xia Shang's anger toward Gui Jin had subsided somewhat, and she remembered all the kindness Gui Jin had shown her in the past. She smiled and said, Jin always used to pick only me to be his wife when we played house. He'd throw a fit if Qianxian or the others tried to play the part. Mom said Jin will definitely make a good husband in the future. Gui Jin grasped Shen Xia's hand and said, "I won't let your parents down." Shang Mo's gaze chilled like frozen blades, only for a fleeting moment. "When exactly do you two plan to get married?" Shang Mo actually took the initiative to ask about their marriage. The sun must be rising from the west. Xia Shang said nonchalantly, "I couldn't care less, but now that the useless member of the Gu family has returned, who knows what the Gus are thinking? From what I can see, Anwen doesn't seem too keen on arranging a marriage between my Jin and them." Hearing the words, the good-for-nothing Gui Jin glanced at Shen Qingling. His expression remained calm, showing no reaction. Such remarkable composure? Shang Xia then turned to Gui Jin and asked, "By the way, when is that good-for-nothing returning to the Gu family? Have you met him yet?" Gui Jin put on an embarrassed expression and said, Xia, you really shouldn't say it like that. It's not appropriate." Sheng Xia gave him a bewildered look and replied, "Then how should I say it? That person who came back from the orphanage? What was his name again?" "Shen Qingling." Shen Qingling suddenly spoke up. Sheng Xia turned to look at him and asked, "What?" "I'm saying that good-for-nothing is called Shen Qingling." "How did you know?" "I know him." "Ha, how could you know that loser? Are you too close? What does he look like? Tell me about him." Shen Qingling smiled slightly but didn't respond. Xia Shang blinked his eyes. "Why aren't you saying anything?" Shen Qingling calmly put down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth. "Aren't you going to ask me my name?" "All right, I still don't know your name yet. What should I call you?" "Shen Qingling." Pfft, cough cough. Xia Shang had just taken a sip of water when this answer made her choke until her face turned completely red. The entire restaurant fell into deafening silence, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Putting down her glass, Xia Shang stared at Shen Qingling in utter disbelief. What did you just say? You're Shen Qingling?" "Yes." "Impossible, how could you be that good-for-nothing from the orphanage? I mean that person." Xia Shang was utterly stunned. "Ha, is this right? Is this really right?" She stared blankly at Shen Qingling. Was such a handsome man really her fiancé? Oh, it seemed unlikely now. Shen Qingling heard a loud notification in his mind. Xia Shang regret value increased by 70, affection value increased by 30. Shen Qingling chuckled, what a refreshingly honest child. Xia Shan was now unbearably embarrassed. Never in her life had she felt so mortified. She actually called him an orphanage-raised loser right in front of Shen Qingling, swore she'd rather die than marry him, and then blatantly flirted with Gui Jin at the dining table. Her mind was now a tangled mess, utterly bewildered. Shen Qingling stood up and said, "I'm finished. Please take your time." With that, he headed toward the living room. A scream from Shang Xia echoed through the dining room. "Ah!" Shang Mo maintained his composure. "What are you yelling for? Eat your meal." Shang Xia's eyes flickered with uncertainty. "Do you think he's just messing with me?" Shang Mo, no idea. I've never met the Gu family's young master either. Shang Xia could only turn to Gui Jin. Jin, is he the one who came back from the orphanage? Gui Jin nodded. Yes, he moved back into the Gu family last night. I even hinted earlier that you shouldn't say those things. Shang Xia said angrily, why didn't you tell me sooner? Gui Jin was also annoyed, but still forced a smile. How was I supposed to know you'd say those things? Besides, Didn't you swear you wouldn't care about him no matter what he looked like?
Xia Shang frowned without speaking.
The smile on Gui Jin's face gradually faded. Xia, are you having regrets?
Xia Shang poked at the shrimp in her bowl and remained silent.
Shang Yamo suddenly spoke up. There's no room for regrets now. Marriage isn't child's play.
You've already said hurtful things to him, he probably won't agree to this arranged marriage anymore.
Midsummer, what if my heart hurts even more? Chapter 59, I'll keep stalking you. An awkward meal concluded in Midsummer's silence.
Shen Xingling didn't seem inclined to stay much longer either. After Shang Yamo and the others finished dining, he bid his farewell and left.
Gui Jin looked at the disheartened Xingxia and didn't particularly want to stay here either. Rather than worrying about Xingxia's thoughts, he was more curious about what Shen Xingling was thinking. Shen Xingling's perspective seemed to be the crucial factor in this matter. Gui Jin took the initiative to suggest returning together with Shen Xingling. Xingling, are you heading home? Mum, I drove here. Want to ride back with me? Good. Shen Xingling got into Gui Jin's car.
The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward as Shen Xingling watched the scenery outside while Gui Jin kept his focus on driving.
I'm sorry. Let me apologize for Xia's behavior. No need to apologize.
What she thinks is her own business.
Shen Xingling didn't seem angry at all, nor bothered by Shang Xia's words. What exactly was his intention?
When they stopped at a red light, Gui Jin couldn't help glancing at Shen Xingling and cautiously asked, what if your family insists on arranging a marriage between you and Xia? Only then did Shen Xingling shift his gaze to Gui Jin.
Gui Jin, here we go again, that look on his face. That's your fiancé. I've heard all about your years together and know how strong your bond is. How could I ever be the kind of person who ruins relationships? But if it weren't for me, perhaps she would have been your fiancé. There aren't that many what-ifs in this world. Don't you hate me at all? I took everything that should have belonged to you. What's the point of hating you? Can time flow backward? You were just a baby back then. Imposing hatred on you would only bring more suffering to myself.
Shen Xingling's gaze at him was calm, even holding a kind of tolerance and goodwill. To others, Shen Xingling seemed like ice, but to Gui Jin, he felt like water.
This is very wrong. Gui Jin clenched the steering wheel tightly, rendered speechless by Shen Xingling's obstruction. Damn!
That Shen Xingling is really a flawless white lotus.
Gui Jin simply couldn't fathom someone like Shen Xingling. How could he not hate him? How could he look at him with such eyes? They were sworn enemies, destined to fight to the death.
The more Shen Xingling behaved this way, the more Gui Jin longed to see him become just like him.
How could Shen Xingling remain so pristine and untarnished?
His kindness and goodness only made Gui Jin despise him even more. He wanted to destroy him, shatter his benevolence, and make him understand the cruelty of the world. He must become as unscrupulous as himself. Gui Jin had been sensitive and paranoid since childhood, with a dark heart, never able to live as openly and honestly as Shen Xingling. For so many years, he struggled under the weight of this bloodline identity, constantly fearing that one wrong move would send him tumbling from the clouds. He kept dreaming of his identity being exposed and himself being cast out, never daring to relax for even a moment. It was precisely because he had known since childhood that he wasn't truly a member of the Gu family that he couldn't develop any affection for these people, remaining cautious and guarded at all times. He had no choice but to wear a mask in life, to disguise his true self, and to become someone who would stop at nothing. How could Shen Xingling possibly grow into an upright and kind person while living in such filth? By what right? Gui Jin gritted his teeth and said, but it's because of me that you were forced to become an orphan, losing your parents' love as a child, growing up in a leaky rental flat, having to take part-time jobs every day. All your suffering stems from me. How can you possibly not hate me? Gui Jin, I've never felt like my life was particularly hard. Gui Jin was taken aback. Shen Xingling continued, though I never had parental love, the orphanage director and caretakers treated me exceptionally well. They weren't my parents, but might as well have been. Though I lived in a leaking rental, I always knew I'd move beyond that someday. I had complete faith in my future. Taking on part-time jobs is nothing special, it's just part of everyday life for ordinary people. No one's life is purely sweet, even the wealthiest have their own troubles. Happiness isn't only what you define it to be. Don't imagine suffering on my behalf, that's just condescension from a lofty perch. In wealthy families like the Gus, how many members truly feel happy within those walls? So don't assume I'd resent you. Hating you would serve no purpose. That was indeed what the original host had thought. Shen Xingling had never considered his life unfortunate or painful. He always held hope for the future. Gui Jin was stunned by Shen Xingling's words, gripping the steering wheel tightly. He didn't know much else, but there genuinely weren't many who found happiness in the Gu family. Gu Chengwang remained fixated on his unattainable white moonlight, treating both of his arranged marriage wives with indifference. Gu Yutong lost her mother young, and when her father remarried quickly, she directed all her hatred toward her stepmother Wen Sultan, never daring nor able to hate the father who was the true culprit. When Sultan failed to win Gu Chengwang's affection, entering the household as its lowest status member, no matter how hard she tried, she could never warm the hearts of either father or daughter. Lin Qingdai, having lost both parents, lived under someone else's roof. In this household, everyone had their own peculiarities. Who would spare a thought for an outsider like her? As for himself, he had lived a life of constant unease since childhood, and stolen happiness could never bring true peace. Seeing Guijin suddenly fall silent, Shen Qingling reminded him, "The light's green." Only then did Guijin turn his head and resume driving. He fell into complete silence. When Guijin spoke with warmth and kindness, it was usually a facade, but his silence revealed his truest self. Shen Qingling's words gave him the overwhelming sense that the life he had fought tooth and nail to obtain was something Shen Qingling had no desire for. Or perhaps, Shen Qingling could live just fine without any of it. Guijin felt like more of a joke than ever at this moment. The two of them returned to the Gu residence in silence. Wen Sulan immediately greeted Shen Qingling warmly upon seeing her, showering her with concern. Watching the scene coldly, Guijin said nothing and went upstairs. He didn't return to his room, but instead stood in a dark corner on the second floor, staring at the pair with shadowy intensity. "Shen Qingling, I'll keep watching you, forever and ever." There are no happy people in the Gu family, and Shen Qingling must be like them. Time quickly moved to the next day. After finishing his classes, Shen Qingling returned to find the Gu household bustling with activity. There were many additional vehicles outside, unmistakably belonging to the production crew. Numerous staff members in work uniforms and wearing earpieces were bustling about the house. It seems they've already started preparing for the show's premiere. Today was the Gu family's promotional poster shoot for the show's debut, but Shen Qingling naturally didn't attend since he wouldn't be participating in the program. With too many crew members on site, Shen Qingling wore a mask to avoid revealing his identity prematurely. The moment Shen Qingling appeared, Assistant Director Gao Yu, who was coordinating on site, immediately noticed him. Even with Shen Qingling wearing a hoodie and a mask, his figure and those mesmerizing eyes still instantly caught Gao Yu's attention. In a crowd, he'd stand out at a single glance. Staff members were murmuring amongst themselves. Gao Yu turned to the Gu family's butler and asked, "Who is that? Are you talking about the one wearing a mask?" "Mum, I don't know." Gao Yu asked in confusion, "You don't know? Then how did he just swagger into the living room like that?" The butler smiled faintly. "If the master didn't mention it, of course I wouldn't know." The Gu family's butler naturally knew what should and shouldn't be said. After all, certain words simply couldn't come from his mouth. Gao Yu could tell he didn't want to talk about it, so he stopped pressing further. Gao Yu directly made a phone call to director He Chili. Upon learning there was another person in the Gu family, He Chili couldn't help asking Gu Yutong about it. "He's my younger brother just like Guijin, but he prefers keeping a low profile and dislikes appearing on camera. I hope you can try your best to avoid filming him." Who is He Chili? She was a seasoned veteran who thrived in the entertainment industry. Just one glance at the Gu family's expressions told her that the young man's identity wasn't ordinary. Her intuition told her that the Gu family definitely had some juicy gossip. Chapter 60, the variety show begins airing. In the evening, the production team released the Gu family's promotional poster. As the final guest poster revealed by the program team, Gu Jia's style was distinctly different from the others. The entire poster was dominated by black and gold tones. Gu Chengwang sat upright alone on a luxurious European-style chair, his face devoid of any smile, wearing a serious expression with chilling authority in his eyes, a classic portrayal of a wealthy patriarch. Wen Sulan wore a white gown with her hair elegantly pinned up, exuding gentle sophistication. She smiled tenderly at the camera, leaning lightly against Gu Chengwang's left side, the perfect image of a noble matriarch. Wen Sulan held Lin Qingdai's hand. Lin's long, straight black hair and princess-style dress gave her an aura of pure innocence, reminiscent of the unattainable campus beauty every boy secretly adored in his youth. Gu Yutong stood to the right of Gu Chengwang. Resting one hand on his shoulder, she wore a high-slit black dress with a crown atop her head. She gazed down at the camera with an air of haughty dominance, like a queen in complete control. Beside Gu Yutong stood Guijin in a tailored suit, gently holding his hand with a tender gaze and a soft smile on his lips, like a refined nobleman of jade-like temperament, the very picture of harmless benevolence in this poster. The posters of the Gu family exude the extravagant luxury and decadent indulgence of the elite in every detail. This was director He Chili's request. The main purpose of the Gu family was to satisfy the audience's curiosity about the lives of the wealthy. The production team knew exactly what the viewers wanted to see. This set of posters is undoubtedly the most beautifully shot and meticulously crafted. Each person has their own distinctive style, where even their image positioning seems clearly visible. Father is the supreme authority in this household, wielding absolute power. Mother is a glamorous socialite with the attributes of a decorative vase. The eldest sister is an ambitious woman whose status surpasses others. The younger brother is a gentle and kind-hearted young master, doted on by all. The youngest sister is an innocent little rabbit who barely registers on the radar. As a top-tier actress, Gu Yutong naturally brings immense popularity. The Gu family is a prominent wealthy family in Jiangcheng, and with the drama-stirring buff of this show, their group promo poster topped the trending charts, with comments quickly exceeding 100,000.
Some comments came from Gu Yutong's fans controlling the narrative, while others were praising the Gu family's stunning looks. Holy moly, Sister Tang looks absolutely breathtaking in this one. My heart's racing, my breath quickening, my air purifying power now surpasses rainforests. I'll become the new lungs of the earth. I'll kneel so hard the Tibetan plateau craters into a basin. No need for the South-North water transfer project when I cry. My whales alone could generate wind power for the entire globe. That's my girl, don't touch, don't snatch, don't even think about her. You lay a finger on her, 110 takes me away, 120 carts you off. I make headlines, you get erased from the family register. I go to jail, you go to hell. I'd even accept nail art with tacky rhinestones, anything sister does is perfect, anything at all. I was painting the wall purple when I saw something so exciting that I knocked over the purple paint next to me. As I watched the paint spill onto the floor, I screamed, my paint, my purple paint. No wonder they could give birth to Gu Yutong, whose looks are top tier, both parents are so good looking, and their younger siblings have such striking features they could easily debut in the entertainment industry. This poster takes my breath away, this is truly the vibe of a wealthy family. The production team nailed it, the depiction of extravagant luxury is just perfect. Is this the only family featured on the show where every member has top-tier looks? What does it feel like to have an entire family of flawless visuals? Sister Tang might say she feels nothing, after all. What feeling could there be when she wakes up to this face every day? A face so flawless it might as well be Manhwa's masterpiece. I can't wait. This is my first time on a variety show. Candies must tune in. But why does this family not look very much alike? A passerby commented that the Gu family members didn't look much alike, and the remark instantly got roasted to the top of the trending comments. But upon closer inspection, that does seem to be the case. Gu Yutong and Gu Changwang could at least be said to share some resemblance, but the others didn't look alike at all. Gu Yijin resembled neither his father nor his mother, and Lin Qingdai was even less of a resemblance. After all, she wasn't biologically related to the Gu family. But fans would insist otherwise, and Gu Yutong wasn't worried about that. Even though this show is notorious for its chaotic fan wars, fans would still bravely charge forward. There have been instances before where wildly popular celebrities joined the show, sparking fierce battles between fans, producers, and casual viewers. The only difference lies in whether your fan base can outlast them. If casual viewers and non-standing audiences form the majority, no amount of fans could ever win that fight. Gu Yutong is the only celebrity family in this season's cast, attracting massive attention and high traffic. However, this also means the audience will scrutinize every detail of the Gu family under a microscope, judging each member with critical eyes. Most viewers who enjoy this show are entertainment seekers addicted to juicy gossip, and their favorite thing is uncovering the secrets and major scandals of wealthy families. The X Family Journey is a fully live-streamed program. Moreover, the production team has installed hidden cameras with Gu Yutong's consent. Gu Yutong didn't mind as long as no cameras were placed in the second-floor bedroom area. The Gu family themselves couldn't even tell how many surveillance cameras they had at home. Everyone was too busy, spending little time at home, mostly just in the living room or their bedrooms, occasionally basking in the garden on fine days. Other areas of the house were rarely visited. Yet the director meticulously installed cameras everywhere in the Gu residence except for the second floor of the villa. First, to give audiences a clear glimpse into elite family life. Second, because the production team hoped these cameras might capture some juicy aristocratic secrets. The biggest scandals from previous seasons were all caught by hidden cameras. What could be filmed this time at the Gu residence? Chili was eagerly anticipating it. On the first day of the show's broadcast, the Gu family's livestream was overwhelmed with traffic, reaching millions of concurrent viewers, with comments flying by too fast to read. It was 6 p.m., dinner time at the Gu household. The Gu family's dinner was lavish, as the director had specifically requested everything to be extravagant to cater to the audience's fantasies of wealthy families. They wanted to create the impression that the Gus dined on delicacies every day. Though it might seem pretentious, the audience would genuinely believe it. At first, everyone felt a bit awkward in front of the cameras. But the Gu family members were no strangers to high society banquets, having faced cameras and reporters many times before. After the initial tension, they quickly eased back into their usual relaxed selves. During the dinner, each person showcased their unique personality. Gu Yutong frequently appeared on television, so public curiosity about her wasn't particularly high, making most discussions focus on Gu Yijin instead. Gu Yijin fulfills all my imaginations of a wealthy young master from novels. He's so elegant. The way he smiles at Sister Tang is so gentle, I'm practically melting in his smile. Honestly, he doesn't seem like a spoiled rich heir at all, more like an obedient puppy. Gu Yijin has a pretty good reputation in the circle, but it's a shame he's already engaged to a childhood sweetheart no less, someone he shares deep affection with. That makes me love him even more. Devoted and loyal to his childhood sweetheart, this is like a novel come to life. The Gu family won't end up being the most harmonious one on this show, will they? No way. I want drama, I want a wealthy family feud who wants to see you all flaunt how perfect your privileged lives are. Before the show aired, pretty much every guest had already set up their Weibo accounts. The show had only been broadcasting for an hour, yet Gui Jin had already gained 100,000 new fans. Meanwhile, Shen Qingling deliberately skipped the premiere banquet. Chapter 61, Dragging Shen Qingling into the Abyss. Shen Qingling didn't return home until after 10 p.m., and no one knew where he'd been. Shen Qingling habitually wore a mask. After entering, he quickly nodded at the few people recording the show in the living room before heading upstairs. This had been Shen Qingling's routine ever since returning to the Gu family. He wasn't close with his family members yet and had little to say, spending his days in some unknown busyness. He grabs a piece of bread after his morning jog and leaves without a word, then merely nods in greeting when returning home at night before retreating to his room. He remained cool and indifferent to everyone except Wen Sulan. Just as Shen Qingling was about to head upstairs, Gui Jin suddenly called out to him, "Qingling, where have you been? Why are you only coming back now?" Shen Qingling glanced at him, "Business." Gui Jin walked over and said, "What exactly have you been busy with these past few days? Mom's very worried about you. If anything's wrong, you must tell the family." "I'm fine." With Shen Qingling's mask obscuring his expression, his tone remained as dispassionate as ever, a coldness that would chill anyone hearing it for the first time. "Anything else? If not, I'm going upstairs." "Nothing, good night." Shen Qingling didn't respond to his good night and directly went upstairs. Qingling was never the warm type by nature. Even after clarifying with Gui Jin that she wouldn't hold grudges against him, it didn't mean she would start liking him either. Gui Jin deliberately approached Shen Qingling precisely because he knew his temperament. Gui Jin feigned sadness as he lowered his eyes, though he seemed somewhat accustomed to Shen Qingling's attitude. The livestream audience buzzed with questions about the masked stranger's identity. No one had seen this person before the broadcast began. The barrage of comments grew even more furious over Shen Qingling's treatment of Gui Jin. "How rude. Compared to Gui Jin, it's like comparing heaven to earth. Why are you wearing a mask? Not even taking it off at home? Could it be he wears a mask because he's ugly? No one thinks his voice is really pleasant? Sounds like a voice actor's. That commanding CEO voice in radio dramas, the immortal sect leader's tone in fantasy series, and the coldly elegant school heartthrob voice in campus shows, they all share this vocal quality, succinctly called the untouchable flower voice. What untouchable flower? Rude is just rude. If he won't even show his face, he's probably some ugly freak. It's hilarious how people in the comments are fawning over him. This guy isn't even on the Gu family's official posters. Could he be some illegitimate child? Didn't see him at dinner all evening, yet now he storms in with that attitude, talking like someone owes him $8 million. Wen Sulan immediately went upstairs after Shen Qingling, seemingly somewhat concerned about his state. After Gui Jin sat back down, Gu Yutang asked curiously, "What did you say to him?" Gui Jin smiled helplessly. "I just asked what exactly he's been busy with. I told him Mom's worried he's been leaving early and coming back late these past few days without a word." Sigh. He lowered his eyes with a bitter smile, "But Qingling has never liked me, so it's normal he wouldn't say anything." Gu Yutang thought about Gui Jin's identity and sighed, but couldn't mention it on the show, so she could only comfort by saying, "He might just be in a bad mood. Don't overthink it." Lin Qingdai almost couldn't restrain herself from rolling her eyes. She couldn't help but speak up. "Qingling Ji has always been like this. Jin Ji should know by now, he's just not much of a talker. Where was this concern before? Now you're just trying to make Qingling Ji look bad in front of the audience. Even more fake than her. How infuriating." Unfortunately, Lin Qingdai's explanation had no effect. Gui Jin turned to her and asked, "Didn't you say you wanted Qingling to tutor you, Qingdai? Did he actually help you?" Gui Jin was being deliberate again. Shen Qingling had been busy every day lately. Where would he find time to tutor Lin Qingdai? As a considerate little green tea, Lin Qingdai wouldn't pester him knowing he was occupied. But Gui Jin's question was clearly malicious. No matter how Lin Qingdai answered, it would cast Shen Qingling in a negative light to the audience. Why isn't Qingdai saying anything? "It's nothing. Brother Qingling has been very busy lately. I'll talk to him when he's free." Gui Jin's triumph lasted less than a minute before Lin Qingdai added, "If only Brother Jin were as brilliant as Brother Qingling at Jiang University, then I wouldn't need to bother Qingling." Gu Yutang frowned and said, "Alright, it's getting late. Everyone should go to bed." Gui Jin glanced at Wen Sulan's seat, his visibly downcast eyes betraying both disappointment and sorrow. Anyone unaware might think he cared deeply for his mother Wen Sulan. Afterwards, the group headed upstairs separately, while the barrage of comments continued raging over Shen Qingling and Gui Jin's confrontation. Every minor detail in the show gets endlessly magnified. Is that guy really a top student from Jiang University? Is it true or not? The atmosphere turned sour as soon as he came back. Jin was so happy before, but his mood dropped when that guy showed up. Even if he's from Jiang University, he still won't tutor you, will he? Our Jin is so sweet, what are you being so sarcastic for? This girl talks like such a manipulative twee, can't stand it. Why does Mom Gu seem to care less about Guijin but shows so much more concern for that masked guy? Could she be a biased mother? Lin Qingdai called him brother, so is he also from the Gu family? Why isn't he on the show? How strange.
Qingling, that name sounds so familiar.
I feel like I've heard it somewhere. That's the top student from our Jian University.
Unfortunately, the few supportive comments from Qingling's fellow alumni in the barrage were quickly drowned out by the flood of bullet screen messages and went unnoticed. The next morning, Qingling grabbed a piece of bread and headed out the door. Sulan showed concern with a few words, which he acknowledged with brief replies. But compared to Guijin's almost ingratiating response to Sulan on the show, Qingling's reaction seemed far too indifferent. Guijin placed a glass of milk beside Sulan and said, "Mom, Qingling has his own matters to attend to.
You don't need to worry about him every minute. Hurry up and have your meal."
Sulan merely smiled faintly in response. She simply couldn't muster much warmth toward Guijin. Even putting on an act for the show was beyond her. The resentment in her heart had taken root and wasn't something that could be easily erased.
The barrage of comments all criticized Sulan for favoritism, with many viewers empathizing with Guijin, believing he was just like them, a child who didn't receive parental preference. Once again, Guijin gained a wave of sympathy.
But Chili was different from the others. Her attention had been fixed on Qingyi all along. After exhausting every means to inquire, she finally managed to uncover Qingyi's identity through the Gu family, the long-lost second young master of the Gu family who had just been found after years of disappearance. Chili was full of curiosity about him but never got a chance to approach him, as he was always too busy to be seen. These days, Guijin could be described as riding high on success.
Whenever Qingling appeared, there would be nothing but negative comments in the bullet chats. He refused to believe Qingling could maintain that pure-hearted innocence after enduring online violence. Guijin planned to comfort Qingling when he could no longer sustain that detached composure.
Guijin's so-called comfort was ultimately just an attempt to make Qingling see the harsh truth of this world. He wanted Qingling to become like him, consumed by jealousy, plagued by worry, harboring hatred toward him, and utterly despairing of this world. Then Qingling could no longer face everything with that damned, detestable so-called kindness and tolerance. He absolutely couldn't stand to see Qingling acting like some pure-hearted and merciful saint.
He was determined to drag Qingling down into the abyss.
Qingling, don't even think about staying that flawless, untouchable figure above it all. At 11 p.m., Guijin knocked on Qingling's door.
Chapter 62, I came to mock you. Guijin flashed a friendly yet fake smile. I need to talk to you, may I come in?
Qingling didn't seem inclined to let him in. Say it here.
Guijin added, I'm afraid Mom will worry if she hears.
Hearing this, Qingling indeed let him in. The moment Qingling turned around, the smile vanished from Guijin's lips.
Are you really that concerned about Sulan? Why?
Guijin still couldn't understand. Sulan had never raised him and had spent years raising someone else's child, yet Qingling could actually be at peace with all of this? This woman held such a low position in the household, unable to help him in any way. What could she really do besides asking after his well-being every day and giving him pocket money? Instead of currying favor with Gu Changwang, Qingling reserved all his kindness for Sulan. What an utter fool.
After entering, Guijin took a moment to survey Qingling's room.
Qingling's room was minimalist, dominated by shades of white and gray, with carefully selected decorations arranged thoughtfully by Sulan, evidently chosen with great care. Few items in the room truly belonged to Qingling himself, save for a single group photo on the desk.
Guijin walked over and glanced at it. To his surprise, it was a group photo from the orphanage. Even though there were many people in the group photo, Guijin still recognized Qingling at a glance. The young Qingling was just as breathtakingly handsome as he is now. In the photo, he was smiling radiantly, completely unlike his current self.
Guijin found himself momentarily lost in thought.
What do you want to say?
Qingling spoke before Guijin snapped out of his daze.
It's about the show. But I didn't participate in the show. What do you want to tell me?
Qingling, you might not know this, but the online comments about you were very, very negative. I didn't even show my face and barely spoke.
Why?
Because you leave early and return late, barely visible.
The audience thinks you're out partying. Plus, your speech is rather brief and cold, making them think you have a bad personality. Many people are criticizing you. I don't know if you've seen it.
Qingling paused for a moment.
Guijin was overjoyed. Was he about to lose his temper? But the next second, Qingling wore a puzzled expression. So what? Guijin froze for a moment. So what? What do you mean so what? Those people were unreasonably criticizing you, and even I got angry on your behalf. How can you be completely indifferent? Qingling actually smiled wryly. You came to me just for this?
Guijin pressed his lips together lightly. This is no trivial matter.
If it continues to escalate, it could very well turn into a full-blown cyberbullying incident.
I searched your name on Weibo, and all I found were negative comments. If this reaches Mom's ears, she might be deeply upset.
Shen Qingling nodded slightly. Understood. Gu Yijin. Shen Qingling, is there anything else? Gu Yijin, aren't you even angry? Shen Qingling, why should I be angry? They don't know the real me at all, they've simply fabricated their imagined version of me to project their gazes and vent their emotions. If I got upset over that, it would be pointless. Gu Yijin could tell that Shen Qingling genuinely didn't seem to care. It made his gleeful self of the past 2 days look like a complete clown. He was delighted by the online audience's affection for him and pleasantly surprised by the skyrocketing number of followers. At first, he was happy, but now he is not. Because there was someone who didn't care about any of this. He thought he had one, but in reality, the other person had never even entered the competition. It was all just a figment of his imagination. Shen Qingling couldn't have cared less about it. He said, Gu Yijin, I don't live by other people's judgment. So he lived within the gaze of others. What those people admired was merely the persona he performed. The real him remained hidden like a rat scurrying in the shadows. Gu Yijin stood up and said, then you should rest. I won't disturb you any longer. Gu Yijin had just reached the door when Shen Qingling suddenly spoke up. Still, thank you for coming to tell me all this. You're truly kind-hearted. Gu Yijin was infuriated. I came here to mock you. He felt mocked by Shen Qingling. Kind? Funny, does that word have anything to do with Gu Yijin at all? Foolish Shen Qingling. Does he think everyone in this world is just like him? Gu Yijin didn't turn around. He didn't need to look to know Shen Qingling was surely wearing that same white lotus expression again. His face darkened as he replied, no need to thank me. Shen Qingling's voice came from behind. If possible, I'd like us to be friends. Gu Yijin clenched his teeth and closed his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he maintained his gentle tone. I hope so too. It's late. I won't disturb your rest any longer. Good night. Shen Qingling did not respond to his good night. That's just like him, never one for words. Gu Yijin arrived with a beaming smile but left with a contorted expression. Back in his room, Gu Yijin tossed and turned, unable to sleep. He opened Weibo to search for Shen Qingling's name, his nightly antidote for insomnia. Seeing others criticize Shen Qingling always gave him satisfaction. But tonight, it didn't work. He wasn't the least bit pleased seeing those insults. That Qingling must be an ugly freak, wearing a mask all day too scared to show his face. Is Gu Qingling jealous of Yijin? He treats the Gu family's dog better than Yijin. What a twisted mindset. Gu Qingling is the only rotten apple in the Gu family. No wonder they didn't let him join the show. Gu Qingling is fooling around outside day and night, completely invisible, even busier than the repeat student Lin Qingdai. What a wild life he leads. Gu Qingling keeps his head down all day long. Can he even hold his head up as a person? Is he really the Gu family's illegitimate child? Gu Qingling can't compare to Gu Yijin in the slightest. He's practically the black sheep of the Gu family, ugly, rude, uncultured, and scandalously reckless. What a disgusting man. How dare Gu Qingling speak to our Yijin like that? Does he bully Yijin at home too? Since everyone in the Gu family called Shen Qingling by his last two characters, no one knew his actual surname was Shen. Naturally, they all assumed he was surnamed Gu, and Gu Qingling became his name. These comments were already relatively mild, some were so vulgar they made Gu Yijin frown just reading them. Much of the audience's negative perception of Shen Qingling stemmed from Gu Yijin's influence. Viewers believed when Sulan favored Shen Qingling while neglecting Gu Yijin, making Gu Yijin seem pitiable. Gu Yijin cared for Shen Qingling, but compared to Gu Yijin's enthusiasm, Shen Qingling's response was far too cold. Poor Gu Yijin. Gu Chengwang would inquire about Shen Qingling, but rarely asked about Gu Yijin. Unnoticed by his father, poor Gu Yijin. Even so, Gu Yijin still made efforts to care for every member of the household. He treated Gu Yutong with utmost gentleness, even clinging to his sister to act spoiled, the epitome of the sweet, considerate younger brother audiences fantasized about. He was filial and sensible toward his mother Wen Sulan, and even though she treated him with such indifference, he still strove to do what a good son should. He admired yet feared his father, trying every day at the dinner table to engage him in conversation, longing for his father's attention, only to receive lukewarm indifference in return. Gu Yijin had meticulously crafted nearly every trait people loved. It was perfectly normal for the audience to adore him. Yet, there was one truth he failed to grasp. A person who appears too perfect from the start risks making even the slightest mistake fatal later on, as the audience may then perceive everything they've done as an act. Shen Qingling understood this principle well, which is why he wouldn't take such an approach. He chose the path of dramatic reversal, low beginnings leading to high endings. The more hate he received early on, the more sympathy and affection he would gain in the end. Chapter 63, Serves You Right for Getting Cyberbullied. On Friday night, Shen Qingling returned late again. Gu Yijin insisted on waiting for Shen Qingling to return before eating, so he went hungry without having a meal. Shen Qingling was, of course, completely unaware of this. He was so exhausted today that he didn't even have the strength to speak. Gu Yijin had specifically left dinner for Shen Qingling, but when Shen Qingling tried to talk to him,
he just shook his head and went straight upstairs.
Gu Yijin looked as if he was either desperately hungry or wounded by Shin Xingling's indifference.
He sat pale-faced at the dining table in a daze, then suddenly clutched his stomach with a pained frown. It must be said that Gu Yijin was ruthless even to himself. Whatever he had taken made him pass out right at the dining table. The production team was also stunned, and now even the crew members couldn't help but feel deep sympathy for Gu Yijin. The Gu family had a private doctor. Gu Yijin was taken to the second floor, out of the camera's view, so no one knew what happened to him afterward. This incident exploded like a lit firecracker, with the barrage of comments mercilessly tearing Shin Xingling to shreds while pouring out their hearts for Gu Yijin. What a vile creature. Our Jin waited for him so late, and he couldn't even spare a word. What kind of attitude is that? I'm serious, Yijin, stop paying attention to this person.
It's really not worth it. My heart aches for you. What do we do now? Yijin fainted, is she going to be okay? It's the first time I've hated someone this much. Gu Qingling should just drop dead. This is making me furious.
If anything happens to Yijin, I swear I'll dig up all of Gu Qingling's dirty laundry and make sure he knows what cyberbullying feels like. Someone like Gu Qingling deserves to be cyberbullied. I've had it with the Gu family and all the horrible things they've done to our Yijin. His health is so poor he collapsed from not eating. The hashtag about Gu Yijin fainting soared to the top of trending searches, instantly eclipsing all attention on the other families and reducing the rest of the Gu clan to mere background props.
As for the tags related to Shin Xingling, they were downright unbearable to look at.
Public fury and loathing toward Shin Xingling peaked, even though he hadn't actually done anything wrong.
Shin Xingling calmly scrolled through his phone, unfazed by those comments.
After all, it was the result he wanted. At that moment, there was a knock at the door.
Shin Xingling got up to answer it.
Outside, Gu Yutong stood with an expression of barely contained fury.
What did you do to Yijin? Why did he faint? Gu Yijin fainted? I didn't know. I know you don't like him, but could you at least be a little nicer?
We're filming a show, after all. He cares so much about you, yet you always respond with such coldness. It's really too much.
Ajin has been trying hard to make it up to you. My mother has also been making up for the love you lacked, yet have you ever given her a single kind look? Gu Yutong didn't expect Shin Xingling to suddenly mention Wen Sulan. She frowned and said, that's irrelevant.
These are two separate matters, don't change the subject.
Shin Xingling's indifferent eyes flickered with a hint of mocking smile. It's the same issue. You've resented my mother for years despite her never wronging you. How could you possibly treat Eugene and me differently?
I neither dislike nor hate him, but if you expect me to treat him with warmth, I can't. That's just my nature. I don't show enthusiasm toward anyone.
I can't give you whatever response you want from me. I'm a human being, not some pre-programmed emotion machine you've devised. With that, Shin Xingling closed the door. Gu Yutong's eyes widened. You, what kind of attitude is this?
As she turned around, she saw Wen Sulan standing right behind her.
Wen Sulan's eyes were no longer as gentle as before. Her tone turned icy as she said, what exactly do you mean by this, Yutong? If Gu Yijin fainted, go find a doctor. Why are you bothering Qingling?
Gu Yutong sneered, as expected, blood ties make all the difference.
Have you even glanced at Ajin since he passed out? If it weren't for Shin Xingling, how could Ajin have collapsed like this? Ever since Shin Xingling returned home, have you cared about Ajin at all? He treated you so well, yet you're this heartless. I truly feel Ajin deserves better. Wen Sulan also smirked coldly, I've treated you so well, have you ever cared about me? Put yourself in someone else's shoes. If you were Qingling, how would you treat Gu Yijin? You'd probably wish him dead. If not for Qingling's kindness, do you really think Gu Yijin could still appear on shows and win so much sympathy?
Don't forget it was Qingling who made concessions, allowing him to stay with the Gu family, letting him participate in the show as a Gu family young master, and earning him so much affection and sympathy from others. Gu Yutong pressed her lips together, unable to offer any rebuttal. She had been agitated by Gu Yijin's sickly appearance, and upon hearing it was Shin Xingling's doing, immediately confronted her in anger. Being snapped at by Wen Sulan like this was a first, and Gu Yutong wasn't pleased either. She could only stubbornly retort, no one forced him to do this, it was his own choice.
Since he made the decision, there's no need to boast about it. Playing the WH. Bang! A sharp slap suddenly echoed through the silent night. For the first time, Wen Sulan struck Gu Yutong. Gu Yutong, covering her face, stared at Wen Sulan in disbelief. She trembled as she pointed at Wen Sulan and shrieked, how dare you hit me? Wen Sulan, how dare you? Qingling is my son. I won't let you insult him. Then why don't you take your son and get out of the Gu family?
Why are you still shamelessly staying here?
This is my home. Why should I leave?
This is my father and mother's home, not yours.
You're the cuckoo occupying the magpie's nest, stealing everything from my mother.
Gu Yutong's eyes turned red with agitation, and hurtful words spilled uncontrollably from his lips.
Then how could you so magnanimously forgive Gu Yijin on Qingling's behalf when he took everything from her?
Your mother died of natural causes.
Your father and I had a business marriage. Don't blame all your resentment on me.
If you have the guts, go hate your father and question why he remarried.
Do you dare? Yutong, the weakest person in this family isn't me, it's you. You don't even have the courage to face the truth.
After saying this, when Sulan turned and walked away, leaving Gu Yutong standing there in stunned silence, tears streaming down her face. She was seeing a completely different side of Wen Sulan for the first time, just like when she first met the Wen family.
Wen Sulan bore no resemblance to the Wen family at all.
Wen Sulan's father was cold and solemn, his words cutting straight to the heart.
He left Gu Chengwang, who had neglected Wen Sulan after marriage, dark-faced yet speechless.
Cheng Wang, either don't marry her at all, or treat her well if you've married her.
You swore to me you'd cherish her, yet this cherishing of yours means keeping my daughter at home like some decorative ornament?
If I had known there was someone you couldn't forget in your heart, I would never have agreed to this marriage. Back then, you didn't have the courage to give up everything for your idealized love, so don't resent others now that you've gained everything. This is your own problem, not my daughter's fault.
At that very moment, Gu Yutong seemed to see the deceased father of Wen Sulan. Chapter 64, The Astonishing Plot Twist.
A strikingly similar face suddenly appeared before her eyes. It was Shin Qingling. No wonder when Sulan cherished the son so much, he bore an uncanny resemblance to her deceased father.
I'm sorry.
Gu Yutong abruptly apologized, causing Shin Qingling to pause momentarily. It seemed she wasn't entirely beyond redemption after all.
Gu Yutong lowered her head and said, "It was my moment of impulse. I shouldn't have blamed you."
Shin Qingling handed her a tissue without saying a word.
Now somewhat more clear-headed, Gu Yutong wiped her tears as she asked, "Did you overhear me arguing with your mom?" "I did. I didn't mean it. I just spoke without thinking when I got angry. I'll apologize on your behalf." Gu Yutong looked up at him, wondering how Shin Qingling could possibly guess what she was about to say.
Shin Qingling met her gaze and added, "But it'd be better if you went yourself."
Gu Yutong awkwardly fiddled with the tissue and muttered, "I don't know what to say." "Don't you know how to say sorry? You could say it to me, but not to her?"
"It feels strange, this is the first time I've seen her lose her temper so badly."
"Wouldn't you be angry if I insulted your mother?" "Yes. You're as important to her as your mother is to you, so do you understand now?"
Gu Yutong fell silent for a moment before responding after a few seconds. I understand.
You should go rest, you don't look well." Gu Yutong noticed Shin Qingling's complexion seemed paler than usual.
Had her words upset him? She apologized again. "I'm sorry about tonight.
I shouldn't have said something like that. How is Gui Jin doing?" Gu Yutong gave him a surprised glance. Just what kind of attitude was he adopting toward Gui Jin anyway?
Having grown up with Gui Jin, Gu Yutong naturally sided with her, while Wen Sulan cared more about her own son, so she could better understand Shin Qingling's perspective. After hearing Wen Sulan's explanation, Gu Yutong could comprehend why Shin Qingling acted that way. She had always considered things from Gui Jin's angle and overlooked Shin Qingling's feelings. Even so, Shin Qingling wasn't the cold-hearted person she had imagined. He simply wasn't good with words, let alone performing for the camera. He wasn't the type to scheme with deep calculations.
Gu Yutong shook her head. "It's fine, he'll be better after a nap."
"Lately, the online buzz hasn't been kind to you, but I know you can't change yourself for the show.
Try to stay off Weibo for a while." "Got it. None of that ever mattered anyway."
Gu Yutong and Gui Jin alike never expected Shin Qingling to not care about these matters at all. Upon closer reflection, Shin Qingling truly had every reason to feel wronged. After all, Gui Jin never deserved this much love. One could say he gained it all by stepping on Shin Qingling's back. Gu Yutong suddenly felt a pang of guilt as she looked at Shin Qingling. Perhaps she shouldn't have accepted this program in the first place.
"Shall I post on Weibo to explain for you?" "No need. I'm not in the entertainment industry, these things don't matter." "Well then, you should get some rest. Good night." Gu Yutong wanted to do something, but Shin Qingling simply wouldn't accept it, nor did he need to. She felt somewhat uneasy.
The incident had been brewing all night, and Gu Yutong felt upset after reading those comments.
But forcibly intervening would only provoke backlash from the audience, making them dislike Shin Qingling even more.
However, public opinion soon took a sharp turn.
Someone posted about it on an entertainment forum. Question, isn't that Gu Qingling?
The way he wears the mask looks exactly the same. This post instantly attracted a lot of attention.
This is an entertainment app dedicated to celebrity gossip, full of juicy revelations.
As for the notoriously drama-filled show along with the X family, it even has a dedicated discussion group for all the heated debates and scandals. Before this, all the discussions about Shin Qingling in the group had been completely negative. But this sudden late-night post didn't seem like a smear piece, and many curious onlookers clicked in. Inside were several photos and screenshots from public accounts.
Even with a mask trying to blend into the crowd, Shin Qingling was instantly recognized.
His height was too conspicuous, plus those clothes matched exactly what he'd worn on the show. This was undoubtedly Shin Qingling, the very same person everyone called Gu Qingling.
But he wasn't indulging in nightly revelries as everyone gossiped.
Instead, he was doing charity work at an orphanage. These photos were taken at Jiangcheng Orphanage, and the articles with reposted images were published by Jiangcheng News official account. The article reported that Jiangcheng Orphanage had received anonymous donations and was conducting public welfare activities. There are a total of 10 photos, with Shen Xingling appearing in 5 of them. One shows him wearing a volunteer vest while carrying supplies. Another captures his back view as he crouches beside a table teaching children to draw. Yet another depicts him braving heavy rain, darting around a book rescue operation. There were photos of him holding a child, coaxing it to sleep. There were photos of him exhausted, leaning against a wall asleep. In these photos, he was never the protagonist, just a silhouette in the crowd, a fleeting snapshot of many volunteers. It was only through this program that he gained attention and was recognized. The last photo was a news screenshot of Shen Xingling wearing a mask during an interview. The reporter noticed this volunteer had been working tirelessly from morning till night, barely resting and even skipping meals, continuing like this for several days. The director revealed that this volunteer was also a child who grew up at Jiangcheng Orphanage, a hard-working youth who got into Jiangcheng University, serving as an inspiration for the orphanage's children. This post sparked massive discussions, with the unexpected twist leaving people utterly shocked. What? You're telling me Gu Qingling wasn't out partying but was actually doing charity work at an orphanage? OMG, what a jaw-dropping twist. This is my favorite part. Gu Qingling was quietly doing big things outside all along. So this was why he left early and returned late every day? Too exhausted to even lean against the wall properly, where would he find the energy to deal with Gui Jin? Just thinking about all those people pitying Gui Jin under tonight's Weibo hot searches is hilarious. Gu Qingling was just exhausted from doing charity work at an orphanage, while your precious brother fainted from waiting for him to come home for dinner. Wait, is no one else noticing how stunning Gu Qingling's eyes are? Even better looking than actual celebrities. He always used to flash by so quickly at the Gu family estate that I never got a proper look. Now I'm suddenly getting blinded by his looks. Could Gu Qingling actually be a handsome guy with a kind heart? That seems absolutely insane. If true, it's way too tragic that he's been getting bashed all this time. My heart aches for him for a second. Don't you guys think it's weird? Pay attention to the line in the article, a child from the orphanage. Could Gu Qingling have been adopted by the Gu family? No way he was adopted. If he were, why would Mrs. Gu dote on him so much? And why would Gui Jin keep throwing herself at him despite his cold shoulder? There's definitely something fishy going on here. I smell a juicy scandal. Hurry up, Dawn, I wanna see bloodshed. This is where the show really gets thrilling. Chapter 65, Shen Xingling suspected to be an illegitimate child. This post was published late at night that day, but it happened to be a Friday when many people were off work, so everyone was eagerly indulging in the gossip. Midnight scandals always feel more exhilarating and satisfying to savor. As expected, this post blew up. Not only did the post go viral, but it also blew up on the trending list. It's unclear whether the production team bought the trending spot or if it was simply due to overwhelming attention. Numerous entertainment accounts reposted the content on Weibo, while discussions about Shen Xingling flooded the show's super topic. Even Gui Jin's Weibo comments section was completely overrun. The top trending topic was, Gu Qingling Orphanage. Comments started appearing in support of Shen Xingling. Wait, Gu Qingling has been bashed for days only to find out he was doing charity work? Will Gui Jin's fanatics ever apologize? Can't imagine how exhausting it must be for Gu Qingling to deal with Gui Jin after working all day. Gu Qingling checks his phone after a long day only to find the sky falling, nothing but hate comments while Gui Jin gets to play victim. What a hilarious world. Oh, the fans will say Gu Qingling is Gu family's illegitimate child, someone shameful who shouldn't see the light of day. How could he deserve an apology from their idol? What exactly is Gu Qingling's status in the Gu family? Why do gossip accounts say he's from an orphanage? Is this some kind of wealthy family drama? Putting on my tin hat to say this, but honestly, I think Gui Jin is really putting on an act. Gu Qingling is obviously just socially awkward, yet Gui Jin keeps acting like that in front of the cameras. Isn't it just to make sure Gu Qingling gets hated on? What did us introverts ever do to deserve this? Woo-woo. Will the production team clarify this? Why is everyone avoiding the topic of Gu Qingling's identity? If he's part of the Gu family, why isn't he on the show? Love is Gui Jin's fan nickname, but this time they couldn't compete with regular viewers. Comments defending Gui Jin were pushed to the bottom, and even the two fan-upvoted hot comments were criticized by audiences and passers-by. Compared to Gui Jin's fainting incident, people were more curious about Shen Xingling's identity and wanted to know exactly what his status was in the Gu family. If he were an illegitimate child, why would he receive Wen Sulan's favor? This seemed abnormal. By normal logic, she should favor her biological son Gui Jin more, yet reality proved otherwise. As public attention on Shen Xingling grew, some actually dug into his background, done by Gui Jin's fans, and with malicious intent to expose everything about Shen Xingling. They tried to prove that Shen Xingling was an outsider in this family, an illegitimate member of the Gu family who couldn't compare to Gui Jin.
In reality, Shen Qingling's identity wasn't hard to verify.
He had been quite famous at Jiang University, but initially, the audience had assumed he was surnamed Gu, so they hadn't matched him to the correct person. Even those at Jiang University had no idea Shen Qingling was connected to the Gu family, since his striking good looks were just as notorious as his poverty. Now Gui Jin's fans were acting like crazy, insisting on uncovering the truth. After making inquiries at Jiang University, they finally connected the dots to Shen Qingling. Learning that Shen Qingling's surname was Shen rather than Gu filled them with delight, as if this alone could prove he wasn't truly part of the Gu family. Gui Jin's fans stormed the show's hashtag forums and fan app dedicated groups, all just to post that one message.
Shen Qingling's surname is Shen, not Gu.
He's not a real member of the Gu family at all. The explosive post contained copies of a certain department's academic records from Jiang University and a list of exemplary models from a particular year at Jiangcheng Orphanage.
Both pictures show the name Shen Qingling, confirming they are indeed the same person.
The key details, Jiangcheng Orphanage and Jiangcheng University, also match, as Lin Qingdai mentioned he was a student at Jiangda.
This twist drew in even more gossip-loving spectators.
Now that I think about it, the Gu family never actually mentioned his surname, they just called him Qingling. Mystery solved, his name is Shen Qingling.
So why does he have the surname Shen? Could he really be President Gu's secret love child brought home? Was Mrs. Gu's kindness toward him all an act? Do wealthy families really put on such performances? So Gui Jin is actually the legitimate young master of the Gu family, right? Isn't it ridiculous that you're sympathizing with an illegitimate child? What does doing charity have to do with it? The orphanage raised him, isn't it only right that he gives back?
Maybe he should explain his own background first, lol.
Wait, did no one notice he's ranked first in the entire department on this transcript? Like, top of Jiang University, holy crap. An orphan who got into Jiang University and topped his department, that's next level impressive. Basically defying fate. OP must be Gui Jin's fan, right? Isn't this doxing? That's illegal. Would you dare post Gui Jin's transcript? Bullying Shen Qingling just because he has no fans or online presence, huh? Right, Shen Qingling really doesn't use the internet, not even a Weibo account.
From being scolded till now, there's been zero reaction.
Must be someone with a strong mind.
Actually, Shen Qingling hasn't done anything wrong from start to finish.
He didn't even join the show. Aren't you disturbing his life like this? Gui Jin's fans, stop applying fandom tactics to ordinary people, okay?
Everyone started arguing about whether Shen Qingling was an illegitimate child and whether Gui Jin's fans had crossed the line by doxing, which is illegal. The show's buzz was almost entirely stolen by the Gu family, or more accurately, by Gui Jin and Shen Qingling alone. The one who gained the most fans was undoubtedly Gui Jin, as his follower count surpassed 1 million in just a few short days. Gui Jin's fainting spell at night further devastated his fans, making them ache for him even more and fueling their intense hatred toward Shen Qingling. After Shen Qingling's orphanage background and true surname were exposed, Gui Jin's fans gradually gained the upper hand. The audience had no way to verify the rumors about Shen Qingling being an illegitimate child, but Gui Jin's fans adamantly insisted that he was indeed the illegitimate son. Public opinion, which had initially favored Shen Qingling, gradually began to turn unfavorable again. Yet, after just one night, the situation took another dramatic turn by Saturday morning. It should have been a drowsy morning, with the Gu family's living room empty, everyone was still asleep at this hour. The Gu family's living room #1 livestream was their main broadcast space and also the most crowded one, typically reaching peak viewership in the afternoon and evening. In the morning, the number of livestream viewers wasn't particularly high, typically just a few thousand people tuning in, most of whom were still arguing. Some voiced concern over Gui Jin's condition, some hurled insults at Shen Qingling, interspersed with onlooking spectators reveling in the drama and audiences grumbling about work or school routines. However, at around 6:40, something unexpected happened. In the living room, Livestream 1 suddenly saw a surge of viewers flooding the chat with comments.
OMG, what an insane plot twist, Room 7 is wild right now. Holy shit, go check camera 7 now. Family, hurry over to the Gu family's live room 7. Wake up, sisters, stop sleeping. Get to live room 7 pronto. The Gu family's hidden camera 7 just caught something unbelievable. Come quick. Have you checked out live stream 7 yet? Stream 7, hurry over. The barrage of comments continuously scrolled with this single message, even flooding other program teams' broadcasts with the phrase Gu Family Room 7 livestream. So here's the question, what exactly is in the Gu Family's Room 7 livestream? The answer is, Shen Qingling. Shen Qingling, without a mask. Chapter 66 Huh? You're Shen Qingling?
Today is Saturday, the day Shen Qingling meets Lin Xingyan, but since their appointment is in the afternoon, he still plans to visit the orphanage in the morning. Originally, the orphanage director had advised him to rest after a tiring week, warning him not to overwork himself, but stubborn as ever, he refused to listen. This morning, just like usual, Shen Qingling headed out for the orphanary, only this time, he hadn't checked the weather. Before long, it started pouring. Completely drenched by the rain, Shen Xingling had no choice but to turn back home to change clothes. He deliberately avoided entering through the living room, knowing there were cameras there and not wanting to be caught on film. Shen Xingling circled around the backyard, attempting to enter through the villa's rear door. What he didn't know was that the director had also installed cameras at the back entrance. Shen Xingling hurriedly ran to the back door and unknowingly walked straight into the hidden cameras set up by the production crew. The viewers who had gotten up early to watch the livestream were still drowsily squeezing onto the bus when an alluring gasp suddenly echoed in their earphones. Their eyes flew open instantly as they stared at their phones. The young man in the frame remained oblivious, stripping off his jacket as the soaked white t-shirt clung tightly to his defined abs under the rain. The faint glimpses of 8-pack abs and those barely audible gasps left much to the imagination. The young man's upper body was clearly outlined through the thin t-shirt, his chest still rising and falling slightly from the run. He swept aside the damp hair clinging to his forehead, revealing a smooth, full brow and striking coldly elegant eyes. Without the distracting fringe, his rain-washed eyes could only be described as breathtakingly beautiful, droplets still clinging to his lashes before slowly trailing down. And then, he finally removed the face mask. The live stream exploded with excitement. A flurry of question marks and exclamation points flooded the screen. Ha? No, bro, you, me, is this for real? Wait, you're Shen Xingling? Then who's the masked ugly guy the comments kept talking about? God, you're messing with me. If we'd known Shen Xingling looked like this, who'd bother watching Gui Jin? Are you kidding me? Production team, tell me this is scripted. Just say it. Did you hire someone to play Shen Xingling? I take back every single word I ever said about Shen Xingling, heard me? Production team? Don't let him see this. I could never bear to make this man sad. If anyone dares to criticize Shen Xingling again, I'll smash my finished puzzle meal right here. At first, the barrage comments were relatively normal, all stunned by this dramatic plot twist. Later on, things got a bit out of hand as the barrage of comments from viewers flooding in from other live streams became downright unbearable. Come on in. How can a country bumpkin like me resist such temptation? Crying. Shen Xingling is a top student, shouldn't his English be excellent? Let's see what level he's at. Drooling over the data cable, getting an electric shock while admiring those abs, forcing back tears. I used to say I hated muscular guys, thought they were gross, now I realize how fake I was being. Let's be friends, the kind who know each other's depths and lengths. Are you doing push-ups, or am I doing squats? Blushing. Shen Xingling, I'll marry you even if you refuse. The Shen Xingling on screen seemed completely unaware of this. He frowned, the clothes sticking uncomfortably to his skin, so he simply took off his shirt. This drove the live comments into absolute frenzy. Shen Xingling was wearing gray trousers today. After getting soaked by the rain, everything that should be revealed became apparent. The girls watching the livestream screamed instantly. Their faces turned red. I don't dare to look. Alright, just one more glance. No, I shouldn't look. Alright, just one more peek. Some are feeling shy, some are making comparisons, others are frantically screenshotting. Shen Xingling's first batch of fan photographers were born here. Saturday sees the highest online activity. Shen Xingling stormed the trending searches again with his stunning looks. There's video footage, screenshot captures from every possible 365-degree angle, even zoomed-in close-ups of the gray sweatpants. What a magnificently handsome face. Wait, speaking of big, does this look like it's over 25 to you? If anyone dares to make Shen Xingling shed a single tear, I won't hesitate to destroy the entirety of human civilization. Those gray pants are that impressive? These measurements are insane. Who'd dare verify them? You'd die trying. %. If this face were on my head, I'd have died of AIDS long ago, yet he still wears a mask. Facepalm. Can't even roast this one. Front profile looks like my husband. Side profile looks like my husband. Top left angle looks like my husband. Top right angle looks like my husband. Bottom left angle looks like my husband. Bottom right angle looks like my husband. Crown of the head looks like my husband. Hairline looks like my husband. Jawline looks like my husband. Even individual strands of hair look like my husband. I'd give Shen Xingling's photo a 96, missing 4 points only because I can't give a perfect 100. While brewing medicine, I got so lost staring at Shen Xingling's photo that I blew up several doses. A real man can bend or stretch, a wise woman can open or close. I apologize for ever speaking ill of Shen Xingling. The Gu family practically monopolized the hot searches these past 2 days, and when Shen Xingling's face appeared, both the trending topics and fan forums exploded. The celebrity-chasing apps dedicated groups were also flooded with posts about Shen Xingling. Every single thread scrolling down featured him. Even without having a Weibo account himself, viewers created a dedicated fan forum for Shen Xingling, filled entirely with screenshots from his appearance today. This is the advantage of starting low and ending high. Shen Xingling simply removed his mask to reveal his face, stealing the spotlight from everyone else in the program. He didn't just capture the audience's attention, he also seized that of the director and the entire production team. No one expected such a staggering reversal. The production crew was practically losing their minds, staring at the screens. The director's monitor screen was oversized, making Shen Xingling's strikingly handsome face appear even more breathtaking.
Oh my god, sis Loli, look quick, it's Shen Xingling. OMG.
Old Zhang, come here quick, someone block the back door upstairs, don't let Shen Xingling leave.
Shui Wu, go call the director now, hurry, she'll start scolding if we delay.
You go strike up a conversation with Shen Xingling.
Don't let him slip away through the back garden again.
Oh, and don't let him know about the cameras there.
Make it look like a coincidental meeting, got it? Dig out some juicy details, ask whatever the audience wants to know. %%.
He Chili was sleeping when she was frantically called by someone. She answered the phone and immediately sat up upon hearing what the other side had to say. She grabbed her phone to check, and her eyes practically shone as she saw the scene inside it.
First, because of the reversal that Shen Xingling was actually handsome.
Second, because she had found this season's breakout moment.
Shen Xingling is bound to explode in popularity.
He Chili was resting at a hotel near the Gu family's residence. The moment Shen Xingling appeared, someone immediately called her, so by the time she arrived, he was still in front of the cameras.
He Chili wanted to keep him there to uncover more secrets.
Shen Xingling stood by the back door wringing out his clothes before preparing to go upstairs.
Who would have thought that two staff members in work uniforms would suddenly appear? Caught off guard by their abrupt arrival, Shen Xingling panicked and frantically searched for a face mask.
Unable to find one, he tried to open the door to go upstairs, but for some unknown reason, it wouldn't budge. He turned to leave through the back garden path, but the two girls didn't give him the chance.
One girl pretended to casually block his way, while the other gazed at him with sparkling eyes and asked, "Are you Shen Xingling?" Chapter 67, The Ultimate Male Fantasy.
This girl's nickname was Lolita's sister, fittingly so, because she looked incredibly adorable. Not tall, with large watery eyes, a delicate little nose, and dainty small lips, every feature exuded cuteness. The production team thought to themselves, gazing into those big eyes, that Shen Xingling probably couldn't bring himself to say anything too harsh. One simply had to admit the production team knew how to manipulate people. They specifically picked an adorable girl to interview Shen Xingling.
How could Shen Xingling bear to refuse such an adorable little sister?
Of course, the most fundamental reason was that Shen Xingling willingly immersed himself in the role, otherwise, no matter who stood before him, it wouldn't have mattered. Having encountered all sorts of beauties, Shen Xingling could, in a sense, be considered a Sigma male. Ordinary beauties simply couldn't move him. Now was the time for him to step into character.
The professional actor Shen Xingling gave a slight nod.
With his aloof temperament, he couldn't bring himself to say much more. Lolita's sister sighed deliberately, "It's still raining outside, and we couldn't find any shelter from the rain, so we had to come here to take refuge." She blinked her innocent big eyes at Shen Xingling, her gaze filled with expectation and pleading.
Both of them had water droplets hanging on their clothes, clearly having been caught in the rain. Who would have thought they intentionally got wet in the rain just so Shen Xingling could stay in front of the camera a little longer?
Shen Xingling didn't say anything, quietly stepping further inside to make room for the other girl. The two girls exchanged glances. Wonderful, Shen Xingling hadn't driven them away. Their bonuses were saved. This clearly showed that Shen Xingling wasn't the cold-hearted man the audience assumed him to be. Standing so close and seeing Shen Xingling's face up close again, both girls couldn't help but feel nervous. Seeing this face up close was even more striking. What a handsome face, comparable to a 3D model. As staff members of the production team, they'd seen countless handsome men in the entertainment industry, but someone as good-looking as Shen Xingling was truly the first of his kind.
Shen Xingling's looks were more than enough for the entertainment industry, easily surpassing all current top idols. What a shame.
They've been scolding this masked guy as ugly for so long. Wonder if those viewers will feel embarrassed now.
Not just the face, even the figure is. These 8-pack abs, this Adonis belt, this. The two glanced downward. Ahem, such baggy gray trousers. One has to admit Shen Xingling is truly pale, his complexion even rosier than an elderly man's wife. How could there exist a man with such outrageously perfect facial and bodily statistics, and still just an 18-year-old youth? It really gives people a warm, fuzzy feeling inside. The two girls arrived too suddenly. At first Shen Xingling forgot to put on his clothes, but now as the three of them stood together, he noticed the strange looks from the girls and hurriedly dressed himself. LMFAO, I can't with Shen Xingling. It's not that he's cold specifically to Gui Jin, he's like this with everyone. Somehow gives off this adorably aloof vibe?
He might seem cold, but he quietly made space for the staff, which proves he's actually quite considerate, just not great with words. Right now I'd give anything to possess that adorable girl and pin Shen Xingling against the wall for a kiss.
Shen Xingling's ears turned red. Damn, he's actually this bashful? Ha ha ha. A handsome guy who blushes? Do such creatures still exist in this world?
Sob, I'm turning into a mom fan now.
Not gonna lie, he might as well not wear this outfit. The half-revealing look is even more tantalizing. Am I the only one curious about how this dude got his abs? Even as a guy, I'm blushing just looking at them.
Shin Qingling is absolutely the male protagonist's dream. Shin Qingling, you must remember, a friend helps you up, a predator pulls you down. Not all those bizarre comments in the bullet chat were posted by girls, quite a few came from boys too. Shin Qingling's face is irresistible to both men and women, even male onlookers can't help but admit his striking handsomeness. Xu Weiwu was a tall, bespectacled, slender girl who smiled at Shin Qingling and said, "You're up so early.
The Gu family doesn't seem to be awake yet. Got things to do." Lolita Jijie couldn't help but chuckle.
Shin Qingling was exactly like he was in the variety show. Whenever asked, his answer was always "got things to do." She could already tell that Shin Qingling wasn't actually impatient, he just spoke sparingly. Yet he would blush under her gaze, creating such a delightful contrast. What woman could resist a Shin Qingling like this? Gathering her courage, she asked, "Are you doing charity work at the orphanage?" A trace of astonishment flashed through the youth's eyes, followed by a hesitation before he nodded.
"How did you know?"
"I saw it on Zhangcheng News."
"So this is why you leave early and come back late every day? With so many people criticizing you outside the show, why haven't you explained anything?"
"Why should I explain? If this escalates, it could turn into cyberbullying and affect your life."
"Some viewers can be irrational. It's them who are being irrational, them who are hurling insults."
"I'm merely doing my own thing, why should I change myself because of them?" Sister Loli and Xu Weiwu were both taken aback, and Xu Weiwu's gaze toward Shin Qingling shifted noticeably.
"You don't care what others think of you. They're all strangers I've never met, why should I care?"
"Shin Qingling, you're truly a strong-minded person, but there's something you might not be aware of. Since I found out, I feel I should warn you, someone has dug up your university and major, even got hold of your academic transcripts." To their surprise, Shin Qingling actually smiled. The two girls were utterly dazzled by Shin Qingling's smile, momentarily spellbound. The livestream chat instantly exploded with screams, ahs, and all sorts of passionate exclamations.
The lowly sister gulped. "What are you laughing at?" Shin Qingling raised an eyebrow with a teasing smile. "What, do they want to see my top of department grades?"
Both of them were nearly knocked out by Shin Qingling's expression. "Oh my god, Qingling, stop being so damn handsome, this little smirk has me dizzy." The person below me asked how it's raining. My pregnancy test would show 2 lines just from waving it in the air where Shin Qingling passed by, heart eyes. All male celebrities should learn how to do that eyebrow raise from Shin Qingling. I'm swooning. Now this is what you call a glacial smile thawing. Those pretty boys can't even capture half his essence. I fully support Shin Qingling entering showbiz to save viewers' eyeballs. He says these words with such confidence and handsomeness. Woo-woo, my sapiosexual heart is utterly captivated. I can't even imagine how incredibly attractive Shin Qingling would look wearing glasses. Does Shin Qingling need a water truck? The kind that sprays water while yelling, shy. Xu Weiwu snapped back to reality and coughed awkwardly before saying, "What we mean is, they've dug up all your personal details and posted them online. It's caused quite a stir, and it's not good for you either." Shin Qingling replied indifferently, "There's nothing about me that can't withstand scrutiny, but thank you for letting me know." A straight foot is not afraid of a crooked shoe. Shin Qingling truly hadn't done anything shady. Everything about him was built on a persona that could withstand scrutiny. The deeper people dug, the more they'd discover he was a treasure. Shin Qingling would never crumble under pressure, nor would he expose his vulnerabilities. Sister Loli probed again, "But they say you came from an orphanage, that you're the Gu family's illegitimate child. Won't you clarify?" When she spoke these words, she couldn't help feeling a bit guilty, afraid of hurting Shin Qingling's feelings. Shin Qingling sighed helplessly, "I'm not a love child. People's imaginations are running wild." Shin Qingling was fully aware of the online gossip, but this was exactly the effect he wanted. All this turmoil and drama would become his stepping stones. It gave him a soaring lift. Upon hearing that Shin Qingling wasn't an illegitimate child, both Lolita Sis and Xu Weiwu let out sighs of relief. Wonderful, Shin Qingling won't be criticized anymore. Blinking her big eyes curiously, Lolita Sis asked, "May I be nosy, why aren't you joining the show?" Shin Qingling lowered his eyes, looking inexplicably heartbreaking. Though his tone was indifferent, "Not participating has already caused so much trouble. If I attended, wouldn't there be even more? I don't like attracting this kind of attention. With a face like yours, it's hard not to get noticed. You could easily make it in the entertainment industry. That's why I wear a mask." At this point, Shin Qingling glanced at the rain outside. It was gradually lightening, and he decided it was time to leave. The act was enough, any more would be overkill. Today's goal was simply to make a memorable appearance. Lingering too long before the cameras would only dull the audience's anticipation. So letting them catch a glimpse was sufficient, leaving them time to savor the memory. "The rain's letting up. I'll head out first." "Wait, is there anything else? Aren't you going to change your clothes? You might catch a cold like that." "My mask fell off, it's a bit inconvenient." It means he didn't want to be on camera. Shin Qingling stayed completely in character. Lolita's sister and Xu Wu exchanged glances. Shin Qingling had no idea he'd already been on camera for quite some time now. Lolita's sister pulled out a pink face mask from her pocket and offered it to Shin Qingling. "I've got a pink one. Want it?"
thank you, but no need. With these words, Shen Qingling left.
Sister Loli and Xu Weiwu quickly vacated Camera 7's view. On their way back to the director's team, the two began chatting.
Do you think Shen Qingling will blame us if he finds out there was a camera there? Oh dear, I really don't know what to say. I feel genuinely embarrassed for the first time about something like this. Same here.
Previously, when the two of them dug up sensational gossip together with Ichili, they'd only ever felt excitement. But facing someone as pure and innocent as Shen Qingling, they actually experienced rare pangs of guilt. After all, Shen Qingling was different from those other people. He had no dark secrets worth probing, his pristine nature completely at odds with the usual denizens of wealthy families. I can tell he's actually not a cold person at heart. But that's how cameras are, they can be misleading, especially with Gui Jin's fans being so rabid. They are simply obsessed with the fantasy of wealth that Gui Jin has fabricated, imagining themselves as heiresses from wealthy families.
To put it bluntly, it's nothing more than a daydreamer's mentality. I wonder if anyone will actually believe Shen Qingling when he says he's not illegitimate.
Let's hope they stop causing chaos later.
The director probably loves this, she thrives on audience drama. Who knew the Gu family would kick things off with such a spectacle this time? Chapter 68. Seriously, that's Shen Qingling.
Shen Qingling had been trending all morning, with public opinion already leaning in his favor.
Yet, the audience remained intensely curious about his true identity.
Until the Gu family officially clarifies or reveals his connections, Shen Qingling's background would remain shrouded in mystery. Ultimately, the outcome worked decidedly to Shen Qingling's advantage, rendering the current flood of skepticism largely inconsequential to him.
Right now, the audience doesn't care much about Shen Qingling's background, they're more focused on his face.
There's no doubt about it, Shen Qingling's face has completely set the audience ablaze, with everyone flocking to the show's official page to beg the production team to bring him onto the variety show.
Director He, do you even realize what a massive loss it is by not having Shen Qingling on your show? That face is pure money, are you seriously rejecting cash?
I reckon Director He himself had no idea how ridiculously handsome Shen Qingling is, otherwise, there's no way he'd let him slip away.
At first Gui Jin seemed quite handsome, but after seeing Shen Qingling, he became utterly bland by comparison. Not even bothering with aesthetics? Has the director made too much money these past 2 years? Or does he just hate profits? Sis here has some spare change, just name your price, director. How much to get Shen Qingling on variety shows? I demand Shen Qingling. Without him, I'll remain barren and hormone deprived.
The plummeting marriage and birth rates will be entirely the production team's fault. Shen Qingling cured my years of strabismus. One look at him and my eyes straightened right up. Such a benevolent soul absolutely must join the show.
Shen Qingling cured my years of infertility. Suddenly I feel like getting married. Thank you Shen Qingling, I support his participation in the show.
Beyond Weibo and Super Topics, the production team's Weibo backend was also bombarded. Part of the frenzy came from Gui Jin's fans vehemently opposing Shen Qingling's participation, hurling vicious insults.
But most of them were requests for Shen Qingling to join the show. He Chili couldn't help but laugh when she saw this. Director He, Sister Luwali asked, should we talk to Shen Qingling about joining the show?
Of course we should, replied He Chili.
How could she miss such a huge trending figure? Shen Qingling was now the program's biggest guaranteed source of popularity.
This young man could stir up storms even without participating in variety shows. Even during his masked ugly guy phase, he had already captured most people's attention. The Gui Jin might have played a part in amplifying it. But He Chili always felt there was more to Shen Qingling than met the eye. The topic buzz, the sense of contrast, even the audience's reaction seemed entirely within his grasp. Was she overthinking it? She couldn't shake the feeling she'd encountered someone truly extraordinary. Xu Weiwu hesitated, but he seems really unwilling to participate in the show. He doesn't care about discussions outside the program either, whether they praise or criticize him, it makes no difference to him. I truly admire that kind of mindset. He Chili narrowed her eyes and said, I know he doesn't want to participate in the variety show, so approaching him directly would be useless. We need to find someone who can make the decisive difference.
Who? Mrs. Gu. As long as we win over Mrs. Gu, there won't be a problem.
She won't tolerate her son being constantly criticized online. Moreover, he was a child who had suffered so much hardship outside before being found again. He Chili knew when Sulan must be filled with guilt toward Shen Qingling, which was why she appeared so partial to him during the show. But this is only human nature, a mother wanting to make up for lost time with her child. Xu Weiwu suddenly realized, that's right.
Shen Qingling does seem gentler only with Madame Gu, while remaining distant toward everyone else.
He Chili saw through the situation at a glance. The only one who could influence Shen Qingling in the Gu family was Wen Sulan.
So she needed to carefully consider how to persuade Wen Sulan.
Gui Jin woke up feeling as if the sky had collapsed. He gripped his phone tightly, practically grinding his teeth in frustration.
Damn it! What was the production crew thinking, placing a camera at the back door for no reason?
Placing the camera was bad enough, but why did Shen Qingling have to run into the rain of all people? Shin Xingling's face was already enough to make women go crazy, but after getting drenched in the rain, it became. Guijin's face turned livid as he stared at the high-definition handsome photos of Shin Xingling on Weibo. But he also knew Shin Xingling hadn't done it on purpose, he hadn't even known there were cameras there. Blame it all on that damn rain. Guijin didn't even feel like eating after getting up, spending all his time scrolling through posts related to Shin Xingling online. Posts and introductions about Shin Xingling sprouted up like bamboo shoots after rain, many of them from students at Jian University. Opening the dedicated forum showed almost entirely threads about Shin Xingling. Come on, we're talking about Shin Xingling here. How dare you question his looks? Some people are just pure jealousy. I suspect a lot of these posts are goblin accounts envious of the male god. If you want to learn more about Shin Xingling, just download the OU app. There are so many photos and posts praising his looks that they could build a skyscraper. Seeing you all slander Shin Xingling has Jian University students fuming. He's our campus heartthrob. My heart aches for him. Calling Shin Xingling ugly doesn't make me mad, it just makes me laugh. And those who love Guijin trashing him? Even funnier. Shin Xingling is Jian University's renowned IC campus heartthrob, also a top student. Every aspect about him is absolutely crushing it, okay? Check out Shin Xingling's profile here. Welcome to join the fan club on the OU app. The OU app suddenly saw a surge of new users, with Shin Xingling's name topping the trending searches. But this has already become the norm. Shin Xingling isn't a newcomer on OU, and his female fans have even created a fan club for him. Photos of Shin Xingling were once again circulating from chance encounters to Weibo and fan groups, each one wallpaper worthy. Meanwhile, Ruan Mingyi and Yi Qiao were also enjoying the drama. Ruan Mingyi scolded, "Are these people insane? How dare they criticize Shin Xingling for Guijin's sake?" Ruan Mingyi was furious. They could doubt anything else, but questioning Shin Xingling's looks. She really wanted to use that popular online phrase to clap back at those trolls. Seriously, that's Shin Xingling we're talking about. How dare they even? And that Guijin reeks of a fake, effeminate green tea vibe, nowhere near Shin Xingling's league. There are actually fangirls shipping him? Some people clearly haven't tasted quality. Yi Qiao teased, "Why are you so concerned about Shin Xingling? Didn't you already cut ties with him?" Ruan Mingyi stubbornly retorted, "With him and Guijin plastered all over the hot searches every day, it'd be hard not to notice. And when people call Shin Xingling ugly, aren't they indirectly calling me blind for having dated him before?" Yi Qiao vigorously nodded, sure. You're just here for the gossip, definitely not to sneak a peek at Shin Xingling." Ruan Mingyi. She closed her phone and let out a frustrated sigh. Yi Qiao shook her head and said, "If you can't bear to part with him, then go back to him. At worst, just apologize and coax him a little, that's all." Ruan Mingyi replied, "He and I aren't from the same world. He takes relationships too seriously, and I'm not someone who takes things seriously." Thinking of the young man's stubborn and earnest expression, Ruan Mingyi felt upset again. But a woman liked by Shin Xingling would surely be very happy. Who in this world could receive all his favor and tenderness? Just thinking about it made her jealous. An uncontrollable fire surged within her. "Yi Qiao, haven't you realized how serious you are about Shin Xingling?" Yi Qiao knew Ruan Mingyi better than anyone. She had never been so possessive or insecure before, and ever since meeting Shin Xingling, she hadn't spared a glance for anyone else. Her heart and eyes were filled with Shin Xingling alone. Even though she had declared she would part ways with Shin Xingling, she never ceased paying attention to him. Ruan Mingyi might act tough, but she had scrolled through Shin Xingling's posts hundreds of times when she happened upon them. She checked Shin Xingling's WeChat moments several times a day, terrified he might delete her. Every day, she would open and close their WeChat chat window, typing out a line before deleting it all. Round and round, time and time again. Is this what you call indifference? Ruan Mingyi paused, lost in thought for a moment before shaking her head. Perhaps it's just temporary. I could never truly fall for any man. Yi Qiao took Ruan Mingyi's phone, prompting Ruan Mingyi to ask curiously, "What are you planning to do?" Yi Qiao casually opened WeChat and said, "Just delete Shin Xingling." Ruan Mingyi's expression was tense as he quickly snatched the phone, repeatedly confirming that Yi Qiao hadn't deleted Shin Xingling. She glared angrily at Yi Qiao. "What are you doing? Who told you to delete him?" Yi Qiao smiled. "What's wrong? Just a WeChat message and you're so nervous. Didn't you tell Shin Xingling you'd never see her again?" Ruan Mingyi sank into a dazed silence. After a while, she said stubbornly, "I don't like him. I just can't forget him because he's kinda handsome." Yi Qiao rolled her eyes, hopeless. Why be so stubborn about it? Without another word, Ruan Mingyi went upstairs alone to drink. On the other side, Shin Xingling saw his points continuously increasing, rising from 0 all the way to 170,000. Only half a day had passed, yet it had already risen so much. Shin Xingling felt that he was not far from reaching 1,000,000 points. Shin Xingling noticed someone photographing him at the orphanage today. He pretended not to know and went about his business as usual. After having lunch at the orphanage with Shin Xingling, he bought a face mask and went home, took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and then headed to Lin Xingmian's place. On his way to meet Lin Xingnian, he couldn't help but wonder who exactly had helped him. That Jiangcheng orphanage would take photos and post them on their WeChat public account was within his expectations. He knew someone would spread these images, and even if no one did it voluntarily, he would have stepped in himself. The result would have been the same either way. But the only anomaly was Jiangcheng News. Why would Jiangcheng News report on such matters? Everything had gone far more smoothly than he'd anticipated, almost as if someone was pulling strings behind his back. The woman seated in her office leisurely took a sip of coffee. Her fingers tapped rhythmically on the desk, clearly showing her current good mood. Has the money been transferred? It has, President Shang. Tell him to keep his mouth shut. Yes. Shang Mo opened her phone and checked the trending topics. Seeing the public opinion had completely reversed, a satisfied smile appeared on her face. Since she helped him like this, shouldn't he pay her some compensation? Just as Shang Mo was thinking of an excuse to invite Shen Xingling out, a sudden phone call interrupted her thoughts. He went to the Qingshan Villa district to meet a woman. Shang Mo's smile completely vanished. Updated with a pat. Sanctioned, won't watch any more woo-woo. Chapter 69, A Disobedient Puppy Needs to be Taught a Lesson. Shang Mo received several photos. In the photos, Shen Xingling was smiling with unprecedented tenderness at another girl. She had never seen Shen Xingling wear such an expression before. Never before. He even brought flowers. How romantic. Shang Mo's eyes seemed to be brewing a massive storm. How could her dog wag its tail at someone else? A disobedient puppy deserves to be taught a lesson. Shen Xingling remained oblivious to the impending storm. On this sunny afternoon, he met the little angel Lin Xingnian. The girl had been standing eagerly by the entrance long before Shen Xingling arrived. Dressed in an exquisite white gown with a soft knitted cardigan draped over her shoulders, her hair cascaded freely as she stood bathed in sunlight, ethereal as a fairy. She hadn't taken such care with her appearance in ages. This outfit, a new set gifted by her elder sister, had fueled her anticipation for this day for an entire week, counting down each passing hour. To her, every moment awaiting Shen Xingling felt like awaiting the arrival of happiness itself. Having something to wait for rekindled her hope in life. The moment Shen Xingling appeared, a light flashed in her eyes. Getting closer to him was like stepping closer to happiness. She restrained her excited emotions, her face flushed from the sun, nervously clutching at the hem of her clothes. Lin Xingnian lowered his head and said, "Good afternoon, Teacher Shen." The girl's long, delicate eyelashes trembled like butterflies ready to take flight, reminding Shen Xingling of that afternoon when she had kissed a butterfly. He gave a gentle smile, bending down to pat Lin Xingnian's head. "Good afternoon, Mian Mian." A large bouquet of beautiful flowers came into view, causing Lin Xingnian to lift her head in surprise. Did Mr. Shen send her flowers again? Different from last time, these are very beautiful, but she'd love and be happy with anything Mr. Shen gives her. Not because of the gifts, but because of the giver, because of that person's precious feelings. Shen Xingling smiled seeing her stunned expression and said, "Passing by the flower shop, I remembered your balcony doesn't have blooms of this color. They'd look lovely paired with your sunflowers." Lin Xingmian's heartbeat raced wildly. Instead of looking at the flowers, she found herself staring dazedly into Shen Xingling's eyes. At this moment, Teacher Shen's eyes outshone countless stars. Her own reflection shimmered in his beautiful, profound gaze as if those eyes were completely filled with her, only her. The girl couldn't articulate what this feeling was, nor did she understand what it meant, only that her face began to burn, and countless little flowers seemed to bloom in her heart. When she took the flowers, her pinky trembled uncontrollably. She bit her lip tightly, afraid her smile might seem too strange and arouse Teacher Shen's suspicion. Her mood suddenly became exceptionally, wonderfully good. Even the sunlight seemed to grow warmer. The girl asked softly, "Teacher Shen, where are we going today?" She remembered Teacher Shen mentioning taking her out, and now she no longer resisted the idea so much. The girl who once shrank from the outside world now found herself looking forward to stepping out for the first time. A world with Teacher Shen didn't fill her with fear or dread. A world with Teacher Shen was bathed in sunlight and rainbows. Shen Xingling teased with deliberate mystery, "It's a secret for now. Just follow my lead, Mian Mian." To Lin Xingnian's ears, these words overflowed with a profound sense of security. Just seeing Teacher Shen made her feel at ease, and the young girl couldn't help but smile with crescent eyes. Lin Xingnian suddenly remembered something. With a shy smile, she raised her eyes to look at him. "Professor Shen, I have a gift I'd like to give you." She mustered immense courage to utter those words. Having said that, she quickly turned and entered the doorway, glancing back every few steps to see if Shen Xingling was following. She was genuinely too nervous to look at Teacher Shen's expression. Shen Xingling noticed her tension. Without a word, he simply followed quietly behind her as they went upstairs together. Lin Xingnian led him to the studio, where a painting lay concealed beneath a black cloth. She stood beside the painting like a child awaiting her teacher's praise. The young girl blinked her large eyes, unable to conceal the excitement and anticipation shining within them. Shen Xingling stepped forward and lifted the black cloth, revealing Lin Xingnian's painting of small mushrooms and an umbrella.
The meaning behind this artwork needed no explanation. Shin Qingling's heart was instantly moved.
In someone else's life, he had become an incredibly important existence.
With eyes full of anticipation, she asked, "Professor Shin, do you like it?"
Though the young girl was trying her best to conceal her expectations, that joyful excitement remained impossible to hide. She was a girl as pure as a blank sheet of paper, with every thought transparent before Shin Qingling.
Shin Qingling smiled gently. "I love it. Nian Nian's drawing is wonderful."
Lin Xingnian blushed again. She lowered her head to stare at her toes but couldn't help quietly laughing, her two small dimples as sweet as honey, just like her feelings in that moment.
"Teacher Shin praised me. I'm so happy."
Shin Qingling covered the painting again with the canvas. "I'll leave the painting here for now and take it with me when we return from sketching."
"All right.
There's another painting I'd like Teacher Shin to see as well."
Shin Qingling followed the girl curiously.
Lin Xingnian led him to her room. The painting on the desk was precisely Shin Qingling's gift to her, the sail in the sea of clouds. The difference was that the sailboat was no longer solitary, two figures were now painted aboard it. It was him and Lin Xingnian. A butterfly alighted on the girl's hand, and above their heads floated an additional cloud. The butterfly represented Grandma, while the clouds symbolized her elder sister, Ji Yunmiao. She wished they could be together forever. This was her beautiful vision. In the girl's eyes, Shin Qingling was as important as her family, even holding a special significance different from her loved ones. Shin Qingling gazed into her innocent, clear eyes and reached out to pat her head. "Nian Nian, this painting is truly beautiful, like a dream." "Professor Shin, I hope this isn't a dream."
"No, it's not a dream. It will become reality. It already is. Professor Shin is already here." Her words were simple yet extraordinarily touching. Perhaps those with complex minds are always more easily moved by such a maiden.
Shin Qingling was like that. Being with Lin Xingnian always made people feel more at ease. There was no need for excessive scheming. Sincerity alone was enough to win her over. Shin Qingling noticed that many more jars had appeared on her desk, filled with pink stars.
"Are you folding paper stars again, Nian Nian? I enjoy folding stars. Grandma said this is a way to express yearning. When she misses Teacher Shin, she can fold stars too. Every star represents her longing."
Unlike folding stars for her grandmother in the past, she felt genuine happiness while making them for Teacher Shin, even wearing an unconscious smile. At certain moments, she would suddenly recall Teacher Shin's words or expressions, then blush. She had never felt so strange before. She didn't know this was called the first awakening of love.
After viewing the paintings, the two prepared to go out. Before leaving, Shin Qingling asked, "Nian Nian, do you have a hat?" Lin Xingnian shook her head. "Shin Qingling, then let's buy a hat later."
Lin Xingnian was so fair-skinned that it seemed even a little sunlight might burn her delicate complexion.
The young girl simply thought Professor Shin was incredibly considerate.
Shin Qingling led Lin Xingnian out, and the two walked from the doorway to the villa district's entrance to hail a taxi. They didn't notice someone secretly observing everything from the shadows. Shin Qingling still remembered the 123 the girl wanted. First, he took Lin Xingnian to the pet store. The cats and dogs in this shop were all very cute.
Lin Xingnian stood in front of a beautiful cat, staring at the kitten with eyes full of curiosity and affection.
When she turned to look at Shin Qingling, her eyes were as exquisite as that beautiful little cat, round, large, and clear like translucent glass. Both the girl and the cat stared at Shin Qingling with wide eyes, softening his heart completely.
"This cat looks so much like Nian Nian. Really, do you like her, Nian? Should we take her home?" "Better not."
Lin Xingnian's mood suddenly turned somber. She was afraid she wouldn't be able to take good care of the kitten. She was afraid this little kitten would end up just like her.
A kitten with no one to care for it is truly pitiful. She herself was already ill. How could she possibly take care of a kitten?
If it was just about feeding and watering it, the kitten could live just fine at a pet shop. There was no need to drag it into her own cold, lifeless home.
At least there would be many guests here who would like her.
Shin Qingling noticed something was off with her mood, so he walked over, picked up the little cat, and gently placed it in her arms. Lin Xingnian was nervous and at a loss, even afraid to breathe too hard. She stared tensely at the kitten in her arms, looking somewhat dazed. The kitten mewed in her arms, and Lin Xingnian's eyes softened again.
"How adorable, but I can't take you home."
Lin Xingnian rubbed his face against the kitten, who nestled its head against him and closed its eyes to sleep. The shop assistant smiled and said, "She seems to really like you.
Would you consider taking her home?"
Lin Xingnian shook his head regretfully. "I'm afraid I wouldn't take good care of her."
"Shin Qingling, why not give it a try?
I believe Nian Nian can take good care of her."
"You're so responsible, you'd never let her become a pitiful little kitten, right?"
Lin Xingnian began to hesitate. The scars in her heart had seeped into every corner of her life, constantly casting everything in the shadow of past wounds.
"Does the kitten really like me?"
"She fell asleep in your arms, of course she does."
Lin Xingnian gently stroked the kitten's head.
Sensing her hesitation, Shin Qingling directly told the shop assistant, "We'll take this kitten.
I'll pay for it." Chapter 70. She embraced the entire spring. Professor Shin, I can't let you spend money. You're here to tutor me, how could I accept this? Nian Nian gave me a painting today.
It's only proper for a teacher to return the kindness. Consider this kitten today's lesson gift. Lin Xingnian wanted to say something more, but Shin Qingling had already gone ahead and paid on her own. A sweet feeling bloomed in her heart as she looked down at the cat in her arms and smiled. You're so kind, so adorable. It was unclear whether she was talking about the kitten or something else entirely. Shin Qingling agreed to pick up the cat that evening after purchasing it.
Lin Xingnian said softly, could we wait a couple of days? I need to buy supplies for the kitten and some books to learn how to take care of her.
Shin Qingling smiled and replied, Nian Nian is such a responsible owner.
This is perfect, you won't feel lonely at home anymore with a kitten keeping you company. What should we name the kitten? Take it, Nian Nian. Let's call her Ling Ling.
After speaking, she cautiously stole a glance at Shin Qingling.
Which Ling? Wan Ling Ling.
I thought it was my character Ling, very similar. Just one sentence from Shin Qingling made her bite her lip in shyness before turning to flee without explanation. Shin Qingling chuckled as he watched the girl's flustered retreating figure.
Shin Qingling noticed the bicycle parked outside the store. Hello, is that bicycle parked outside the store yours?
That's correct.
I'd like to rent your bike. Shin Qingling paid to rent the clerk's bicycle.
The last time I rode a motorcycle was thrilling, letting me feel the roaring wind and freedom rushing by. This time, cycling is to enjoy the gentle breeze and warm sunlight.
Sleepy, get on. A bicycle. Yes, that shop isn't far from here. We can just ride bikes there.
The weather's so nice today, it'd be a shame to waste such spring scenery without enjoying the view along the way.
Lin Xingnian felt like she was watching some idol drama.
Teacher Shin was even more handsome than the male lead on TV as he sat on his bicycle, looking back at her.
Hop on. Lin Xingnian's eyes sparkled as he sat on the back seat. How could she avoid falling?
There was no choice but to hold on to Teacher Shin's waist. Actually, grabbing Teacher Shin's clothes would also work, but holding his waist was more secure, less chance of falling. She convinced herself to wrap her arms around Professor Shin's waist. Her fingertips trembled slightly.
So nervous. Shin Qingling merely smiled and asked, holding on tight? If you're ready, we'll set off. Hold tight, Professor Shin. Alright, let's go. As Shin Qingling pedaled, Lin Xingnian gently rested her head against his back.
She couldn't hear anything, as if the world had fallen silent except for the two of them.
What a magical feeling. Shin Qingling rode through the tree-lined avenue with the young girl.
Lin Xingnian felt the sunlight, felt the gentle breeze, as if embracing the whole spring. Her world had never known the 4 seasons before, but this year, she welcomed her own spring. Lin Xingnian took out his phone from the bag, turned on the camera, and began snapping photos of himself and Shin Qingling's backs. Shin Qingling noticed and slightly turned her head, her delicate yet sharp profile breathtakingly beautiful.
The youth's upturned lips seemed like a response to her.
In this dreamlike world of falling petals, she leaned against Teacher Shin's back, secretly flashing a peace sign with a shy, blissful smile, completely intoxicated by this dream she never wished to awaken from. Shin Qingling rode her bicycle to the candy store. The shop was filled with the sweet aroma of candies, their vibrant colors and various shapes dazzling to the eye. Shin Qingling bought an assortment of candies, packing them into a box before presenting it to Lin Xingnian. While he was selecting the candies, Lin Xingnian stealthily took out his phone and captured a photo of Shin Qingling's retreating figure from behind. Every moment spent with Teacher Shin was worth preserving as a cherished memory. Shin Qingling quickly put down her phone after turning around. Shin Qingling placed the box of candies into her hands.
You can eat candy whenever Nian Nian feels unhappy. But what Lin Xingnian was thinking about was,
whenever I miss Teacher Shin in the future, I can just eat candy. She took out 2 pieces of candy and ate one together with Shin Qingling.
The two set off together once more.
She sat in the back seat munching on candy, a smile never leaving her face. The candy Teacher Shin gave is so sweet. Her heart felt sweet too.
So this is how happiness feels like. Teacher Shin never breaks his promises. He kept every promise he had made, and for Lin Xingnian, this was already happiness.
The bicycle rode through the streets and stopped in front of a florist. As soon as Lin Xingnian entered, her eyes were drawn to the shattered ice blue roses. They reminded her so much of Teacher Shin. She wanted to buy the flowers as a gift for Teacher Shin,
because receiving flowers makes one happy. Teacher Shin. Do you think this looks nice? Does Nian Nian like this one? I want to give it to Teacher Shin, would that be alright? Her gentle smile outshone all the flowers in the shop.
Shin Qingling froze for a moment before smiling in response, alright. It was hard to bear refusing her when seeing those eyes.
Professor Shin, would you wait for me outside? After Shin Qingling left, Lin Xingnian asked the florist for a card and a pen.
After careful consideration, she wrote a sentence on the card.
In my desolate world, you are the only rose in full bloom.
After earnestly writing these words, she suddenly felt it might be a bit too ambiguous.
But that's exactly what she was thinking.
After some thought, she still put the card back into her bag instead of placing it among the flowers. These were words from her heart that she couldn't deliver. The young girl walked out of the flower shop, clutching the bouquet in her arms. "Sleepy, I'm here." A tender call laced with soft laughter reached her ears. Turning around, Teacher Shin stood waiting for her against the backlight. Everything was so perfect it felt unreal. It moved her to the brink of tears. Tears fell onto the rose, and she truly felt happiness. The three folded stars seemed like her wishes, each one fulfilled. For some reason, emotions suddenly surged like tides. After happiness came tension and fear. She hoped Teacher Shin could stay by her side forever. If she lost him, her world would return to how it was before, and she would wither. Seeing Shin Xingling approach, she quickly wiped her tears and carefully handed him the flowers. "Teacher Shin, these are for you." The girl's earnest and nervous expression seemed like she was confessing her feelings. Even if she didn't say anything, Shin Xingling understood her thoughts. The girl's blushing cheeks spoke louder than any lengthy confession. Shin Xingling smiled as she accepted the flowers. "Thank you, Mian Mian." "Professor Shin, shall we bring flowers for our sketching trip?" "Good." Lin Xingmian never painted people until this moment when she wanted to paint Professor Shin. Even without looking at Shin Xingling, his likeness was already etched into her heart. They went to sketch at a nearby botanical garden. It was more like a date than sketching from nature. The two walked to the cherry blossom garden in the botanical garden, where the cherry blossoms were stunningly beautiful this season. There were quite a few young couples taking photos and enjoying the scenery, and Shin Xingling and Lin Xingmian were naturally assumed to be a couple too. Nearby was a stall selling couples bracelets, and the vendor called out to them, hoping they'd buy some. "Handsome guy, buy a pair of matching couple bracelets to wear with your girlfriend." Chapter 71, The Yandera's Punishment. "No need. Professor Shin, I'd like to take a look." Shin Xingling originally intended to refuse, but Lin Xingmian couldn't resist buying them when he saw them. Shin Xingling stopped and waited as Lin Xingmian purchased 2 bracelets. Lin Xingmian chose a star-patterned bracelet for Shin Xingling, while picking a cherry blossom one for himself. "Professor Shin, I think this one looks nice." She meant to give it to Shin Xingling to wear. Shin Xingling didn't refuse her kindness and put the bracelet on her wrist. Lin Xingmian also wore her own women's bracelet, but she couldn't fasten it properly with one hand, it just wouldn't clasp. "I'll help you." Shin Xingling took the bracelet from her and lowered her head, carefully fastening it for her. Lin Xingmian felt so happy he was about to faint. "Teacher Shin. Ha, will you always be my teacher?" "That depends on whether Mian Mian drives me away." "Never. I want you to stay by my side forever." Shin Xingling paused his movements and looked up at her. "What if you get married someday?" Lin Xingmian shook her head. "I won't." "Don't be silly, it's too lonely being alone." "It won't be lonely if Teacher Shin is here." Shin Xingling smiled as the two walked under the cherry blossom tree, taking out drawing paper and pens before sitting down. Lin Xingmian, recalling their earlier conversation, couldn't help but ask, "Professor Shin, have you met someone you like? Are you getting married?" "Nothing." Lin Xingmian wondered if Professor Shin had found someone to love. If he was getting married and leaving, what should she do? Just the thought made her unbearably sad. "What's wrong, Mian Mian?" "Teacher Shin, if you get married, can I still see you?" Hearing the girl's slightly jealous yet somewhat silly question, Shin Xingling chuckled. "Why are you laughing, Teacher Shin? You're adorable when you laugh." Lin Xingmian tilted his head in confusion, wondering why Shin Xingling was laughing. That's a question for the distant future. Many things depend on fate. It's not distant at all. Lin Xingmian had already planned out his entire life. If Professor Shin were to disappear, her life would also come to an end. Perhaps the body would still live on, but the heart would die, and the soul would scatter away with his departure. While painting, Shin Xingling said, "A person's life is long, and you will meet many people. Perhaps one day someone else will come along, and my existence will no longer matter. Professor Shin is different." "What's so different about him?" Professor Shin was the only umbrella that mattered. Any that came after held no meaning. It was Shin Xingling's timely appearance that saved her when she needed it most, so no matter how many others came afterward, none could ever compare. "I understand." Shin Xingling's response of "I understand" counted as acknowledgement to her, and Lin Xingmian's eyes curved into a smile. The two sat quietly beneath the cherry blossom tree painting, creating a picturesque scene straight out of a dreamy idol drama. Yet this lovely, dreamlike moment appeared completely different in another woman's eyes. She watched as Shin Xingling took her to the pet shop to buy a cat. Watching Shin Xingling ride his bicycle with her through the tree-lined avenue. Watching the two of them stroll through the candy shop and the flower shop. Watching Shin Xingling accept the flowers she gave him. Watching Shin Xingling fasten the bracelet around her wrist. The two were sitting under a cherry blossom tree, painting like a young couple. What an eyesore. Shang Mo's tone was icy, his eyes brimming with an unspeakable, creeping malice. The woman who worshipped money wasn't seated in her Shang Corporation office reviewing financial reports at this moment. Instead, she was glaring from a distance at Shin Xingling and Lin Xingmian. She had been following Shin Xingling and Lin Xingmian from the moment they stepped out. Just looking at photos was unbearable for her, let alone witnessing Shin Xingling's tender affection for another woman in person. This was a Shin Qingling she had never seen before. No woman could possibly resist falling for him like this.
Yet sadly, this tenderness wasn't meant for her. Is there something special about this girl?
In just this short amount of time, Shang Mo had already investigated everything about Lin Xingmian.
Shang Mo didn't believe Shin Qingling had fallen in love with Lin Xingmian, but he did feel some pity for him. Otherwise, given his current status, why would he need to come here and work as an art teacher? When Sulan wouldn't refuse him this small sum, it was simply her overflowing compassion at work. Ridiculous. Want to save the maiden in darkness? If you're so kind-hearted, why don't you come rescue her yourself? She needs his salvation too. Shang Mo grew increasingly displeased as he watched, then turned to make a phone call. Pay him whatever amount he demands. No questions asked. If it isn't done within an hour, you can hand in your resignation.
Shin Qingling was painting quite happily when, for some unknown reason, the botanical garden staff announced that the garden would be closed for the day, an emergency shutdown requiring everyone to leave immediately.
Shin Qingling asked the staff but couldn't get any answers.
Shang Mo directly paid to reserve the entire garden. The sum was unimaginable for an ordinary person, but to Shang Mo, it was merely pocket change. When Shin Qingling stepped out of the botanical garden, he found his perfectly fine bicycle dismantled and reduced to mere scraps.
Shin Qingling? Wait, what the hell? Someone's actually bold enough to steal bicycle parts here in broad daylight? What the hell are the security guards even doing here? What's the problem? This part isn't worth much money anyway. Is this some lunatic taking revenge on society? Lin Xingmian never expected someone to be so wicked, even targeting a bicycle. She comforted, "It's alright, Teacher Shin, we'll take a taxi back." Shin Qingling nodded, "Alright, let me take you home first."
Shin Qingling brought Lin Xingmian home, then negotiated compensation with the pet store employee before paying her. Shin Qingling could only blame his bad luck today to think he'd run into something like this.
This time Shin Qingling truly didn't overthink it. After all, there were plenty of abnormal people in society nowadays. Men who would slash electric scooter seats were quite common. Who knows, maybe someone was jealous of his good looks. Even if we entertain the conspiracy theory that someone was deliberately targeting him, what's the point of sabotaging his bicycle? It can't possibly harm him.
Having his bicycle dismantled truly had no real impact on Shin Qingling,
but Shang Mo simply found that bicycle an eyesore, an utter eyesore. Dismantling it didn't improve her mood in the slightest.
After resolving the bicycle issue, Shin Qingling prepared to take a taxi back to the Gu residence. Once in the car, Shin Qingling fell asleep. Of course, it wasn't because he was tired or sleepy, it was purely due to the anesthetic in the car. The driver remained unharmed because he was wearing a mask. When Shin Qingling woke up, his vision was pitch black. He was bound all over, his eyes covered with a blindfold.
Had he been kidnapped?
Yet what he stood on felt soft, like a carpet. The air carried no unpleasant odor, but rather a pleasant fragrance.
It smelled like a woman's bedroom, or perhaps the scent of a luxury hotel.
Shin Qingling attempted to move his body, only to hear the clinking of chains. Then he heard the sound of a door opening and high heels approaching. Then came the sound of a chair being pulled back.
"You're awake."
It was a woman's voice, yet not one he recognized. Upon closer listen, it seemed artificially altered, possibly through a voice modulator.
"Who are you?" "Who I am doesn't matter. What do you want from me by kidnapping me like this?"
"Of course,
to punish you." Chapter 72, Shang Mo has truly gone mad.
The woman's voice carried a dangerous edge.
Shang Mo's face showed obvious mockery and amusement. Shin Qingling frowned. "What do you mean? He hadn't offended anyone in that circle, had he? Why were they targeting him? That wasn't part of his interests or hobbies at all."
Shin Qingling felt something cold and hard suddenly pressing against his chin.
It was a woman's high heel.
Shang Mo sat on the chair with one leg crossed, her high heel resting against Shin Qingling's chin. The woman hooked her foot and slowly lifted his chin. Shin Qingling's entire being exuded a sense of fragility, bound by the chain on his wrist and the blindfold covering his eyes. Seeing Shin Qingling in such a state, Shang Mo grew unprecedentedly excited, as if intoxicated. With his chin forcibly tilted up and brows deeply furrowed, he asked, "Have I offended you?"
"No." "Then why tie me up?"
"Because you didn't obey."
"What?"
Shin Qingling could scarcely believe his eyes.
She must be a lunatic. What does she mean by saying he's disobedient? Who on earth is she?
Shin Qingling began brainstorming rapidly.
Meanwhile, Shang Mo focused on the boy's prominently protruding Adam's apple.
Her fingertip lightly trailed across Shin Qingling's throat, making the youth instinctively flinch before his expression grew even more restrained. Shang Mo's single gesture seemed to ignite something within him.
Shin Qingling suddenly felt something was terribly wrong with his body's reaction.
The youth frowned deeply, his voice tinged with humiliated fury. "You drugged me."
This time was different from the last incident with the drug. Last time, he had willingly walked into the trap, or rather, turned it to his advantage since he could obtain the antidote quickly anyway and didn't suffer long. But this time, he was utterly at the mercy of the other's whims. And it seemed this woman wasn't planning to let him off easily. Shang Mo raised an eyebrow. I'm right here. Beg me. The woman's condescending tone made Shin Xingling's expression darken progressively, from initial tight-lipped endurance to something far more ominous.
I don't indulge in such peculiar tastes. Shin Xingling's voice grew increasingly hoarse as he spoke, yet it carried an unusual seductiveness.
Shang Mo narrowed his eyes, reaching out to touch the young man's flushed cheek.
His skin burned feverishly, sweat beginning to bead on his forehead and dampening the stray locks of hair.
I'll kindly remind you, this medicine is extremely potent, not your ordinary drug. Are you sure you want to force your way through its effects? Shang Mo shook the bottle in his hand meaningfully. The antidote is right here. All you have to do is beg me.
Her gaze was shadowed with obsessive love, her tone carrying a sickly sweetness as she murmured, "It hurts me to see you like this.
Just admit you were wrong, and I'll forgive you, To everyone's surprise, Shin Xingling showed no reaction at all, or perhaps he was simply enduring it. He turned his face away, remaining silent. No matter how unbearable his physical discomfort became, he refused to utter a single word. Shang Mo felt like he had punched a ball of cotton. Shang Mo straightened up and tossed the medicine aside. The small vial rolled a few times on the floor before coming to rest just out of Shin Xingling's reach. Not speaking?
The stiletto heel pressed forcefully against Shin Xingling's Adam's apple, causing him excruciating pain yet rendering him voiceless. Shang Mo and Shin Xingling represented two extremes. She remained perfectly composed in her attire while he drowned alone, struggling in the abyss of lust.
Shang Mo observed this scene with keen amusement. What's the use of not begging her?
The pain and torment would still come. Shang Mo saw right through Shin Xingling during their first intimate encounter. This was a boy brimming with pride. Forcing him to abandon all dignity and lose himself in lust before a stranger would undoubtedly be an unforgettable punishment. Shin Xingling was suffering unbearable torment, his lashes damp with sweat, his face flushed crimson with desire. Suddenly, the heavy pressure on his neck vanished, replaced by a soft sensation on his lips.
This woman was kissing him.
Shin Xingling widened his eyes slightly.
Such a familiar feeling. He could clearly feel their intertwined breaths and vaguely hear his own heartbeat.
Shang Mo recalled their first kiss and grew gentler. The cool touch alleviated the inner restlessness, and Shin Xingling couldn't help but become entranced.
The woman chuckled, her laughter faintly seductive. Wasn't your mouth tough?
It got soft after just a kiss. Shin Xingling forcibly pulled himself back from the abyss of desire, immediately turning his face away and averting his eyes in refusal.
Shang Mo froze mid-motion, his smile vanishing.
She pinned his head against the wall and kissed him.
The woman's forceful movements made the chains rattle loudly.
This kiss was unlike the previous comforting one. It burned like wildfire, threatening to consume everything in its path.
It was less a kiss and more like devouring. A sharp pain blossomed on Shin Xingling's lips. Shang Mo had bitten the corner of his mouth until it bled.
Shang Mo lowered her gaze to look at Shin Xingling at this moment, and an illusion of fleeting desire suddenly stirred at the tip of her heart. Blood seeped from the boy's lips, his flushed chest rising and falling, that flawlessly sensual neck, broad shoulders, and just the right amount of sweat, his expression fraught with restraint.
Damn lethal.
She took out her camera and captured this moment of Shin Xingling. After taking the photos to her satisfaction, Shang Mo crouched beside him, wiping the blood from Shin Xingling's lips with her index finger. With a warning tone, the woman said, "Stay away from those women." As she looked down again, she noticed the bracelet on Shin Xingling's wrist.
Shang Mo's eyes darkened with fury, as if she wished she could burn even the cherry blossoms in the botanical garden.
Shang Mo removed the bracelet from Shin Xingling's wrist, then stood up and looked down at him, saying, "You'll just have to endure today.
Remember this taste well, it's your punishment." The sound of high heels gradually faded away.
It seems he won't be able to leave here today.
Shin Xingling didn't know if there were surveillance cameras and dared not move recklessly. Damn it, Shang Mo is truly insane.
Shin Xingling had guessed the woman's identity. The moment her lips touched his, the familiar sensation made Shin Xingling suspicious.
Combined with all the previous coincidences, Shin Xingling couldn't help but suspect Shang Mo. Just 20 points of affection value could drive her to such madness. What would happen when it reached full?
Though it seemed she didn't intend to actually harm him, today his interaction with Lin Xingmian probably triggered her. No wonder the botanical garden suddenly closed, and the bicycles were abruptly dismantled.
Shang Mo is practically the reincarnation of the Vinegar King. No, she's a textbook Yandere. And not your ordinary Yandere either.
Shin Xingling knew it was futile to confront her head-on now. After all, he still needed to win her over. There's no denying it, Shin Xingling was ruthlessly determined. Even while suffering torment from the ingested drug, he never lost sight of his mission to seduce her.
077, the system store carries an antidote. The host may exchange points for it. Shin Xingling, no deal.
How could he spend the points he worked so hard to earn here? At worst, he could just tough it out. Shin Xingling kept silently repeating to himself, 1 million points, 1 million points. After leaving the room, Shang Mo glanced at the star bracelet in his hand with a cold smirk and tossed it straight into the trash bin. As for the bouquet Lin Xingmian sent, it had already been burned to ashes by Shang Mo, leaving not even a trace behind. She wouldn't get to see Shen Qingling tomorrow either.
Chapter 73, Guijin gets framed.
On the other side, Lin Xingmian sent a message to Shen Qingling.
Lin Xingmian, Teacher Shen, are you home yet?
Lin Xingmian sent the message but didn't receive a reply from Shen Qingling for a long time.
By evening, she sent another message. Lin Xingmian, is Teacher Shen busy? Still no response.
She thought Shen Qingling might be in a bad mood or busy, and could only stare dejectedly at her phone. Before going to bed, she sent another message.
Lin Xingmian, see you tomorrow, Professor Shen. Yet even until bedtime, she never received Shen Qingling's reply.
The Gu family was nearly driven mad with worry.
Shen Qingling had inexplicably vanished without a trace. Wan Sulan was the most anxious one.
Everyone had initially assumed that Shen Qingling would return around 10 o'clock, as had been his usual routine these past few days. But today, Shen Qingling still hadn't returned to the Gu residence by 11 o'clock. All the messages Wan Sulan had sent during the day, as well as her phone calls, had vanished without a trace.
Wan Sulan could no longer sit still.
She had searched the school and the orphanage but found no trace of Shen Qingling.
Though Wan Sulan wanted to call the police, Gu Changwang stopped her.
To avoid surveillance cameras, the family gathered on the second floor to discuss.
Gu Changwang dismissed Wan Sulan's suggestion. It hasn't even been 24 hours yet, why call the police? A police report would create a huge scandal. Don't forget we're still filming the show.
Wan Sulan's face was filled with anxiety, but he hasn't come home, and his phone is switched off.
I'm really worried about him. Wan Sulan suddenly thought of something and glanced at Guijin.
I fear he might have done something bad to Qingling. Those past incidents were probably all connected to him.
If there's anyone in this family who wishes Qingling would vanish, isn't it Guijin? Gu Changwang also glanced at Guijin and asked him, do you know where Qingling went?
Guijin noticed everyone staring at him, finding it utterly baffling.
Seriously, what does Shen Qingling's disappearance have to do with him? He practically had no way to justify himself, okay? Although he previously intended to harm him, not a single attempt succeeded. Guijin suppressed his anger and said, I don't know. I don't even have his phone number, how would I know where he went? Lin Qingdai chimed in, haven't you always cared about tracking Qingling's whereabouts? Guijin retorted, what do you mean by that? I genuinely don't know. Gu Changwang frowned and asked, what were you doing during the day today? Gu Changwang's tone clearly indicated his suspicion. His thoughts aligned with Wan Sulan's. The disappearance of Shen Qingling would only benefit either Gu Yutong or Guijin. Gu Yutong wouldn't be that ruthless, but the same couldn't be said for Guijin. Guijin had no choice but to explain, I was sick and spent the whole day in bed. Aside from getting out to eat and drink, I didn't go anywhere. Dad, you can ask the servants if you don't believe me. Besides, the show's cameras were monitoring me, what could I possibly have done? Let me see your phone. Not allowed to look? It's not that you can't see, but I have my own privacy too. I won't look at anything I shouldn't see. Under Gu Chengwan's intimidating gaze, Guijin reluctantly pulled out his phone. Gu Changwang checked whom Guijin had called and messaged, not even missing his Weibo search history. Opening his Weibo, the search bar was filled with Gu Qingling and Shen Qingling. A quick glance revealed he'd searched over 100 times. The entire screen was flooded with Qingling. He even followed Shen Qingling's super topic and fan support group using a secondary account. Everyone gave Guijin strange looks. Guijin felt as though he'd been stripped naked. Why weren't you searching for your own name, but kept looking up Qingling's information instead? Previously when Qingling was being harassed online, I researched public opinion because I was concerned. Ask Qingling himself if you don't believe me, I specifically discussed this matter with him. He just didn't take it to heart. Wan Sulan didn't believe Guijin could be this kind-hearted. Even if there was no evidence in his phone, it didn't mean he hadn't harmed Shen Qingling. After all, these kinds of records could always be deleted. Pursing her lips with a hostile gaze, Wan Sulan said, if Qingling doesn't return safely tomorrow, I'll dig 3 feet underground to expose the vile schemer behind this. If it comes to that, we might as well all perish together. Her glare was practically directed straight at Guijin. Guijin was nearly fuming with rage. What are you looking at me for? Go find him. Never thought he'd have a day when he'd be falsely accused. Gu Changwang cut in, enough with the life or death talk. I'll send people to look for him. Don't worry, Qingling isn't foolish. I believe he'll return safely. The live stream chat noticed Shen Qingling hadn't come home today, and the discussion quickly picked up. Why hasn't Shen Qingling come back today? Was he scared off by the barrage comments and afraid to show his face? It's because you guys kept making those provocative remarks. Tone it down a bit, or else what am I supposed to watch if he stops appearing? Where else can you find a guy this handsome? It's keeping me up at night, honestly. Don't you notice the Gu family members look upset? Especially Mrs. Gu, she seems really anxious and keeps making phone calls. She wouldn't be calling Shen Qingling, would she? Where is Shen Qingling? Did something happen to him or what? Could it be that Shen Qingling is afraid Guijin won't come back if he waits to eat with him? Getting stuck with someone like that would be worse than stepping in dog shit. What nonsense! Ejin is still resting in bed, he's been sick all day with a pale complexion. Don't drag innocent people into this for no reason. Is this some rich family heir feud? Is Guijin trying to eliminate Shen Qingling because he's afraid of him snatching the family fortune? Bro, you've watched too many dramas. Guijin's the kindest person, how could he ever harm anyone?
Maybe something just happened to Shen Qingling himself.
Stop dragging your daddy into this. Wow, this is exactly the high society drama I've been waiting for. Will Shen Qingling make an appearance tonight? Let's wait and see. Tonight was destined to be a restless night.
Gu Chunwang mobilized quite a few people to search for Shen Qingling. Wen Sulin was also leveraging her own connections to inquire around. Gu Yutong and Lin Qingdai went out together to look for someone.
Guijin wasn't idle at home either.
He hid in his room and called Zhang Jing. With a frantic expression, he said, Shen Qingling is in trouble, go find him quickly.
Zhang Jing sounded surprised on the phone. Huh? You want me to find Shen Qingling? Didn't you always want to get rid of him? Don't ask too many questions.
The point is, nothing can happen to him today. Right now, everyone suspects it was my doing.
Not you? But aside from you, who else in Jiancheng would want to harm him? How the hell should I know? I'm completely baffled too. Right now, the most urgent thing is to clear my name. If anything happens to Shen Qingling, Wen Sulan will come for my head. If he wants to die, that's his business, but don't drag me into it. Alright, don't panic. I'll go look for him now. After hanging up, Guijin cursed, damn it, Shen Qingling, I must owe you from a past life. Chapter 74, The Love Poem of a Yandere. Fine, when he thought about it, he really did owe Shen Qingling this much. Guijin looked out the window with a complicated expression, the gloomy sky mirroring the storm in his heart. Shen Qingling could die, but never by another's hand. They were true rivals, destined to fall only to each other. Shen Qingling first had to descend into the abyss and become his equal before proving himself worthy of their duel. Wouldn't it be ridiculous to just die at someone else's hands like this? Right now, the person who most wants Shen Qingling to return is Guijin. Tonight, the city of Jiancheng is on edge. Even though the Gu family's search is conducted discreetly, rumors have already spread throughout the entire city. Shang Mo leisurely watches the surveillance footage at home.
Shen Qingling didn't eat and fell asleep exhausted after the medicine wore off. Watching him sleep so obediently, Shang Mo felt both heartache and joy. Just then, Shang Xia suddenly knocked on her door. Without even turning off the surveillance feed, Shang Mo said, come in. Shang Xia thought she was reviewing reports and didn't notice what was playing on her computer.
Shang Yan frowned solemnly and said, something's wrong. Sheng Mo replied calmly, what is it?
Shang Yan furrowed her brows as she sat on the chair across from her and said, Shen Qingling has disappeared.
Aunt Wen is searching everywhere for her. Sheng Ma showed a surprised expression. Disappeared? How could this happen? Shen Xia analyzed it seriously. It is strange, isn't it? How could Shen Qingling, a grown man, just disappear out of the blue? Logically speaking, our Jiangcheng has decent public safety, unless he offended someone? Or maybe he simply doesn't want to return? Had a fight with the Gu family? Hard to say. Should we help search for him? Given our family's long-standing friendship. I'll get some people to look for him. Shen Xia sighed softly, I hope he's alright. If something really happened to Shen Qingling, Shang Mo fixed his gaze on her. Even if something did happen, it wouldn't have anything to do with you. How can you say that? After all, it's a human life. Since when did you become so compassionate? Or are you still clinging to false hope? I'm not. I'm telling you, whether Shen Qingling is dead or alive, it has nothing to do with you. Shang Xia curled her lip dismissively, turned around, and slammed the door shut as she left. Shang Mo sneered coldly. Even if Shen Qingling truly died, every last speck of his ashes would remain in her possession. No one else would lay a finger on them. Outside, the frantic search for Shen Qingling descended into chaos, while they slept soundly until the next morning. When Shen Qingling woke up, the sunlight outside was still bright and warm. The chains on his wrists had been removed, and the blindfold was gone. Looking around, he realized this was a luxury hotel and he'd been sleeping in the presidential suite no less. Lowering his eyelids in thought, Shen Qingling decided he couldn't just passively accept how Shang Mo was treating him. Shen Qingling's phone was placed on the table in the room. At a glance, the phone had no battery and refused to turn on. Shen Qingling picked up the phone and went out to the front desk to charge it. Upon powering it on, over 100 missed calls and hundreds of messages awaited him, all demanding his whereabouts. Amidst several messages searching for someone, there was one with an eerie opening. Shen Qingling frowned and read aloud, I want to slice open your heart. This was Shang Mo's love letter to him. I want to slice open your heart to see if I'm truly in it. I want to chain you up, lock you in the basement, and make you know only love for me. I want to cut you into pieces and stuff you inside a doll. I want to sever your limbs so you can never escape. I'll pour molten wax down your throat to silence your screams. I want to nail you to the wall, to make you my private masterpiece.
I'll carve my name into your bones with a sharp knife, brand my love eternally into your heart with a red-hot iron. I could sever your head and cradle it while watching the beautiful sunrise. I could sever every tendon and dance with you through moonlit rose gardens. I could pierce our bodies together with steel rods and sit by the sea gazing at the stars above. I embrace you, and with it, your grave and your funeral are all cradled within my arms. The greatest love I can give you is to devour you, letting you pass through my lips, into my stomach, and through my heart, until your flesh and blood merge with mine. Wherever I am, there you shall be too. Slice by slice, I would dry your flesh in the wind, then weave it with silver threads into eternal blossoms. Your pale skin becomes bloodless leaves, your raven hair tied into tassels, adorned with those deep brown eyes. As I gaze upon them, it's as if I'm staring into your longing gaze, aching to slice open those eyes, to slice open the eyes that dared look upon another. From now on, your eyes shall see only me. Shin Qingling, Shin Qingling, Shin Qingling, my soul pray, surrender yourself completely to me. Hush, turn around and look. I'm right behind you. Shin Qingling's eyelids twitched as he turned to look, only to find empty space behind him. Nothing was there. He let out a relieved sigh and muttered under his breath, "Madman." Shin Qingling hurriedly called Wen Sulan back. Wen Sulan hadn't slept all night. The moment she heard Shin Qingling was safe, tears streamed down her face. "It's good that you're okay, it's good that you're okay. Where are you, dear? Mom will come pick you up." Shin Qingling told Wen Sulan the name of the hotel, and she immediately drove over. Shin Qingling wanted to ask the hotel to check the surveillance footage and inquire about the name registered for the room, but the front desk told him they couldn't disclose that information. Unless you're the police, they can't leak guest privacy. Shin Qingling guessed that Shang Mo must have laid backup plans. This matter was likely to reach no conclusion. But at least he now knew that person was Shang Mo. Unearthing a wolf lurking in the shadows wasn't entirely without gain. Shin Qingling went to the restroom and doused himself directly with cold water. He needed to fall ill. It would work perfectly to his advantage. After suffering such a big loss, I ought to at least gain some affection points from Shang Mo. Damn, this Yandere character, making you feel a bit sorry for him isn't so bad. Maybe next time he won't dare treat him like this again. Yanderes are always like this, they talk about killing you or wishing you dead. But if anything really happened to Shin Qingling, Shang Mo would be frantic with worry. When Wen Sulan arrived, Shin Qingling was standing pale-faced at the door, chilled by the cold wind, looking as if he might collapse at any moment. Her heart ached terribly, wanting to ask something, yet Shin Qingling remained silent. Lowering her gaze, she caught sight of the marks left by chains on Shin Qingling's wrist, causing Wen Sulan to nearly faint. Wen Sulan had clearly misunderstood. She thought Shin Qingling had suffered some inhuman treatment, and seeing him like this now, she wanted to ask but didn't dare. He weakly lowered his eyes and said, "I'm fine, let's go home." Wen Sulan drove while tears streamed down her face, her heart filled with overwhelming hatred for the person who had tormented her son. After returning to the Gu residence, Shin Qingling collapsed at the doorstep the moment he stepped out of the car. The Gu household was thrown into complete chaos. The trending list exploded with the news. Shang Mo could no longer maintain his usual composed expression the moment he heard the news. What? Shin Qingling fainted? Chapter 75, whichever hand touched Qingling will be chopped off. After Shin Qingling fainted, Wen Sulan couldn't care less about the show anymore. She cried out for help while sobbing. The production crew immediately stopped working and rushed to assist. A tall, burly man carried Shin Qingling up to the second-floor bedroom. The Gu family also came out to see what was happening when they heard the commotion. Gu Yijin was the first to rush over, only to find Shin Qingling's room surrounded by a crowd. He strained to squeeze through the crowd and saw Shin Qingling lying deathly pale on the bed. In his memory, Shin Qingling had always been indifferent, composed, or rather, invincible. No matter what schemes he employed, he could never harm even a hair on his head. Yet even someone as formidable as Shin Qingling could have such a vulnerable moment. Gu Yijin was taken aback. Wen Sulan had the production team leave the room as they waited for the family doctor to arrive. Gu Chengwang looked at Wen Sulan and asked, "What happened?" Wen Sulan collapsed by Shin Qingling's bedside in tears. I don't know, this child refuses to say a word, just stays silent. It's all my fault, I didn't protect him well enough. It's all my fault." The thought of Shin Qingling collapsing before her like a gust of wind shattered Wen Sulian's heart. She was already consumed by guilt toward Shin Qingling, yet after returning home, not only had she failed to make amends, but she'd also caused him wounds at every turn. Whether it was being attacked online or fainting from illness in reality, Wen Sulian was overwhelmed with self-reproach. For some reason, Wen Sulan's words sounded oddly unsettling to Gu Yijin. His gaze immediately fell on Shin Qingling's wrist. Those wounds made his pupils contract sharply. There, on his wrist. Everyone turned to look at Shin Qingling's wrist. The Gu family were well-experienced people. Those injuries clearly weren't normal. They looked more like marks left by chains. Combined with Wen Sulan's remark about Shin Qingling's silence, Gu Yutan widened her eyes in disbelief, covering her mouth, then burst into fury. Who could commit such an utterly inhuman act? Though Gu Yutong hadn't initially liked Shen Xingling, no matter what, Shen Xingling carried the blood of the Gu family. How could an outsider dare to harm and humiliate her like this?
Gu Yutong couldn't suppress her anger any longer. Gu Changwan walked over to Shen Xingling and examined her closely. His brow furrowed so deeply it could crush a mosquito. There are wounds on his lips too, as if someone bit him. At this moment, the Gu family's fury reached its peak.
In Jiangqing's high society, there were many who enjoyed toying with pretty men, particularly some men who were especially enthusiastic about it. They most favored young, beautiful youths, and someone like Shen Xingling, a distant, untouchable flower on a high peak, was an incredibly rare prize. Yesterday, Shen Xingling accidentally showed his face in the morning and went viral on social media, only to go missing by evening. They couldn't help but wonder, perhaps his breathtaking appearance from yesterday had caught the attention of Jiangqing's notorious perverts, leading to some unspeakable atrocity being committed against Shen Xingling.
The Gu family assumed Shen Xingling had suffered inhuman treatment and that his purity was surely compromised. The misunderstanding snowballed into complete chaos. Gu Changwang flew into a rage. How dare anyone do such a thing to my son Gu Changwang? If I don't send that bastard to jail, my name isn't Gu Changwang. Call the police. We must call the police.
After her initial fury, Gu Yutong calmed down and shook her head.
Dad, we can't call the police. If this blows up, how will he ever face all those judgmental eyes and whispers? Our family is still recording the show right now. If this gets out, he'll be branded for life. That would be too cruel to him.
Even though Shen Xingling is a man, being stained by such an incident would still cast a lifelong shadow over him.
Wouldn't outsiders looking at him through tinted glasses only hurt him more inside?
Lin Qingdai had taken leave from classes today. Seeing Shen Xingling in this state reminded her of what she'd experienced in her dreams, and her eyes instantly reddened. She sobbed, "We should wait until brother Qingling wakes up first. The priority now is to comfort him and make sure he doesn't develop psychological trauma."
Even Gui Jin couldn't help but feel sympathy for Shen Xingling. Who could be so cruel? Even at his most despicable, he never thought of making Shen Xingling be taken by a man. At most, he'd have him take a woman. There's always someone better out there. What if Shen Xingling gave up on himself? Wouldn't it be ruined? What are they even fighting for then? Gui Jin said angrily, that kind of person is absolute trash. If we don't find him, what if he targets Qingling again later? Who knows if there'll be a next time? Gu Changwang nodded, quite right.
We can investigate this matter privately without letting others know. After all, it's not like they can only rely on police connections. He could investigate privately just as well. The only troublesome thing is that if this matter was orchestrated by influential figures in Jiangcheng, it's likely that no resolution will be found. This couldn't have been their first time committing such acts. They probably acted with such brazenness precisely because they knew they wouldn't be caught. Truly intelligent people never leave behind loose ends or clues. Now, the only clue lies with Shen Qingling. Gu Changwang scanned the room and warned everyone in a stern tone, keep your mouths shut about today's matter. If even a whisper of it gets out, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Tell outsiders that Qingling stayed at a friend's place last night and couldn't be contacted because her phone died. As for her fainting this morning, blame it on getting caught in the rain yesterday. Understood? Everyone nodded in agreement. Just then, there was a knock at the door. The Gu family's private physician had arrived. When the doctor entered, Gu Changwang specifically instructed, check if there's any injury on his backside. The doctor's pupils trembled in shock, then he lowered his head and replied, understood, President Gu. Gu Changwang waited for the results with a darkened expression. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine someone would have the audacity to lay hands on a member of the Gu family. The person behind this either holds a status higher than the Gu families or is a true madman who cares nothing for the consequences. All the others stood outside waiting for the doctor's diagnosis. Wen Sulan stared blankly at the door, as if she could see through it to the frail child lying on death's bed. She hoped to hear the doctor say Shen Qingling was fine, yet feared the results might not be what she wished for. Gu Yutong, seeing her like this, still offered some comfort. Aunt Wen, he'll be alright. Wen Sulan remained unresponsive, as if struck dumb. It was all because of her own weakness and incompetence. Having such an incapable mother is a child's tragedy. She kept blaming herself in her heart, her thoughts growing increasingly extreme. Then a fierce determination gradually welled up in her eyes. She would never again be just a useless social ornament. She had someone she wanted to protect now. She needed to become strong. At least as a mother, she must protect her child from harm. Yet this absurd misunderstanding sparked Wen Sulan's transformation. No mother could tolerate seeing her child suffer such harm. A mother's strength awakens. She would become Shen Qingling's sheltering wings against all storms. She stared into Gu Changwang's eyes and said, find him. We must find that man. Whichever hand touched Qingling, chop it off. If he dared do anything worse, castrate him, then feed his corpse to wild dogs. Gu Changwang lowered his gaze to look at his typically meek wife, his expression filled with astonishment. Seeing Gu Changwang remain silent, Wen Sulan pressed on, why aren't you speaking? That's your son we're talking about. Don't you care most about your dignity? Gu Chengwang saw the blazing fury in her eyes, the rage and resentment she had suppressed for years, along with her guilt toward Shen Xingling. Gu Chengwang didn't know how to comfort her for a moment, so he could only pat him on the back and say, "Calm down first.
Let's wait until Qingling wakes up and ask him what happened."
When Sulan pushed him away with reddened eyes, gritting her teeth, "You're always so rational and composed like this. You only ever care about the Gu family's interests and so-called glory. There's no place for our child in your eyes. He carries your blood, yet we never raised him for a single day.
We're incompetent parents. Perhaps he wouldn't have suffered these things if he hadn't come back. To think we couldn't even protect him properly, we don't deserve to be parents. We failed to protect him when he was little, and now that he's back, we're failing again." Gui Jin has never suffered the slightest harm in all these years with the Gu family, yet when Qingling returned home, he endured nothing but scolding and injuries. In what way have we treated him fairly?
Gu Chengwang, you once walked this path yourself. As a father, can't you spare a little love for him from your cold-blooded world? Consider it as making amends and offering solace to your younger self.
Wan Sulan's lips were bitten till they bled.
She no longer wished to maintain appearances. The peace in this household had always been upheld through someone's retreat and endurance. She could never look at Gui Jin the same way again. She hated him for enjoying everything that should have belonged to Qingling, hated him for stealing the happy times that belonged to her and Qingling.
If only he didn't exist, she thought more than once.
She wished Gui Jin would vanish from this world forever.
Gu Chengwang looked at Wan Sulan,
wanting to say something but unable to find the right words. As the head of the Gu family, every father seemed to share this fundamental trait.
Silent, stern, unshakable.
To put it bluntly, they are the most selfish people in this family. In the past, he was just like Shen Qingling. His father cared more about the glory of the Gu family, raising him primarily as an heir, with pitifully little familial affection between father and son. Even his marriage was beyond his own choice. He didn't feel any real love or concern for Gui Jin either. He was merely cultivating potential heir material, not a son. Back then, he swore he wouldn't become the same kind of person as his father.
Yet in the end, he still turned into the very person he once dreaded becoming.
He raised Gui Jin in the same manner, only to produce a flawed result.
Would Shen Qingling end up the same way? Gu Chengwang didn't want Shen Qingling to become a second Gui Jin.
Nor did he wish for him to become the next version of himself. Perhaps his child could also find happiness. Wan Sulan stared at him fixedly, determined to get an answer. Wan Sulan's words, "a little compensation and consolation for your younger self," touched Gu Chengwang's heart.
With a complicated expression, Gu Chengwang replied, "I understand."
Gui Jin had a bad feeling. Wan Sulan seemed mentally unstable after being provoked by Shen Qingling, and Gu Chengwang's attitude toward Shen Qingling also appeared to be shifting. What he couldn't change in all these years, Shen Qingling had managed to alter in just a few days. So what did all his years of effort amount to? Just then, the doctor came out, and everyone turned their gaze toward him. Caught a chill with fever, physically exhausted.
No other issues besides wrist and lip injuries. Has he woken up?
No, still feverish.
I gave him antipyretics to sleep it off.
I'll check on him every 2 hours.